Hello my dear single dog, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. And don't forget to send super chat. Chapter 111. Seeing Bonnie seemed unwilling to bring up the matter of changing his age, Lin Mu and Robin didn't ask much about it. After all, everyone has their own secrets. If Bonnie wanted to say it, he would have said it. After the meal, Bonnie clamored to visit the place where Lin Mu and Kizaru fought. Because Robin was also very curious about it, Lin Mu went with his two daughters. After seeing the battle site, Robin and Bonnie were obviously shocked, although the detailed battle process had been known from Lin Mu's language description before. But how does a pale language description compare to seeing believing? Robin and Bonnie were both in shock when the battlefield rhyme was in front of them, unable to believe that this desert was the same street they had visited not long ago. How can a person be so powerful? Bonnie couldn't help sighing. After speaking, he shoved a piece of pizza into his mouth. Although he had just finished a meal, for this foodie, eating the meaning is obviously not to fill the stomach. As for Robin, although she didn't speak, the shock in her eyes had already expressed her meaning. Naval Headquarters Marine Fodor. In Marine Fleet Admiral Buddha Sengoku's office, Sengoku looked at Kizaru, who was slightly pale in front of his eyes, and his face was full of undisguised shock. You mean, even you are not his opponent? Taking a deep breath, he calmed down a little, and the Sengwoteng stared at Kizaru and asked, his eyes burning as if a flame was burning. Kizaru shrugged helplessly and replied, although I am very reluctant to admit this, it seems that it is indeed not Troizen's opponent. Are you sure you used all your strength? Sengoku frowned. He was very aware of Kizaru's habit. This person was a typical marine who could not hook up, but was not motivated. Kizaru waved his hand at Sengoku, looking at me like a policeman, and said, I won't hold back on this kind of thing, but Troizen is really stronger than we expected, and when fighting in close quarters, his speed is comparable to mine, and the red light in his eyes can even hurt me when attacking from a distance. Isn't it that he doesn't understand haki? Why can he hurt you, who is a natural breeder? Hearing this, Sengoku frowned and asked. Kizaru shrugged, that's the scary thing about that red light. The only thing worth sobering up is that it seems that he can only fire one shot at a time, and he can't attack in a large area at the same time. If it's really like what you said, even if you can only lay down once, it's still a very terrifying ability. Warring States took a deep breath and said. Kizaru nodded. Now, apart from escaping and chasing faster than him, other aspects seem to have been crushed by the whole line. Anyway, I have no way to take him. You still think about sending Sakazuki and Kyuzen going to try it? I think Sakazuki would be a good candidate. After hearing Kizaru's suggestion, Sengoku closed his eyes and pondered for a while, and finally sighed and shook his head. In this situation, Marine is no longer able to provoke such an enemy. Kizaru naturally knew what the Sengoku said about the situation. He was about to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace, and Marine was about to start a battle with the world's strongest man. At this time, he really had no ability to split up and deal with Troizen, who could rival Admiral. Go down and heal your wounds. Sengoku waved at Kizaru, then continued to sit at the desk, frowning and thinking hard. In Bonnie's Pirates, Lin Mu and Robin sat opposite Bonnie, and their expressions were a bit dazed. This was their third day on the Bonnie ship. After visiting the battle site that day, Bonnie once again sent Robin and Lin Mu a warm invitation to welcome Lin Mu and Robin to their pirate ship. Because it was obvious that Fulan Island could not stay any longer, and Lin Mu and Robin had planned to take a good rest for a while. The pirates and Bonnie put on their shirts, stretched out their hands to eat, opened their mouths, and there were people waiting at any time, so Lin Mu also agreed to Bonnie's invitation. Zero seeking flowers. And after these 3 days, I was not disappointed. Lin Mu was a little reluctant to be served by those pirates under Bonnie. He wondered when he would get a bunch of dog tui for himself, tea, water, pinch shoulders and beat tui. Great people should have a comfortable life. However, these 3 days have once again allowed Lin Mu and Robin to refresh their understanding of Bonnie. This is more than a foodie, this is simply a bottomless pit. 24 hours a day, except for the period of sleep, Lin Mu never saw Bonnie's mouth stop. 0. Fortunately, this is a pirate, if ordinary people really can't afford it? Lin Mu once quietly asked Bonnie if it was the reason why he ate so much of the fruit or if it was just that, but he got a blank eye from Bonnie. Obviously, no matter in that world, asking a woman like this would never get an answer. Bonnie, we're going to leave in a while. Looking at Bonnie who was constantly eating, Robin felt that it might be quite a long thing to wait for Bonnie to finish eating, so he said directly. Hi. Hearing Robin's words, Bonnie's movements stagnated slightly, looking at Robin and Lin Mu and said, "You guys are leaving in the next few days? I haven't finished telling me about the battle against Enel on Sky Island. Everyone has their own journey, and it's time for us to start our own journey, and it's not that we won't see each other again. About Enel, I'll tell you later." Lin Mu said hooked. Bonnie wrinkled his nose. "But when is the next meeting?" "It will be soon." Lin Mu smiled, and if his plans don't go wrong, then soon, he will meet Bonnie at Sabayatti Archipelago. Seeing Lin Mu made up his mind, Bonnie knew that it was useless to persuade him, so he could only nod his head in disappointment, at the same time looking forward to the next encounter with Lin Mu soon. Yi. Chapter 112. Calm Sea smelled a boat. The boat is there a man and a woman sit side by side. It was Lin Mu and Robin. Robin in his hand this morning just get our hands on the newspaper, he said. Sure enough, as you might expect, the government announced the Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach replace Pavlodar become a new 7 warlords of the sea. 33. After seeing Lin Mu nodded, Robin turned the newspaper to continue to see if there is no valuable information. But look at the process of reopening of Robin has not, apparently nothing worth mentioning information. Robin will soon look is completed, then the newspaper lost one side, shook his head and sighed. It seems Marine really is no longer mention you and Kizaru is that the battle. Today, from the battle in the past has been for 5 days, the newspaper has been no mention of this matter. Marine and White Hugh's a high thief cape about to stand on this critical juncture will not make such information is reported to the hook, once Kizaru lost my information spread cut, will severely reduce the public trust in the C-10 army. 19 Lin Mu explained. Robin naturally understand this, just because it was now Kizaru Rhyme is a lot of people to see, so expect their hearts. Do not know exactly how to do Marine, was able to make the entire island so many people foreign tight-lipped. Robin said some unwilling, apparently very much hope that Lin Mu overcome Kizaru deeds can spread it out completely famous see. Lin Mu I did not make this desire, his reputation is not the most fancy stuff here, just their strength is the most important, the other is not important. We where to go next? Robin asked with Lin Mu, although they have been divided police 2 days and Bonnie well, but she and Lin Mu has been aimless looked out, and now it is time to determine what the next party loo up. Lin Mu heard frown, apparently also to think hard about the issue. After a long, Lin Mu with Robin asked. We are now specific in what kind of position. Robin heard this, he took out a map and located their position now refers to the Lin Mu. They are now in the Grand Line in the latter half of the first half, generally speaking very close to the 7 water. After obtaining this information, Lin Mu Chin thought then, suddenly emerge out of the minds of a figure to reveal the mouth followed by a smile. And Lin Mu live for so long, Robin of Lin Mu been very understanding, to see Lin Mu hook mouth smile now, you know Lin Mu have made a decision, quickly he asked. Where do we go next 99? There is a Shichibukai resident not far from here, he is our next target. Lin Mu said. Hear these words forest, Robin, and elaborate on the map carefully looked at it, then the eyes flashed a naked, apparently already knew Lin Mu said which one of the Shichibukai. Although the goal is that Shichibukai, but did not have any concerns about the color between Robin look, after all, Lin Mu but even the admiral who can beat back against a Shichibukai not Shoudea can lay it. Moreover, to deal with the Shichibukai, even in 7 warlords of the sea in the array, does not belong to the first step. Sit, ready to go. With a voice down, Lin Mu Robin along with their boats sit down together disappear in times, it has come to the outside of brown rice, wait a few seconds after the figure disappears again. After half a day, above the sea, Lin Mu and Robin stood on the deck, watching the front not far from the fog that filled with mysterious waters. Is there yet? Magic triangle. Robin muttered. Lin Mu nodded. This is the place, this whole slice of waters were grey fog concealed inside, visible from very low. To find the hiding place of Moria probably still want to waste some effort. You are to go with me or on the outside waiting for me out. Whether it is discrimination or discrimination, Robin, apparently want to leave Lin Mu. A person uses a pitiful beast looked at Lin Mu. Lin Mu, seeing Robin also understand the decision of the manifold and manifold, shook his head and smiled and said, well, then do not look at me, it wants to go with you. Robin and Lin Mu Chi heard to say, following all of them smile. Chi is very intimate with a large tail dawdling Lin Mu's neck to express their joy, as Robin, of course, much more restrained. Deal with Moria in Lin Mu appears to be a very simple thing. He is fully capable to protect his Robin. Manifold and manifold, so manifold and manifold go with Robin, there is no problem. The front of few teleport, Lin Mu them on a headlong into the fog that shrouded the sea. After entering this sea, Robin and Lin Mu around the Discovery, although it appears to the outside world in the fog is grey color, but when it seems completely not the case inside. Because the sun was obscured by fog most of the reason, the entire interior of the light is very dim waters, even with the fog around 290 becomes dark, around plus abnormal silence. He added a bit eerie atmosphere, really as a general ghost town. Creek came in direct and dented Lin Mu, arms shivering, scared only dare to reveal a small hook head outside. Robin, this did not make any sense of fear and horror, but look into the eyes of discrimination on the night full of envy, and even began to ponder in their hearts not to be afraid to make an appearance, a good opportunity to drill into the side this man's arms to go. But after hesitating for a long time, a little thin-skinned Robin or embarrassed to make such a move, only to give up this great lure. The idea confusion forces. But then with the same time, Robin to see Lin Mu eyes and put a little resentment, underground passage in mind. Lin Mu piece of wood, why not take the initiative to do so? She really let her seduce a woman cheek to bypass it. When thinking about these things in a messy Robin head inside, Lin Mu teleport pace has not stopped. We continue to advance in the fog, trying to find Moria hideout. However, after continuous teleport a dozen times, Moria hideout is not found. The song is a ghost buzzed around. Chapter 113. Noisy, 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 noisy. When Lin Mu was carefully looking for Moria's hiding place, along with a teleport across a difficult distance, a song like a hook in the mouth of a ghost suddenly came into his ears. Chi, who was huddled in Lin Mu's arms, froze even more when he heard the voice, and he didn't even show his little head, and went straight into Lin Mu's clothes. As for Robin, he was also taken aback by the sudden singing. After all, the sound that suddenly sounded was so gloomy that people who listened couldn't help feeling chills all over, as if it really sounded like a ghostly song. Lin Mu reached out and patted Kikai, who was shivering in his arms, and the expression on his face didn't change at all, except for the initial surprise. Seeing Lin Mu like this, Robin immediately had a guess, put his head to Lin Mu's ear, and said in a low voice, "Do you know whose voice this is?" The breath of rhyme in Robin's mouth made Lin Mu feel a little itchy in his ears, and he couldn't help but feel a little bit of a warning in his heart. However, Lin Mu quickly suppressed these police-like thoughts and replied, "Well, I have heard a little, but I have never seen it before." After thinking about it, Lin Mu added, "You can prepare yourself mentally first, don't be too surprised when you see him later, the image of this guy will be a little scary the first time you see him." Hearing Lin Mu say this, Robin's eyes flashed a strange color, but he nodded, and at the same time, he was curious about what kind of existence the hook was singing. Is it really as scary as Lin Mu said? When Kikai heard Lin Mu's words, he suddenly got out of Lin Mu's arms, grabbed Lin Mu's collar with two small claws, stared at Lin Mu with tears in his eyes, and cried out in his mouth. As if to say that you can't see that terrifying guy, can you? Faced with Kikai's request, Lin Mu's answer was very succinct. He directly stretched out and pointed a finger to the inside of his clothes. The meaning was obvious. If you are afraid, you should be honest. Hide it. Seeing that the request was rejected, Kikai turned his head slightly, and looked at Robin on the side with the last glimmer of hope. When Robin saw this, he could only shrug his shoulders, saying that he could do nothing. Seeing this, Kikai could only let out a mournful whimper, and then wrapped its head with its big tail and got into Lin Mu's arms. It not only wanted to be invisible, but also completely blocked the terrifying voice. After Kikai got into his arms, Lin Mu began to listen carefully, looking for the sound of the singing. Noisy, 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 noisy. Found it. Lin Mu's current perception and its sharpness. Not only the sense of smell, but also vision and hearing are far superior to ordinary people. Although this dense fog has the ability to obstruct vision, it has no way to affect the sound. With Lin Mu's hearing, it's too easy to find the singer's big payoff. After confirming Xiao Feng, Lin Mu began to control the boat under his feet and teleported in the direction of the song. This time teleportation, Lin Mu and the others crossed a distance of nearly 200 meters, and at this time, a huge pirate ship also hooked in front of them. This pirate ship is extremely dilapidated and lifeless, just like the ghost ships that have been floating on the sea for hundreds of years in the legends. Seeing the ghost ship in front of him, and thinking of Lin Mu's previous reminder, Robin couldn't help but suspect that the one who sang wasn't really a ghost that had already died at sea, right? In front of this pirate ship, because of the close distance, the singing is also clearer, which is much better than the hazy before, and Robin can also hear the content of the singing clearly. Noisy, noisy, noisy. Noisy, noisy, bath. Bring Bin's wine to you. Like the sea breeze, ride the wind and waves at will. Hearing the familiar lyrics and salt tone, Robin was slightly taken aback and murmured, so it's Bin's wine. 93. Bin's wine is a very popular singing art in West Blue. Robin's hometown is West Blue, which can be heard naturally. Come on, let's go up and meet this person. Lin Mu said, put his arms around Robin's waist, and then teleported with Robin to the deck of the ghost ship. There are two main reasons why Lin Mu insisted on seeing Brook. First of all, it is troublesome for him to find Moria's hiding place in this sea area, and it may take a lot of time, and Lin Mu doesn't want to waste time on this kind of thing, so he needs to find himself a guide. So Brook, who has been swallowed here for many years, and who often boarded the thriller bark to duel with Ryuma, can obviously take on the responsibility of the guide perfectly. In addition, another point is that Lin Mu is a little curious, that is, whether people who have died can provide him with experience. Of course, this does not mean that Lin Mu wants to slap Bruce to let him experience the feeling of death again. To know if he has experience, he only needs to look at the number above his head. After taking Robin to the first picture together, Lin Mu looked around and quickly locked on a party. Although he can't see it now, he can feel that Bruce is there. Blue, who had been staying on the pirate ship, obviously found Lin Mu and approached slowly. Humph, I didn't expect that after so long, I would still be able to see living humans. Today is really a beautiful day. With the sound of the voice, a tall and thin figure slowly walked out of the dark fog and hooked into Lin Mu and Robin's field of vision. Seeing the movable skeleton in front of him, Lin Mu's face was calm, and Robin didn't react much because he had been reminded by Lin Mu for a long time. However, a hint of joy appeared on Lin Mu's face soon, and he was relieved to see the number above Bruce's head. Since the person who died once can provide experience points, the zombies on the thriller bark should also provide experience points. Lin Mu doesn't care about Moria's experience at all, what he really cares about is Moria's zombie army. Chapter 114. Coming to the magic triangle this time, Lin Mu's purpose is not just Gecko Moria as 7 warlords of the sea. After all, according to Lin Mu's guess, Moria's experience point is probably not as high as that of Clodar, and it is really not worth the trip for him with less than 20,000 experience points. But Moria has a zombie army, which is very familiar to Lin Mu. After all, if these are the army, then the experience is not only 20,000. Just being a demon Oz, I am afraid there will be no shortage of experience. So it can be said that this time, the zombies follow, is the real purpose of Lin Mu. Hey, aren't you scared when you see me like this? Bruce asked Lin Mu and Robin curiously when he saw that the two people in front of him didn't react. Before he caught it, he had already guessed how frightened this human being would be when he saw him, but at this moment his guess obviously did not come true. Facing Brook's doubts, Robin chuckled, although a skeleton that can move freely and talk is indeed rare, it is not that scary. Is that so? Brook looked at Robin with empty eyes, bent his waist slightly, and bowed Robin very gentlemanly. In that case, beautiful lady, can you allow me to watch you Hearing Brook's opening, Lin Mu knew what this guy was going to say, and immediately shot a cobweb to seal Brook's mouth, preventing Brook from spitting out those two words. Robin didn't know the reason, and glanced at Lin Mu curiously, but didn't say much. She would never question Lin Mu's decision, knowing that Lin Mu had a reason to do it. Ugh! Brook pointed at the cobweb that sealed his mouth, and whimpered through Lin Mu. However, Lin Mu has no plans to open the cobwebs for Bruce at all. He thinks that Bruce is cute when he doesn't speak. In order not to waste time, Lin Mu directly stated his intention to Bruce. First of all, I want to tell you that I did not meet you here by chance, but came to find you specifically, because I need you to take me to Thriller Bark, the island full of zombies. Having said this, Lin Mu paused for a while, and then continued, you take me to that island, and I will help you get back the shadow as a reward. What do you think? Brook pointed to his mouth, indicating that he could not answer. Seeing this, Lin Mu could only choose to remove the cobweb that sealed his mouth for Brook, but before removing it, Lin Mu warned Brook very seriously, put away your bad habit, and don't ask questions that shouldn't be asked. Ask, you know what I'm talking about. After seeing Bruce nodding, Lin Mu went around and removed the cobweb. After regaining the ability to speak, Bruce asked in surprise, what are you going to do on that terrifying island? I advise you to avoid it and leave this sea area quickly, otherwise you will also be taken away from the shadows. Lin Mu said helplessly, you don't have to worry about this. Since I dare to come here, I have my own confidence. You only need to take me there, and I will help you take the shadow. This is a very fair deal. Are you really not afraid? Brook asked, after confirming that the two people in front of them really didn't intend to give up. He could only nod his head. Okay, I'll take you there. Our boat is below, let's go to the boat. Lin Mu pointed down and said. When the three of them jumped into Lin Mu's boat together, Blue spoke again, I persuade you one last time, are you really going to deal with that terrible enemy? Don't worry, even Kizaru is no match for Lin, Robin said. After Brook heard this, he looked at Robin with a bewildered expression, who is Kizaru? Seeing this, Lin Mu hurriedly grabbed Robin who wanted to explain to Blue, joking, Brook has been dead for almost 50 years, and he knew that Kizaru was around. And if you want to explain Kizaru to Brook, it will undoubtedly waste a lot of time, Lin Mu is too lazy to do it. So after stopping Robin, Lin Mu said directly to Bruce, show the way. 04 flowers. Seeing that Lin Mu's attitude was so firm, Bruce didn't say any more, and directly stretched out a finger with only a white bone left to point out a direction. After determining the direction, Lin Mu nodded, and then when his mind moved, he immediately started teleporting, and even the boat and the people disappeared. Almost as soon as they disappeared, Lin Mu and the others appeared outside Nanmai. But before Lin Mu started teleporting for the second time, Blue lay on the side of the boat, and then started to vomit with a vomit. Seeing Blue's mouth wide open and retching, Lin Mu's mouth twitched, you don't have anything in your stomach, why are you vomiting? Although my stomach is empty, the feeling of wanting to vomit is really unbearable. What's going on in Gangpeng, it's really terrible, oh. Almost every time Bruce said a word, he retched for a while, and he couldn't stop, which made Lin Mu very helpless, so he could only stop and wait. Although it took a lot of time because Bruce couldn't adapt to teleportation, but also because of the existence of the guide, the path was shortened to the shortest. So after more than an hour, Lin Mu and the others had already reached their destination. Looking at the huge pirate ship that looked like an island in front of him, Robin, who was very knowledgeable, couldn't help but smacked his tongue in surprise. This is where you're coming, said Blue. Lin Mu nodded, his mind moved, and he teleported to the island together with the boat. Thriller Bark as Moria's lair is huge, like a real island. After Lin Mu climbed up and looked around, he immediately made a decision in his heart and said to Bruce, you should know where the zombie occupying your shadow is, lead the way. Do you want to help me capture the shadow first? After Lin Mu used that teleport, Brook was very confident in Lin Mu. So at this moment, when I heard that Lin Mu was going to directly help him capture the shadow, his voice was instantly filled with undisguised excitement. Chapter 115. You take me to the island, and I'll take your shadow for you. This is our deal. Lin Mu said, finish the deal with you first, and then I'll do other things. Thank you so much, please come with me. Bruce shouted happily, thinking that he would soon be able to regain his shadow, leave this sea covered in dense fog and walk in the sunshine again. The feeling made Brook's heart uncontrollably excited. Under the leadership of Brook, Lin Mu and his party soon came to a cemetery group on the west side of Thriller Bark and found the dragon horse walking among them. Ryuma was wearing a torn kimono, and 293 stepped on clogs under his feet. His body was wrapped around layers of steel belts like a mummy, and a long black knife was mixed around his waist. This time, are you bringing a helper to dry, Broly? Looking at Lin Mu and the others lying in front of him, Ryuma said in a hoarse voice, without surprise in his tone. It's just that although he was talking in blue, his eyes were completely fixed on Lin Mu, and he obviously felt the power of Lin Mu. At the same time, Lin Mu was also looking at the dragon horse, or the number on the top of the dragon horse's head. 3 cans of 100 experience points is not bad. Lin Mu murmured in his heart, this number was similar to what he had estimated before, and he was quite satisfied. Lin Mu didn't bother to waste too much time here with Ryuma, he came directly to Ryuma's side in a flash, and then pressed his hand on Ryuma's body. And at this time, Long Ma still didn't react, and still stared blankly at the position where Lin Mu was just now. After all, Lin Mu's speed is really too fast, and it is no longer something that the existence of Longma can resist, it is completely the power of 2 realms. When the palm was pressed on Ryuma's body, a flame spurted out from Lin Mu's palm in an instant, and spread to Ryuma's body in an instant. The raging flames directly engulfed the dragon and horse like a wave, and the light generated by the burning immediately illuminated the dark cemetery group, which also surprised Brook who was standing there. Until the light came on, Brewer realized that Lin Mu was no longer by his side. At this time, the dragon horse, who seemed to him to be extremely powerful and unable to defeat it, died directly under Lin Mu's hands without even uttering a scream. This made Bruce's whole person directly stunned. After Lin Mu showed his ability to teleport, he did have confidence in Lin Mu, believing that Lin Mu could defeat Longma to help him regain his shadow. But Bruven never imagined that the process would go so quickly and smoothly. Even before he could react, Lin Mu had already solved it all. And in his eyes, the incomparably powerful dragon-slaying warrior Ryuma, in front of Lin Mu, didn't even have time to pull out his sword, he was defeated and died, turned into a pile of ashes. This is beyond Broly's cognition. How could there be such a powerful person in this world? About how to deal with zombies, Lin Mu also thought about it on the way before coming, and finally found that fire is the fastest way, so when dealing with Ryuma, Lin Mu directly used the ability of Human Torch from the beginning. The endless flames instantly swallowed the dragon and horse, turning the long-dead corpse into ashes. After Ryuma was burned to ashes, the shadow naturally came directly to Brook. Looking at the shadow under his feet, Brook almost jumped up excitedly, and covered his face with his hands that were only bones. My shadow has finally arrived, and I was so excited that I was about to cry, although I have no eyes. Ignoring Broly's self-entertainment, Lin Mu picked up the famous sword left after Longma's death, glanced at it, and threw it to Broly. Who are you? Brook asked curiously after taking the famous knife thrown by Lin Mu. Famous swords shouldn't be buried. But neither Robin nor I know how to use swords, so I'll keep them with you temporarily. If you meet a powerful swordsman one day, give this sword to him. 0. Lin Mu said to Bruce. After Brew heard Lin Mu's words, although it was slightly different, he still nodded heavily. Don't worry, I will definitely do it. 93. After that, Lin Mu turned with Bruno and let Bruin leave. In the next plan, he didn't want to let Blue get involved, because even if Blue was added, it would be nothing but trouble. As for giving the water to Brook, it was only Lin Mu's temporary intention, and the water was really useless to him. After Bruce left, Lin Mu took Robin and went to the center of the thriller bark. Along the way, many zombies broke out from the ground, but in the end there was only one result, that is, they were torched by Lin Mu and burned to ashes. Although each zombie that breaks ground and catches can only provide Lin Mu with a dozen points of experience, these small experiences gradually add up and become huge. All the way forward, in less than 10 minutes, the number of zombies burned by Lin Mu has already exceeded 100, and these hundreds of zombies also provided Lin Mu with experience of nearly a dilemma. Counting Ryuma, Lin Mu has gained more than 5 pastry experience points since he climbed 5.7 on the thriller bark for a while. Although it doesn't seem like much, you must know that this is just a small head, and the real big head is still behind. Lin Mu walked all the way, the fire was lit, all the zombies that appeared in front of him were lit and turned into torches, illuminating the path he walked and the road he was about to walk on. On the dim thriller bark, the flame was undoubtedly a very conspicuous existence, and naturally quickly attracted the attention of everyone on the island. And this is also the purpose of Lin Mu. It was a waste of time to go to the island carefully to find zombies and then kill them. He walked slowly all the way, just to give the other party time to gather. When all the zombies are assembled, he will be able to catch them all in one go. Chapter 116. Thriller bark is the largest pirate ship in the world, like an island. On this island, there are various areas, and Lin Mu and Robin have been walking towards the center of the castle. Any zombies encountered along the way, Lin Mu will directly throw a flame to destroy them. Over time, torches were left on Lin Mu's path, which naturally attracted the attention of Moria's men. Soon, in order to deal with Lin Mu, an outsider who dared to enter the thriller bark, a large number of zombie troops have been assembled and blocked in the middle of Lin Mu's road leading to the central castle. Some of these zombies are human-shaped, some are animal-shaped, and some are made up of various parts of humans and animals, and they are large or small in different shapes. Looking at the numerous and strangely shaped zombies in front of him, Lin Mu did not have any fear in his heart, but a hint of joy appeared on his face. He roughly counted, these zombies are enough to be as many as 600 or 700. There are only 900 zombies on the entire 10-horror 3-mast sailboat, and more than 100 of them are under the jurisdiction of Perona. In addition, Lin Mu has killed more than 100, so the 600 or 700 zombies here at the moment can be, it is said that it is already all the zombie power that can be mobilized on the thriller bark. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he scanned the floating figures of the zombies in front of him, feeling very satisfied. Ordinary animal zombies and scary zombies have around 20 experience points, and the slightly stronger ones can have 50 experience points. As for the nearly 100 generals zombies, although the experience points are not as exaggerated as Longma, they are not less than 5 white experience points, and the best of them are even close to Longma. Moria really didn't disappoint me. This zombie army alone is enough to provide me with 70,000 to 80,000 experience points. Lin Mu's voice was a little excited. You must know that the more than 40 captains who killed Golden Lion's men on Jinzu Island before had only gained 70,000 or 80,000 experience points. Now, as long as you burn these zombies with a fire, you can get the same effect as before. Naturally, the single experience of these zombies cannot be compared with those of the pirate captains, but the zombie army has an absolute advantage in number, so from the experience, the two are definitely not bad. You back up a little. Lin Mu whispered to Robin next to him, to destroy this large number of zombies, it would definitely take a lot of flames. Let Robin retreat to a safe place first, and then Lin Mu can let go. After hearing Lin Mu's words, Robin ran back without any hesitation, away from Lin Mu and the zombie army that was attacking head-on. After Robin stepped back, a hot flame erupted from Lin Mu's body in an instant, and the flame enveloped Lin Mu's whole body at an extremely fast speed, directly turning Lin Mu into a burning man. As for Kikai in his arms, Lin Mu is not worried, he already burned Kikai once when he got the human torch ability before, and it turns out that Kikai is completely immune to this flame. Although I don't know what the reason is, it is also a good thing, at least it can save Lin Mu a lot of worry. Drink. Lin Mu snorted, and the flames around his body instantly soared, and the burning flames spread to the surrounding area, covering all the space within a radius of 3 meters. In addition to the first time, the hot flames continued to rise, and soon reached the height of 3 or 4 stories. At this moment, Lin Mu was hidden in this giant flame, and his figure was completely obscured by the flame. And this giant flame, in addition to laying down one after another of heat waves continuously impacting the zombie army, the light it released even dispelled the fog that had been shrouded in this sea area, and made the bright yellow fire light all over the entire thriller bark. Seeing the appearance of this amazing flame, the zombies who were rushing towards Lin Mu stopped involuntarily, and their instincts were very resistant to approaching the flame, as if they had encountered a nemesis. As dead zombies, it is very difficult for them to be killed again. Even if their heads are cut off and their hearts are pierced, they will not die. There are only 2 ways to completely eliminate them. The first is to use salt, because they are all given new life by the devil fruit, and the sea salt contains the power of the sea, which can relieve the effect of the devil fruit. The second is to turn their bodies to ashes. And if you want to turn a corpse into ashes, the easiest way is undoubtedly to burn it. At this moment, the huge pillar of flame gushing out from Lin Mu's body made these zombies stop, hesitant to go forward. However, Lin Mu doesn't have time to waste time with this group of zombies here. The zombies were frightened by the flames and dare not go forward, then Lin Mu will take the initiative to attack. As soon as his mind moved, Lin Mu directly activated teleportation. Then I saw that the pillar of fire that illuminated the entire island immediately disappeared, but in an instant, it was in the center of the group of Zone 293 households 100 meters away. The zombie army site is very dense. As soon as Lin Mu appeared in the zombie army with the pillar of fire, more than a dozen zombies were directly infected with the pillar of fire, and then they were engulfed in flames. Before even the screams could be heard, the shadows of these zombies that depended on their actions flew away directly from their bodies, and after the shadows flew away, these zombies became real corpses, which could only be turned into ashes under the burning of flames. And those zombies who were not immediately affected by the flames, when they saw this, they immediately fled with Lin Mu's direction, trying their best to control the flames that made them terrified. But how could Lin Mu let these zombies escape? He spent a lot of time letting these zombies gather. If these zombies scattered and escaped, it would not be easy to get together again. With a cold snort, Lin Mu's body suddenly rose from the fire pillar, soaring to a height of more than 10 meters in the air, and then Lin Mu's hands stretched out and hooked, and then the whole body began to sign in the air. Accompanied by Lin Mu's whistling, the flames erupting from Lin Mu's body also began to whirl together, forming a high-speed rotating flame tornado in an instant. Chapter 117. While Lin Mu's body was spinning at a high speed in the air, a large amount of hot flames were sprayed from his hands. These flames pushed his body and told the horn together, and soon formed a huge flaming dragon. Tornado. With the passage of time, more and more flames were sprayed in Lin Mu's body, and the flame tornado formed by the hot flames also grew at an extremely fast speed and continued to expand. Almost 2 breaths of time, from the original 3 or 4 meters to 10 meters. When the diameter of the flame tornado reaches 10 meters, it will no longer grow, but Lin Mu's body is still constantly spraying hook flames. These flames are compressed inside the tornado, and the temperature and destructive power are all high. Keep improving. When the pressure and temperature inside the flame tornado reached a limit, the constantly whirling flame tornado suddenly cracked open under Lin Mu's control. Then a piece of flames sprayed out from this crack in all directions, surging like a sea wave breaking a dike, sweeping to the surrounding at an extremely fast speed. Those fleeing zombies, once touched by this flame, will get a result, that is, they will be turned into ashes. After a huge wave of flame jet hook, the next huge wave of flame follows. Soon, with the violent spread of flames, all the zombies who had no time to escape were ignited and replaced by ashes. Whether it's animal zombies, scary zombies, or even general zombies, they don't have the slightest resistance to Lin Mu's flames. Because fire is their nemesis. Even dragon horses have no chance or qualifications to struggle in front of this flame, let alone these zombies who are inferior to dragon horses. Ding, kill animal zombies, get 22 experience points. Ding, kill scary zombies, gain 25 experience points. Ding, kill the soldier zombie, get 32 experience points. Hehe, kill the general zombie, get 650 experience points. 99. With the sound of the traditional prompt sound, Lin Mu's experience is also growing, and the speed at which he releases the flame is also getting faster and faster. The flame storm continued to turn, and the huge waves of flames continued to spread around. Soon, half of the thriller bark was enveloped in a firestorm. This flaming storm flickered soaring to the sky, almost breaking through the dense fog that enveloped this sea area, so that even people who were deep outside the dense fog could see the fire in the center. And these zombies had no chance of resisting and escaping at all before such a magnificent and powerful flame storm. In just a few breaths, it all turned into Lin Mu's experience, and no one could escape the overwhelming flames. The 600 to 700 zombies in the entire zombie army provided Lin Mu with 80,000 a little bit more experience, which was more than Lin Mu had estimated before. After confirming that all the zombies had been killed, Lin Mu's figure flashed, and he walked directly from the flame storm. But at this moment, an angry shout came from Lin Mu's ear. "Stop immediately, or I'll shoot her in the head, although I'm a little reluctant." Lin Mu frowned when he heard the sound, looked at the source of the voice, and saw a tall man pointing a gun at Robin's head. This man was wearing a round hat and a high-collared cape. He was obviously human, but had the face of a lion. Robin's eyes were full of strange desires, but the gun in his hand was very firm. Behind Robin's head. Seeing that the flame storm continued to spread, and I'm afraid it would soon cover the entire thriller bark, Absalom shouted angrily at Lin Mu again, "Stop now! Do you want to watch her die here?" Lin Mu frowned when he saw this. He had been cleaning up the zombie army before, but he had forgotten about the zombie commander. Absalom is one of the 3 cotters on the Moria ship, responsible for the army of zombies. He is a human, but he has been transformed by hogbark, with the tough skin of an elephant and the explosive power of a bear and a gorilla, among other things. Those with transparent fruit ability can be invisible. Judging from his story of saving Moria from Doflamingo's hands, even observation Haki couldn't detect her stealth, and it's understandable that Robin was captured by a sneak attack. Lin Mu stared at Absalom, his eyes were full of indifference. He stretched out a palm and waved it back, and the flame storm behind him immediately dissipated and ceased to exist. The entire thriller bark was once again shrouded in dense fog, returning to its gloomy appearance, but the temperature in the air was a bit higher than before. Although the flame storm dissipated, the traces it left were not so easy to dissipate. Seeing that the astonishing flame storm dissipated, Absalom breathed a sigh of relief, and the expression on his face became much more relaxed. Obviously, he liked such a dark environment even more. However, the gun in Absalom's hand still did not leave Robin's head, staring at Lin Mu with a pair of long and narrow eyes, shouting at Lin Mu, "What exactly are you trying to board our pirate ship?" 33. Lin Mu looked at Absalom blankly, and said lightly, "Do you really think you can threaten me with your help?" "What did you say?" "It's a dream. Believe it or not, I'll just shoot this." After hearing Lin Mu's words, Absalom flashed a sneer, to Nazao, and then he didn't believe what Lin Mu said. Then he threatened Lin Mu again, but before he finished speaking, he found that Lin Mu's figure in the distance had disappeared from sight. The moment he found Lin Mu disappeared, Absalom directly pulled the trigger in his hand like a conditioned reflex. Snapped. Gunshots. But there was no bloody smell in the air as expected, which made Absalom very puzzled. He looked closely at this and found that between his gun and Robin's head, he did not know that she had blocked a palm. And the bullet in the gun shot on the palm, but it did not cause any damage at all, not even the skin was broken. Immediately afterwards, a faint voice rang in Absalom's ear. "I said, you can't threaten me." Chapter 118. Seeing the figure standing in front of him, Absalom's expression changed drastically. Because the island was quite dark and the distance was relatively far before, he couldn't recognize Lin Mu's true identity at all. After all, he had only seen a photo of a chapter on the news. But at this moment, when the distance was so close, and Lin Mu teleported with the hook, a terrible name appeared in Abram's mind instantly. Troisen de Lin. The name that makes countless pirates and marines tremble. Possessing formidable to terrifying strength, as well as devil-like cruelty. Such a person is undoubtedly a devil in anyone's heart, and a devil no one wants to face. At the moment of recognizing Lin Mu's identity, Absalom had only one thought in his mind, and that was why the man who had just killed the Golden Lion appeared here. Could it be that his next target is the master? Thinking of this, Absalom doesn't even care about threatening Lin Mu with Robin. An enemy of this level is not something he can threaten at all. There was only one thought left in Absalom's mind at the moment, that is to run away quickly, and then inform the master of the Troisen attack, and then run for their lives together. Although he is very confident in his master's strength, Absalom 297 doesn't think his master will be the opponent of the man in front of him. After all, even the legendary man Golden Lion died at the hands of Lin Mu, which is enough to prove the horror of Lin Mu. This is because Absalom didn't know that Marine Admiral Kizaru, who was beaten by Lin Mu, escaped. If he knew this, Absalom's fear in his heart at this moment would probably be even greater. After making a decision in his heart, Absalom directly stimulated the power of the devil fruit in his body, entered a state of invisibility, and ran away all the way. Lin Mu threw the bullet that was shot in his palm, and didn't care about Absalom's disappearance, but looked at Robin. "Are you alright?" "It's fine." Robin shook his head. Seeing that Robin was not injured, Lin Mu heaved a sigh of relief. "I forgot about this guy, it was my negligence." After expressing his apology to Robin, Lin Mu's voice suddenly became cold. "However, if you dare to put a gun to your head, I will make him pay." After speaking, Lin Mu slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Bath. %*Z%. Although Absalom's stealth ability can evade observation Haki's detection, it also has a fatal weakness, that is, what he hides in stealth is only the figure, and the smell and sound cannot be hidden. The smell of Absalom Lin Mu has already hit his heart, and now he only needs to follow the smell, and he can easily find Absalom, even if it is invisible. This is Lin Mu's powerful perception ability today, completely different from observation Haki, but completely ahead in many ways. After taking a deep breath, Lin Mu opened his eyes, the murderous aura flashed through his pupils, and then the figure disappeared with a scream, and when he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. At the moment when Lin Mu landed on the ground, Lin Mu stepped on the hook on the right side, only to hear a muffled sound of bang. A figure appeared from the air and hooked, and then the huge impact of Lin Mu's foot hit. "Throw the hook under force." "It's Absalom." After rhyming Absalom from stealth with one kick, Lin Mu's figure flashed again and came to the sky above Absalom, and a swipe Tui hit Absalom's waist. After receiving this blow, Absalom's body was smashed directly, and a deep pit was smashed into the ground, and half of his body was also plunged into it, curling up like a lobster. Why can you?" Absalom's face was full of blood, and his eyes were full of surprise and disbelief when he looked at Lin Mu. He didn't know how Lin Mu discovered his location, which had never happened after he got the transparent fruit. Lin Mu knew what Absalom's doubts were, but he didn't plan to explain it. He stretched out his palms, hooked them, and the flames were directly wrapped around them. Immediately after, Lin Mu waved his palm slightly, and the flame went straight to Absalom. Although Absalom is not a zombie, but facing this hot flame, once it is contaminated, it will never be possible to survive. But just when the flame was about to hit Absalom, a black shadow suddenly appeared, wrapping the flame in it and saving Absalom's life. "Troisen, you are going too far." With a shrill voice, a huge man with a height of more than 6 meters gradually appeared. He has a fiery hairstyle, looks like a devil, has 2 horns on his forehead, pointed ears and teeth, and has criss-cross stitches from head to neck that look like wounds. He wears a shirt with a bat-like collar and a gothic style. Art clothing. The visitor is Gecko Moria, one of the current 7 warlords of the sea. That's right, it's not cute at all to burn so many animal zombies. 97. On the upper left side of Moria, a girl holding a princess umbrella stretched out, pointing a finger at Lin Mu and said. The girl wears a crown, has a pink double ponytail, and 2 slender Tui are wrapped in black and white knee socks, looking very cute. Moria, Perona, actually came together. Lin Mu glanced at the two who appeared in front of him. Although they both exuded a strong Gothic style, it was a pity that in terms of their image and temperament, they were abysmal. One looks like a savage princess, but the other looks like a jailer in hell. Lin Mu thought to himself that Moria was definitely more worthy of the title of demon than him in terms of image. Although the two rhymed together and blocked the deadly flames for Absalom, it was impossible for Lin Mu to stop there. Just by holding the gun to Robin's head, Lin Mu would not have let Absalom go. If he hadn't moved quickly to block the bullet, Robin would have died at the moment. The end of Absalom's death was doomed at the moment of the gunshot, and no one can change it. Eyes widened, a red light suddenly shot out from Lin Mu's eyes, and the target was Absalom. Chapter 119. At the moment when Lin Mu's eyes were bright, Moria immediately scolded, "Trwazan, UBD, didn't you hear what I said?" At the same time, Moria waved in honor of Absalom with one hand, and immediately fly-fished a large number of shadow bats under her wide cloak. Dark Shadow Wall. At the moment when the shadow wall was formed, the crimson high-energy ray emitted from Lin Mu's eyes had already arrived and shot onto the pitch-black shadow wall. After the pitch-black shadow wall encountered the red high-energy rays, a sound of zit-zizi immediately lay on it, as if water was drenched on a red-hot soldering iron. With the sound of zizig, a black smoke rose, and the shadow wall was directly melted by the high-energy rays. The high-energy shot contains extremely powerful energy, both in terms of penetration and temperature. But these 2 or 3 seconds have no meaning for Absalom, who is now seriously injured, because he is no longer able to escape. 3 seconds later, the pitch-black shadow wall was pierced by the high-energy rays in Lin Mu's eyes, and then the high-energy rays fell on Absalom's body without hindrance. Red. This was the last color Absalom saw before his death. It is the color of his own blood, and the color of the high-energy rays that took away his life. BD, you actually killed Absalom. Moria held her head with both hands, her face full of disbelief as the stitches went through it. Perona, who was floating in the air, also stuck her small mouth in surprise. Lin Mu's eyes were fixed on Moria. "I want to kill not only Absalom, Moria. Do you still want to do something to me?" Moria's high-pitched voice trembled slightly, and it was impossible to tell whether it was from fear or anger. Since returning from the New World 10 years ago, no one has dared to disturb him. And now, Lin Mu, an uninvited guest, has made Moria feel the pressure. 10 years ago, he would never be afraid to face Lin Mu, because that was his peak. However, in the war with Kaido, all his subordinates died, and even he himself was seriously injured. The stitches all over his body have greatly reduced his strength, and due to his age, his current strength is less than half of what he was at his peak. Is he still Lin Mu's opponent? Although Moria is arrogant, he is not stupid. He clearly knows that his win rate against Lin Mu is very low. Seeing Moria's frozen expression, Lin Mu didn't say anything else and rushed towards Moria. Seeing this, Moria's complexion changed greatly, her hands were raised in a hurry, and swarms of shadow bats flew hooks from under her cloak and bent Lin Mu to pounce. A red light flashed in Lin Mu's eyes, high-energy rays shot out, and all the shadow bats encountered were melted and decomposed into black smoke. But there are too many shadow bats, and the high-energy rays in Lin Mu's eyes have no time to destroy these shadow bats. Soon, these shadow bats surrounded Lin Mu to dry up. Moria saw a hint of joy flashing in her eyes. She immediately stretched out her hand, bent in the direction of Lin Mu and squeezed it hard. As Moria started to master, the large number of shadow bats surrounding Lin Mu suddenly dissolved and formed together, becoming a pitch-black box with Lin Mu's feet in the bowl. Boom! 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 92. The instant the black shadow box was formed, 3 sounds came directly from the inside, and it was obvious that Lin Mu was smashing the shadow box hard. But although the shadow box vibrated, there was no cracking sound at all. Moria was even more happy when she saw this scene. The original fear and anger disappeared, and only infinite excitement remained in her eyes. Immediately afterwards, Moria saw a crimson high-energy ray coming out of the shadow box, and was trying to cut a hook on the shadow box. 0 for flowers. Moria didn't panic when she saw this, but sneered, and then the shadow bat in her body flew into the shadow box continuously, repairing the incision and strengthening the shadow box, so that Lin Mu could not escape from it. Immediately afterwards, Moria suddenly had a huge pair of scissors in her hand, strode to the side of the shadow box, then bent down, and lifted a struggling shadow from the darkness below the shadow box. He, Troyzen, I thought you were so powerful, but I didn't expect it to be like this, he. A frantic laughter came from Moria's mouth, and the flame that had been silent for many years in her eyes rose again. It was the flame of hope, the flame of revenge, and the flame of the New World battle. At that time, Moria was full of ambition, but was defeated by Kaido in that crucial battle. The huge gap in strength made him a disastrous defeat, and there was never any possibility of revenge. Frustrated, Moria hid in the magic triangle with zombies all day long. If there were no accidents, he would spend the rest of his life in such a mess. But now it's unexpected. Shadow. He got the shadow of Troyzen. If it is matched with that body, what kind of terrifying monster will be created? Moria didn't even dare to think about it, because he was afraid he would jump up. At that time, he may not be able to fight Kaido. It is not impossible to be among the 4 emperors, or even become the second One Piece. At this moment, Moria's desire and fighting spirit were once again high. 1. Just because he got the shadow of Lin Mu. Perona, hang on to him for a while, I'm going to do something big. Moria ordered to Perona, who was beside him, and then strode away, leaving wild laughter along the way. He. However, Moria, who was arrogant at the moment, could not see that Lin Mu, who was swallowed in the shadow box, also showed a smile on his face. Yi. Chapter 120. If it wasn't for Lin Mu's willingness, how could Moria capture Lin Mu's shadow? This shadow box is even more impossible to live with Lin Mu. With Lin Mu's current strength, it only takes one punch to smash this shadow box. The reason why Lin Mu didn't break open was to let Moria take away his shadow. This was Lin Mu's plan from the very beginning. Lin Mu guessed that Moria's experience would not be too much before he came, and he also verified his guess after seeing Moria. The number on Moria's head is only 17,000 cakes, which is really pitiful for Lin Mu. You know, Lin Mu now needs 500,000 experience points to level up, and he has to kill 30 Morias to get around. Fortunately, Moria has a zombie army 300, these zombies can provide Lin Mu with tens of thousands of experience points, and Moria can also exceed 100,000 points. But Lin Mu is not satisfied. To paraphrase an old saying, that is, if you have experience, you must reap it, and if you have no experience, you must also reap the experience. And Lin Mu's method of creating experience is to let Moria take away his own shadow, and then install it into the body of the demon Oz to create a monster with amazing strength. How much experience this monster will have, Lin Mu is looking forward to it. After confirming that Moria had left, Lin Mu broke the box and came out, and at first glance saw a white ghost coming towards him. Lin Mu teleported away without saying a word, and then looked at Perona, who was floating in the sky. Little girl, go back to sleep honestly, I don't want to do anything to you. Lin Mu stretched out a hand, pointed to the castle where Perona lived not far away, and said to Perona. Generally speaking, Lin Mu doesn't like to shoot at women, because there is always a feeling of smashing beautiful works of art. Of course, the premise is that this woman is more acquainted and does not provoke Lin Mu. At the moment Perona has not crossed that line. Humph, who are you calling a little girl? It's really not cute, but the master told me to keep you BD here. Perona raised her chin and said to Lin Mu very tsundere. Saying that, 2 white and fat ghosts appeared in Perona's hands again, floating towards Lin Mu. It's just that the speed of the ghost is too slow for Lin Mu, and it is not easy to avoid it. Perona saw 2 passive ghosts being played badly by Lin Mu, she couldn't help but raised her mouth and became a little anxious. In a fit of anger, she released 7 or 8 passive ghosts to join the team besieging Lin Mu. Lin Mu thought that it would take some time for Moria to inject the shadow into Oz, so he just took advantage of this time to clean up Perona first, saving this girl from getting in the way for a while. However, to deal with Perona, it is impossible here. After all, Perona is just a phantom here, and any attack he receives will be ineffective. So if you want to teach Perona a lesson, you must first find the ontology of Perona. After making the decision, Lin Mu directly teleported to Robin in the distance. After taking Robin, the castle where Perona lived was teleported away. When Perona saw Lin Mu heading towards her castle, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and she quickly chased after him. But how could Perona's flying speed be comparable to Lin Mu's? It was impossible to catch up. After a few teleports, Lin Mu quickly came to the gate of the castle where Perona lived, and then strode inside. Perona's subordinates are in charge of 200 animal zombies. Before, more than 100 were lent to Absalom to form a surveillance army to deal with Lin Mu, and now there are more than 40 guarding the castle for her. Lin Mu had entered the castle, and these animal zombies rushed towards Lin Mu. Lin Mu is not very merciful when dealing with zombies, the flames in his hands are churning, but any zombies who dare to stop him will be torched and turned into ashes directly. Lin Mu is looking for Perona's body in the castle, which is not difficult for him. Although he didn't know what Perona's smell was like, there was only one living person in the entire castle, so Lin Mu's nose moved to know where Perona was. Crack. 19. A crisp cracking sound sounded, a door was directly smashed by Lin Mu's kick, and then the things hidden behind the door were exposed to Lin Mu's field of vision. A cute girl lying on a princess bed, and a bear-shaped doll with a height of nearly 2 meters and a hat. This bear doll's mouth was sealed with a white mask, and the whole body was covered with patches, which looked pitiful. The doll was looking at Lin Mu, who broke into the door with a terrified expression at the moment, with a woo-woo-woo in his mouth to say enough, but still blocked in front of Perona's body. A flame rose again in Lin Mu's hands, but just as he was preparing the doll bear to go, Perona's voice suddenly sounded behind him. "No! Don't hurt my Kumasi!" Lin Mu turned back and saw Perona floating not far behind, looking at him nervously with loving brows, a pleading look on her delicate face. After pouting, the flame in Lin Mu's hand dissipated directly, and then Lulu Perona raised a finger. "Remember, you owe me a favor." After finishing speaking, Lin Mu came to Perona's side in a flash, and then slightly dipped his index finger and tapped directly on the head of Perona's body. Lin Mu strikes with 5.7 measures, and knocks Perona unconscious without making sure that Perona will not be injured. Immediately afterwards, the Perona ghost in the air rolled his eyes, and then disappeared into the body. After temporarily resolving Perona, Lin Mu glanced at Kumasi, who was shivering beside him, and then took Robin to teleport away from the castle. Just after walking through Perona's castle, Lin Mu heard a loud roar on the island. He could hear the sound coming from a long distance, but it was still deafening, which startled Robin. But Lin Mu's eyes flashed after hearing this voice. The stronger Oz, the more he looked forward to it. Chapter 121. What kind of monster hooking sound is this? Robin couldn't help sighing with a surprised look on his face. "Oz the devil!" Lin Mu said. Hearing Lin Mu's answer, the lean look on Robin's face became even more intense. "The devil Oz who transported the country? Was he also made into a zombie by Moria?" "Yes, and it was fished with my shadow." Lin Mu nodded and said to Robin. "What, you were also taken away by Moria? Is he so powerful?" After hearing Lin Mu's words, Robin turned pale in shock, looked at Lin Mu's feet, and sure enough he didn't see a shadow. When Lin Mu Moria was fighting, she didn't see it clearly from a distance, so she didn't know about it, but she was shocked to hear it now, because in Robin's opinion Moria should not be Lin Mu's opponent at all. "Don't worry, I deliberately let him take my shadow 10. Lin Mu comforted Robin, and then said, "But the next fight with Oz may be very violent, so you should go to a safe place first. Hide where you are, and I'll pick you up after the battle is over." "Okay." Robin nodded after hearing Lin Mu's words, and then ran away. The zombies on the island have been basically wiped out before, so Lin Mu is not worried about what danger Robin will encounter. As for finding Robin, it is a very simple matter. The smell of Robin and Kikai is the smell he is most familiar with. Seeing Robin's figure disappear, Lin Mu walked in the direction of the roar from before. Every step of the hook is a distance of brown rice. Lin Mu took less than 7 steps to fish before he saw the mountain-like figure in front of him. The devil-like face, the height of more than 100 meters, the majestic body, and now the shadow of Lin Mu is added. At this moment, Oz is much stronger than he was in his lifetime. It can even be said that Oz at this time is the most powerful giant in the world. Moria is not by Oz's side at the moment. Obviously Oz is still in the frenzied stage that has just been resurrected at the moment, and will not obey Moria's orders. But Lin Mu doesn't have the heart to go to Moria's troubles at the moment, because his eyes have been attracted by the huge number above Oz's head. 198,000 pastry experience points. It's another 198,000 difficulty. Lin Mu couldn't help muttering. The last pirate with 198,000 experience points was the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion was also the only existence that Lin Mu had encountered before with an experience value higher than 100,000. Of course, he had encountered another one now. And this one, he made it on purpose. Lin Mu previously estimated that Oz's 100,000 experience was almost the same, but he did not expect that Oz, who had asked his shadow, actually reached a terrifying 198,000 difficult experience. I have to say that this thriller bark is really not for nothing. Moria gave him a great gift. However, Lin Mu's face was also full of caution. After all, this experience value is basically linked to strength. Although the last battle with Golden Lion was finally successful, it was also difficult to rise during the period. The battle between the two even destroyed a fairly large island. Turning the entire Golden Pearl Island into a lion's head is still in the depths of the sea. Now that Oz's experience is comparable to that of the original Golden Lion, his strength is probably not different from the original Golden Lion, and may even be slightly better. Faced with such an opponent, Lin Mu must be cautious. With his fists clenched, a faint green shadow suddenly appeared on Lin Mu's body, showing that he had stimulated the power of the Hulk to the limit. Lin Mu would like to know how much power the master possesses, Oz, who has merged with his shadow. However, maybe it was because Oz was unconscious at the moment, or maybe it was because Lin Mu was so insignificant relative to Oz that Oz didn't even see the ant standing in front of him, and walked directly. He walked over Lin Mu's head. This made Lin Mu, who was ready to go, a little embarrassed. He could only teleport to Oz's shoulder, and then directly jumped and punched Oz's face. Boom! With a muffled sound, Lin Mu's fist sank deeply into Oz's facial muscles, and the huge impact made Oz, who was 100 meters tall, beat him, and almost fell over. Land. However, Oz quickly stabilized his body, shook his head, which was a little hairy, and stood up straight again. Lin Mu was shocked when he saw this, and looked at Oz stunned. The punch he just punched can be said to be a punch that stimulated the power of the Hulk to the limit. Even a mountain had already been shattered by him, but Oz just shook his head and shook his head. He recovered and didn't seem to be hurt at all. At this moment, Oz also turned his head to look at Lin Mu. When he saw something the size of an ant in front of 300, Oz let out an angry roar, and then slapped Lin Mu and slapped it. Seeing this, Lin Mu's eyes narrowed, and he gathered his strength again. This time, his fists rhythmically, and he slammed the huge palm that hit him in the face. Buzz! When Lin Mu's fists collided with Oz's huge palm, Lin Mu only felt a huge force transmitted from his arms to his body, causing his whole body to go numb. Then the whole body couldn't help flying backwards, and instantly crossed the distance of several brown rice, until it crashed into a castle and then stopped. After slapped Lin Mu, Oz let out another roar, before continuing to walk. Long after Oz left, Lin Mu crawled under the ruins of the castle. At this moment, Lin Mu's clothes were tattered and very embarrassed. Ozzy's slap almost swept away all the bones on his body. Even if he had a strong recovery ability, he recovered after a while. Thinking of Ozzy's perverted strength and defense, Lin Mu couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. This time it seems that I have played a big game, and I have created an amazing thing. Think of other ways. Chapter 122. After moving to dry his still numb body, Lin Mu chased after Oz disappeared. If in a normal place, with Oz's size, he can clearly see it even if he is far away. But on this dark island covered by thick fog, the visual distance was greatly reduced. Basically, as long as the distance was more than 300 meters, nothing could be seen. Therefore, Oz's figure had long since disappeared from Lin Mu's sight. After all, with Oz's height of 100 meters, he would be 300 meters away by just taking 2 steps. However, although the dense fog can match the vision, it will not have any effect on the smell, so it is very easy for Lin Mu to find the location of Oz. After teleporting several times, Oz's figure once again appeared in front of Lin Mu's eyes. At this moment, Oz's eyes no longer had the mania before, instead he became unusually calm, and he no longer asked and screamed. Obviously, he had passed the frantic period of Akatsuki's initial resurrection, and became a real one who obeyed Moria. Zombie. He. Troyzen, how about my SWAT zombie number 900? At this moment, a shrill voice suddenly sounded. Moria's stature can be said to be unusually large compared to ordinary people, more than 6 meters tall, but standing on Oz's shoulder at this time, it is only the size of Oz's fingers. Moria's face separated by the stitches is full of smug expressions, as if she is showing her masterpiece in Lin Mu, and she seems to be showing off her power in Lin Mu. After all, this demon Oz is the hope and guarantee for his re-emergence. Lin Mu glanced at Moria, who was standing on Oz's shoulder, with a trace of disdain in his eyes, and then his eyes fell on Oz's body, and he didn't bother to pay attention to Moria at all. Moria was at the moment of pride, but was ignored by Lin Mu. How could she endure it? A trace of anger appeared on his face. Moria f'd, and roared Lin Mu in a high-pitched voice, Troyzen, since you are so arrogant, then I will let you be the touchstone of Oz. To be defeated by your own shadow, abuse, that kind of feeling must be very good, he. After laughing wildly, Moria pointed to Lin Mu Oz and gave an order, Oz, teach this ant a lesson, but you accidentally killed him, he can't die. After speaking, Moria jumped directly into Oz's mouth and hid in Oz's stomach. Obviously, he was also worried that Lin Mu would bypass Oz and attack him suddenly. Once he died, Oz would be useless, so he hid directly in the safest place, which was Oz's belly. Unless Lin Mu beats Oz, there is absolutely no way to hurt his hair. And want to beat Oz, is it possible? You absolutely can't beat Oz. Troyzen. 99. Moria roared loudly in Oz's stomach, and the high-pitched voice became vigorous through Oz's throat, bringing an attractive momentum. However, this impressive aura had no effect on Lin Mu. In Lin Mu's eyes, today's Moria is just a jumping clown. As long as Lin Mu thought about it, he could easily kill Moria in countless ways, but Lin Mu was still reluctant to give up Oz's 198,000 pastry experience. After all, after getting the experience of 198,000 difficult points, plus Moria's experience, he can level up directly. This kind of temptation, Lin Mu will never give up until it is a last resort. Unless he really can't deal with the strongest Oz in history, Lin Mu will solve this problem by directly killing Moria. Roar! Seeing Lin Mu, the ant staring at him motionless, Oz let out an angry roar, and then directly raised a huge foot and stepped on Lin Mu. Perhaps because of the relationship with Lin Mu's shadow, Oz really fought extremely fast, not as clumsy as an ordinary giant. The speed was extremely fast. Almost the moment he lifted his foot, he stepped down with Lin Mu at the same time. Lin Mu only felt a sudden dark on the top of his head, and saw a huge soul stepping on him. He had felt the power of Oz's attack before. Even with his current physical strength, the bones in his body were almost broken, and he was able to stand up again after lying in the rubble for a few minutes. Moreover, it was a slap from Oz, and now it was Oz's power-storing kick. Lin Mu estimated that if he was really stepped on, it would not be the problem of broken bones, but a few broken ones. So naturally he didn't dare to resist hard, and just teleported to avoid it. Although Oz got Lin Mu's shadow much faster than ordinary giants, he was still not at the same level as Lin Mu in terms of agility. After all, it was very difficult for an elephant to step on an ant. Although this is a very flexible elephant, the ant it is facing at the moment is a teleporting ant. There is a perverted ability such as teleportation. As long as Lin Mu is high evades, Oz wants to hit Lin Mu is just a nonsense. After easily dodging Oz's attack, Lin Mu was still thinking about how to deal with Oz. He had tried to attack Oz with his fists before, but his full blow had basically no effect on Oz. Obviously, Oz had no effect. S defense has also been greatly enhanced. Good. Pure physical attacks are useless, so Lin Mu can only think of other ways. After adjusting a suitable position for himself through teleportation, Lin Mu's eyes were full of red light, and then a crimson high-energy ray shot out directly from Lin Mu's eyes, bending the shoot-it. Flavor. The high-energy ray hit Oz's skin, and suddenly made a light sound, as if pressing a red-hot iron on Oz's body. Accompanied by a burst of blue smoke, a smell of burnt flesh also wafted out, filling the surroundings. But, that's all. This makes Lin Mu even bigger, and the high-energy rays have extremely powerful energy, which can melt and decompose almost everything. But facing Oz at the moment, it can only hurt Oz's skin. Chapter 123. Staring at Oz in front of him, Lin Mu's face was a little ugly. Since he obtained the laser ability, his high-energy rays are almost invincible, and there is basically nothing that cannot be melted and decomposed. Anything encountered can be directly vaporized, and even Kizaru, who is a marine admiral, can be injured. But at this moment, he could only burn Oz's skin, and it was only the surface skin, and he couldn't even penetrate the inside. This result made Lin Mu somewhat unacceptable. It is absolutely impossible for Oz to have this level of defensive ability, and there is only one reason why it can do so now, and that is the shadow of Lin Mu. Oz's body fused with Lin Mu's shadow, and the police ability was not obtained, but the defense and power belonging to the Hulk were perfectly inherited, and Oz's body was inherently stronger than ordinary people. Under the strong knot, such a monster was born. The armed attack basically has no effect on it, and even the effect of high-energy rays is pitifully small. Although it was possible to scorch Oz's skin, it was of no use, because Oz was a zombie and had no pain at all. The police said that Oz's skin was scorched, and even if Oz's skin was directly caught, it would not have any effect on Oz. These are troublesome. Do you really have to give up the experience of 193,008 difficult points? Looking at Oz, who was invincible like a demon in front of him, Lin Mu's tone was a little unwilling, but now the two attacking methods he relies on most have no effect on Oz, and it seems that there is only one way left to give up. At this moment, Moria in Oz's belly rhymed again. He he he, he he he. Troyzon, I really want to thank you for bringing me hope. I thought I would spend the rest of my life in this dim place, but you sent me this a great gift. He 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 he, you are my great benefactor, I can't bear to let Oz deal with you again. Oz, the strongest demon in history, no one can defeat him, not even Kaido. With him, I can dominate the sea, he he he, he he he. I will take Oz to leave this sea area. As for you, hide in this dense fog forever, he he he. Moria's voice was full of arrogance and pride. He couldn't wait to leave this sea area covered by thick fog all year round and go to the New World to find Kaido for revenge. This time, he wants to let Kaido experience the feeling of failure, he wants to take away the shadows of all Kaido's subordinates, so that they can only spend the rest of their lives in the shadows. He will also kill Kaido and turn Kaido into a zombie under his control. Whose shadow is better? Let's use the red-haired BD. Moria murmured, imagining herself being hired by New World in her mind. One day, I will become the second One Piece and let the world know my name Gecko Moria. Hearing Moria's voice, Lin Mu shook his head helplessly. He really suspected that Moria was fooled by Kaido and always liked to think about unrealistic things. Kill Kaido? Capture the red-haired shadow? He couldn't do either of the two, not even the strongest Oz in history. No matter how strong Oz is, it can't change the fact that Oz is not a normal life, but a zombie, and a zombie resurrected with the ability of a devil fruit. He seems to be extremely powerful, but in fact he has a fatal weakness. Seawater, salt, or sea stone. You can easily turn this zombie into a corpse again. Lin Mu didn't do this just because he wanted to get Oz's 198,000 difficulty experience, and if he used sea stone to disable Moria's ability, he couldn't get experience. But Moria naively thought that, Lin Mu really had no way to take Zombie Oz, and thought Zombie Oz was invincible. So Lin Mu wondered if Moria was really stupid, or was she just overwhelmed by joy. Ignoring Moria, who was dreaming in Oz's stomach, Lin Mu looked at Oz in front of him and thought to himself that there was only one way left to try. That is the flame. When dealing with those zombies before, Lin Mu was completely burned out. In the face of Oz, he didn't use it because Lin Mu really had no confidence in this flame. After all, his strongest attacking methods were the power of the Hulk and the high energy rays in his eyes. It's a pity that neither of these are of much use to Oz. Now, Lin Mu's remaining means of attack are only flames. Whether his own flames can work on Oz, Lin Mu has no certainty in his heart. In fact, he was just going to try it. If the last attack was useless, then Lin Mu could only choose to give up the 200,000 experience points and throw sea stone into Oz's mouth instead. As he said, two flames instantly rose above Lin Mu's hands, and then his body flashed and teleported to the back of the giant Oz, and then his hands pressed directly on Oz's back. The next second, the thin and rhythmic flames on Lin Mu's hands quickly spread to Oz's back, causing Oz's entire back to start to burn. Roar! Oz suddenly let out a loud roar, and then his hands immediately slapped the flames behind him. Seeing this, Lin Mu immediately teleported away to avoid being hit by Oz's hands. Although the flames behind Oz were slapped out with 3 or 2 slaps, Lin Mu's eyes were not disappointed. Instead, there was a flash of light. Before, whether it was a power attack or a high energy ray, Oz could not let Oz roar in pain, but this flame did it. Against other enemies, fire may not be as good as Lin Mu's other 2 attacks, but against zombies, fire is obviously useful. Fire is the nemesis of zombies. Even Oz is no exception. I knew that I would use flames as soon as I came up, so why waste so long? Lin Mu couldn't help shaking his head and smiled. Although the flames just now did not cause much damage to Oz, it had already allowed Lin Mu to find a way to deal with it. Oz's way. It can be easily beaten out because the temperature is not enough, so what happens if the temperature is increased infinitely? Chapter 124. The Human Torch can control the flame, and it can also raise the temperature of the flame, which can reach a maximum of 1 million degrees Fahrenheit and nearly 550,000 degrees Celsius. You must know that the temperature of ordinary magma is also several degrees Celsius, and the temperature of the surface of the Sun is only 6 degrees of roughness. The high temperature of 550,000 degrees Celsius can even melt the planet. If Lin Mu can reach that temperature, he can easily destroy the entire pirate world. Of course, with Lin Mu's current ability, it is basically impossible to reach such a terrible temperature. However, Lin Mu is also curious about where his current limit is, and how high a temperature can he reach. Go to Robin, and then leave the thriller bark together. Lin Mu said, Chi-Chi in his arms. But Chi-Chi ignored Lin Mu at all, and obviously didn't plan to stick his head out, because he hated this spooky place so much that he didn't even want to look at it. Seeing Kikai like this, a look of helplessness flashed on Lin Mu's face. Although Kikai didn't seem to be afraid of his own flame, it was just an ordinary flame. This time Lin Mu wants to stimulate his own extreme temperature. It's hard to say whether he can bear it or not, so he must let Kikai leave. Moreover, Robin is still hiding somewhere in this thriller bark at the moment. For the sake of safety, Kikai and Robin must be temporarily left together. Only in this way can the safety of Kikai and Robin be guaranteed. Hey, he was always in his arms and didn't show his head. Lin Mu had no choice but to reach out and grab Kikai, but Kikai grabbed Lin Mu's collar tightly with his 2 small claws and didn't let go. The 2 short Tui are also kicking and struggling. If you're really afraid to open your eyes, just close your eyes. Anyway, you don't rely on your eyesight to find Robin. Lin Mu gave Kikai an idea. He remembered very clearly that when Robin was arrested, he relied on different ways to track Robin's location. In terms of smell alone, he was much stronger than Lin Mu. Hearing Lin Mu's words, Kikai's struggling movements suddenly stopped, and she closed her small eyes and let out a squeak, as if asking if this is okay? Of course, you should be able to smell Robin's scent, and you should be able to find Robin. 97 Lin Mu patted Kikai's little head and comforted him. After Kikai stopped, he swallowed dryly, patted his mouth with his small paw, and then went straight out of the trial. Boom! A few seconds after Kikai Shinayun left, he slammed his head into Oz's foot, bounced back and turned a big somersault. Lin Mu felt a pain in his head when he saw it. Kikai held his head and opened his eyes, and then saw Oz's ghost-like face, and immediately jumped 3 feet in fright, and was about to run towards Lin Mu. But as soon as he ran Meng Kikai, he saw Lin Mu pointing his hands behind him and the unmistakable expression on his face. He could only glance at Yi Lin with tears in his eyes, then turned around and ran around Ozzy and Robin's side again. No matter how you look at the small face is a life-giving expression. Seeing Kikai disappear into the field of vision instantly as a white shadow, Lin Mu couldn't help but wonder, this little guy's speed was getting faster and faster. When I first met, Chi was chased by a wild boar and rammed Lin Mu head-on. When he was at the G15 branch base, Kikai showed his ability for the first time, and even 100 or 10 marine captains could not catch him. His speed was extremely fast and flexible. But now, Kikai's speed is much faster than when he was in the G12 branch base, and he is not afraid of flames, and has a heaven-defying sense of smell. No matter how you look at it, Hei's origins are not simple. If you think about it carefully, the only disadvantage may be that he does not have any attack ability. By the way, there is also gluttony, cowardice, and lethargy. But Lin Mu feels that these should be individual flaws, not racial flaws. After Kikai's departure, Lin Mu can rest assured. Soon, Lin Mu's entire body began to turn red, like a burnt red iron man. The whole body was glowing red, and there was a faintly high temperature. But Lin Mu didn't have the slightest flame on his body, as if all the flames were accumulating and burning in his body at the moment. 04 Flowers. Lin Mu's method to increase the flame temperature is to keep the flame in his body and continuously provide more pressure to achieve a higher temperature. The temperature at the core of the Sun can reach 5 million degrees Celsius, not only because of the high energy output from the core, but also because the pressure at the core of the Sun has reached the level of 30,000 atmospheres. High pressure and high temperature have always complemented each other. In other words, the extreme temperature that Lin Mu can reach now depends on how much pressure his body can withstand. 3 Difficulty. 4 Difficulty. 5 Difficulty. As time passed by second, the temperature in Lin Mu's body increased from roughness to roughness. 00. Moria's in Oz was still chattering about his own sweet dreams, and he didn't notice the change in Lin Mu at all. Although Oz saw Lin Mu's changes, at the moment he is just a machine under Moria's orders, and he won't do anything without Moria's orders. And this also gave Lin Mu enough time. When the body temperature reached 6 degrees of roughness, Lin Mu's body had turned from red to bright yellow, like a small sun. However, this little sun did not release such a dazzling light. All the energy was not released by Lin Mu's feet in the body, and it was still continuously compressed. 8 Difficulty. 9 Difficulty. 10,000 degrees. When Lin Mu's body temperature reached 10,000 degrees, Lin Mu's facial features were already unrecognizable, and the color of the entire body had changed from yellow to green, between yellow and green. Limit. Lin Mu felt his limit, and he knew that his body had reached the limit, and he could no longer compress the flames in his body. At this moment, his body is filled with flames with a temperature of 10,000 degrees. This temperature can instantly melt or even vaporize any metal. The entire pirate world has never seen such a temperature of flames. And Oz will also be the first to experience the 10,000 degree flame. Righteousness. Chapter 125. No hesitation time. In this state, even Lin Mu himself can't keep it for long. After accumulating the 10,000 degree high temperature in the body, Lin Mu directly teleported to Oz's side. At this moment, Moria's dream has finally come to an end. After defeating the 4 emperors, I can go find Raftel and become the second One Piece. Roger is too stupid to understand the advantages of being the Pirate King. After I become the Pirate King, I will build an incomparably huge enemy country on the Grand Line, and all the pirates will be my citizens and they will be my king. And the world government will have to give up its control of the sea as a last resort, marine will not accept its existence, and I will be the only king of the sea 300. He 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 he. Standing in front of Oz, Lin Mu just said a word indifferently, Moria, it's dawn, it's time to wake up. What? Lin Mu's sudden voice made Moria stunned for a moment. After realizing that Lin Mu was mocking herself, Moria was furious. But just when Moria was about to scold Lin Mu, she found that a dazzling light suddenly appeared in front of her dark eyes. This made Moria wonder if she was really dreaming now? And, is it dawn? Beside Oz, Lin Mu finally stopped suppressing the bursting flames in his body, but released all of them, and the target was Oz. I saw high-temperature flames of yellow-green spewing out from Lin Mu's limbs and body. As soon as these flames appeared, even the dim mist that enveloped the entire sea area disappeared, as if it was boiled by high-temperature burning. After pushing back the fog, the yellow-green flames that spewed from Lin Mu's body went straight to Oz, and stuck to Oz's body almost instantly. As soon as the green flame touched Oz's body, it began to spread rapidly on Oz's body, and in an instant the green flame wrapped Oz's entire body in it. Roar! A heart-piercing roar came out of Oz's mouth. It stands to reason that zombies are completely unintuitive and do not feel pain at all, but in the face of the flames that hit the nemesis, the fear of returning to dust made Oz tremble with fear. Until then, Moria, who was hiding in Oz's stomach, also discovered that something was wrong. The increasing temperature around him made him feel like he was in a steamer. If he didn't leave Oz's stomach, he would be killed. Steamed alive. However, now Moria wants to run, but it's too late. Oz's whole body has become a fireman, with yellow-green flames burning all over his body. Moria has nowhere to escape. Contaminated with that yellow-green flame, he will die faster. The yellow-green flame engulfed Oz's body, burning Oz's body into ashes and falling to the ground continuously. In just one breath, Oz's 100-meter-high body was only less than 50 meters away, and the rest of it had already been burned to the ground, turning into thick ashes on the dark ground. After the second breath, Oz's body disintegrated directly, turned into several pieces and fell to the ground, and the yellow-green flames also burned to Moonlight Mariah's body. Hashtag. Moria only had time to say a word, and was instantly engulfed by the yellow-green flames, and then turned into ashes. So far, Moria and Oz, the master and servant, all died under this yellow-green flame. At this time, it was only 2 breaths before Lin Mu released the flames. Watching Moria turn into ashes at the moment, Lin Mu felt a little pity. In fact, rather than killing Moria, Lin Mu wanted to capture Moria as an experience maker with him. In that case, every time he kills a strong man in the future, he will let Moria inject his own shadow into the corpse, and he can kill again, and he may have more experience. At that time, one person can provide himself with the experience of close to 3 people, and it is exciting to think about it. It's a pity that Moria was burned to death together with Oz, which made Lin Mu's plan only announcing an abortion. 0. Thinking of this, Lin Mu shook his head and sighed, secretly saying what a pity. Ding, kill the devil Oz, and gain experience with 198,000 difficult points. Ding, kill Gecko Moria and gain experience 10,000 difficult points. 9. Ding, Zhang Ji's experience has exceeded 500,000 points, which meets the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Just when Lin Mu sighed, 3 consecutive traditional reminders sounded, which made Lin Mu's mood instantly improve a lot. But when Lin Mu was about to choose to upgrade, his expression suddenly changed, because the green flames not only did not dissipate after burning Oz and Moria, but became more and more violent, and had already begun to burn on the ground. And it spreads slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it has spread to a range of 100 meters. And the land contaminated by the yellow-green flames instantly began to melt and flow like magma, spreading to farther places. Lin Mu tried it and found that the green flame was out of his control and could not be extinguished at all. And looking at its posture, I am afraid that the entire thriller bark will be burned to the ground. Anyway, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. When he was about to leave to find Kikai and Robin, Lin Mu suddenly thought of something. After thinking for a while, Lin Mu sighed faintly, then with a flash, he walked towards the castle in the center of Thriller Bark 5.7. After a few teleports, Lin Mu came to Perona's window. At this moment, Perona was still in a coma, while Kumasi lost his shadow because of Moria's death and changed back to the shape of a puppet bear. Also shrunk a lot. Holding Perona on his shoulders, then grabbing the puppet bear on the ground with one hand, Lin Mu teleported away directly, and chased after the scent of Kikai and Robin. The chase came to the edge of the Thriller Bark, and then Lin Mu saw the boat moored 100 meters away, with Robin and Kikai on it. Seeing a few people doing nothing, Lin Mu breathed a sigh of relief, and finally looked back at the Thriller Bark covered in yellow-green flames. Lin Mu's figure immediately disappeared. Chapter 126. After arriving on the boat, Lin Mu threw Perona and Muppet Bear behind the boat, and turned to look at Robin and Kikai. Robin looked at Lin Mu with concern, but Kikai turned his head aside and didn't look at Lin Mu at all, obviously still brooding about the fact that Lin Mu forced him to leave just now. Lin Mu smiled and didn't care about Kikai's petty temper, but moved the brown rice distance together with the boat. In the thick fog, it was basically impossible to see anything beyond 200 or 300 meters. Lin Mu and the others were now more than brown rice distance from the Thriller Bark, so naturally it was impossible to see the three-masted sailboat. However, the light from that yellow-green flame was able to pierce through the thick brown rice mist and enter Lin Mu Robin's eyes. Looking at the yellow-green flames that spread wider and wider in the distance, and the burning momentum became stronger and stronger, Lin Mu couldn't help but worry a little. Wouldn't it just keep burning like this? But soon, Lin Mu knew that his worries were unnecessary. Because the Thriller Bark looks the same size as the island, but it is a boat floating on the sea after all, and the island has an essential district police. So soon, the Thriller Bark was burned out by the yellow-green flames and sank directly to the bottom of the sea. And even the yellow-green flames sank to the bottom of the sea, but the high temperature almost made the nearby sea water boil, and a large area of water vapor rose, and the entire sea area turned into a sauna in an instant. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Lin Mu didn't stop here any longer when he saw this. He teleported away with the boat, and rushed out of the sea covered by dense fog. After the impulse, Lin Mu looked back and saw that a thick cloud of rain had accumulated on the sea area shrouded in dense fog. It is estimated that the momentum will not stop within a few days. After walking out of the fog-shrouded sea area, the long-lost sunlight poured in again, and both Lin Mu and Robin were in a much better mood. Even Kikai breathed a sigh of relief in Robin's arms. Compared with the dark and terrifying environment, Kikai obviously prefers bright sunshine and sunshine. What should she do? Take it with her. After stretching, Lin Mu pointed to Perona, who was casually used by Lin Mu on the deck, and asked with a smile. Facing Robin's question, Lin Mu shrugged, I don't know, I'm thinking about this too, I'll talk about it when she wakes up. After getting Lin Mu's answer, Robin no longer bothered about this matter, but said, I'm going to prepare some food. Because there are only 2 people and 1 beast on the boat, and one of them and 1 beast can only eat, so Robin can only try to learn to cook some dishes. Lin Mu agrees with both hands, and is happy to see Robin develop in the direction of a virtuous and beautiful wife. After a while, Robin prepared a table of delicious food, and then a few people gathered around the table and began to feast. After a battle just now, Lin Mu's appetite is very good at the moment, but he is definitely the same type of foodie as Bonnie, who can eat at any time. Seeing 1 person and 1 beast eating with gusto, Robin's mouth also showed a happy smile. The word amazing has disappeared in her life since she was 8 years old. Fortunately, now, she has regained the feeling of family again. Just as Robin and Kikai are Lin Mu's only relatives in this world, Kikai and Lin Mu are also Robin's only relatives in this world, and for Kikai, the situation is similar. The 3 lonely lives gathered together by chance and began to depend on each other, becoming each other's amazing, surprised and cherished. At the end of the meal, Perona, who was casually used by Lin Mu on the deck, uttered a call, then slowly opened his eyes and woke up. The bright sunlight obviously made Perona, who had lived in the dark for a long time, very uncomfortable. She quickly blocked the sunlight in front of her with her hands, and then adapted to it after a long time. After putting down her palm, Perona saw Lin Mu and Robin in front of her. First stunned, then Perona turned to look around. After realizing that she was in a rather unfamiliar environment, Perona's complexion changed greatly, her small face was full of nervousness and she stared at Lin Mu and Robin. How could I? Here? My God, have I become your captive? Master, come and save me. 99. Perona screamed as she spoke. Lin Mu appeared beside Perona in a flash, and then a brain crash knocked on it, knocking Perona's scream back into her stomach. Wow, it hurts, UBD, you actually abuse the captive and won't let you go. Negativity, alas, my ability, how? Perona was about to rhyme the ghost of negativity to deal with the BD in front of her, but suddenly, he found that his ability seemed to have disappeared, and he couldn't use it at all, and looked at Lin Mu 300 with a confused expression. Lin Mu pointed to Perona's shoulder. Perona looked over her shoulder and found a sea stone wrapped in a spider web on her shoulder, with a disgusted expression on her face. It's disgusting. 99. Saying that, Perona was about to pluck it with her hands, but the cobweb was so strong that it stuck to her shoulders and could not be taken off at all. After struggling a few times, Perona could only choose to give up, and looked at Lin Mu with dissatisfaction. What do you want? My master will surely come to rescue me. Lin Mu scratched his hair. Your master has been burned to death. How is this possible? Masters so powerful will never be burned to death by a fire. Perona shook her head in disbelief. You want to lie to me? 9. It's true, that fire was not an ordinary fire. Even the thriller bark was burned together. If I hadn't rescued you before I left, you would have been burned to death together, Lin Mu explained. A trace of fear flashed on Perona's face when she heard this. She glanced at Lin Mu gratefully, and then asked, who set such a powerful fire? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Lin Mu's face when he heard this. I put it. Chapter 127. So it was UBD who set the fire. So many cute zombie minions of mine. Perona felt sad at the thought of this. She clearly remembered that Lin Mu turned all his zombie subordinates into torches, so she didn't like this guy who likes to set fire at the moment. After holding her legs and mourning for her zombie subordinates who had turned to ashes for a while, Perona suddenly seemed to remember something, looked up at Lin Mu and asked, is the master really burned to death by you? Well, I was really burned to death. After getting Lin Mu's affirmative answer, Perona's expression was stunned, and then her eyes filled with tears, and she cried out with a wow, woo, Kumasi, the master is dead. What about my Kumasi? Looking at the very sad Perona crying in front of him, Lin Mu's mouth twitched. He thought it was because of Moria, but he didn't expect it was because of his puppet bear. What, your Kumasi is there? Lin Mu said, pointing behind Perona. Seeing this, Perona turned her head and saw the shriveled puppet bear, and immediately rushed over to pick it up and hug it into her arms. Seeing Kumasi turned into an immobile puppet bear, Perona cried even more sadly, and at the same time did not forget to point at Lin Mu and complain, it's all your fault, UBD, why burn the master? If you don't burn the master, my Kumasi will not be like this, woohoo. Seeing the tearful mother-in-law's crying Perona, Lin Mu felt very overwhelmed. If Perona stood up and started scolding or beating very hard now, then Lin Mu could slap him without any psychological pressure and let Perona lift it for a few more hours. However, the appearance of Perona's injured little girl now makes Lin Mu a little helpless. This feeling is like accidentally breaking a child's cherished toy, so Lin Mu doesn't know how to deal with it. Lin Mu was suffering from a headache and rolled his eyes, but suddenly saw Kikai eating with relish while holding a piece of cake on the dining table, then he got up and grabbed Kikai by the neck. Chi-Chi looked at Lin Mu with great vigilance, her two little paws tightly holding the pastry in her arms. Her expression seemed to say, I know I eat a lot, but you dream of taking the pastry from me. Without paying attention to Kikai's careful thoughts, Lin Mu directly held Kikai in front of Perona's eyes and said, there is no way for Kumasi to be finished, so let me give you this little guy as compensation. Hey, when I heard Lin Mu's words, I directly took a bite on Lin Mu's finger. You really think I ate too much and wanted to give me to a whale, right? This mouse is so ugly, it's not cute at all, it can't be with my Kumasabai. Perona squinted at Kikai and said with a pout. When Kikai heard this, he was immediately stunned, and the cakes that he was holding tightly in his arms fell off, and then the next second Kikai tried to pounce on Perona, as if he wanted to fight Perona. If it wasn't for Lin Mu holding Kikai tightly, I'm afraid a human-fox war would have already started on the boat. Hey Although he was stopped by Lin Mu, Kikai kept yelling at Perona, as if to say, who is always a mouse, you are all a mouse, how cute can't you compare to that stupid bear? After showing his teeth and claws at Perona for a while, Zhizi turned his head and glared at Lin Mu, obviously very dissatisfied with Lin Mu's behavior of preventing him from taking revenge on Perona. However, Zhizi's dissatisfaction disappeared after Lin Mu gave him a brand new cake, and he ate the cake happily, apparently forgetting what had just happened. In this world, what could be more important than a piece of pastry? If anything, it's definitely two pastries. After such a disturbance by Kikai, Perona also forgot about the crying, which made Lin Mu have to sigh, this is really a pair of living treasures. Let's talk about the truth. Lin Mu squatted beside Perona and said to Perona, I didn't burn Kumasi before, you owe me a favor, and now Kumasi has no life to offset it, but you saved another one, so you still owe me a favor. Humph, no more. Perona pouted, her face full of willfulness. Lin Mu's mouth twitched, and when he looked up, he saw that there was a lonely island not far ahead, so he pointed and said, I put you there, and we will police it. Perona glanced at the lonely island, a small face wrinkled directly, and said with a long tail, no one by one dash. We'll definitely starve to death on an uninhabited island. Then go to the next island with people and put you down. Lin Mu said. Well, but I have nowhere to go, Thriller Bark has been burned down by you, my castle, my zombie subordinates. Speaking of this, Perona's eyes were filled with mist again, as if the injured little girl is usually pregnant. Seeing this, Lin Mu can only wave his hands helplessly, then you can do whatever you want, and leave by yourself when you want to leave. Anyway, Perona is limited by Seastone, not only the ability is useless but also powerless, good, Lin Mu is not worried that Perona will do something on the ship. After speaking, Lin Mu ignored Perona and looked at the lonely island in front of him. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Mu gave Robin a wink, indicating that he was going to that lonely island alone. Robin had already had a good relationship with Lin Mu, so he naturally knew what Lin Mu meant, so he nodded and signaled Lin Mu to be at ease. After explaining to Robin, Lin Mu's figure instantly disappeared and appeared in mid-air, and then a violent flame erupted from his body. These flames erupted backwards, directly propelling Lin Mu towards the isolated island ahead at an extremely fast speed. After killing Oars and Moria and Lin Mu's experience has reached the level of need, now, it's time to find a place to level up the treasure chest. Chapter 128. This is a bare island, with exposed dark brown reefs everywhere, about 100 meters in radius, you can see everything at a glance, and there is no sign of life. Except, of course, a few seabirds resting on it. After confirming the safety of the surrounding environment, Lin Mu dug a shallow pit directly on the reef on the ground, and then sat directly in. After adjusting to a relatively comfortable sitting position, Lin Mu then issued an upgrade instruction to Fantung. After the order was given, Lin Mu felt a strange force suddenly enter his body from all directions after just one breath. From the outside, his body does not seem to have changed, but it has been greatly enhanced at the internal level of genes. With the entry of this strange power, the various powers contained in his body have been enhanced accordingly, whether it is strength, speed, or teleportation, it is stronger than before. Before he could understand how much this ability has been strengthened in this upgrade, a complicated voice came from Lin Mu's ear. After completing the upgrade, you will get one of 303 treasure boxes. Please choose a prop treasure box or a gene treasure box. Faced with such a choice, Lin Mu naturally chose the genetic box without hesitation, unless he had already obtained all the powerful mutant abilities, and then he would choose the item treasure box. And now it is obviously still very far away from that goal, and there are still many powerful abilities that have not been obtained. I choose the genetic treasure chest. Lin Mu said his choice directly. The moment Lin Mu's voice fell, the shadow of a treasure chest gradually emerged in the void in front of him. This treasure chest phantom gradually solidified at an extremely fast speed after it appeared, and in the end, even the texture on it could be clearly seen. After the phantom of the treasure chest was completely solidified, it slowly opened, and then a white light flew into it. The white light flying hook treasure chest did not stay in the air for a long time, but directly escaped into Lin Mu's body. Lin Mu, who has experienced it many times, has long been accustomed to this, and when the treasure chest was opened, he, already lay down in a comfortable position. After the white light penetrated into Lin Mu's body, the expected pain hit like a tide, and instantly spread to Lin Mu's entire body. Compared with the situation where he was tortured to death by this kind of pain at first, and even wanted to kill him, Lin Mu is now much calmer in the face of this kind of pain. Although the degree of the pain did not diminish in the slightest, and his body was constantly twitching and sweating, but at least from the heart and spirit, the pain could no longer torture Lin Mu. Half a minute is not a long time, and it will pass immediately. When the intense pain subsided as quickly as usual, a message also appeared in Lin Mu's mind, letting him know what kind of power he had gained this time. Lin Mu's body is still unable to move freely at the moment, and each time he acquires a new gene, he will be unable to move for a period of several minutes, which is why Lin Mu wants to find a safe place to open the treasure chest. However, although the body cannot move, the mind will not be affected in any way, so Lin Mu also slowly read out the new ability he had just acquired. It's Darwin's ability. There was a little surprise in Lin Mu's tone. Darwin was a mutant who played a small role in the entire Marvel world, and his ability was to make adaptive upgrades according to the bad situation he was in. In short, it can adapt to any environment. But Darwin's ability has a shortcoming, that is, his adaptability is passive, not active. For example, when he enters the water, he will evolve gills and fins to adapt to the environment in the water. For example, if he cuts him with a knife, his body will become stronger than steel. But if he wasn't in the water, he couldn't get himself abalone gills and flippers, and his body wouldn't be tougher than steel without someone cutting him. His abilities are not under his control and will only change due to changes in the surrounding environment. In the Marvel world, Darwin was stuffed into his body with huge energy, which made his body unbearable, and eventually became a pure energy body, existing in the form of pure energy. But the problem is that if there is no external force to help him, he will never reach his normal human state, because his ability is passive and cannot be actively controlled. It can be said that Darwin has an immortal body in the philosophical sense, because no matter how the environment changes, he can always exist in another form, which may not be the way humans, or even living things, should be. In that state, he may not be able to communicate and interact with anyone, so it can only be said to be immortal in the philosophical sense. This is arguably the only weakness of Darwin's abilities. However, this weakness does not lie in Lin Mu's body at all. Because Lin Mu still has Wolverine genes. The ability of Wolverine also takes effect passively. As long as the body is damaged, it will return to the original set form. This recovery is also uncontrolled, and it is impossible to stop this recovery ability by will. From this point of view, the rhyme point of Wolverine's ability and Darwin's ability is similar. It's just that the two abilities have gone in two completely different directions, one tends to change constantly, and the other tends to return to the original form. Therefore, with the ability of Wolverine, Lin Mu will never have to worry about the problem that he will not be able to return after the environment is upgraded. The only flaw in Darwin's abilities is thus negated. That is to say, under the relationship between the two, Lin Mu's survivability has surpassed any of Wolverine and Darwin, reaching a new level that no one has ever reached. That's the real immortality. This is the terrible thing about Rongjian. The ability that was originally not eye-catching due to various defects will be repaired after Rongqing, and finally become the ability of heaven-defying. This time, I made a lot of money. Chapter 129. After a few minutes, Lin Mu's body finally regained the ability to move. After getting up from the ground, Lin Mu began to test the various abilities of his current body. After all, various abilities have been enhanced, and being familiar with the limits of his abilities, he will be able to be more handy in battle. The first is strength, but after a random punch cracked the 100-meter wide reef, Lin Mu wisely chose to give up. Followed by speed. After testing, Lin Mu found that his current speed can reach 600 meters per second, which has exceeded 1.5 times the speed of sound. As for the farthest teleport distance, it has been doubled, reaching the distance of 2 brown rice, which can be said to be a huge enhancement. After testing the old ability, Lin Mu couldn't help but start to test his new Darwin ability. After a teleportation, Lin Mu's figure instantly disappeared above the reef and came to the bottom of the sea, which was 1 brown meter deep. After entering the bottom of the sea, Lin Mu only felt a shock in his neck, and then a few cracks opened in the originally smooth skin, directly rhythmic fish gills. And between his fingers there are also options for swimming. Lin Mu doesn't have to think about it and knows that his feet must be the same. It can be said that except for his skin color, which is still the same as before, the rest is almost indistinguishable from the mermaid. The feeling of breathing in the water is very strange. Lin Mu experienced underwater for a while, and then chose to return to the boat. After returning to the ship, Lin Mu found that only Robin was left on the deck, and the police said that Perona was gone, and even Kikai was nowhere to be seen, so he could not help but curiously asked, "What about Perona?" Hearing Lin Mu asking about this, Robin's face flashed a hint of helplessness, pointed to the interior of the cabin, and said, "We quarreled with the baby, and we fell asleep together." Lin Mu raised his eyebrows when he heard it, walked into the cabin very curiously, and saw Perona lying on the chuang and sleeping soundly. And Kikai is on top of Perona's head, holding a ponytail tightly in all 4 limbs to enter the sweet dream. Although it seems that this person and beast are peaceful, but Lin Mu has a hunch in his heart that the next day on his ship will not be peaceful. And later facts proved that Lin Mu's hunch was indeed not wrong. Kikai and Perona seem to be ignorant. As long as they are awake at the same time, they will keep arguing with each other. Dead mouse, it's so uncut. Hey hey hey. Humph, I'm not wrong. 93. Hey, hey, hey. How can a fox be so small? It must be a mouse. Hey hey hey. Aloro, don't argue anymore. Hey. Ah. BD mouse, don't bite me. Hey. Such conversations, except for the time when the 2 guys ate and slept, sounded on Lin Mu's boat almost all the time. The only thing worth waking up is that among these 2 guys, one is eating most of the day and the other is sleeping most of the day. This is also the fundamental reason why Lin Mu and Robin are not driven crazy. And just when Lin Mu felt a headache for Chi and Perona, in the naval headquarters not far away, the Warring States period was about to hit the wall with his head. Not long ago, the Warring States had just ordered his subordinates to issue the Shichibukai summoning order, calling all the present Shichibukai to the naval headquarters meeting. Usually, no more than 4 Shichibukai will come to this kind of meeting, but the news must be reported, so the Sengoku branch police sent 7 teams to inform Shichibukai. But just now, the team that went to inform Moonlight Moria sent back news that it was Moria, and even Moria's thriller bark disappeared without a trace. They searched the entire magic triangle, and finally found the Doctor of Hogba, one of Moria's 3 giants, and then got the news of Moria from Hogba. That is, Moria and Thriller Bark have been burned to ashes by a fire and sank to the bottom of the sea, and the person who set the fire is the recently famous Troizen D. Lin who just killed the Golden Lion. 0 Seeking Flowers. Hearing this name again, Sengoku even wanted to kill the phone in front of him. Because he really doesn't want to hear a word of this name, especially in the current environment. What on earth are you trying to do? How much trouble do you want to create for me? Troizen. If it were normal, he would probably have taken the 3 admirals on an expedition to encircle and suppress Lin Mu at this moment. But now that the enemy is in front of him, Marine and the Whitebeard pirate fleet are about to go to war. If he is dispatched safely at this time, I am afraid that Whitebeard will directly lead the team to attack. 0. When caught off guard, Marine is bound to lose, and he can't afford that. So at this moment, he is completely powerless to deal with Lin Mu. The police said that he led 3 admirals to encircle and suppress Lin Mu, and now he dares not send even a single admiral. After all, Kizaru has bluntly stated that he is not Lin Mu's opponent. If that admiral was injured in such a critical moment, it would be a real blow to Marine. After pondering for a long time, Warring States could only sigh, then picked up the handset on the phone bug, and pulled out the 5 old men who held the highest power in the world. Sengoku will have all the information about Lin Mu in great detail, and the situation Marine is facing now informs the 5 elders, waiting for the 5 elders to make a decision. At this level of decision-making, he is no longer a Marine Fleet Admiral who can do fishing, and he must listen to the opinions of the top. After the report of the Warring States period, the next thing was a long wait. The Warring States period could even vaguely hear the disagreement among the 5 elders, and there was a quarrel, but the details were not clear. After half of it disappeared, the quarrel faded away, and it was clear that the 5 elders had finally united. Immediately afterwards, the final result came out from among the phone bugs. The result was only 2 words, but it made Warring States' eyes widen. Welcome. Righteousness. Chapter 130. Zhaoan. After hearing the voice from among the phone bugs, Warring States was stunned for a moment, and then his tone couldn't help but rise 3 tones. The expression on his face at this moment is also full of disbelief. I don't know why the 5 elders would make such a decision. Is there a problem? The hoarse voice that came from the phone worm had an unquestionable majesty. If an ordinary person had a problem at the moment, he wouldn't dare to say anything, but the Warring States period is obviously no longer in this category. As Marine veteran, former Marine Admiral, and now Marine Fleet Admiral, he has enough qualifications to raise his own doubts in front of the 5 elders. There are countless Marines who have died under Troizen's hands, even Vice Admiral has a number, and Troizen's methods are cruel. Recruiting such people will not only cause non-303 discussions within Marine, but also bringing the popularity of Marines newcomers to their lowest point ever. Sengoku almost shouted at the phone bug to express his objections, obviously very dissatisfied with the decision of the 5 elders. After the voice on the other end of the phone worm was silent for a while, the hoarse voice sounded again. In this case, do you have any better way? 93. Silence. In the face of the 5 elders' inquiries, Sengoku could only be silent. Indeed, he had no better way, if any, to rhyme in the morning rather than passively wait for the 5 elders to make a decision. Since there is no better way, let's do it this way. Just after the death of Moonlight Moria, there is a space vacated, and there is no need to find other pirates, just let Troizen fill it up. It's not just Marine who is in trouble now, the government is also under pressure from the Revolutionary Army and the royal families, unable to send reinforcements. In the next war, Marine can only rely on himself. 29. After finishing speaking, the hoarse voice on the phone no longer waited for Warring States to answer, and hung up directly. Looking at the phone bug that had closed his eyes, Warring States let out a helpless sigh. He wouldn't have made Lin Mu a member of the 7 warlords of the sea if there was even the slightest choice. But at this moment, he has no choice. The battle is imminent. Marine has no skills. Not only can he stand up an enemy, but also try his best to win over every possible helper, even if he compromises with the pirates. Thinking of this, Sengoku's eyes were firmed again. Obviously known as the resourceful general, he had adjusted his mentality, and then picked up the phone bug again and began to issue his own orders. Sabayatti Archipelago is the last island in the first half of the Grand Line. Any pirate who wants to enter the New World will eventually gather here to coat his pirate ship with the natural resin that is a specialty of Archimon Red. The Fishmen Island, which is 10,000 meters deep in the deep sea, enters the New World through the gap in the Laterite continent. Because of its geographical location, Sabayatti Archipelago is very close to both naval headquarters Marion Fodor and Marie Joyce, the holy place inhabited by the dragons. Coupled with the unique bubble spectacle of Sabayatti Archipelago, the entire island has gathered a large number of pirates, marines, merchants, tourists, royal families, and even the world's nobles, the dragons. It can be summed up in 4 words, a mix of fish and dragons. At this moment, Lin Mu and the others are very close to the Sabayatti archipelago, and the Alchman mangrove tree that is constantly producing bubbles is also in sight. Lin Mu and Luo Zhen stood side by side at the bow of the boat, looking at the bubbles that were constantly being formed from the ground in the distance. They were very curious, and sighed that the world is really big and full of wonders. It's a pity that these bubbles can't be too far away from the Alchman mangrove, otherwise they will burst due to loss of effect. In fact, when these bubbles rise to a certain height, they will also burst because they are too far away from the Alchman mangrove. Dead mouse, let me catch you, or I'll pluck your hair. Hey hey! What kind of ability is it to run fast by yourself, and you have a temper to run? Hey! 99. BD, how dare you mock me, I must turn you into a zombie, even though you are not cute at all. Hey hey hey! Dead rat, you bite me again. 99. Listening to the constant voices coming from the boat, Lin Mu and Robin looked at each other, and both saw deep helplessness in each other's eyes. 0. Before Perona's rhyme has not yet appeared, Zizi's life can be roughly summed up as eating, sleeping, and being cute. But after Perona's discovery, Squeak's life can be roughly summed up as eating, sleeping, arguing. As if Kikai and Perona were born to clash, two people can always quarrel for various reasons together. What surprised Lin Mu and Robin the most was that Perona and Kikai could communicate with each other without any obstacles. Lin Mu took a long sigh and whispered to Robin, "You must find something to divert your attention from these two people, or they will probably end up fighting endlessly. Go to the island to see if there is anything that can attract their attention." Robin also said with a bitter face, obviously being tortured a lot. Soon, Lin Mu and their boats approached a port in Sabayatti archipelago, which was full of large ships. Either a pirate ship, or a merchant ship, but these ships have one characteristic, that is, compared to Lin Mu and their ships, they are all behemoths. Compared with these ships, Lin Mu's ship can only be regarded as a pocket boat. 5.7 Is this funny, how did you get here in such a small boat? A ship of this physique can be overturned by any wave, and it is really lucky to reach the Sabayatti archipelago. What kind of powerhouse is Yusu, who cannot be afraid of wind and waves? 99. The police are stupid, and it is even more impossible for such a big man to ride on such a shabby boat. That's right, haha. Pirates and workers were standing on the dock in twos and threes, all of them looking at the approaching boat with a mocking expression, guessing who walked off the boat. If it is really some little-known little person, they can mock them as much as they want. Chapter 131. Several groups of pirates and workers on the dock gathered in twos and threes, all staring at the boat in front of them. However, a sharp-eyed pirate suddenly changed his face, because he had already seen the face of Lin Mu, who was standing at the forefront of the ship. This pirate likes to read newspapers in their pirate paste, so he is very familiar with the bounty orders of the major bounty criminals. As soon as he saw Lin Mu's face clearly at this moment, the pirate's complexion suddenly changed greatly, and the cold sweat couldn't help but drenched from his forehead. The next second, the pirate ran away without saying a word. The pirates and workers around him were all confused and asked, "What are you running for? Why is it like seeing a ghost?" As the pirate ran, he turned back and shouted, "I'd rather meet a ghost than meet the man on the boat." The pirates on the pier also felt that there were some problems when they heard it, and quickly retreated to chase after the pirates, while running and asking, "Who is that person on the boat?" 99. 10 Troisen. These 4 words said Hook, those pirates chasing behind almost overloaded to the ground, and when they recovered, they ran wild, for fear of running slowly. And when those dock workers heard the words Troisen, their legs were so weak that they almost burst into tears. Those pirates can run anywhere, but they can't. They are dock workers. Where can they go? But when they think of the person represented by that name, the fear in their hearts is hard to restrain. After all, this is a famous murderer, and no matter whether it is a pirate or a marine, few of them will survive. Although there has been no news of the killing of civilians, few of these workers are civilians. Most of them are pirates who have retired because of their age. They work here to make a living, so they are very afraid at this moment. After Lin Mu and Robin walked onto the pier, seeing the expressions of the workers, they knew that they had been recognized, but Lin Mu didn't care about this at this time. The most troublesome thing for him to be blind was how to solve the troubles of the two behind him. Non-stop live treasure. Let's find a place to live first. Robin suggested to Lin Mu. Lin Mu nodded after hearing the words, agreeing with Robin's opinion, and decided to separate Perona and Discord when housing for a while. After arriving at the hotel, Lin Mu and Robin asked for 2 rooms. Robin looked at Perona, while Lin Mu stared at him, forcibly separating the two. But soon, Robin came to the door and asked to change positions with Lin Mu. Obviously, Perona's broken thoughts made Robin a little bit unbearable. As a result, Lin Mu could only switch positions with Robin and stare at Perona. Facing Perona, who was constantly thinking about it, Lin Mu rudely shot a hook and a spider web to seal Perona's mouth. Perona frowned and struggled, obviously dissatisfied with Lin Mu's actions. Lin Mu waved his fingers at Perona, which meant very clearly, that is, if you don't calm down, I will let you passively go to sleep. Sure enough, when Perona saw Lin Mu, she seemed to recall the pain in her head, and she immediately shut her mouth wisely. Seeing this, Lin Mu breathed a long sigh of relief and sighed that he could finally enjoy the hard-won silence. But at this moment, a knock on the door suddenly sounded, breaking the hard-won silence and causing Lin Mu's brows to wrinkle. After opening the door, Lin Mu found out that it was the service staff of the hotel, who was very nervous at the moment. "What's the matter?" Lin Mu asked. There is a Marine Vice Admiral who want to meet you." Lin Mu frowned upon hearing this, wondering what Marine could do to him. After looking back at the quiet Perona in the room, Lin Mu nodded at the service staff, "Lead the way." In a meeting room, Lin Mu sat face to face with a Marine Vice Admiral. This is a Marine Elite Vice Admiral who is about 40 years old. In terms of strength, he is far stronger than the average Vice Admiral. This can be seen from the number of experience points on his head. 57,000 difficulties. However, at this moment, Lin Mu has no interest in the Vice Admiral in front of him, and his thoughts are completely wrapped around the words that Vice Admiral just rhymed. "World government, invite me to be the new 7 warlords of the sea." Lin Mu asked curiously, wondering how the warring states would do this, knowing that he has killed a lot of Marines. Like fire and water. And now that Marine has invited him to be the new Shichibukai, there's no guarantee there's no conspiracy involved. This Vice Admiral obviously saw what Lin Mu was thinking. Thinking of Fleet Admiral's explanation before, he could only explain to Lin Mu, Marine is about to start with the pirate fleet led by the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. At times like this, one more friend is better than one more enemy. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, let me tell you that he is very much looking forward to your friendship with Marine 303. Let's work together to maintain the balance and stability of this sea area. Hearing Vice Admiral's words, Lin Mu understood. In fact, his previous guess was almost the same. After thinking for a while, Lin Mu nodded directly, "I promise to join Shichibukai." The reason why Lin Mu agreed was also after careful consideration. Regardless of whether there is a conspiracy in the warring states period, Lin Mu doesn't care. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and tricks are false. But after becoming 7 warlords of the sea, the benefits are visible and tangible. There are not many bends, and soon after the war on the top, Lin Mu can intervene in it as Shichibukai, which is very convenient. Seeing that Lin Mu agreed so readily, Vice Admiral was surprised, but more relieved. Then he said, "Then from today, you are the new 7 warlords of the sea." In addition, the Sengoku Fleet Admiral issued a Shichibukai summoning order a few days ago, calling the current Shichibukai to meet at the naval headquarters to discuss major events, and the time will be 3 days. After the day, please don't be absent. Chapter 132. After discussing some specific matters, the elite Vice Admiral left immediately, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he left. Obviously being in the same room with Lin Mu brought him a lot of pressure. After Vice Admiral left, Lin Mu also walked towards his room. At this time, the world government's invitation to 7 warlords of the sea was definitely a surprise to Lin Mu. According to Lin Mu's previous plan, there are only 2 ways for him to enter the big event. One is to go to the New World to negotiate with Whitebeard, and then attack naval headquarters together as Whitebeard's reinforcements. Another method is to continue to be a Lone Ranger, hide in the outer seas first, and enter it when the war really starts. However, both methods have certain flaws. Compared to entering the big event as 7 warlords of the sea, it is simply the perfect method. Thinking of this, Lin Mu couldn't help but want to thank the world government. But soon, with the noise of Kikai and Perona coming again, the good mood Lin Mu had just accumulated collapsed in an instant, and after he left for a while, the two guys had quarreled again. Damn rat, why are you always targeting me? Hey, Wu. 19. Damn rat, you bite me again, BD. Hey. I just want to call you a dead mouse, not cute at all. Hey. Only rats continue to bite at every turn. Standing at the door of the room, hearing the constant noise of being hooked inside, Lin Mu hesitated whether to go in or not, while thinking about how to solve the problem that gave him a headache. Of course, it is better to be able to solve it once and for all. After thinking about it for a long time, Lin Mu couldn't think of any good ideas, so he could only bite the bullet and walk into the room. After all, he couldn't really let Kikai and Perona quarrel endlessly. After entering the room, Lin Mu saw that Kikai was constantly biting on Perona's body. But I don't know if it's deliberately showing mercy or really too weak. Hey, he can only leave a little red mark on Perona's body, but it won't bite Perona. But even so, in the battle with Perona, Kikai still has the upper hand, completely mastering the initiative. After all, with such speed and agility, even a few hundred sturdy Captain Marines can't catch them, let alone Perona, who is limited by sea stone and weak in strength. In the face of the retaliatory attack of the different, Perona can only passively bear it reluctantly, and there is no way to do it. Seeing this scene, an aura suddenly flashed in Lin Mu's mind, and now Kikai and Perona are fighting because Kikai can always have an overwhelming advantage. What if this advantage of Kikai no longer exists? Whether it works or not, Lin Mu decided to give it a try. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mu walked to Perona's side, and then pulled down the small spider web on Perona's shoulder with his hands, and the black sea stone wrapped in the spider web also detached from Perona's body. After sea stone left her body, Perona was stunned for a moment, and then her face was full of surprise, because not only was her body no longer weak, but she felt that her lost strength had ushered in again. Girl, I warn you, don't make trouble, or I'll immediately seal up your ability again. Lin Mu pointed at Perona's nose, and threatened with a deliberately vicious look. Lin Mu's appearance obviously frightened Perona. Perona could only bite the chin pitifully, and looked at Lin Mu and nodded honestly. After that, Lin Mu retreated directly to the door of the room, obviously not intending to interfere in the quarrel between Kikai and Perona, but he was very curious about what interesting things would happen between the two after Perona's abilities were unlocked. Seeing Lin Mu's apparent refusal to intervene, Perona almost laughed excitedly, pointed and squeaked with one finger, "Dead rat, your doom is here." Hey! Kikai was very disdainful of using his big tail, and then rushed to bite Perona again. But suddenly, two white ghosts suddenly appeared in Perona's hands. As soon as the white ghost appeared, Squeak's two black eyes instantly turned white in fright, and stayed in place. You know, what Zizi is most afraid of is this kind of ghost skeleton, and she can pee from her buttocks just lying down. But when he saw that the ghost he feared the most was under the command of Perona, Kikai's expression changed instantly when he saw Lu Perona. Its cerebellar truth has been haunted by two questions. Is this still the powerless Perona who was bullied by him? Why does it actually command the most terrifying ghost in the world? These two problems made Kikai fall into a state of dementia, and even the ghost rushing towards him did not respond, and was passed through by the ghost almost instantly. After that, Zizi's face suddenly froze, and then two small eyes filled with watery tears, and he knelt on the ground with a normal sound, with a very sad expression on his spear. Cough, hey, cough, hey, cough, cough. Seeing this scene, Lin Mu, who was standing in the doorway watching, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, it seems that he is not immune to the offensive of the negative ghost, so there will be no more quarrels, good Zhao. After that, Lin Mu came to another room. Unexpectedly, Robin was here. Seeing Lin Mu come in, Robin asked curiously, "What method did you use? Why did Kikai and Perona suddenly become quiet?" "A small calculation," Lin Mu said with a smile. Robin glanced at Lin Mu curiously, but he didn't get too involved in this matter. No matter what method Lin Mu used, it was a good way to quiet the two treasures. But Robin still has a doubt, "Right, what did you just cut?" "I almost forgot to tell you that the world government invited me to join 7 warlords of the sea to replace Moonlight Maria, and I have already agreed." Lin Mu winked at Robin and said with a joking mouth, "I mean, you're going to work for Shichibukai again." Chapter 133. The day after Lin Mu agreed to the invitation of the world government to join Shichibukai, the news was passed directly to the world through newspapers. And after seeing this news, no one is not shocked. The sudden removal of the original 7 warlords of the sea Moonlight Maria is already a big news, but the new successor is even more difficult to imagine. Troisen de Lin. With Lin Mu destroying the G-15 branch base, rushing into the N-Ice lobby, destroying the Buster Call, killing the Golden Lion. This series of things sits down, the name Troisen has already spread all over the world, and entered every large or in the eyes of the small forces. Countless people remembered this name in their hearts. When it comes to Troisen, almost one word pops up in everyone's mind at the same time, that is the devil. A cruel and bloodthirsty demon, a demon from hell reaping life. Whether it's a pirate or a marine, countless people have died at the hands of Lin Mu. Except for not killing civilians, there is hardly anyone in this world who does not kill this red-eyed demon. And now, the world government has found such a person to serve as 7 warlords of the sea, which is beyond everyone's expectations. In history, as long as the pirates who became 7 warlords of the sea, 307 has a strong premise. Another characteristic is that it does not have bad relations with the government marine, at least it has never done anything to kill marine. But Lin Mu is completely different. Among the existing pirates, Lin Mu can definitely rank in the top 5 in terms of the number of marines killed. It can be said that among marines, when the word Troisen is mentioned, most marines will be pale and tremble 3 times. There is no other reason, because Lin Mu's fierce name is too deeply rooted in the hearts of marines, and almost every marine hates and fears Lin Mu. Under such circumstances, the world government actually invited Lin Mu to become the new 7 warlords of the sea, which made many people wonder. Not only the pirate forces, but even marine and civilians caused a great uproar. In the Marine G-12 branch base, the base director Bitter Vice Admiral almost smashed the newly repaired office with a slap after seeing the news, and couldn't help but scolded, "This is a joke, let Troisen is 7 warlords of the sea, is the warring states crazy?" 39. Seeing this, the lieutenant next to him whispered, "Vice Admiral, many people in Marine are dissatisfied with this decision. Should we call for a joint opposition? Call for a fart." Bitter scolded angrily, "I managed to escape the catastrophe last time, but now let me take the initiative to provoke that evil spirit. Do you think I am stupid?" The last time Lin Mu came to ask for Seastone, he had to pretend to lead the soldiers to encircle and suppress all the pirates and run away, leaving the base directly to Lin Mu. Tal still remembers that humiliation very clearly now. Although he is very dissatisfied with Lin Mu's tenacity in the 7 warlords of the sea, he can only talk about it and never take action. Otherwise, God knows what the fierce god will do. If this made the fierce god angry and gave his life, it would not be worth it. After all, this matter can be decided by the high level, and it has nothing to do with them. Among Marine, there are not a few people who think like Bitter. Although they are very dissatisfied with this decision, no one stands up against it. Just because Lin Mu's ferocity really made these marines shudder. However, there is a smoker who is not afraid of death, but who cares about the voice of a brigadier general. This is a rough sea, and a pirate ship is riding the wind and waves. A young girl thief in a round hat, eating with an elbow in her hand, while looking at the newspaper that her subordinates propped up for her. Baff. After seeing the familiar face, Bonnie's mouth curled into a smile. "Have you become 7 warlords of the sea, Lin? I'm going to Sabayatti to the Dai Islands soon, but I'm looking forward to seeing you again." What? 39. New World, in the Palace of Dressrosa. Calm Belt, Daughter Country Amazon 100 Questions. Reikana Island. Moby DK. After the powerful forces got the news, they all began to think about the impact of the government's move on the Grand Line structure. If Lin Mu was replaced by other pirates, he would definitely not receive the attention of such a big man. For example, when Blackbeard took over from Luadar Zhao to become Shichibukai, few people would care. Because of Blackbeard's infamous reputation, his only achievement was catching the Fire Fist Ace. But Lin Mu is different. Lin Mu's reputation is now very prominent, and he also possesses extremely powerful combat power. Therefore, the news of Lin Mu taking over as 7 warlords of the sea will cause such a sensation. Of course, among all the forces, there is still a group of people who are an exception. In a calm sea, Usopp was leaning against the railing on the Sunshine Sunny with its head on, looking at the newspaper that had just fallen from the sky. As for why the newspaper fell from the sky, he did not know. And Su is to deliver the seagull to Zheng Xiao. Expanding the homepage, Usopp immediately shouted, "Yet! The 7 warlords of the sea have changed their candidates, and a new one named Troizen has been replaced." Troizen? Who is it? Luffy jumped off the mast, grabbed the newspaper in Usopp's hand, and asked with a frown. The other crew members also came over with a curious look, apparently not hearing the name. For the Straw Hats who didn't like to collect intelligence, the 4 words Troizen were the first time they heard. "Yet! Isn't that the guy we saw in Alabasta?" Chopper called, pointing to the photo of Lin Mu in the newspaper. "Ah, that's a very strong opponent." Recalling the situation when he was easily defeated, Zoro still has some fears in his heart. Sanji lit a cigarette, frowned at the end of his eyebrows, stared at the newspaper and muttered, "I didn't expect him to become 7 warlords of the sea." As for Luffy, he stared at his crew with a bewildered look on his nose. "What are you talking about? Have we seen this person?" Chapter 134. Naval Headquarters. Marine Fodor and Ice Lobby and Impelton, the Great Prison, form a large area of Justice Triangle. There is a huge Uzumaki current inside the Triangle of Justice, which is connected by 3 gates of justice. As long as the gate of justice is opened, you can take the Uzumaki current to quickly reach any place. At this moment, in the huge port in front of Naval Headquarters Marineford, a small boat that can only accommodate 1 person is suspended at sea, and there is only a young and slightly thin male figure on the boat. This figure is Lin Mu. 3 days have passed now, and Lin Mu also came to Naval Headquarters as scheduled to participate in his first meeting as 7 warlords of the sea. When Lin Mu boarded the port, the Marines standing at the port were all pale, and no matter how they hid, they couldn't hide their fear of Lin Mu in their hearts. If it is really to be selected, Lin Mu will definitely be the person that these Marines don't want to see the most. Looking at Lin Mu's thin body, those Marines were all terrified and curious. They were afraid of Lin Mu's powerful strength and demon-like temperament, and wondered why Lin Mu's thin body contained such terrifying power. The most important thing is that Marine has verified countless times that Lin Mu is not a devil fruit person, so where does the powerful ability of this red-eyed demon come from? No one can know. This kind of unsolvable puzzle is undoubtedly another layer of mystery on Lin Mu's body. And this layer of mystery made those Marines even more afraid of Lin Mu. An enemy you can't see is always the most terrible enemy. The Brigadier General who was sent to lead Lin Mu performed better than ordinary soldiers, at least he seemed very calm, but judging from the fact that he did not dare to look directly at Lin Mu, he probably didn't look like his performance in the depths of his heart. So calm. Under the leadership of this Brigadier General, Lin Mu quickly came to a separate lounge. "Sengoku Fleet Admiral will be here soon, please wait for a while." After the Brigadier General finished speaking, he hurriedly walked out of the lounge, as if being with Lin Mu for even a second was huge for him ordinary torment. Just because Lin Mu put too much pressure on him. After the Brigadier General left, Lin Mu wandered around the room for a while, but didn't find anything interesting. Looking out the window, he saw a lot of soldiers training below. The weakest soldier has 20 or 30 experience points. It seems that the elites in Marine are indeed in the headquarters. Lin Mu squinted and murmured, "The branch in the 4 Seas and the branch in the Grand Line. 1 level off, the branch is one level off from the headquarters, but this is normal, but I don't know where these soldiers from the headquarters will be sent to when they grow up. 99. To serve as an officer in each branch, or to send it to New World to experience a wave. Time passed quietly amid Lin Mu's random speculation, and the Brigadier General who had left before about 10 or 20 minutes later knocked on the door again and walked in. Okay. Lin Mu asked the Brigadier General. The Brigadier General nodded. Basically everyone who can arrive has arrived, and the meeting can begin. Please come with me. 99. After finishing speaking, the Brigadier General made a gesture of invitation to Lin Mu, and then took the lead to lead the way to Lin Mu. In fact, there is another reason for walking in the front, that is, he does not need to see Lin Mu's figure, and the tension in his heart will dissipate a lot. The structure of the naval headquarters building is very complicated, and the Commodore led Lin Mu around, and finally came to a large conference room. After pushing open the door of the conference room, Lin Mu saw the figure sitting in the conference room at the moment. One was extremely tall, dressed in black, with a barriered hat on his head. One has a plump body and wears a yukata with embroidered patterns. The sea blue skin and gills on both sides of the neck show his identity as a murloc. The man is wearing a black cloak, showing his breasts, and wearing 10 rings of different styles on his 10 fingers. There is another person who is finally a normal human body, wearing a Western swordsman hat, a pair of eyes as sharp as a falcon, and a long black knife is placed beside him. 0 for flowers. And the person standing in the first place is the current Marine Fleet Admiral wearing a seagull hat, the Battle of Buddha. When Lin Mu's figure appeared at the door, everyone's eyes converged, looking at this newcomer who has only heard of his name but never seen him, and has risen at an extremely terrifying speed. Trwazan, I didn't expect that we would meet in this capacity for the first time. Sengoku looked at Lin Mu and said, with a little unwillingness in his words, apparently still very resistant to Lin Mu's role as Shichibukai. 0. Lin Mu naturally understood the deep meaning in the words of the Warring States period, his eyes narrowed slightly, a fierce light flashed in the depths of his pupils, and he responded not weakly at all, believe me, I didn't expect that we would meet for the first time. Mian actually has such an identity, and, still in such a position. Hearing Lin Mu's words, Sengoku couldn't help but shudder. Thinking of the problems Marine was facing now, he had no choice but to press down all his dissatisfaction with Lin Mu to the bottom of his heart. The rest of the people in the room looked at Lin Mu with a bit of a strange look in their eyes. Obviously, they didn't expect Lin Mu to be able to stand still when facing the Warring States period, especially since this is Marine's old lair. Enough to see Lin Mu's confidence. It must be the first time you both meet, so let me introduce you, a few. The one in front of you at the moment is Troyzen D. Lin, who has recently become famous all over the world, and he has replaced Moonlight Mori. A qualification to become one of the new Shichibukai. After finishing speaking, Warring States pointed to several people in the audience in turn, and introduced Lin Mu to Lin Mu, Bao Kun Bartholomew Kuma, Seaman Jinbei, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, Eagle Eyes Mihor. The other two were unable to come to the rally due to various issues, so we were the only ones left. And the main purpose of this rally is to confirm the location of the two newly promoted Shichibukai. Chapter 135. On the Grand Line, the number of pirates is undoubtedly several times or even dozens of times that of Marine. If all the pirates can unite, naval headquarters can be easily destroyed. But pirates are pirates after all. If such a group of unruly people can unite, then they will not be pirates, but a new world rule maker, a new world government. It is precisely because the pirates are in their own formations that they give Marine the opportunity to defeat them one by one, allowing Marine to stand on the Grand Line and even have a slight advantage. But this situation is limited to the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line. As for New World, it is still the world of pirates. Because in the New World, the situation of the pirates being independent has been greatly improved, and many 307 relatively weak pirates have formed powerful alliances, even Marine can't take it lightly. Among these pirate alliances, the most powerful is undoubtedly the 4 pirate fleets led by the 4 emperors. In the face of these powerful pirates, relying on Marine is irresistible. So, 7 warlords of the sea came into being. Shichibukai, the 7 great pirates who were selected by the world government and signed a peace treaty with the world government. The 7 big pirates and the government must not harm each other, and even when the government needs it, they must stand on Marine's side to help Marine deal with the pirates. What they get is that they will never be arrested by the government, the amount of the wanted will not increase, and they can choose a resident. This station will never be poured into by Marine's power. Because of such benefits, many great pirates with amazing strength choose to join Shichibukai, such as Jinbei, such as Empress, such as Doflamingo. Every Shichibukai has the right to choose a resident, and now, the newly added Blackbeard and Lin Mu have not chosen a resident, so the purpose of this rally is to let Lin Mu and Blackbeard choose their own resident. Generally speaking, such a gathering would not have so many Shichibukai, at least Hawkeye would never come. But because he was too curious about Lin Mu, he woke up these Shichibukai, just to see for himself what the world-famous Troizen looked like. Okay, to make a long story short, teach, Lin, if you two have already made a plan in your heart, just say the hook, each Shichibukai has the right to choose an island as his own station. Once selected, this island there will never be a marine hook around. Point 3. Sengoku frowned and said, at this moment, he just wanted to quickly end this meeting, and he felt very uncomfortable being in the same room with a group of pirates to keep himself clean. How he wished that he could give an order and wipe out all the pirates in this conference room, but unfortunately he could only think about it. If he did, he would no doubt be a sinner for Marine, a sinner for the government, and a sinner for the world. He cannot afford this responsibility. Blackbeard glanced at Lin Mu, and then he said, I only have a little pirate paste, so I'll choose Matland Island. He glanced at Blackbeard with a slightly different strategy, Matland Island. Matland is an uninhabited island on the Grand Line. It is very ordinary and basically worthless. No wonder the warring states has something to say. Yes, that's fine. Blackbeard nodded, I don't have anything to protect, so I won't cause trouble to the government. When warring states heard Blackbeard say this, although he didn't quite believe Blackbeard's rhetoric, he didn't struggle with this matter for too long, and his eyes turned directly to Lin Mu. Troizen, how about you? Lin Mu tapped the table lightly with his index finger, and frowned slightly, obviously thinking about this matter. The reason why Blackbeard chose an uninhabited island is very clear to Lin Mu, that is, he doesn't want to attract anyone's attention for the time being, and he doesn't want to get too much attention from the government, so he can keep hiding until the end of the big event and then jump to raise the spoils. But Lin Mu doesn't plan to go the way of Blackbeard. Blackbeard needs to hide, but he doesn't need. 0. Blackbeard only dares to be behind the scenes to push things forward, but how could Lin Mu make Blackbeard happy? What Lin Mu has to do is to muddy this pool of water. For Lin Mu, the war on the top in the near future, the more chaotic the better. Thinking of this, Lin Mu's fingers slammed on the table, and then he spit out 5 words, Sabayatti Archipelago. What? Hearing Lin Mu's words, Sengoku's pupils shrank, and then he stood up directly from his seat. Where do you want? Didn't you hear clearly? Then I'll say it again, the location I chose is Sabayatti Archipelago. Lin Mu's eyes stared straight at the warring states, and his eyes were full of non-negotiable determination. This is impossible. Sengoku said angrily, Sabayatti Archipelago is a very important island, it is absolutely impossible to make it your station. Give me the Sabayatti Archipelago, and I will help Marine keep the place, and if you are worried about the safety of the Draconians, then I can guarantee that if anyone hurts the Draco on the island, I will take the place of Marine Admiral. Executed transactions. 99. Lin Mu paused for a moment when he said this, and then continued, this is my sincerity, the remaining 5.7 is up to you, warring states. What if I still don't agree? Warring states asked with a calm face, his eyes flickered, and no one knew what kind of ideological struggle was going on in his mind. Facing the question of the warring states, Lin Mu smiled and said indifferently, if you can't even choose a station, then the 7 warlords of the sea don't do it, it's better to be a captain under Whitebeard. 9. Having said that, Lin Mu turned the conversation around, looked at Blackbeard, who was sitting silently beside him, and said, "Teach, I heard that you killed Whitebeard's fourth captain Sachi, but I would like to thank you for creating a job for me." Post. Chapter 136. Teach, I heard that you killed Whitebeard's fourth captain Thatch, but I want to thank you for creating a job for me. After Lin Mu said these words, the atmosphere of the entire conference room froze instantly, and the eyes of several Shichibukai including Sengoku were fixed on Lin Mu. The eyes are full of strangeness and shock. Because Lin Mu said this, completely, is threatening the warring states and threatening Marine. Threatening the government. If you don't give me the Sabayatti archipelago as a station, I will join the Whitebeard pirates to deal with you. If Shichibukai like Jinbei said that, Sengoku wouldn't care at all, because one less Jinbei and one more Jinbei won't have much impact on the upcoming battle between Marine and Whitebeard. But Lin Mu is decidedly different. Lin Mu's strength is almost equivalent to a Marine admiral. With this level of combat power, if he falls to Whitebeard's side, it will be a huge loss to Marine under the situation of the ups and downs. 10. It may even directly affect the entire war situation. Such a result, Marine can't bear it at all. But it is obviously impossible for the warring states to directly agree to Lin Mu's request. The policeman will not say for the time being, he has no right to decide on the matter of assigning Sabayatti archipelago to Lin Mu as a resident. Therefore, at this moment, Sengoku's eyes were full of angry flames, and he stared at Lin Mu with clenched teeth and said fiercely, "If you threaten me here, are you not afraid that I will let you go without thrips Lin Fuduo? You must know that this is naval headquarters." Facing the threat of the warring states turning back, Lin Mu didn't care at all, tapped his fingers on the table and said indifferently, "Marine should know my intelligence very well, you should know better than anyone else, if I really want to leave, Marine couldn't stop me. If you don't believe me, try it, I don't mind." Hearing Lin Mu's words, the faces of several people present were filled with dissent. Perhaps the person who knows the most about Lin Mu's ability is Marine Xiao, and a very small part of this information has been circulated, such as the high-energy rays sprayed in his eyes. Most of the information is kept strictly confidential by Marine and will not be leaked at all. After all, this information was acquired by Marine with his life, so how could it be released easily? Therefore, although all the people sitting here are Shichibukai, their understanding of Lin Mu is very limited, and most of them are limited to newspapers and news reports. Therefore, when Lin Mu said that naval headquarters could not hold him, Shichibukai who didn't know much about Lin Mu were very surprised. Some people think that this is Lin Mu's arrogance, but some people are curious to see the warring states period and want to see how the warring states will react to this. After all, the attitude of the warring states can show from the side whether Lin Mu is talking big, and it can also give them a corresponding estimate of Lin Mu's real strength. The immediate silence of the warring states period also surprised these Shichibukai, and gained a new understanding of Lin Mu's abilities. A man who can't even bask in naval headquarters, a man who can kill the living legendary Golden Lion. The addition of these two alone is enough to make them attach great importance to and fear. Even Miho Lai, who was considered to be the strongest eagle-eyed among them, looked at Lin Mu with sharper eyes, his eyes full of caution and warlikeness. However, Hawkeye obviously knew that this was not the place to ask Shishi, and this was not the opportunity to ask Shishi, so he just looked at Lin Mu. But it is also conceivable that Miho will definitely Lin Mu in the Vietnam War once the time is right. Warring states, it's time to make a decision. If you can't decide on this matter, you should persuade your superior to report it. Lin Mu urged in the silent warring states. Hearing the words, warring states snorted coldly, took a deep look at Lin Mu, and left the conference room with his sleeves. Obviously, he really can't decide this matter. After all, Sabayatti archipelago is about the Tianlong people. If he is Lin Mu's station, according to the rules, Marine can't arrange power on it, which will cause a lot of trouble. After the warring states left, the entire conference room fell into a strange silence. The bear's face was expressionless, Jinbei lowered his head thoughtfully, Mi Huo stared at Lin Mu with curiosity in his eyes, only Blackbeard grinned, but made no sound. And Lin Mu didn't bother to pay attention to these people at the moment, he just closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the return of the Warring States period. In this way, the strange silence in the conference room lasted for more than 10 minutes, until the Warring States entered again and was broken. Warring States once again greeted the conference room, and the complexion that had been taking advantage of it turned darker. Obviously, the results obtained did not satisfy him. However, in the face of the decisions made by the top management and the current situation Marine is in, even if he is unwilling in his heart, Sengoku has to compromise with reality. Sabayatti Archipelago can be your base, but remember what you said before, once the 307 dragons are attacked in Sabayatti Archipelago, you must arrest the attacker and hand it over to naval headquarters, otherwise Marine Admiral will hook himself up, and the world government will also take back the Sabayatti Archipelago from your hands. Warring States looked at Lin Mu and said coldly, the rights and interests of the Tianlong people are the government's final bottom line, and under any circumstances, this bottom line cannot be crossed. Lin Mu didn't have any opinion on this, anyway, he didn't plan to occupy the Sabayatti Archipelago for a long time, and he came here just to disturb the situation. As for protecting the pig-like Tianlong people, Lin Mu doesn't care. The big deal is that after the big event, he personally supports the Tianlong people and vents his anger. So Lin Mu nodded and agreed, and the matter was decided. After that, Sengoku couldn't wait to announce the end of the meeting. He really didn't want to see Lin Mu anymore, which would cause a deep sense of frustration in his heart. The pirate compromises this kind of thing. No matter whether someone mentions it later, it will be a shame for his life. But just when Warring States was about to announce the end of the meeting, Jinbei, who had been thinking about it, suddenly stood up and said to Warring States, "Old man, there is one more thing to say." Chapter 137. Jinbei? What else do you want to say? Warring States asked Jinbei with a frown. And Jinbei stared at the Warring States with a serious face. The war between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates, the old man can't participate. No. In that war, the 7 warlords of the sea must participate and stand on Marine's side. This matter is not negotiable. Sengoku shouted in a deep voice, with strong dissatisfaction in his tone. His mood was already very bad because of Lin Mu's request just now, but now Jinbei makes such an unreasonable request again, his attitude can be so good. In the face of the Warring States scolding, Jinbei did not retreat at all, with a very serious look on his navy blue face, and a very firm attitude. When the Fishman Island was invaded by various forces, Whitebeard stood up to protect the Fishman Island. He is the benefactor of the whole the Fishman Island, and also the benefactor of the old man. The old man will never fish for his benefactor. When the Warring States heard the words, he was furious, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Jinbei, do you know what you are going to say? Clearly. Jinbei's eyes seemed to have a strange flame burning, perhaps that was the belief that supported him. 310 is also the support of this belief, which makes him dare to directly contradict the Warring States period. Sengoku's icy eyes swept across Jinbei's face, then looked at Lin Mu and the others. You guys leave first. 93. Of the few Shichibukai still here, none of them are nosy. Eagle-eyed is a child, and Neng has a deep relationship with Marine. Blackbeard is now pursuing a low-key strategy, so none of the 3 people paid attention to the dispute between the Warring States and Jinbei, and turned around and left. Opened. And Lin Mu naturally took a deep look at Jinbei and turned to leave. Jinbei's fate Lin Mu is very clear in his heart, that is to be arrested directly, deprived of the title of 7 warlords of the sea, and then imprisoned as a criminal on the 6th floor of Impelton, a large prison. Marine and even the world government made concessions in front of Lin Mu, not because Marine is very weak and can be bullied by others, but because Lin Mu's strength is so amazing that Marine does not dare to take it lightly and can only make appropriate concessions. Baff. But obviously, Jinbei does not have this qualification. Although he is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and his strength is in the middle ranks even in the 7 warlords of the sea camp, his strength is not enough to make the world government feel so jealous of him. Even making him Shichibukai is only to ease the racial relationship between humans and Murlocs. Marine may tolerate Jinbei's usual mistakes, but if Jinbei is on the wrong side in a major event like the Whitebeard fight, Marine can't tolerate it. Therefore, it is inevitable that he will be imprisoned. After leaving naval headquarters very smoothly, Lin Mu returned directly to Sabayatti archipelago. After coming to his residence, the quiet and peaceful environment made Lin Mu feel relaxed and happy, and he sighed that the effect of his previous hand was really obvious. At least Kikai and Perona never fought again, and the relationship between one person and one beast is very good now. And the reason for that is ridiculous. The original argument between the two was caused by Perona saying that Hay is a stinky rat, and after Lin Mu regained Perona's abilities, Squeak was cured by Perona's negative ghost. What are you most afraid of in your life? The most feared are ghosts and skeletons. And Perona can actually command the ghost it fears the most, which makes Chi admire it very much. After that, there is no evil in Perona's eyes, but full of worship. Apparently, the worship of Kikai also makes Perona very useful, and it is more and more pleasing to see this little follower. Since then, the two living treasures have been tired of being together every day, and their relationship is very good. If they hadn't experienced it personally, no one would have thought that the two guys were so incompatible back then. The next day, the news that the Sabayatti archipelago was divided into Lin Mu's residence came as newspapers reported. When they first saw the news, everyone thought it was a joke. Sabayatti archipelago is not an insignificant island, but a very important and special island on the Grand Line. You must know that Sabayatti archipelago is the only way to the New World. Marine guards it here and can't catch many pirates every year. And more importantly, because Sabayatti archipelago is very close to the Holy Land Marie Joyce, there are often Draconians who come here to play, and even Draconians live here temporarily. How could Marine have given up on such an important island? This news hook is now, almost no one believes it. However, when Marine actually began to evacuate from the Sabayatti archipelago, everyone realized it was no joke. From now on, Sabayatti archipelago will be the home of Lin Mu, the new 7 warlords of the sea. In this regard, neither the world government nor the Tianlong people have made any statement. Obviously, they have already acquiesced in this matter. To say the most surprising, of course, the pirates, civilians and the major forces stationed on the Sabayatti archipelago. Marine's departure is undoubtedly a bad thing for the civilians, not to mention how Lin Mu treats them. Without Marine's protection, the infestation of pirates alone can make them miserable. For the pirates, they are probably more reluctant than civilians to see this happen, because although Marine has withdrawn, it has attracted a more terrifying big devil. Compared with Marine, the word treason was obviously more intimidating and made them tremble even more. As for the dark forces stationed on the island, everyone is in danger. However, soon, the pirates and the dark forces on the island discovered that Lin Mu didn't seem to do anything to them at all, and he was a completely laissez-faire attitude. This made those pirates and the dark forces have a lot of thought, secretly thinking, is Lin Mu trying to turn the entire Sabayatti archipelago into a lawless zone? This guess made all the pirates and dark forces extremely excited. Chapter 138. At the beginning, the pirates and the dark forces were a little timid when they did things, but soon, after finding that Lin Mu really ignored them, they became bold in doing things one by one. Originally, they had to worry about Marine's existence when they did bad things. Now that Marine has been evacuated from Sabayatti archipelago, what else do they have to worry about? One by one, they are all bold and daring. The carnival of pirates and dark forces is undoubtedly a nightmare for civilians and businessmen. Fortunately, there are not many civilians who live on Sabayatti archipelago. Most of the civilians who gather here come to travel and do business. When the Marine retreated, a large part of the people also left, and there were not many people left, but those who dared to stay in everything had a certain ability to protect themselves. In this way, the entire Sabayatti archipelago is becoming more and more chaotic as time goes on, and there is a trend that all areas are developing towards the illegal zone, and the dark forces that were originally on the island are fighting for new territory. Until one day, a group of dark forces in order to snatch a shopping mall as their property, actually injured the Tianlong people who were swimming in it. When this matter reached Lin Mu's ears, Lin Mu was enjoying his comfortable afternoon tea, and the one who notified him was naturally the displeased warring states. I have heard about the chaos in Sabayatti archipelago for a long time, but I didn't expect that Tianlong people have been injured in the past few days, so the attitude is very bad. Lin Mu was ordered to immediately arrest the criminals who harmed the Draco and hand them over to Marine, otherwise Marine would do it himself. Lin Mu didn't expect that there would be someone on this island so unsightly. Bullying whoever was not good would actually bully the head of the open-air dragon man. After agreeing to the warring states indifferently, Lin Mu walked around slowly and leisurely to prepare for action. The Draco injury incident occurred in the number 43 area of Sabayatti Archipelago, which is also the tourist area and specialty area of Sabayatti Archipelago. Lin Mu's current teleportation can easily span the distance of 2 brown rice. After teleporting a few times, Lin Mu's voice was hooked to the 43rd area, and he also saw the bodyguard with a transparent bubble on his head. Surrounding the Tianlong people on the inner 3 floors and the outer 3 floors. This is a Tianlong man with a moderate body but a swollen face. At this moment, his left cheek is slightly rubbed, and he is angrily pointing at the bodyguard beside him and scolding, and saliva is sprayed on the bubble he is wearing on his head. Looks like there is no temperament at all. After Lin Mu appeared, a middle-aged man beside Tianlonggren who seemed to be a tube leaned over to Tianlonggren's ear and whispered, "Saint Royas, that Troyan is here." Saying that, this middle-aged man just like you pointed at Lin Mu. Saint Royce, who was scolding his subordinates, stopped scolding when he heard the words, and turned to look at Lin Mu. When he saw that Lin Mu was just a thin young man, his thick eyebrows like 2 long worms wrinkled directly, and looked at Lin Mu arrogantly and said, "Are you the Troyan they said?" "Maybe it is." Lin Mu said lightly. "Humph, what is your attitude?" Naroya's holy words stared at him and snorted coldly. Obviously Lin Mu's attitude made him very dissatisfied. "I heard that the Sabayatti Islands are now your territory and do not belong to Marine. Those wastes are in charge, and I am injured within the jurisdiction. You must give me an explanation." "Explain." Lin Mu's voice raised. Originally he didn't have too many personal likes and dislikes for Tianlong people, and his attitude was normal. But what the dragon man said in front of him made Lin Mu frown directly, and a chill flashed in the eyes of Saint Rojas. "Dare to ask, what do you want to explain?" "Humph, first of all, of course, all the people who injured me were arrested and executed. As for the later..." The small eyes under the thick eyebrows of Saint Royas narrowed slightly, looking at Lin Mu and snorted coldly, "As for the later, you have to apologize like me, because I will get hurt on this island, simply because your supervision is not strict enough. But the Marines are still there and will never let this happen. Are you ordering me?" The chill in Lin Mu's eyes now spread to his face, and even the rhythmic smile on the corner of his mouth brought a touch of chill. 0 for flowers. If you are familiar with Lin Mu, you already know that you should shut up at this moment. But obviously, this Royas St is not familiar with Lin Mu. "Humph, what about ordering you? The 7 warlords of the sea are just 7 dogs raised by the world government, but we Tianlong people are the masters of the world government. Can't the master order a dog?" That Roas Sheng snorted coldly at Lin Mu, his face full of pride. "He is a heavenly dragon, and he is the noblest noble of blood in the whole world. They master the vast majority of wealth, rights and interests in the world, and everyone should respect and fear them." 0. Saint Roy's eyes are full of confidence. He thinks that the dog Lin Mu will respect and fear his identity. It's a pity he didn't know that Lin Mu was completely different from those he had met before. This is a freewheeling man who is fearless and not bound by rules. How could such a person be frightened by him? In the face of Saint Rojas's reprimand, Lin Mu smiled instead of anger, but the rhyme smile on the corner of his mouth was so cold that Saint Rojas' heart couldn't help but his face became pale, and he couldn't bear it. She took 2 steps back. But soon, Saint Rojas remembered his identity. He was a Tianlong person. How could he be frightened by a person who was not even a noble? At the moment, he mustered up his courage and shouted at Lin Mu, "Troazan, what do you want to do?" Lin Mu's icy eyes swept across Saint Roas, and said lightly, "I am suddenly a little curious, what color is the blood of the Tianlong people who call themselves world nobles?" 33. What? Saint Royce's complexion changed greatly when he heard the words, and the bodyguards around him, as well as the middle-aged man who seemed to be in charge, all looked at Lin Mu as if they were facing a great enemy. Truazan, do you want to attack the Tianlong people? Do you know what the consequences of doing so will be? Yi. Chapter 139. Dragon Raiders? No, you misunderstood me. Lin Mu waved his hands with a warm smile on his face. Hearing this, Saint Royce and the people around him all breathed a sigh of relief, and the sense of superiority of Nan Wu on the face of Saint Zhao Luiz reappeared, sighing that he really thought too much before. This, how could anyone in the world dare to attack the dragon people? But in the next second, everyone, including Saint Croix, changed their expressions, because the warm smile on Lin Mu's face suddenly turned cold. Of course, what I want to do is not to attack the Tianlong people, but to kill the Tianlong people. After speaking, Lin Mu didn't know the reaction time of the group of people in front of him, and the quicksilver burst with the steel claws of the barbed hook in his hand, and rushed into the crowd like chopping melons and vegetables. There are guards in the 30, including all the people who looked like they were killed, and in a blink of an eye, only Saint Croix was left. The bloody smell of police officers in the air and the stumps and broken arms around him made Saint Royce pale. As a Tianlong person, he had been pampered in the Holy Land Marie Joyce since he was a child, and he had never seen such a scene. At this moment, his eyes were full of fear, and he watched Lin Mu's steel claw trembling against his throat, and even cried and shouted, Truazan, you can't kill me, if you kill me you'll get yourself into a lot of trouble with my words. Lin Mu got close to Saint Croix, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, who would know that it was me who killed Linchin Longrun? What? There are so many thieves on this island, who can prove that I killed you? As Lin Mu's voice fell, the steel claws in his hand stabbed into Saint Roice's throat, directly ending the life of this heavenly dragon. Ding! Kill Roice Saint, the heavenly dragon, to gain 1 experience point, and the status bonus is twice as difficult. After killing this Saint Rojas, the traditional notification sound rang directly in Lin Mu's ear, which surprised Lin Mu a little. Saint Rojas has only a little experience. Lin Mu has long known that, after all, there are numbers above his head. However, the identity of the dragon person can actually double the experience bonus. Lin Mu did not expect it. It was originally only worth a little bit of experience, but once you take on the identity of Tianlong, you will have a double bonus, and the total experience has reached the level of Marine Rear Admiral, which is too scary. Lin Mu exclaimed in exclamation, thinking that if Marine Admiral is also a Tianlong person, how terrifying the experience would be. I am afraid that killing one is enough to make him jump 10 levels in a row. Unfortunately, according to the current information, it seems that no Admiral is a Draconian. Thinking of this, a light suddenly flashed in Lin Mu's eyes, and a name flashed across his mind. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Although there is no bubble, and his background is not known, but Don Quixote is indeed a dragon. As the pinnacle of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote's own experience value should not be low. If you add the bonus of being a dragon, what a terrible experience will it be? Just standing here and thinking about it, Lin Mu felt a little itchy in his heart, and couldn't wait to kill Dressrosa to take Don Quixote's experience in his pocket. But the most important thing about blindness is the big event, that is Lin Mu's experience harvesting field. Using the thoughts about Don Quixote in his head to the back of his head, Lin Mu looked at the corpses all over the ground, and 2 flames shot out of his hands. After being thrown by Lin Mu, the 2 flames split into dozens in an instant, and each ran to a corpse. Although this flame is as thin as a gossamer after splitting, it has an extremely terrifying burning ability. As soon as it touches a corpse on the ground, it will spread at an extremely fast speed, and the corpse will be wrapped in a blink of an eye. And as long as it is engulfed by this flame, in just a moment, the corpse will turn into ashes and disappear completely from the world. After doing all this, Lin Mu left here with a teleport. This area has just happened because of the attack on the Sky Dragon, and everyone has fled here for fear of being implicated. And this also provides convenience for Lin Mu, otherwise he is really not good at killing Croix Saint. 0. After killing Xiao Luoyas, Lin Mu carried out a cleaning on the Sabayatti archipelago, and the result was that more than 5 pirates were wiped out by Lin Mu, and the 47th and 32nd areas completely disappeared in the Sabayatti archipelago and sank. Wang Yang in the sea. Royas died, and Lin Mu naturally couldn't admit that he killed himself, so he had to find a blame for himself. The pot was too big for one person to carry, so Lin Mu had to kill 5 pirates and let the 5 pirates sink the 2 areas of the Sabayatti archipelago to the bottom of the sea, in order to save marine and world an explanation from the government. As for the 5 pirate pastes hit by Lin Mu, they can only be considered unlucky. After dealing with all this, Lin Mu called Sengoku's phone number. Croas has died, and even his servants have been destroyed by the daring pirates. What? Warring States almost crushed the phone bug in his hand after hearing the news. Royas died. Well, you don't need to be too excited, although Saint Croas is dead, but I have already helped Saint Royas to avenge and destroy those 5 pirates, so you don't need to thank me. This is what I should do. The Lin Mu 5.7 Road. Kill them all. Sengoku's tone rose slightly, and after being silent for a while, he continued in a deep voice, Trwazan, I doubt the real reason why you didn't stay alive. 39. Hearing this, Lin Mu sighed in his heart that the Warring States period was indeed Marine the resourceful general, but he probably guessed the truth after a while. However, this has no effect on Lin Mu's plan, and Lin Mu's face is not even the slightest panic to be seen through, because he was not prepared to make up a perfect lie to deceive the Warring States from the beginning. Faced with the doubts of the Warring States period, Lin Mu just said lightly, Warring States, I just gave you a step and an excuse to deal with the Tianlong people, whether you believe it or not, whether you use it or not, is your business. 99. Chapter 140. After hearing Lin Mu's words, Sengoku was silent. Because he is very clear that what Lin Mu said is the truth, the reason why Lin Mu killed the 5 pirates and the entire 2 areas of Sabayatti archipelago was not for other reasons, but just to give Marine an explanation and give the government a step. What if you know it's just Lin Mu's nonsense? What if you know the truth? Even knowing that it was Lin Mu who killed the Tianlong people, so what? The current Marine would never choose to break with Lin Mu unless it was a last resort. In this case, Lin Mu gave an explanation, and Marine took it, which is the best solution. This kind of thing, it's best not to happen a second time. That group of people are not so easy to talk about. After leaving such a sentence, Warring States directly hung up the phone bug. For the death of the Tianlong people, although the Warring States period was surprised, he was not angry, because he was also very displeased with these self-proclaimed world nobles, but they were arrogant and arrogant. 10. The next day, news of the death of a celestial dragon in the Sabayatti archipelago came out, which surprised countless people. After all, it had not happened for many years. It was known that attacking the Draconians in the Sabayatti archipelago would attract Marine Admiral, so generally no one dared to do so. But if the death of the Tianlong people is surprising, then what happened next is shocking and apprehensive. A full 5 pirates and more than 200 pirates died directly, and 2 areas of Sabayatti archipelago sank to the bottom of the sea because of the battle and disappeared completely. This result is more terrifying than the real Admiral attack. Admiral's men still have a living mouth, but Lin Mu's hands will not have a living mouth. The name of the fierce god, once again spread to the world. This also made everyone understand that Lin Mu did not intend to make the entire Sabayatti Islands into a no-go zone, although it could be more chaotic than before, but he also had a tolerance limit. This limit can never be crossed, because once the fierce god is angered, the end will definitely be very tragic. After the Draco incident, the Sabayatti archipelago began a chaotic but orderly day. And after Lin Mu rested on the island for a while, he finally couldn't sit still. On the edge of a certain coast in Sabayatti archipelago, Lin Mu stood here and stretched for a while, then jumped high, then plunged into the sea, bent into the deep sea and sank. The comfortable life on the Sabayatti archipelago makes Lin Mu feel a little bored, so he wants to cut it and walk around, and the Deep Sea Dragon Palace, which is completely different from the scenery on the ground, is naturally a good choice. Lin Mu is now the 7 warlords of the sea and has a fierce reputation, so the pirates and marine will not treat Robin and the others, so Lin Mu can safely leave Robin and the others on the Sabayatti archipelago and choose himself go to the Deep Sea Dragon Palace alone. The reason why I choose to go alone is actually very simple, because it is convenient. If you go to the Deep Sea Dragon Palace alone, Lin Mu doesn't need to take a coated boat at all, because as long as he enters the water, he is a murloc. After jumping into the water from the shore, Lin Mu's body changed rapidly. 2 rows of gills grew on both sides of his neck, allowing him to breathe in the water, and thick gills grew between his fingers and toes, so that he can be more flexible in the water. But to be honest, this key doesn't actually have any effect on Lin Mu, because Lin Mu's current travel mainly relies on teleportation. For Lin Mu, the only meaningful change was the growth of gills, which allowed him to breathe freely underwater, which solved a big problem. After entering the deep sea, Lin Mu began to teleport. Each teleport of Lin Mu can span a distance of 2 brown meters. After 3 consecutive teleports, Lin Mu has already penetrated to a distance of more than 6 meters underwater, and then stopped. The pressure at the depth of 6 brown rice underwater is already very high, and it may be fatal to ordinary people, but for Lin Mu, there is no pressure. The reason why Lin Mu chose to stop here is because he had never seen the surrounding scenery before. At this moment, he looked at it all with curiosity, and secretly felt the magic of nature in his heart. In this way, Lin Mu also gave up the plan to go directly to the deep sea, but chose to explore in all directions. After teleporting a few times, Lin Mu's eyes suddenly flashed a little surprise. The sight in the water was not far away. Although Lin Mu didn't see anything in front of his eyes, his spider sense had already sensed that there was an extremely powerful life force. Tough creatures are fast approaching. After just a few seconds, Lin Mu suddenly turned into scarlet. Seeing this, Lin Mu's complexion changed slightly, and his figure disappeared from the place in an instant, backing away from the brown rice. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mu saw a huge and unimaginable monster, and the scarlet patch in front of him was actually the monster's slowly harassing mouth. 310. This is more than 10 times larger than the average Poseidon class. Lin Mu couldn't help muttering, looking at the huge deep-sea monster in front of him, with an undisguised surprise in his tone. Lin Mu has long heard that there are countless huge and unimaginable creatures hidden under the boundless ocean, such as island whales, the size of which can be comparable to an island. It is said that the rising ocean current leading to Sky Island is from a huge island. The rhythmic water jet on the whale's back. There is no need to think about such a huge monster Lin Mu for the time being, because even if it is found, it is meaningless. However, the huge sea monster in front of him made Lin Mu's eyes hot for a while, because an equally huge number was floating above the head of this huge sea monster. 100,000 experience points. A golden lion has 200,000 experience points, and now a deep-sea monster has 100,000 experience points. The rhythm of this deep-sea monster made Lin Mu feel that he had discovered a huge treasure, and he was eager to try it, and wanted to hook his hands to try the depth of the monster in front of him. Human Torch's ability will be greatly suppressed in the deep sea, and the effect may not be very good, so Lin Mu also gave up the ability to use Human Torch directly, and a red light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 141. Along with the red light in his eyes, a high-energy ray containing extremely strong energy rushed directly towards the huge sea beast. Along the way, the seawater that was swept by the high-energy rays directly evaporated and vaporized, turning into bubbles and rolling on one by one, as if all the seawater around it was boiling. It looked extremely powerful. However, this undoubtedly consumed a certain amount of energy, making the power of the high-energy rays in Lin Mu's eyes weaker than when they were on land, and the concise piercing distance was much shorter. Fortunately, Lin Mu was not far from the huge sea beast now, so the high-energy rays soon shot directly on the huge sea beast. The crimson high-energy ray just hit the skin of the huge sea beast, and it immediately burned its skin black like a branding iron, and was still melting and decomposing its flesh and blood. Just like a high concentration of strong acid corrodes the body of the sea beast's wound is scorched black by the high-energy rays, and it looks extremely terrifying. However, Lin Mu's brows furrowed deeply. Although the high-energy rays in his eyes seem to be amazingly destructive, they can easily break open the skin of this sea beast, melt and decompose its flesh and blood. However, the body of the sea beast in front of him is simply too huge. The damage caused by high-energy rays is like an ordinary person being pricked by a needle. Although it will cause some pain, it will definitely not be fatal, and it cannot even be counted as an injury. Compared to the huge size of this sea beast, the damage caused by the high-energy rays in Lin Mu's eyes is very limited. After reaching this conclusion, Lin Mu could only sigh, and then the red light in his eyes disappeared directly, and he did not try again. As for hand-to-hand combat, Lin Mu obviously has no plans for this, because even guessing would never make any sense. Only from the current point of view, I really lack the ability to deal with this deep-sea behemoth. The two abilities with the strongest attack power will be greatly weakened in the deep sea, and this 100,000 experience is not so easy to get. Lin Mu looked at the irritated deep-sea beast and muttered, "Instead of wasting time on this deep-sea beast, it is better to go for a stroll on the Fishman Island, and then deal with this sea beast when there may be new powerful abilities." After making the decision, Lin Mu didn't hesitate, his figure teleported and disappeared, reaching the bottom of the sea 8 brown rice deep. Immediately after, Lin Mu teleported several times, and quickly used the deep-sea monster to pursue. When Lin Mu reached the depth of 10,000 meters, the Fishman Island wrapped in huge bubbles appeared in Lin Mu's field of vision. In the deep sea, the vision is very poor due to the problem of light, but the sun is shining on the Fishman Island, forming a police-like landscape in the deep sea. Without any hesitation, Lin Mu began to approach the Fishman Island directly, and came to the periphery of the Fishman Island after a few teleports. The Fishman Island is surrounded by a huge double-layer semicircular bubble shield, which is an air layer without any seawater. Generally, if the pirate ship that comes here breaks in from the outside, the coating of the hull will be absorbed by the bubble shield, and then it will fall and shatter. This also makes it almost impossible to enter the Fishman Island from other places, and can only enter through the special passage below. However, Lin Mu can completely ignore this point. Because of the teleportation ability, the double-layered bubble can't cause any obstacle to him at all. In a flash, Lin Mu's figure was hooked into the air layer between the two layers of bubbles, and then because there was no seawater support, his body began to fall continuously. But after a few seconds, Lin Mu's figure disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he was already on the land of the Fishman Island. Lin Mu looked around the surrounding environment and found that he landed on a very cluttered street. The light in the sky was also very dim. It was very different from the sun-drenched the Fishman Island before. A slum on the edge of a big city. On both sides of the street were a few ragged but well-built murlocs. These murlocs were all staring at Lin Mu closely at the moment, with a dignified expression, obviously seeing that Lin Mu had just appeared in a flash. "Boy, you don't look like we are from Fishman Street. Who are you? What are you sneaking here for?" Finally, a shark man stood up and pointed at Lin Mu with a bad expression. "Drink." Seeing this, the other murlocs also surrounded Lin Mu, and they had a tendency to do it without a word. They were working on a plan, and if the news leaked, it would be troublesome, so anyone who came across would not be able to do it. Forget it. Who knows if it will be the eyes and ears of the Dragon Palace. Lin Mu looked around at the murlocs who were surrounding him, and the murlocs looked bad, and their purpose was almost written on their faces. Some helplessly shook his head. "I didn't want to start killing people, I just wanted to run down to see the scenery and beautiful mermaids, but unfortunately you have to run over to send the dead." "What did you say?" "The arrogant boy. Whether you are a spy from the Dragon Palace, you are dead." 99. After hearing Lin Mu's words, several murlocs were furious, as if they had been insulted, and rushed towards Lin Mu while swearing at Lin Mu. Good. Although the abilities of Human Torch and Cyclops are greatly reduced in the deep sea, there is no seawater on the Fishman Island to hinder Lin Mu's two abilities. However, Lin Mu has no plans to use Human Torch and high-energy rays, because it is too easy for him to deal with these little trash fish. Soon, the 5 or 6 murlocs who were riding Lin Mu were surprised to find that their target suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the shock of Nanjing solidified on the faces of these murlocs, and they could no longer make any changes, because their heads had been disconnected from their bodies and were thrown out. Although Lin Mu has seldom used this attack method now, the speed-matching steel claws of Quicksilver are still amazing, and these murlocs have not even had time to change their expressions, and they have already been killed by Lin Mu. Chapter 142. After the fish kill those people, Lin Mu fish simply left the street. In fact, this time he came to the Fishman Island, to no other purpose, just when the yo-yo around the whole tour. After all, the Fishman Islands so that he can brush things are not much experience, that is, Huosuan Lejuanquadi Jones of the pack. However, the strength of the pack of view, Lin Mu guess we cannot offer much experience, except that a few people personally at your fingertips, or are too lazy to look for Lin Mu. As can summon Mermaid Poseidon after class, but added some value to Lin Mu, but that is in Lin Mu get new capabilities, at least now he plays against a giant like Poseidon is still quite strenuous. Look Mermaid, nature is the best place for Mrs. Shirley opened Mermaid Cafe, which staff are all nice, pleasant young lady fish. The fish's sake because there is no water in the main island, so Lin Mu appearance has returned to become a normal human way, in order to avoid too dramatic, Lin Mu wearing a hat or cloak, his face it covers more than half. If you are not familiar with the special police who absolutely do not recognize the human in front of the black clad on 310 recent limelight Masamori the new 7 warlords of the sea. Whenever you want to go to New World pirates will pass the Fishman Island, so human beings on the Fishman Island also a large number. Lin Mu actually, I'm walking in the Mermaid Island attract too much attention. Lin Mu walk all the way, find the Mermaid Island mermaid and fish are almost always panic, obviously very worried about the future of the island. Now the Fishman Island is under the aegis of the Whitebearded following guarantee against invasion, but world government is about to go to war with the Whitebeard, Whitebeard defeat if even killed, then the Fishman Island and should go from here? At that time, who is there to protect the Fishman Island? The thought of the future fate, the Fishman Island residents, especially those beautiful young mermaid deep concerns, but because of their traffickers' favorite. The way forward, Lin Mu soon came to the Shirley opened Mermaid Cafe. Most customers' Mermaid Cafe is passing the Fish Human Men Island, and most of them are holding the same mentality and Lin Mu, come and look fresh. When Lin Mu into the Mermaid Cafe, which has been riding a few gang of pirates. Today, these pirates in the Fishman Island still rules, and what things not to do too much, but after all this white-bearded sight. After Lin Mu pick the round table to sit down in a corner, and immediately there is a long tail of young fish came to Lin Mu's side. This fish slim waist, around the plump, and had blonde pigtails, with a sweet smile on his face, the lower tail is dragging a spare tire General Bubble, hello, how may I help you do? Lin Mu waiter took the menus from the hands of the mermaid, staring across at random points on the drink. Yes, you'll be sent. After that fish were finished, wriggling its tail to leave, let that demon burn posture Lin Mu sleep raspberry, heart Anton no wonder always be remembered slave traders because it is too mermaid lore, people there. He shook his head, the brain is not good with colors that idea out after use. Lin Mu that followed began to appreciate the pure eyes walking through those observed in the cafe, mermaid busy waiter. Soon, Lin Mu was needed drinks end up, Lin Mu try a mouthful, actually found abnormal taste wonderful, I thought this was under the manifold discrimination brought over, the little guy is certainly very sense of this kind of thing interest. Just then, a size different from ordinary people suddenly appeared in a mermaid into the cafe. This mermaid wearing a hooded jacket, pale skin has a bath, short black hair, is the owner of the Mermaid Cafe, Mrs. Shirley. Mrs. Shirley one pair of ice blue eyes swept the crowd cafe, originally deadpan no change, but when the eyes sweep Lin Mu, but it is suddenly stopped. It seems to find anything wrong with Mrs. Shirley looked sitting in the corner of Lin Mu. Suddenly, Mrs. Shirley looking great changes, originally abnormal white skin is temporarily become extremely pale, paralyzed the whole person directly sat down. Mrs. Shirley of abnormal behavior instantly caused a mermaid staff and pirates' attention, saw Mrs. Shirley eyes wide open looking at the face of fear Lin Mu Fang Yu, mermaids and pirates who are also curious to see Lin Mu. Those innocent mermaid, and even Costello Ethan have not heard the name, naturally not recognize the hook Lin Mu. But those pirates may not be the same, but those who appeared on the Fishmen Island of Pirates are just after the Sabayatti archipelago. And after Pirates Sabayatti archipelago, and of Lin Mu may very familiar. Previously did not pay attention, look carefully at the moment, almost instantly recognized the identity of Lin Mu. Scott Troy. After recognition of the identity of the hook Lin Mu, these pirates are also looking great changes. Reaction then Mrs. Shirley is unbearable, scared a few or even directly from the chair turned to the ground, and the rest is trembling like a Shikong general. The boss and the pirates' reaction cafe mermaid who let the curious eyes of the color concentration camp more urgent, especially before served Lin Mu mermaid, tender soul cranky, wondering just this mild-mannered young class who exactly why Mrs. Shirley and humans can be so scared pirates. Of course, this mermaid does not know is, if her thoughts had been on the land know that those who definitely would suspect she was mad. Troy Ethan, how could it be a mild-mannered young class? That obviously is a murderous bloodthirsty demon. Cafe crowd's reaction let some frustration. Lin Mu put down the cup, and then waved toward those pirates. People are afraid of famous pig, afraid of strong, want to sit here quietly with a drink seem impossible. Pirates saw Lin Mu waved, as everyone general amnesty Caesar Tui ran, disappeared in the blink of an eye the poor fish cafe. At this time, Lin Mu gathered in the eyes following the complexion pale Shirley lady who, with a little curiosity and asked, "Well, how did you notice my?" Chapter 143. Although the news of Basil Hawkins' arrival at Sabayatti Archipelago has been received, Lin Mu has no plans to do it. This makes Robin very puzzled, because Lin Mu has always let her pay attention to the information of the newcomers with bounties of over 100 million, and she thought that Lin Mu had already selected these people as targets. "Lin, aren't you going to do it?" Robin asked curiously, a little confused about Lin Mu's thoughts. Facing Robin's doubts, the corners of Lin Mu's mouth rose, revealing a cunning smile. "If I attack Hawkins as soon as he boarded the Sabayatti archipelago, I'm going to scare the little guys in the back away from coming. But the loss is huge." 22. Wait first, wait for everyone to arrive, and clean up together. After occupying the Sabayatti archipelago, Lin Mu did not attack the dark forces and pirates on the island except for the Draconian incident, and even slightly indulged. The reason for this is not because Lin Mu is suddenly merciful, nor is it because Lin Mu really wants to turn the Sabayatti Islands into an impossible zone. All of this can be said to be an illusion created by Lin Mu, and Lin Mu is so the purpose of doing it is why the 11 newcomers with a bounty of over 100 million yuan. Try to think about it. If Lin Mu took the Sabayatti archipelago and wiped out all the pirates and dark forces on the island, I am afraid that none of the 11 supernovas, except Bonnie, who is familiar with Lin Mu, would dare to board Sabayatti archipelago. What a loss to Lin Mu! As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, not to mention these talented newcomers need to be nurtured slowly. Therefore, Lin Mu's approach is to remain unmoved and continue to let Robin pay attention to the information of these newcomers. On the day that Basil Hawkins ascended the Sabayatti archipelago, the second supernova appeared on the island, and the rest of the supernovas followed, one by one, on the Sabayatti archipelago. Fire Tank Pirate Captain, Mafia Capone Bege. Monk Pirate Captain, Monk Uruki. Kid Pirate Captain, Eustace Kid, Combatant Slaying Warrior Kira. Heart Pirate Captain, Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law. Straw Hat Pirates, Straw Hat Boys Meng Chi D Luffy, Rorino Zoro. Drake Pirates, Red Flag X Drake. Broadcast Pirates, Seagull Skulachman App. And the last arrival of the Bonnie Pirate Captain, Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie. After 5 days of baby accumulation, 11 newcomers with a bounty of over 100 million all gathered on the Sabayatti archipelago. To Lin Mu's surprise, because of his appearance, some details seem to have changed. For example, the Straw Hats were not the last to arrive, and the last to arrive was Bonnie, who was familiar with him. However, these details are innocuous and will not have any impact on what he plans to do, so Lin Mu doesn't care. As for the newspaper news in the past few days, almost all the pages have been occupied by a newcomer with a bounty of over 100 million who has gathered together for the first time in history. Even the news about Marine and Whitebeard pirates has been crowded out. Pressed. For a while, it seemed that the eyes of the whole world were focused on these 11 pirates, and they were also given various names. For example, the worst generation in history, 11 supernovas, promoters of the new era, etc., all of them were famous several times larger than before. This reminds Lin Mu of those idols on the earth in his previous life, and the 11 supernovas in the media's mouth seems to be completely a routine, and these people have indeed become famous because of this, and their fame has spread into the new world. Attracted the attention of many major forces. Lin Mu didn't rush to clean up the 11 supernovas, but was going to meet Bonnie first. After all, Lin Mu had promised Bonnie when he was at Bonnie. After asking his staff to investigate where Bonnie is now, Lin Mu quickly got the results. After getting the result, Lin Mu couldn't help but rolled his eyes, secretly thinking that this is really a foodie. As soon as he arrived at Sabayatti archipelago, he went straight to the most popular restaurant on the island to eat. After shaking his head helplessly, Lin Mu could only go with Robin's hizzy, while Perona followed, only in ghost form. From Perona's point of view, she feels that walking with the body is too serious, it is better to float and relax in the ghost form, as for the body, just lie down. Of course, there's another reason for Perona to do this, and that's to keep the guy from dangling her pink ponytail again. Among the most famous restaurants in Sabayatti archipelago, Bonnie with a round hat is sitting on the table with his double tui bold and grandiose spread apart, and he shoves everything in front of him into his mouth as if he is complimenting the meal. And the empty dishes beside her have been stacked and dried, and each one is half a person high, which shows how much she has stuffed into her mouth. But 313 Bonnie's waist is like a four-dimensional bottomless pit, no matter how many things are put in, it is so slender and slender, without any fat. This kind of physique that eats whatever you want but will never gain weight, if you put it on the earth, you will envy how many women will die. But at the moment, sitting not far from Bonnie, Capone Bege wearing a dark suit has no envy at all, but extreme disgust. What an imageless and rude woman, she is affecting my eating mood at all. Capone Bege wiped his mouth full of fine beard with a napkin, and said to his subordinates behind him, "Get ready, let this rude man the woman who knows what is called table manners." Hearing Capone Bege's words, a subordinate behind him leaned slightly, "But Godfather, this is that person's territory, we'd better not make trouble here, if we mess with that person, I'm afraid, ah." Before this next sentence was finished, a scream came out of his mouth, and then he fell to the ground with Xiong's mouth in his mouth. At some point, the steel fork in Capone Bege's hand has been inserted into his heart. "I don't need to question my subordinates," Capone Bege said coldly. "You guys, prepare to attack." Chapter 144. Although the news of Basil Hawkins' arrival at Sabayatti archipelago has been received, Lin Mu has no plans to do it. This makes Robin very puzzled, because Lin Mu has always let her pay attention to the information of the newcomers with bounties of over 100 million, and she thought that Lin Mu had already selected these people as targets. "Lin, aren't you going to do it?" Robin asked curiously, a little confused about Lin Mu's thoughts. Facing Robin's doubts, the corners of Lin Mu's mouth rose, revealing a cunning smile. "If I attack Hawkins as soon as he boarded the Sabayatti archipelago, I'm going to scare the little guys in the back away from coming. But the loss is huge." 22. Wait for everyone to arrive, and clean up together. After occupying the Sabayatti archipelago, Lin Mu did not attack the dark forces and pirates on the island except for the Draconian incident, and even slightly indulged. The reason for this is not because Lin Mu is suddenly merciful, nor is it because Lin Mu really wants to turn the Sabayatti Islands into an impossible zone. All of this can be said to be an illusion created by Lin Mu, and Lin Mu is so the purpose of doing it is why the 11 newcomers with a bounty of over 100 million yuan. Try to think about it, if Lin Mu took the Sabayatti archipelago and wiped out all the pirates and dark forces on the island, I am afraid that none of the 11 supernovas, except Bonnie, who is familiar with Lin Mu, would dare to board Sabayatti archipelago. What a loss to Lin Mu! As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, not to mention these talented newcomers need to be nurtured slowly. Therefore, Lin Mu's approach is to remain unmoved and continue to let Robin pay attention to the information of these newcomers. On the day that Basil Hawkins ascended the Sabayatti archipelago, the second supernova appeared on the island, and the rest of the supernovas followed, one by one, on the Sabayatti archipelago. Fire Tank Pirate Captain, Mafia Capone Bege. Monk Pirate Captain, Monk Uruki. Kid Pirate Captain, Eustace Kid, Combatant Slaying Warrior Kira. Heart Pirate Captain, Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law. Straw Hat Pirates, Straw Hat Boys Meng Chi D Luffy, Rorano Zoro. Drake Pirates, Red Flag X Drake. Broadcast Pirates, Seagull Skulachman App. And the last arrival of the Bonnie Pirate Captain, Big Eater Jewelry Bonnie. After 5 days of baby accumulation, 11 newcomers with a bounty of over 100 million all gathered on the Sabayatti archipelago. To Lin Mu's surprise, because of his appearance, some details seem to have changed. For example, the Straw Hats were not the last to arrive, and the last to arrive was Bonnie, who was familiar with him. However, these details are innocuous and will not have any impact on what he plans to do, so Lin Mu doesn't care. As for the newspaper news in the past few days, almost all the pages have been occupied by a newcomer with a bounty of over 100 million who has gathered together for the first time in history. Even the news about Marine and Whitebeard pirates has been crowded out. Pressed. For a while, it seemed that the eyes of the whole world were focused on these 11 pirates, and they were also given various names. For example, the worst generation in history, 11 supernovas, promoters of the new era, etc., all of them were famous several times larger than before. This reminds Lin Mu of those idols on the earth in his previous life, and the 11 supernovas in the media's mouth seems to be completely a routine, and these people have indeed become famous because of this, and their fame has spread into the new world. Attracted the attention of many major forces. Lin Mu didn't rush to clean up the 11 supernovas, but was going to meet Bonnie first. After all, Lin Mu had promised Bonnie when he was at Bonnie. After asking his staff to investigate where Bonnie is now, Lin Mu quickly got the results. After getting the result, Lin Mu couldn't help but rolled his eyes, secretly thinking that this is really a foodie. As soon as he arrived at Sabayatti archipelago, he went straight to the most popular restaurant on the island to eat. After shaking his head helplessly, Lin Mu could only go with Robin's hizzy, while Perona followed, only in ghost form. From Perona's point of view, she feels that walking with the body is too serious, it is better to float and relax in the ghost form, as for the body, just lie down. Of course, there's another reason for Perona to do this, and that's to keep the guy from dangling her pink ponytail again. Among the most famous restaurants in Sabayatti archipelago, Bonnie with a round hat is sitting on the table with his double tui bold and grandiose spread apart, and he shoves everything in front of him into his mouth as if he is complimenting the meal. And the empty dishes beside her have been stacked and dried, and each one is half a person high, which shows how much she has stuffed into her mouth. But 313 Bonnie's waist is like a four-dimensional bottomless pit, no matter how many things are put in, it is so slender and slender, without any fat. This kind of physique that eats whatever you want but will never gain weight, if you put it on the earth, you will envy how many women will die. But at the moment, sitting not far from Bonnie, Capone Bege wearing a dark suit has no envy at all, but extreme disgust. What an imageless and rude woman, she is affecting my eating mood at all. Capone Bege wiped his mouth full of fine beard with a napkin, and said to his subordinates behind him, "Get ready, let this rude man the woman who knows what is called table manners." Hearing Capone Bege's words, a subordinate behind him leaned slightly, "But Godfather, this is that person's territory, we'd better not make trouble here, if we mess with that person, I'm afraid, ah." Before this next sentence was finished, a scream came out of his mouth, and then he fell to the ground with Xiong's mouth in his mouth. At some point, the steel fork in Capone Bege's hand has been inserted into his heart. "I don't need to question my subordinates," Capone Bege said coldly. "You guys, prepare to attack." Chapter 145. After hearing the Godfather's order, Capone Bege's subordinates no longer dared to disobey, or even dared to raise objections. After all, the lessons learned were still lying on the ground. Although they were unwilling to make trouble in Sabayatti archipelago, they were helpless in the face of the Godfather's order. Kill the past and teach that rude woman a good lesson. Capone Bege pointed at Bonnie, who was sitting on the table eating, with one hand, and raised a gun with the other, bending Bonnie to pull the trigger. Boom! With a crisp sound, there was a burst of blue smoke from the musket in Capone Bege's hand, and a metal bullet shot at Bonnie at a very fast speed, pointing directly at Bonnie's head. Bonnie, who originally destroyed the food in front of her, didn't pay attention to Capone Bege's movements until she heard the gunshot. Immediately afterwards, I threw the plate in front of you and fished it for you, hoping to use this plate to slightly affect the bullet's flight speed and trajectory, while you dodged to the side. Snapped. Bonnie's hooked plate collided with the bullet very precisely. Although the glass plate was instantly shattered by the impact of the metal bullet, it still changed the trajectory of the bullet, causing the bullet to go straight. Capone Bege, are you sick BD? Do you want to fight me on this island? Bonnie roared at Capone Bege immediately after dodging the bullet. And the men behind Bonnie were also ready to fight, and they all took aim at Capone Bege. Capone Bege saw a trace of disdain on his face, and after taking a deep breath of snow, he said while puffing out white smoke, "You are so ridiculous, Jewelry Bonnie, do you want to be more than me?" After finishing speaking, a crack opened in Capone Bege's chest instantly, and then dozens of tiny little people were now at the crack, and the guns in their hands pointed directly at the people of Bonnie Pirate. There was no need for Capone Bege's order, and the dozen or so villains shot directly. With the sound of a series of gunshots, bullets that were so small that they were invisible were shot directly from the muzzle, making people wonder if they had the corresponding attack power. However, these bullets immediately became the size of normal bullets after leaving Capone Bege's body range, and they were no different from normal bullets, and rushed towards Bonnie and her pirates. Faced with such a shooting, Bonnie and her pirates immediately began to look for shelter. But then, a strange thing happened. Because the bullets that fired the hook did not hit anyone or any object, nor did they make any sound, it was as if they disappeared directly from the air and evaporated. Both Capone Bege's group and Bonnie's group are at a loss at the moment, and dozens of bullets have disappeared like this, which is comparable to a supernatural event. At this moment, a dull voice remembered, making both Bonnie and Capone Bege's expressions change. "You two, you were having a lot of fun," Lin Mu said indifferently, standing at the door of the restaurant. Seeing that it was Lin Mu hooked up, Bonnie's eyes flashed with joy. Since she was separated from Lin Mu, she has been looking forward to the reunion of Sabayatti Archipelago. "I wanted to have a meal before going to Lin Mu, but I didn't expect Lin Mu to come over first." As for Capone Bege's complexion change, it is the complete opposite of Bonnie. Capone Bege's pupils shrank suddenly after seeing Lin Mu, and a deep fear flashed on his face. After all, Lin Mu's fierce name has already spread throughout the Grand Line. It is impossible to say that there is no fear in the face of Lin Mu. However, the more potential and powerful people are, the less they believe in rumors, so although Capone Bege is very jealous of Lin Mu at this moment, it is limited to this. At the very least, he didn't think he would be powerless under Lin Mu's hands. Lin Mu's eyes swept across the people in front of him, and finally fell on Capone Bege. "A lot of people have heard of you." Lin Mu stared at Capone Bege, and there was no joy or anger in his tone, but with a slight flip of his palm, dozens of bullets fell directly from his palm. This scene made Capone Bege's complexion change suddenly, because he recognized that the bullets falling from Lin Mu's palm were the ones that had just disappeared. That is to say, the bullets just now did not disappear at all, but were grabbed one by Lin Mu at an extremely fast speed. What a terrifying speed to grab dozens of bullets without anyone noticing. Is that really a speed that humans can achieve? Although he hasn't really fought yet, Capone Bege's heart has sunk to the bottom, and his confidence in himself has collapsed instantly. He clearly understands that he has absolutely no power to fight back in Lin Mu's hands. On the other hand, the joy on Bonnie's face made Capone Bege fall into an ice cave, and the whole body was shrouded in a thick chill. He would never have thought that Bonnie, a very rude woman, could have a relationship with Lin Mu. If he had known, he would not have bothered Bonnie anyway. By now, Capone Bege regretted not following his subordinate's advice. But now, too good, it was too late to regret it, and with the thought of leaving the Green Hills in fear of running out of firewood, Capone Bege bowed his head directly to Lin Mu. I am blind to Tarzan and offended your friend. I hereby sincerely apologize, and I am willing to give 200 million Bailey as a gift. I hope you can forgive my fault, Lord Troizen. 99. The speed of Capone Bege's recognition made Lin Mu a little different. Normally, he might have let this wink go, but unfortunately it was obviously not possible today. After all, Lin Mu has already made plans to let these potential supernovas undergo some training to accelerate their growth. Under such circumstances, how could it be possible to easily let Capone Bege go, so that you would not experience the effect of training at all? So, where do you want to be trained, Capone Bege? Seeing Chapter 146. So, do you want to go to accept discipline? Capone Bege. What? Capone Bege looked like ignorant force, apparently did not understand Lin Mu to say something. Lin Mu, seeing eyebrow Mao Yang, said, since you do not own opinions, then I can only rhyme instead of you decide to do. Of course, you might have to. My decision is not happy, so I'll give you the freedom to resist. Upon hearing this, Capone Bege stupid even then knew that this was Lin Mu to do it yourself. It makes Capone Bege looking great changes, and quickly said, if you are not satisfied with my apologies, I can change my apology. Eli.99. Bonnie, this is the mistake I committed, reckless, please forgive me. Then later directed at Lin Mu, Capone Bege is turning stood by Bonnie said, look into his full of intense look, apparently felt too great pressure from Lin Mu's body. See Capone Bege like this, Lin Mu shrugged and said, you do not strenuous, and I tell you the truth, I came here just happened to meet Bonnie, the real purpose is to you. I came specifically for. Capone Bege heard this, could not help the little body shook, Dayton surface, such as ashes. If Lin Mu really is coming to him, and now anyway, so he did not have the slightest effect, nothing but a waste of breath. His fate at the outset have been doomed in the face Lin Mu, he did not change the strength and opportunity of their own destiny. But Capone Bege gritted his teeth, a ruthless heart, chest hole opened directly, clearly intended a gamble. In any case, it is not without a fight, energy. This time, Capone Bege chest open, which is not a soldier holding firearms in the event, but rather a huge guns. Each gun has 3 pirates control, is aimed at fast loading, once so close to the fire, the power it has caused inevitable great. So Lin Mu certainly will not let Capone Bege fire success. Want to stop Capone Bege, right now Lin Mu is simply not too simple. After Leng Hung soon, Lin Mu teleport to start direct figure disappeared into the crowd of vision, and then when the hook now has been in Capone Bege's behind. Then, Lin Mu's hands appeared a sea stone debris, accompanied by a burst cobweb reach all parts of the neck Capone Bege. Sea stone exposed to that moment after Capone Bege chest open door quickly asked rope, fruit ability devil has begun to be deeply suppressed in vivo sea stone, simply used did not rhyme. Sea stone can be said to be the bane of any ability who, no one can be an exception. After Capone Bege contacted sea stone to not only seal the ability to be completely suppressed, and even physical fitness have been greatly reduced. Already limp little body straight down, no longer any capacity for resistance. After very easily overpowered Capone Bege, Lin Mu eyes flashed red, high energy rays jet and rhyme instantly break down Don Capone Bege that several of his men's body. Capone Bege valuable temper, but he's not that these men completely worthless, Lin Mu choose harvested directly out of their experience. Directed at those under the rain after barely tolerable own color, they come at once a few people pressing Capone Bege out there. After solving Capone Bege, Lin Mu Bonnie see this side, but at the moment to see how Bonnie eyes are heavy with sorrow. She originally thought Lin Mu is designed to find her, never expected their own self-assertion, Lin Mu actually come to Capone Bege. Propped an umbrella floating in the sky Perona seeing fly around Bonnie's, mouth hanging arrow of light with a smile, he lied that dwarf it, obviously heard your name and ran over to see you of. Really do. Perona heard these words, Bonnie's eyes flashed high Italy, that touch of resentment is also instantly disappear. Ai. Perona not speak, ai on the first to jump to the ground, holding Xiao Taiza called, as if in the affirmative, then the General Perona. Seeking flowers. 0. Bonnie heard joy of color face is even more concentrated police, he took out a piece of cake from her directly through the manifold differences. The discrimination is discrimination contented result pastries, start bites. Lin Mu Chi smiled and patted the head, and then continued to look Bonnie, joked, we do not give Teng position it. But here your site, your location everywhere. Bonnie said as he greeted his men moved a few chairs, and clean up the following table, beginning and Lin Mu Robin sat around and so on. Several people spoke to each other a recent situation, a good talk. After the meal, Bonnie or follow Lin Mu back to the shelter, he went on to talk about. Lin Mu Capone Bege clean up the news quickly spread throughout the island, and the most concerned about this news, of course, those same people with Capone Bege new Supernova, Lin Mu's move to their hearts could not help a bear. But that Lin Mu packed Capone Bege because Bonnie time, these supernovae are all relieved, while the heart cannot provoke the list is more than a name, that is, jewelry Bonnie. Among the 11 supernova, Bonnie itself is not what a rhyme color, but once in Lin Mu's Yongshen something to do this, it is enough to make any one person that valued. Moreover, many people had wanted to play Bonnie idea is instantly cut off the mind. Bonnie is equivalent to provoke Costello Ethan, unless it is life too long, otherwise who would do such a thing? Overall, after Capone Bege been packed up Lin Mu, though caused some waves in the Sabayatti archipelago, but did not lead to the Supernovas riots, fairly stable overall situation Sabayatti Embankment Islands, will not have Lin Mu's plan have any effect. Just at this time, but it is the Warring States period phone calls came. If Capone Bege not dead, you can give it to us handle it. Inquiries to the Warring States period, Lin Mu just a touch, said, police worry, I have a gift to give to your 99. Chapter 147. Big gift. Hearing Lin Mu saying the word rhyme, the Warring States tone on the other end of the phone was suddenly a little nervous, because he really couldn't figure out what was going on in Lin Mu's head, for fear that Lin Mu would hook another big money. Son, so he hurriedly asked, what kind of gift are you talking about? I said that the police are in a hurry, and I will naturally know when the time comes. 99. After Lin Mu replied indifferently, he hung up the phone. The Warring States of Naval Headquarters frowned, and immediately said to the confidants in the office, let those eyes hidden on the Sabayatti archipelago keep an eye on Troyzen, no matter what big move he makes, it must be the first time. Notice me? Yes. After receiving the order from Warring States, the confidant turned around and left, leaving Warring States sitting in the office 3-3 muttering to himself, Troyzen D. Lin, what are you trying to do? Whether it is the world government or the Warring States period, it is impossible to give Sabayatti archipelago into the hands of Lin Mu with confidence, so it is bound to leave some eyeliners in Sabayatti archipelago. Although the number of these eyeliners is not too many, they are used to collect information is still available. The Sabayatti archipelago consists of a total of 79 separate areas, of which the 60th to 69th areas were originally the marine and government residences. After marine and government forces withdrew from the Sabayatti dikes, these areas became a scrambling lawless zone, and thus less inhabited. At this moment, in the number 63 area, a strong bald man with a huge iron rod and the unique wings of the Sky Island people behind him is leading a group of monks. Monk Zheng, the battle between naval headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates is imminent, it's better for us to leave here as soon as possible. A monk suggested to Uruki, the weird monk who was carrying a huge iron rod on his shoulder. Uruki cracked the corners of his mouth, with an inexplicable smile on his face, no hurry, those guys haven't acted yet, how can we escape in advance, wait for a few days. Yes. The monks behind Uruki all nodded, and no one objected to Uruki's decision. Obviously, Uruki has a high prestige in their hearts. But at this moment, a monk behind Uruki's expression changed greatly, because he saw a figure that no one saw, Troyzen. At the same time that the monk's complexion changed greatly, other monks, including Uruki who was at the forefront, also found Lin Mu's figure. After seeing Lin Mu, the unintelligible smile on Uruki's face was completely stiff, and his eyes were full of 3-point fear and 7-point fear. As we all know, Lin Mu is generally not close enough to appear on Sabayatti archipelago at all. But once it appears, it will inevitably lead to a bloody case. So encountering Lin Mu is definitely not a good sign. Uruki wanted to turn around and run away when he saw Lin Mu. But he knew very well in his heart that it was impossible for him to escape. After all, Lin Mu is best at speed. If he can run away in Lin Mu's hands, then the words Troisen will not have such a deterrent effect. Can I know the reason? Uruki took a deep breath and asked Lin Mu. Lin Mu's face was as calm as water. I do things for very few reasons. Hearing this, Uruki looked ruthless, and then he directly hugged the huge iron pillar on his shoulders and rushed towards Lin Mu, the huge iron pillar waving and driving a gust of wind, obviously powerful. However, in Lin Mu's eyes, this is nothing but Huiquan embroidery and tui. Standing still, Lin Mu's eyes flashed red light, and the high-energy rays skyrocketed directly, blazing away at the location of Uruki. Seeing this, Uruki hurriedly avoided, but the speed of the high-energy rays was too fast, and he could only narrowly avoid the vital parts of his body, but his shoulders were still pierced by the high-energy rays, and the smell of scorched flesh instantly disappeared. It spreads in the surrounding air, making people who smell it feel terror and fear in their hearts. After piercing through Uruki's body, the high-energy rays in Lin Mu's eyes still did not dissipate. Lin Mu's head just turned a slight arc, and the high-energy ray cut directly down Uruki's shoulder. In this case, Uruki had no way of resisting it. In the blink of an eye, the entire left arm was directly cut and fell to the ground. Above ground. 0. Drink. Blue veins burst out on Uruki's face, and the pain of the broken arm caused a cold sweat to rise on his forehead instantly, and his majestic body trembled slightly, which was obviously very unbearable. After hitting, Lin Mu didn't pause, and the high-energy rays in his eyes swept towards Uruki again. He could dodge once, but he couldn't dodge the second time, not to mention Lin Mu himself was named after his agility hook. Soon, Uruki's body was once again pierced by crimson high-energy rays, but this time it was no longer his left shoulder, but his heart. Ding! Kill the monk pirate captain Monk Uruki, get 7600 experience points. After killing Uruki easily, Lin Mu's figure suddenly disappeared, the speed of fast silver and steel claws acted at the same time, and the pirate monks behind Uruki were directly harvested by Lin Mu. The whole broken monk pirate was bad, and was destroyed by Lin Mu in an instant. Among the 11 supernovas, Lin Mu will pick out those with great potential, and then kill them when they become fat. But for Uruki, who had little potential, Lin Mu didn't bother to work hard, so he just killed it. After everything on 5.7 last night, Lin Mu took out a small phone from his arms, dialed and asked, "Uruki has been resolved, who's next?" Immediately afterwards, Robin's voice came from the phone bugs, "Captain Radio Pirate, Jaime Skulachman APU. APU is in Area 69 now. Area 69 is not far away from Area 63, where Lin Mu is now. For Lin Mu, it's just a few teleports, and it belongs to today's no man's land. You don't have to worry about cleaning up APU. The wind will leak ahead of time." After hanging up the phone, Lin Mu teleported towards Area 69. As for whether APU is dead or alive, it will depend on the value he realizes later. Chapter 148. Area 69 is roughly equivalent to Area 63, both of which were originally Marines' residences. Although Marine has now been completely withdrawn from Sabayatti archipelago, those buildings belonging to Marine and the government still remain here. Some pirates come to Sabayatti archipelago without a place to live, and they will occupy a house as a temporary residence. This is the case with Uruki and so is APU. However, the number 63 area where Uruki was located just had a battle between two groups of dark forces, and the outcome was not decided, so there were few people. But the 69 good area is different. There are a lot of pirates and dark forces gathered here. When Lin Mu arrived at Area 69, he did not hide his figure, so he was recognized as soon as he appeared. But everyone who saw Lin Mu's figure, whether it was a pirate or a dark force, all had a look of fear. Lin Mu didn't have time to deal with these people yet, so he just asked indifferently, "Where is Skulachman Apu who broadcasts pirate paste?" When the pirates and the dark forces heard that Lin Mu was not here to trouble them, they were relieved. As for Apu, who would care about him? 10. Almost instantly, all the pirates who knew Apu's detailed residence raised their hands to instruct Lin Mu, and even a middle-aged pirate who was bullied by the radio pirates not long ago volunteered, "I know very well that Apu's. Let me take you there." 17. But just after the middle-aged pirate finished speaking, he found that Lin Mu's voice had disappeared in front of his eyes, which made him break out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking, "Is this the powerful strength of Shichibukai?" Following Fang Yu's instructions, Lin Mu walked for a few brown rice distances, when he heard bursts of music. The various styles of music were mixed together, but it didn't give the slightest sense of clutter. Instead, it was like a symphony. Like a bad interlude, it blends together perfectly. Let's not talk about it for the time being, these people's musical attainment is definitely not low. In the future, if the pirates can't get along, it will be a means of making a living. Lin Mu murmured. Needless to say, this burst of music must be the masterpiece of the radio pirate paste led by Apu, but it also saved Lin Mu a lot of time, at least he didn't have to search slowly. Following the sound of music, Lin Mu soon came to the gathering place of the radio pirates. This is a playground with a radius of about 50 meters, surrounded by 3-story buildings. It can be seen that it was originally a marine station, but now it is cheaper for pirates. When Lin Mu's figure hooked into the playground, all the music stopped instantly, without the slightest clutter, as if the writing sound just now was played by one person. The more musically adept people are, the more sensitive they are to sound. Lin Mu used the teleportation hook to appear in the courtyard. Although the finger brought a very subtle vibration to the air, it was enough for the group to perceive. Appa, Shichibukai came here to enjoy our music. When Apu saw Lin Mu's pupils shrank suddenly, but there was no trace of fear on his face, and he took a step back. He spoke with a unique rap accent, and at the same time 2 unusual arms swayed, like a hip-hop singer. Hearing Apu's words, Lin Mu's eyebrows rose slightly, and after thinking about it, he nodded, "Just take it." After speaking, Lin Mu found a stool and sat down, and at the same time signaled Apu to finish playing the music that he had just played. Seeing this, Apu's face flashed a strange color, and there was a hint of coldness in the depths of the pupils that he could not see clearly, but there was no cut on his face. Immediately afterwards, the teeth in Apu's mouth turned into a keyboard. While playing with one right hand, his right arm also turned into a guitar, and then his left hand plucked the strings. Originally 2 completely different styles of musical instruments were asked by his group, and they actually had a police-like flavor. As for Apu's subordinates, there is no such courage as Apu. The moment they recognized Lin Mu's identity, they all trembled all over, and they even said that they were worthy to play. Therefore, in the entire playground, at this moment, only Apu was left to play solo. However, this sound is completely different from before. If it was pure music that Lin Mu heard before, then at this moment, there are sound waves with strange power in his ears. Although the music is still beautiful, the sound waves came, but a strange energy was accumulated in Lin Mu's body. As the performance continued, the coldness in Apu's eyes became more and more prosperous. Finally, when Li Mian was about to end, the cold light in Apu's eyes was finally no longer hidden, all Yunlei was exposed, and he shouted loudly, "Boom!" As the word explode in Apu's mouth fell, the power that had been slowly accumulating in Lin Mu's body seemed to have received a signal, and it exploded directly in Lin Mu's body in an instant. Buzz! With a roar, Lin Mu's body, who was still sitting on the chair, suddenly exploded, and a thick smoke mixed with flames directly engulfed Lin Mu's body. When Apu saw that the attack was successful, the subordinates of the broadcast pirates stared at 317 with wide-eyed eyes. Fate. Hit. 99. I saw him explode, he's going to die. Mr. Oppo, did you actually kill the 7 warlords of the sea? The pirates who broadcast pirates are full of surprises, and they scream. But after detonating the continued power in Lin Mu's body, APU didn't even look back, just threw his tui and ran. Papa, Shichibukai is so easy to kill, hurry up and run. Hearing the captain's words, the pirates returned to reality from the fantasy, and then ran away with APU. Is this how you attack? APU. Just as APU was running away, a voice suddenly came from in front of him, which made APU's expression instantly freeze, and an incredible panic flashed in his eyes. Looking closely, APU found that Lin Mu had stood in front of him at some point, blocking his way. And at this moment, Lin Mu seems to be uninjured at all except for some damaged clothes. It's really an amazing ability, unless you stop it before the end of the performance. It seems that you can't dodge this kind of attack. Lin Mu stared at APU and said slowly. Chapter 149. The reason why Lin Mu sat down and let APU finish playing Lee was to experience what APU's special attacking method was like. And after the experience, Lin Mu also had to feel the magic of this way of attacking in the year of Buddha. As he said, this kind of sonic attack, unless he interrupts APU's performance in advance, once the performance is over, this kind of attack is almost impossible to avoid. However, APU is obviously not very deep in the master of this ability, at least not very powerful in terms of power. With Lin Mu's physical strength, it can be completely resisted. Although the body will suffer some damage due to the explosion, it will soon recover under the recovery ability of Wolverine. If APU's ability can be stronger, it may cause a lot of damage to Lin Mu. The conclusion is that the potential is huge, but APU can't play it now. The current APU only has 9 rough and 300 experience points. It is too wasteful to directly harvest the plane. Lin Mu decided to keep it first. APU will definitely not have less experience in the future. After making the decision, Lin Mu's figure flashed and teleported directly behind APU, and then a sea stone was pressed on the back of APU's neck and fixed with a cobweb. After being contacted by sea stone, APU's ability was instantly suppressed and his body became weaker. Lin Mu didn't ask APU for mercy at all, he just slashed APU's neck with a knife, knocking him out. As for the escaped crew members, Lin Mu did not spare any of them and killed them all. Soon, a strong smell of blood filled the playground. After doing all this, Lin Mu took out the phone bug from his arms again and called Robin. APU has solved it, let someone come and take him. Okay, I'll send someone over immediately. Hearing that Lin Mu didn't kill APU, Robin still felt a little strange, secretly thinking that APU was also valued by Lin Mu, and it seemed that a re-evaluation of APU's potential was necessary. Who's next? Lin Mu asked Robin. Since he chooses to start, Lin Mu will be wiped out, and he will not stop until all these supernovae are solved. Hearing Lin Mu's question, Robin immediately replied, the next one is Red Flag XX Drake, he is currently in Area 32, and Basil Hawkins and the combatants of Kid Pirates kill. Where is the warrior Kira? Are these 3 people together? Lin Mu raised his eyebrows, which saved him from looking for them one by one, plus these 3 people were all valuable, so Lin Mu also said directly to Robin, now let people pass by and be ready to pick up at any time. Yes. Area 32 is a sightseeing area on the Sabayatti archipelago. It has a lot of entertainment facilities and the well-known soap bubble park. It is a good place to visit. Lin Mu has taken Robin and others there many times, so he is also there. Very familiar. Area 32 is still some distance away from Area 69, where Lin Mu is now. Even if Lin Mu has the ability to teleport, it took several minutes to reach Area 32. The number 32 area was full of people, and the road was very bustling with people coming and going, which formed a sharp contrast with the lonely number 63 area. Lin Mu covered his own hole with a large cloak, and walked on the road of the 32nd best area, looking for the traces of supernovae. It was not easy to find 3 people among tens of thousands of people, but Lin Mu didn't walk long when he saw a crowd of people crowding hundreds of meters in front of him, as if they were watching something. And many more people are constantly flocking there. I heard that Kira the Kid Pirates is fighting with the fallen Rear Admiral Drake. It's just ahead, come and see. I knew that it was impossible for these 11 supernovae to live in peace, and sooner or later there would be disputes that would eventually rise to the level of force, and now it really started. 91. I didn't expect that the first pair would be Kira and Drake. I think Drake has a better chance of winning, after all, Kira is just the second in command of the Kid Pirates. 0 for flowers. Nonsense, even the bounty Drake has an absolute advantage. While the crowd ran in front of the sound, they discussed the two sides of the battle at the same time. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth rose slightly after hearing that Drake actually had a fight with Kira. The development of the matter was really interesting, but he was a little curious, who would win the battle between the two in the end. So, Lin Mu also mixed into the crowd and went to watch the duel between Drake and Kira. When Lin Mu took his place, he found that not far from Drake and Kira, Basil Hawkins in a robe was sitting there, with a few straws growing out of him, grabbing the cards in front of him, and saying it seems like a fortune-telling. You three, it seems that even God wants me to take care of you together. Lin Mu thought to himself, and then his eyes focused on Drake and Kira. Both of them have dull temperaments, they don't say a word, they just stare at each other closely, murderous aura is constantly brewing. A few seconds later, the battle was about to break out. The two stepped on their feet, and their figures rushed towards each other at the same time, like two blazing cannonballs. In the blink of an eye, Drake and Kira collided in midair. Pin. 22. With a melodious crisp sound, the long knife in Drake's hand and the sickle in Kira's hand collided fiercely, but neither of them took a step back, and they were evenly matched in this blow. Pin pin pin. Immediately followed by a series of sounds of gold and iron intersecting, Drake and Kira quickly slashed and attacked each other, but all the attacks were blocked, and they fought a battle for a while, and it was hard to tell. Finally, after half a minute of fighting, Drake can't stand it anymore. I saw a roar like a giant dragon coming out of its mouth, and then there was a huge change in the body, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex 4 or 5 meters high, with a pair of cold eyes the size of a fist, and it was straight staring at Kira in front of you. Righteousness. Chapter 150. Animals multiply. Ancient species, dinosaur fruit T-Rex form. That's what Drake is capable of. The animal multiplication devil fruit itself has a considerable degree of enhancement to all aspects of the body of the capable person. For example, Raw Bluchi's cat fruit leopard form can greatly increase Raw Bluchi's agility. This Tyrannosaurus Rex fruit on Drake is much more precious and powerful than Raw Bluchi's. Because it can greatly strengthen Drake's strength and agility at the same time, making Drake's combat power instantly rise to a whole level, several times stronger than in normal form. Kira can play on a par with Drake in normal form, but facing Drake in the form of a Tyrannosaurus is completely different. Roar. Sankai. The Tyrannosaurus Rex incarnated by Drake let out a roar, and then ran straight to Luccara. Because of his size advantage, Drake only took 2 or 3 steps to come to Kira, and his 2 sharp claws slashed towards Kira. That claws flickered with a little bit of cold light, and the destructive power was absolutely no less than any real knife or gun. Although Kira takes the name of Agility Hook, the Tyrannosaurus Rex incarnated by Drake at this moment is huge, but it is not slow. So Kira couldn't dodge, so he could only raise the scythe in his hands as a resistance, choosing to resist Del Rey's attack. Boom! With that muffled sound, Kira only felt her arms go numb, as if she had lost her intuition. And the ground under his feet also collapsed directly under this huge force, causing him to sink halfway into it. At this moment, the second blow of Drake's claws fell again. Kira knew that he could no longer resist forcibly, so he rolled directly before, and took advantage of his small size to come under Drake's double tui, and then the sickle in his hand slashed directly on Drake's tui. But the originally sharp scythe was completely useless when it encountered the scales on Drake's tui. It just broke the skin, but it couldn't go deep and cause more damage. Dinosaur fruit Tyrannosaurus Rex, the increase is not only the attack power, but also the defense power is greatly increased because of the existence of dinosaur scales. Seeing that Kira actually dared to attack him, Drake took a deep breath from his nose, and then kicked Kira directly with a kick. Puff! Kira received this blow, as if being hit by a giant hammer, and spit out a mouthful of blood and flew out. All the people watching around took a deep breath when they saw this scene. Is this the power of the ancient species of animals? It's so scary. It looks like Kira is no match for Drake at all. Drake is worthy of being the 4th star of the bounty ranking. Although Kira is also a new star with a bounty of over 100 million, Drake, who has the ability of the ancient animal species devil fruit, is still not something he can shake. Drake has already become so strong, I don't know how powerful those few bounties are higher than him. The onlookers commented on the two sides who had just fought, and there is no doubt that Drake, who has 1,000 miles of the ancient devil fruit, is a whole class stronger than Kira. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in the crowd, followed by the words of a person. The worst generation really deserves its reputation, but I don't know who is stronger than that person. 99. Why don't you ask? Even though that man is also a rookie, he was the one who killed the golden lion, and now he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and these supernovas can't be compared at all. I don't think so. The golden lion is already old, and its strength is probably much weaker. Yes, the supernova at the bottom may not be Troizen's opponents, but Luo, Drake, Hawkins, Kid, and Straw Hat are at the top, but they are all amazingly talented pirates. They must have a fighting strength against Troizen. I don't think so. Compared with that man, the supernovas are still too tender. In that case, I'm really looking forward to the battle between them. Who is the strongest in the new era? 92. I support the supernovas. The red-eyed demon is definitely stronger. The debate in the crowd intensified. Some people think that Lin Mu is stronger, while some people think that the supernovas are not weaker than Lin Mu at all, and some of them even have the ability to fight against Lin Mu. 0. Faced with such arguments, Lin Mu did not take it to heart, because soon, these arguments will all disappear. Looking at the battle situation in the center of the field, Lin Mu knew that it was time for him to do something. If he didn't go out, Kira would be beaten to death by Drake. Wasn't that a loss of hard experience in vain? At this moment, Drake has chased after Kira, who was just kicked away by him, and then 2 sharp claws attacked Kira. Once hit, it can definitely easily pierce Kira's body. But just at the moment when the can was shot, Drake suddenly saw the sole of a foot getting bigger and bigger in his field of vision, and then it was printed on Lulu's face. Immediately afterwards, Drake felt a huge impact coming from the sole of his foot, and then the huge body was thrown out involuntarily, wiping a long trajectory on the ground. What's the situation? 5.7 The onlookers were dumbfounded, and some of them couldn't figure out what was happening in front of them. Why did Drake, who had the upper hand, suddenly throw the flying hook? Could it be that Kira still has some secrets to use? But soon, someone noticed that there was a figure in front of Kira, and after seeing the figure's face clearly, the onlookers involuntarily took 3 steps back. Ethan Costello special. How he come? Does Kira also have friendship with him? So he came around to save Kira. Not only the audience was very puzzled by Lin Mu's actions, but even Kira, who fell to the ground, wondered why Lin Mu would save his life. However, his doubts were destined to be unanswered, because he suddenly saw a dazzling red light in Lin Mu's eyes. Chapter 151. Just when everyone thought that Lin Mu was here to save Kira, even Kira himself thought so. Lin Mu's eyes suddenly released a dazzling red light. This crimson light was beyond everyone's expectations, not referring to Drake who was kicked away, but to Kira who fell to the ground. Kira didn't even have time to say a word, and was directly hit by the high-energy ray blazing out of Lin Mu's eyes. The crimson high-energy rays are not something that Kira's body can resist at all. At the moment of being hit, Kira's body is pierced through, and his heart is melted and evaporated almost instantly, and it no longer exists. Kill warrior Kira and gain 10,500 experience points. The sound of the traditional voice also represents Kira's death. Obviously, Kira's potential is not enough for Lin Mu to pay attention to, so he also became the second supernova killed by Lin Mu. Kira's death made everyone onlookers tremble. No one thought that when Drake was about to kill Kira, Lin Mu would suddenly hook and kick Drake to save Kira. No one could have imagined that the first thing Lin Mu did after rescuing Kira was to kill Kira with his own hands. No one can understand the reason for Lin Mu to do this, and this incomprehensible sense of mystery also makes them more afraid of Lin Mu. I don't know how things will play out. Will Troizen still get his hands on Drake? I want to know what the purpose of Troizen is. Look at it, it's really good to so, weren't you just wondering who the top Supernova and Troizen are in the new era? That's right, we can just see the result. Not only does Dre want to be here, but Hawkins is always by his side. Hope these two can fight Troizen. The arguments of the onlookers did not affect the few people in the venue. After Drake got up from the ground again, he looked at Lin Mu with a dignified expression. The Tyrannosaurus Rex pouting teeth belonged to the human language. Troizen, what do you mean? 99. In view of Marine divided Sabayatti archipelago to me, I decided to give Marine a great gift. Lin Mu said with a chuckle. Drake's face was even more solemn, and he asked, what gift? You Supernovas. Lin Mu's voice was flat, but the content of the hook made Drake's body shiver, and he couldn't help trembling slightly. Because there were a lot of onlookers here, Lin Mu knew that his purpose could no longer be hidden, so he simply stated it directly. Anyway, even if the remaining few people knew about it, it was too late to run away. After hearing what Lin Mu said, the crowd was in an uproar, and no one thought that Lin Mu's purpose was actually like this. He actually wants to wipe out all the Supernovas. What an ambition this is! Everyone present was shocked by Lin Mu's words, especially Drake, who was facing Lin Mu. Even Hawkins, who had been sitting not far from Ishind for divination, raised his head and looked at Lin Mu with that extremely hesitant gaze. Captain, do we want to get out of here quickly and avoid Troizen? A crew member leaned slightly and leaned into Hawkins' ear, and asked Hawkins. After taking a deep look at Lin Mu, Hawkins shaved his head again and began to play with the cards in front of him. His dull complexion never changed, and he could not see the slightest fluctuation of expectations. After 2 breaths, Hawkins finally opened his mouth and said slowly in a low voice, "You guys leave, I won't die today, but the chance of escaping is 0%. As for you, the chance of survival is 0%, but the chance of escape is 76%. Leave while he can't open his hands now." After speaking, Hawkins closed his eyes directly. The pirates behind Hawkins changed their expressions when they heard this. They had full confidence in the captain, because in their memory, the captain's divination had never failed. Therefore, they never hesitate to implement the captain's orders. Then, please be careful. After finishing speaking, the pirates behind Hawkins fled directly, leaving Hawkins alone to sit there, as if waiting for something. This scene was not noticed by many people, because at this time everyone's attention was still on Lin Mu and Drake. Although Lin Mu noticed this, he was too lazy to do it. As long as the main man didn't run away, he didn't care about running away a few scoundrels. In the face of Drake, Lin Mu didn't want to waste too much time. After all, the news that he was going to wipe out all the Supernovas in one fell swoop may soon spread, so it must be resolved as soon as possible. Give you a chance to surrender, you choose. Lin Mu gave Dre an ultimatum. Drake's fist-sized dragon eye squinted slightly, but then he let out a loud roar at Lin Mu, and then charged directly at Lin Mu. The 2 sharp claws flickered with 317 points of cold light constantly waving. Everyone can be sure that once Drake finds a chance, these 2 claws will definitely pierce directly into Lin Mu's body. But, Drake doesn't have that chance. The red light in Lin Mu's eyes flared up again, and then, a crimson high-energy ray charged directly towards Del Rey. The moment Drake saw the red light in Lin Mu's eyes, he wanted to avoid him, but unfortunately he was very agile, but his oversized body made his dodging more difficult than ordinary people. How fast are the jets of high-energy rays? Drake can't dodge at all. Puff! The scarlet high-energy ray directly hit Drake's right big tui, and Drake's defense was amazing, so Kira couldn't break the scale armor, but in front of Lin Mu's high-energy ray, it was like thin paper. In general, one stab will break. Drake's big two didn't last even a second in front of Lin Mu's high-energy rays, and was directly pierced. The heavy damage to the Tui hindered the momentum of Drake's charge and almost fell to the ground due to inertia. Although he forcibly controlled the balance of his body, Drake had lost his ability to move and could only be slaughtered by Lin Mu. Chapter 152. This scene made all the onlookers widen their eyes. Unbelievable. That was a scale armor that Kira couldn't break at all, but in front of Lin Mu, it seemed to be just a decoration, without any defensive ability at all, and it was directly penetrated by a big Tui and fell down. Is this the difference between a supernova and the 7 warlords of the sea? Scary. Even Shichibukai has strengths and weaknesses, and Troizen is already the strongest among them. Kira is as helpless to Drake as Drake is to Troizen. It's a shame that I thought the best of the supernovas could fight Troizen, but now it seems completely impossible. 99. This is not necessarily, if Drake is defeated, it does not mean that others will also fail. Among the supernovas, there must be someone stronger than Drake. Lin Mu was suddenly diligent, first killing Kira in an instant, and then instantly making Drake incapacitated. This kind of power made many people speechless. But there are still many people who choose to support the supernovas, believing that there are supernovas who can be compared with Lin Mu. Just as the crowd was arguing about this, Lin Mu teleported directly to Drake's body, and at the same time the red light in his eyes began to flicker again. This time it was aimed at Drake's left Tui. Knowing that he was powerless to dodge in front of Lin Mu, and that there was no point in holding on except for more serious injuries, Drake opened his mouth quickly and said, "I surrender." As soon as the voice fell, Drake's huge body quickly shrank and turned into a human shape again, but there was still a penetrating hole on his right Tui, and his flesh was blurred. Since Drake surrendered, the red light brewing in Lin Mu's eyes gradually dissipated, and then he did the same, using sea stone to disable Drake, and then spewed spider silk from his hand, tightly binding Drake. In normal times, although the spider silk is tough, it can't escape Drake, but at this moment Drake not only lost the ability of the magic fruit, but his body was weakened because the ability of the fruit was suppressed, so it was impossible to break free. Seeing this, Lin Mu's men who had been hiding around for a long time ran over to escort Drake away. After that, Lin Mu's eyes turned to Hawkins, who was sitting with his eyes closed. Hawkins has a golden shawl and long hair, and his face is so melancholy that it is even a little scary. The erect eyebrows and the cross tattoo on the throat add a lot of mystery to him. Hawkins' divination and Mrs. Shiarly's prophecy have similarities and differences, but their attitude towards this ability is completely different. Mrs. Shiarly hated her language skills because seeing the outcome of the tragedy in advance would send her into constant panic and depression. But Hawkins is convinced and obsessed with his own divination, and even every action relies on divination to make a choice. Lin Mu is also very curious about this kind of power, but he will not use it. Although the ability of the prophet is enviable, it will also pay a considerable price for it. At least the Vice Admiral of Life no longer has surprises. Exist. With one step, Lin Mu's figure crossed a distance of nearly 100 meters and came directly in front of Hawkins. "How about you, surrender or fight?" Lin Mu asked, looking down at Hawkins, who was sitting on the stool. Hawkins put away the cards in front of him one by one. Even when facing Lin Mu, his expression did not change at all. He was still calm and strategizing, as if everything was expected. After collecting the cards in front of him, Hawkins made a low voice, "If I surrender without a fight, my chances of survival will decrease." Lin Mu raised his eyebrows when he heard the sound, and stopped talking nonsense with you. His eyes were full of red light, and then high-energy rays spewed out, directly passing through Hawkins's mouth. If ordinary people are hit by Lin Mu, they will definitely die directly, because the position passed by the high-energy ray is the position of the heart. However, Hawkins's expression remained the same, and the pair of melancholy necks were also staring at Lin Mu, and he didn't look hurt at all. At this moment, one of the crowd of onlookers suddenly fell to the ground clutching his mouth, his face full of pain. Looking closely, he actually died, but before he died, he even screamed. Didn't have time to hook up. As if a strange force suddenly descended from the sky, it had already taken his life before he could react. The sudden death of this man caused a commotion among the crowd, and many people subconsciously stayed away from Lin Mu and Hawkins. But there are still some who are not afraid of death, not only did not retreat, but went a step forward, reluctant to miss the confrontation between Hawkins and Lin Mu. "I have the ability to transfer damage," Lin Mu murmured, but there was not much surprise on his face. After all, he already knew the effects of the abilities of these 11 supernovae, but he was not sure about the mechanism. "I know too well, that's why he tested APU's ability before." After the voice fell, the red light in Lin Mu's eyes dissipated directly, no longer using high-energy rays as his attack method, but with a wave of his right hand, a smudge of flame appeared in his hand, flying around his index finger. If he, So Good Zhao, remembers correctly, Hawkins can transform into a huge straw man, and the ability to transfer damage must be related to this. As we all know, straw is afraid of fire, so Lin Mu decided to try it with fire. With a slight movement of his fingers, the flame in Lin Mu's hand shot directly to Hawkins' body. But after the flame fell on Hawkins' body, it did not spread out as usual, but disappeared directly, as if absorbed by Hawkins' body. In the next second, the pirate closest to Hawkins was suddenly engulfed by a flame and turned into ashes in an instant. Seeing this scene, Lin Mu's face flashed a trace of surprise. He didn't expect Hawkins to be able to deflect even the flame's attack. However, there are too many ways for Lin Mu to deal with him. "Hawkins, that's it." Chapter 153. Lin Mu remembered that Hawkins' ability to transfer damage was limited in number of times. Of course, today's Lin Mu naturally won't use such a laborious method. He now has a better choice. Looking at Hawkins sitting in front of him, Lin Mu directly reached into his pocket and took out his sea stone finger tiger. After putting it on, he didn't say a word and punched Hawkins directly in the face. The roll of sea stone made Hawkins' ability to transfer damage directly invalid, and he could only withstand Lin Mu's punch. Although Lin Mu had deliberately controlled his own power, he still flew Hawkins hard, and a few clicks sounded. Obviously, a lot of bones were broken on his body, and the blood spurting out of his mouth was also caught in the blood, mixed with a few white fang. After landing, Hawkins's body twitched a little, and he didn't move again, but he didn't die, just lost consciousness and passed out. Lin Mu was very measured. How could it be possible to kill Hawkins directly? After Hawkins fell into a coma, the group of people under Lin Mu also stepped forward directly, lifted Hawkins and left, and the figure of Lin Mu disappeared with him. Until the figure of Lin Mu disappeared, those onlookers recovered from their shock, and then there was an uproar. Originally, they thought that the leader among the Supernovas would have a fight with Lin Mu, but now it seems that this is a complete joke. Whether it is Drake or Hawkins, they are already considered the top combat power among Supernovas, but when facing Lin Mu, they are like a 3-year-old child who has no power to fight back and can only let Lin Mu lead. Such a result makes it difficult for many people to accept, but at the moment the reality is in front of them, but they have to accept this fact. Ignoring the thoughts of the onlookers, after packing up Drake and Hawkins, Lin Mu directly teleported away and accelerated to the next location. Of course, when Lin Mu was in action, the news that he wanted to wipe out the Supernova was also centered on the number 32 area at Bath, extremely fast, and the entire Sabayatti archipelago spread the hook to go. But no matter how fast the speed is, it can't compare to Lin Mu's teleportation. So when Lin Mu's figure hooked outside the auction site in the number 12 area of the illegal zone, Kid and Luo inside didn't know the information. When Lin Mu walked into the auction, the auctioneer on the stage in front was enthusiastically introducing a slave warrior. If you just listened to his bragging introduction, you would have thought that he was describing a strong Shichibukai level policeman. Lin Mu's entry was immediately discovered by the auctioneer. Because Lin Mu didn't hide his face at the moment, he was recognized immediately. Seeing Lin Mu appear, Rao is that the auctioneer is already well informed, and his heart cannot help but jump, staring at Lin Mu with a flash of fear in his eyes. After all, Lin Mu is really famous. Usually it does not appear, but if it does appear, there will be a disaster of blood light. The abnormality of the auctioneer made everyone in the room turn their heads, and in an instant, hundreds of eyes focused on Lin Mu. After recognizing Lin Mu's identity, most people showed a trace of panic on their faces. Lin Mu calmly swept across the auction hall, and sure enough, he found Luo and Kid among the hundreds of people. To Lin Mu's surprise, there was actually a Tianlong man with a bubble on his head. When I saw this dragon man, Lin Mu's first thought was to kill this guy and put it on the straw hats. That would be fun. I don't know if Garp can kill his relatives righteously, and Drago can do it again. Turn a blind eye? If these two forces can be pulled in, the big event will really be a big event. But after thinking about it carefully, Lin Mu had to admit that the success rate of this plan was a little low. After all, there are many people here, and it is not easy to hide, so he can only give up the plan to kill the Tianlong people for the time being. After clearing his throat, Lin Mu said to everyone present, I came here to find two people, Trafalgar Law, Eustace Kid. Except for these two people, please leave quickly to avoid accidental injury. Hearing Lin Mu's words, some people with fearful faces immediately showed joy on their faces. They didn't care who Lin Mu's purpose was, as long as it wasn't for them. At the moment, hundreds of people fled to the outside of the auction venue, not staying in the auction venue for a while. As for Luo and Kid, after being named by Lin Mu, their brows were deeply wrinkled. Seeing that Lin Mu had a tendency to do it here, the auctioneer was in a hurry. It's not a big deal just to be spoiled for one auction, but if the auction floor was smashed, the loss would be huge. The person in charge will definitely not be able to eat Kabuto and walk away. Thinking of this, the auctioneer's eyes could not help but turn to the Tianlong people, hoping that the Tianlong people could stop Lin Mu's actions. But what surprised him was that although the dragon man was a little reluctant that day, he didn't say much, but left with the flow of people accompanied by bodyguards. When did these bastards from Heavenly Dragons talk so well? They are not arrogant and arrogant on weekdays. Why are you getting out now when the police tell you to get out? Seeing this, the auctioneer couldn't help but scolded in his heart. But at this moment, obviously not the time to scold Tianlong people, thinking of the treatment that he will encounter after the auction house is destroyed. For a while, the fear of his master in the auctioneer's heart overwhelmed the fear of Lin Mu. In between, the auctioneer gritted his teeth, and actually ran Lin Mu all the way, and stopped in front of Lin Mu. Lord Trawasan, you may not know, but this auction house is the property of Lord Don Quixote. If it is destroyed, Lord Don Quixote will probably be very unhappy, which will affect you and Don Quixote. The feelings between Lord Quixote, so please be careful. Glancing at the auctioneer, Lin Mu snorted coldly, what kind of relationship do I have with Don Quixote? The police said that in this auction house, even Don Quixote's head was temporarily placed on his neck. Chapter 154. Lin Mu's scolding made the auctioneer so pale that his face was extremely pale. Just as the auctioneer retreated to the auction stage, the slave warrior who had been auctioned on the stage suddenly shouted loudly. Taking advantage of the chaos, he broke free from the control of the surrounding guards. On the head. OM. With a muffled sound, the auctioneer's head was directly smashed to pieces, cracking like a piece of watermelon, and the red and white things overflowed. Immediately afterwards, the collar on the neck of the slave warrior exploded, and the entire head was shattered by the explosion. Even if they are desperate, they will kill the person in charge of this auction house, which shows how deep the hatred of these slaves is for the auction house. Seeing that the person in charge of March 20th was dead, the guards of the auction house looked at each other, and they all started to run out. They were just hired. In the face of Lin Mu, an enemy who was impossible to defeat, what would they do if they stayed here? In less than half a minute, there were only a few figures left in the crowded auction hall. The points were Lin Mu, Kid, Luo, and several pirates under the duo. At this moment, Kid and Luo have both stood up from their seats and looked at Lin Mu. Luo kept silent and watched Lin Mu without speaking, but Kid jumped directly in front of Lin Mu, looking at Lin Mu with a little cruelty in his eyes. Kid is a diligent boy. Although he is powerful, he is cruel and vicious. Whether it is pirates, marines, or even civilians, many people have died under his hands. In terms of reputation, he is much more stinky than Lin Mu, especially among civilians. Middle. Under the red hedgehog's head, Kid's face is full of arrogance and invincibility, and his scarlet tongue is stubborn, as if he is a cruel lone wolf that is about to rhyme and hunt. Trewazan, everyone on this island is saying that you are very powerful. I originally wanted to go to you for a contest, but now that you are here, it would be better. The corner of Kid's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hook. A bloodthirsty smile. This makes Lin Mu a little surprised. At least so far, Kid is the first person among the Supernovas to take the initiative to provoke him after seeing him. You have some meaning, then show me your strength and let me see. Lin Mu said lightly. When Kid heard the sound, the fierceness in his eyes was even more fierce, and there was an undisguised ambition in the depths of his eyes. Kid is very aware of Lin Mu's current reputation. If he can defeat the new Shichibukai who is in the limelight, his fame will directly emerge from the supernova and become the most worthy of the new era. Under the support of this ambition, Kid has no fear of Lin Mu in his heart, nor can he see the strength gap between himself and Lin Mu. Ah! 19. With a loud shout, Kid's arms stretched out suddenly, and then, the whole auction hall, and even all the metals outside the auction hall seemed to be drawn by a force, flying towards Kid and sticking to Kid's hands one after another. Above, slowly gather and ask. Lin Mu can also feel the attraction from Kid. After all, the bones of his body are Edmund's and will be affected by the magnetic force, which is why Magneto has become Wolverine's biggest nemesis. However, compared to the use of magnetism, Kid obviously can't compare with Magneto, and the abilities of the two are no longer at the same level. What's more, the abilities of various mutants in Lin Mu's current body have long been more powerful than Wolverine. Under the situation, Kid's magnetic force can hardly have any influence on Lin Mu, and the attraction can't even make Lin Mu move. And because the control of the magnetic force is not meticulous enough, it is still at a superficial level, so Kid himself obviously does not realize this at all, and still pulls the surrounding metal to attach to his growing metal arm. Although Ting wanted to give Kid a chance to show his full strength, Lin Mu was too lazy to waste time. Red light flashed in his eyes, and high-energy rays erupted directly. Kid's metal arms are like foam in front of the red high-energy rays. Once they meet, they will be melted and evaporated. In just a moment, Kid's two metal arms are cut off by Lin Mu. But fortunately Kid saw that the situation was not good, and immediately retracted his arm, so that Lin Mu only cut the metal, otherwise it would be directly cut into a stick. Although he avoided this blow, a cold sweat broke out from Kid's back. He had heard that the red light in Lin Mu's eyes was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. His thick metal arm would be penetrated in less than a second under the irradiation of the red light. This shocked Kid's heart, but before he could recover, Lin Mu's had already moved. I saw Lin Mu suddenly disappear in place in a flash, teleported directly behind Kid, and smashed directly behind Kid with the fist of sea stone pointing tiger. Boom! With a muffled sound, Kid's body hit the wall of the auction house like a missile. But even the sturdy wall couldn't stop Kid's impact, it was directly crashed and collapsed by Kid, and Kid was buried in the end, and the place with a radius of more than 20 meters was turned into a rubble. 5.7. Kid, who was buried below, did not move at all, and apparently ended up in the same fate as Hawkins, fainted and lost consciousness. After the extremely easy solution to hang Kid, Lin Mu's eyes shifted to Luo. Lin Mu instantly defeated Kid and showed Jile's powerful combat power, which made Luo feel terrified beside him. Kid's initiative to challenge Lin Mu is, in Luo's opinion, blinded by overly ambitious ambitions. Unlike Kid, Luo is good at cell phone intelligence, so he is very aware of how scary Lin Mu is, so he never thought Kid could compete with Lin Mu, but he never thought Kid would lose so fast. At this moment, being stared at by Lin Mu, Luo's forehead could not help seeping cold sweat. Chapter 155. Although Lin Mu was standing in front of him at the moment, Luo had a feeling of facing his former master Doflamingo in his heart. Even vaguely Luo still felt that the pressure that Lin Mu brought him was even stronger than that of Doflamingo. This feeling made Luo's heart palpitate. He is not an impulsive person, so he did not act rashly at this moment. In Lin Mu's eyes, the most potential among the 11 supernovas is undoubtedly Luffy, and in addition to Luffy, Trafalgar Law. give you a chance to surrender, I don't want to hurt you for the time being. Lin Mu said lightly to Luo. Hearing this, Luo frowned, but instead of rejecting it, he was thinking about weighing the pros and cons. The biggest difference between Luo and other supernovas is that he is calm enough, which is what Lin Mu admires the most about him. After only a few seconds, Luo finally said, I surrender and let go of my men. Impossible. Lin Mu simply refused. They have only two ways, either surrender with you or die directly. After Lin Mu said these words, the pirates behind Luo and him were silent for a while. They all know that with Lin Mu's strength, they have no chance to escape, and now facing Lin Mu, apart from surrendering, it is death. Keep the green hills without worrying about running out of firewood, no matter what time, saving your life is the most important thing, and you can make plans for the future things slowly. Thinking of this, Luo's eyes swept across the crew members behind him. After seeing the same light in the eyes of several crew members, he could only nod towards Lin Mu. I choose to surrender. The person who knows the current affairs is Junja, you are not bad. Lin Mu said with a flick of his finger. A sea stone flew towards Luo, and after suppressing the devil fruit ability in Lu Chi's body, he bound Luo tightly with a spider web. As for the crew members behind Luo, they did the same, and they were all turned into dumplings. You guys, die or surrender. After clearing up Luo's mess, Lin Mu's eyes turned to the two crew members of Kid Pirate. The captain's instant defeat had already terrified the two crew members. At this moment, facing Lin Mu's questioning, he quickly raised his hands and chose to surrender. Go and dig, kid. Lin Mu pointed at the ruins on the right, and instructed the two Kid Pirates. The pirate didn't dare to disobey Lin Mu's order, and ran to the ruins to dig Kid's body buried underneath. Soon, Kid's body was wounded, and Lin Mu's men also arrived here, and Lin Mu asked his men to escort the captives back. I am walking towards the last goal. The Straw Hats, now all in the Sabayatti archipelago, are stationed near Shuki's bar. Shuki can be said to have done the best intelligence work on the entire Sabayatti archipelago. With Shuki present, the Straw Hats will know that Lin Mu is going to attack the Supernovas as quickly as possible, and it is very likely that he will leave Sabayatti archipelago directly. That's why Lin Mu didn't waste time on Kid and Luo, but quickly resolved the battle and then chased down the Straw Hats. The Straw Hats are Lin Mu's main target this time. Everyone else can run away, but the Straw Hats absolutely cannot. Sabayatti Archipelago number 13, all the Straw Hats are sitting in Shuki's bar. You mean, the new 7 warlords of the sea are going to attack us? Nami asked, staring at Shuki with wide eyes. Usopp also looked anxious. Why did he suddenly call us to start? It's not you who did it, but all the supernovas on the island. If you want to catch them all, you are the last to do it. Shuki said with a worried expression. But Luffy raised his fists indifferently and shouted, if he comes, wouldn't it be better to beat him up? Yes, my knife is already thirsting for blood. Zoro put both hands on the hilt, clearly ready to fight. Snapped. Nami directly slapped Luffy and Zoro on the skulls and cursed, Alabasta, have you forgotten how you two lost? I'm much stronger now than I was then. Luffy clenched his fists to defend himself, while Zoro didn't speak, but the meaning in his eyes was exactly the same as Luffy's. Obviously, the first and second combat powers of the Straw Hat are very eager to fight with Lin Mu, which makes Usopp and Nami a little tearful. At this moment, Shuki finally said, Xiao Tanki, I am afraid that you are not the opponent of that person now. Your pirate ship coding is almost completed, so you should leave here quickly. Yeah? Do you even think so? Luffy glanced at Shuki in surprise, his frown clearly a little unhappy. But Nami didn't care about the captain's petty temper at all. He directly touched Luffy and Zoro and ran out. Of course, he didn't forget to turn around and shout at Shuki, thank you for your hospitality these days, Shuki, we bye-bye fate. Goodbye-bye fate. Shuki stood at the door of the bar, looking at the Straw Hats who were drifting away, hoping that the Straw Hats would be able to leave Sabayatti Archipelago safely. She also wanted to see what kind of changes this group of people would bring to the world when they grew up. But soon, Shuki's complexion changed, okay, because in her field of vision, a slightly thin figure suddenly appeared. As an intelligence collector, Shuki is naturally very familiar with the figure in front of him. Who else can be except Lin Mu? With the support of teleportation, Lin Mu's speed is completely beyond Shuki's expectations. When Shuki discovered Lin Mu naturally also discovered Shuki's existence, but Lin Mu didn't care about Shuki at the moment, but looked directly at the gang of Straw Hats who were running away not far away. If it's later, maybe I'll let you all run away. Lin Mu murmured as he watched the Straw Hats escape from a distance. As soon as the sound fell, Lin Mu's figure flashed, and he directly crossed the brown rice distance. The next moment, he appeared right in front of the Straw Hats, blocking the only way for the Straw Hats to escape. Chapter 156. Lin Mu suddenly hooked now make full Straw Hat and his gang were shocked, and then have to stop hanging stature, different complexion looked Lin Mu. Luffy and Zoro's eyes are deep war, Usopp, Nami, and Chopper alarmed, Sanji frowned, as Frankie is purely a look of curiosity. Lin Mu eyes swept 7 people in front of me, and this is now all members of the Straw Hat, less a Robin, a Bulolai. Because the fate of Robin Lin Mu hook now been greatly changed, as Brook, now it seems to rhyme because Lin Mu changed the fate of the track. In Thriller Bark time, Lin Mu Mahu will register in the youthful moment in Brooklyn, said that the need to let Bruce told swordsman, in fact, the purpose is to take Brook's hand to the plow water Zoro, then let no immediate advantage of the opportunity to join a Straw Hat. But apparently did not follow the developments of the shot rang Lin Mu, Bruce after the recapture Shadow I do not know where to go, and apparently did not encounter a group of Straw Hat, but added some pity. But this is a good thing, at least the face of a pile of bones, Lin Mu's Xia Bukwa some really hand. Luffy and Zoro looked at the face of War Concentration Camp 320, Lin Mu even want to capitulate to this group of people is no different from daydreaming, so I do not wordy, direct hands. Stature flash, Lin Mu came directly behind Nami and Usopp, and wrist exercise spray a large number of web instantly Nami and Usopp tightly bound that they have cut off a possible escape. At this point, standing beside Nami Sanji protection of angry staring eyes, directed at Lin Mu shouted, "You idiot, what are you doing Miss Nami 93? Voice just fall, Sanji directly with Lin Mu kick to kick. Lin Mu is not flash not avoid, a hand grabbed Sanji direct kick to the leg. Lin Mu chi enormous power? Sanji simply not be able to resist. Lin Mu hand vice versa as the wearer made Sanji pin legs, not allowed to move. Sanji tried to struggle but did not get any results, but as Lin Mu increasingly tight grip of the palm so that he uploaded to the bursts of leg tingling, as if the whole leg must be straight Lin Mu crumbled general. Under intolerable, Sanji leaps directly to the body, with the right hamstring with Lin Mu kick, hoping to force Lin Mu let go. At the same time, to see the flight path of the crew are being attack begins, extending directly rubber, separated by tens of meters to punch the Lin Mu. Faced with such attacks, Lin Mu shook his head a little disappointed, too slow. Lin Mu and Kizaru for this often high-speed combat people, Luffy and Sanji's attack speed is too slow, in their eyes is slow in general, you want to deal with it is too easy. Lin Mu holding leg Sanji's arm suddenly toss, under the effect of the enormous power of Lin Mu, Sanji suspended in the air throughout the body instantly lost his balance, had wanted to attack kicked Lin Mu also vanished the moment, it is difficult to following. Of course, Lin Mu can not only resolve this by Sanji attacks, more importantly, Lin Mu with this circuit directly to Sanji's body hit the flying fists. In between this electro-optical fossil, Luffy had no time to close hand, fists Yao Sanji directly on the face, issued a hum is heard muffled, and Sanji's mouth is directly spit blood. Sanji. Seeing a few people are face Straw Hat flashed anxiety and concern, especially Luffy, between the look full of guilt, after all, he personally played Sanji vomiting blood. After blocking with Sanji Luffy attack, Lin Mu staring across Sanji, without any emotion in the cold pupil. The original is still struggling, bath, of Sanji only felt just like being Shinigami dry eye in general, both upper and lower body through the ice just like all of a sudden exposure to the general mind is faint chills. At this point, Sanji suddenly felt a sharp pain in the holding of Lin Mu uploaded to the leg, and then a bone-cracking sound on into the ear. What? Crushed lower leg pain for Sanji's mouth uttered shrill screams, apparently is suffering great torture. And in Lin Mu wrist is once again injected a large amount of silk, while shackled Sanji body, also sealed Sanji's mouth, let it quiet. Last night, after all, Lin Mu will be on hand at the side Sanji, cold eyes then immediately transferred to the chopper and Frankie's body. UBD. Luffy and Zoro in unison toward Lin Mu scolded, and then they went together rushed Lin Mu. As Frankie and Chopper R2 ran Sanji, to heal the wounds of the legs is Sanji. Rubber rocket. Trill Emma trouble the wind. Zoro and Luffy attack almost simultaneously came to Lin Mu's body, with full of amazing power and influence, even if the mountain waves can also break open their attacks in general. But Lin Mu have failed to turn a blind eye in Zoro and Luffy attacks to hit to the body of Lin Mu. Lin Mu's stature suddenly flash, actually teleport directly to avoid the two attacks, give way to fly and Zoro this direct attack come to nothing. At the same time to avoid the two attacks, Lin Mu figure now directly query the Frankie and Chopper front of. Then reflexive direct kick, fiercely fell on Frankie's body. Lin Mu of this kick, let Frankie recalled again from the fear of being hit head sea train a dozen years ago. Even, Lin Mu of this kick even more violent than the impact that sea train. After being blow, Frankie direct mouth emitting a blood throughout the body upside down nearly 100 meters thick severing a tall redwood seam Tingti down, but has completely lost consciousness. While the kick Fi Fulankai, Lin Mu wrist again cobweb spray rhyme, carries a sea stone directly glued to the chopper's body. While sea stone chopper not only to lose the power of transfiguration, it is also allowed because of inability fell to the ground, never the slightest ability to act. So far, the Straw Hat standing can only Luffy and Zoro too. And now, from Lin Mu hands, only passed less than 5 seconds. Chapter 157. 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds. The Straw Hat pirates who ranked second in the total bounty, except Luffy and Zoro, all fell at the feet of Lin Mu and were easily subdued by Lin Mu. And how long can Luffy and Zoro support under Lin Mu's feet? BD, what are you doing to them? What Lin Mu did made Luffy's eyes widen with anger, and the blue veins on his forehead had obviously erupted. Immediately afterwards, I saw Luffy half squatting, and then the double Tui charged like a spring and bounced a few times, the body began to flash pink light, and white steam continued to emanate from the body, like a spring. The potent stimulants used are average. After that, Luffy didn't stop at all, and immediately stepped on the ground with his feet. Under the impact of the huge reaction force, Lin Mu ejected, like a cannonball. In the case of starting the second gear, Luffy's speed and physical strength have been greatly enhanced, and the speed is more than twice as fast as 10 before. Of course, this is still not worth mentioning in front of Lin Mu. Even if the speed of the turtle is doubled, it is impossible to beat the cheetah. With just a slight deviation of his head, Lin Mu dodged Luffy's attack, then lay down directly in front of Luffy in a flash, and then punched Luffy in the abdomen. Although Luffy would not suffer any damage from Lin Mu's punch due to the ability of the rubber fruit, Luffy's body could not be restrained from flying backwards under this huge impact force. At this moment, Zoro's attack finally came to Lin Mu's body, and the 3 sword-style blows hit Lin Mu from 3 directions, leaving no dead ends at all, making it impossible to avoid. Of course, Lin Mu has no plans to escape either. I saw Lin Mu stretched out his hands, and actually chose to take the sword with his bare hands. The 2 long knives in Zoro's hand slashed into Lin Mu's 2 hands by accident, but as a result, Zoro's face was hooked with unbelievable astonishment, because his long charged blow was only on Lin Mu's hand. There are 2 blood marks left on the hand, and after breaking through the thin layer of skin, there is no way to penetrate deeply, and it can't cause any damage to Lin Mu at all. The most difficult thing for Zoro to accept is that he can almost see with the naked eye that the blood on Lin Mu's palm is recovering, and it has completely healed in just a few seconds. This person in front of me, is it really human? This is the only thought in Zoro's heart at the moment. The blow he is proud of is not worth mentioning in front of this man, as if the toy wielded by a child just scratched his skin. And what's more, it only takes a few seconds for this chafed skin to fully recover. Is this powerful defensive ability, this terrifying recovery ability, really something a human being can possess? Red-eyed demon. Thinking of Lin Mu's nickname, Zoro suddenly realized something in his heart. Although he hasn't seen the so-called red eyes yet, the person in front of him is probably no better than the devil in hell. Can such a formidable opponent really be defeated? Zoro knows that the answer may be cruel, but he must not give up. Even if there is only a little hope, he will try. At least now, it is definitely not the time to be surprised by the strength of the enemy, he must fight back immediately. After making the decision, Zoro's eyes became firm again, but when he was about to draw his knife to attack Lin Mu again, he found that both of his knives were already tightly held in Lin Mu's hands, leaving only his mouth to bite. The grip can also move freely. But among his 3 knives, the knife in his mouth is only an auxiliary, and the 2 knives in his hands are the main attack ability. Zoro tried to pull the 2 knives out of Lin Mu's hands, but Lin Mu's 2 hands were pinning the blades like 2 vices. No matter how hard he gritted his teeth, there was nothing he could do. Mu's hand didn't move at all, he couldn't pull it out at all. If an ordinary person did this, his fingers would have already been cut off by the blade, but Lin Mu's strong defense made the blade helpless against him, and he could hold the blade tightly without any pressure. Now Zoro's 2 knives are tightly held by Lin Mu, unable to move, just like a tiger has its teeth pulled out, and the whole person is fixed here. Without the master's armed color haki, you can actually break my skin. You are really good, Rorano Zoro. Lin Mu said lightly, looking at Zoro in front of him. But Zoro seemed to be insulted, and his face flushed. BD, what's the point of this kind of ridicule? You misunderstood, but I'm really complimenting you. If you are now master armed with haki, you might be able to hurt me, but unfortunately. Lin Mu raised his eyebrows, then shook his head. It's a pity that you are now there is no master, so it is destined to be powerless when facing me. 320. When Lin Mu said this, there was a sudden roar in his ears. Apparently Luffy had just killed him again. Rubber jet bazooka. Luffy's eyes were full of anxiety, he roared in his mouth, and then his hands stretched behind him slammed forward under the traction of the rubber, and who else could the target be besides Lin Mu? Facing the 2 glowing pink palms attacking from the side, Lin Mu didn't even look at it, his figure flashed, and he teleported directly with Zoro to a position 5 or 6 meters ahead, avoiding Luffy's attack this time. As long as Lin Mu wants to, he can teleport with anyone or anything, whether the other party wants to or not. Failing to count, Luffy's second attack came again, but he was still evaded by Lin Mu with teleportation. Ignoring Luffy who was constantly attacking on the side, Lin Mu stared at Zoro and said indifferently, the real despair is never because of seeing the strength of the enemy, but because of the weakness of yourself. Then Rorano, you are now feeling hopeless? 99. After saying these words, Lin Mu's hand that was holding the blade suddenly turned red, and it could be seen faintly that there seemed to be flames rising continuously. Chapter 158. When Lin Mu's voice fell, his palm suddenly became fiery red, bursting with dazzling light, and his skin seemed to have become translucent because of the dazzling light, and you could faintly see the rising inside of the palm. With endless flames. Zoro is now close to Lin Mu, so he can naturally feel the hot temperature in Lin Mu's palm. At first Zoro didn't know what Lin Mu was trying to do, but Zoro quickly realized it. After guessing Lin Mu's purpose, Zoro's complexion suddenly changed, and he hurriedly shouted at Lin Mu, "Stop!" However, when Zoro shouted these 2 words, it was already too late. Because the light flashing on Lin Mu's palm is already very dazzling, the temperature of the 2 palms is close to 10,000 degrees. Under such high temperature, the long knife tightly held by Lin Mu in the center of his palm immediately dissolved, turning into a pool of molten iron dripping from Lin Mu's palm onto the ground, making a "la" sound. Looking at the molten iron dripping from Lin Mu's hands on the ground, Zoro stayed where he was. These 2 knives have been brought by him since they entered the Grand Line, and they have gone through countless battles, big and small, but now, they have been completely destroyed by Lin Mu's hands. And facing Lin Mu, he can't do anything. The greatest insult to a swordsman is to destroy his weapon. And Zoro is taking this insult now, and more importantly, he can only take it. The real despair is never because of seeing the strength of the enemy, but because of the weakness of oneself. Now, Zoro finally understands the meaning of Lin Mu's words, because he has fallen into this despair now, and realizes his vulnerability and unbearableness when facing Lin Mu. Metal has good thermal conductivity, and the high temperature of the hook in Lin Mu's palm quickly turned the entire iron sword into a hot red, and even the temperature of the hilt has reached a very high level. The scorching heat caused the skin on Zoro's palm to fester in an instant, but the pain of the body was far less than the pain of the soul. After only a few seconds, the blades in Lin Mu's hands all melted, and the two long knives were also directly disconnected. Until this time, the two long knives finally got out of Lin Mu's control and regained their freedom, but at this time, they could no longer be called knives, at best they could only be counted as 7. 4. Why do you do this? Zoro murmured, looking at the broken knife in his hand. Looking at Zoro's absent-minded appearance, Lin Mu did not answer Zoro's question, but said in a flat tone, after experiencing despair, you may be devastated from now on, or you may be ashamed and brave. I hope you can choose the right way. After finishing speaking, Lin Mu directly stepped forward to Zoro's side, and then sprayed a large amount of spider silk from his wrist, completely binding Zoro's 5 flowers. Obviously, when dealing with Zoro, Lin Mu is much more serious. Seeing that the only remaining crew members had fallen at the feet of Lin Mu, Luffy had gone mad. He used to clench fists with both hands and attacked Lin Mu without interruption, hoping to interfere with Lin Mu and make Lin Mu unable to deal with Zoro. But the fact is that everything Luffy did was in vain. Lin Mu and Zoro teleported together to make all of Luffy's attacks completely useless and did not play any role. So at this moment, the only person who can still stand in the straw hat is the captain. Watching the crew collapse one by one in front of his eyes, but he can't do anything, this powerless pain makes Luffy feel unspeakable pain and deep anger. This anger is anger towards Lin Mu, but more of it is his own anger towards the weak. If I could be stronger, things wouldn't be like this, Sanji and the others wouldn't be hurt, Zoro's sword wouldn't be broken, it's all my fault. I'm too weak. Looking at Luffy, who was gnashing his teeth in front of him, Lin Mu's expression was as calm as water as always, and his voice was even more flat and without any emotion. The first time a person grows up, is to recognize his weakness and hate his weakness. I looking forward to your growth, Monkey D. Luffy, 93. But now, you should accompany your crew to fall together, the captain can't abandon his own crew. After Lin Mu's voice fell, he flew away. And after hearing Lin Mu's words, Luffy gritted his teeth and roared, I won't abandon my crew, but I will let you fall and let them stand up. Oh? Then try it. Lin Mu raised his eyebrows slightly and said indifferently. Luffy put his thumb to his mouth, bit it down, and then blew a hard breath. I saw his fist inflated like a balloon in an instant, turning into a huge fist with a diameter of nearly 2 meters, no different from the real giants. Third gear, rubber giant gun. With a loud shout from Luffy's mouth, the giant-sized fist rammed Lin Mu directly. Looking at the huge fist with amazing power, Lin Mu did not choose to dodge this time, but directly raised his arm and blasted forward. Seeing that Lin Mu didn't mean to dodge, Luffy's eyes flashed a ray of light, and all the previous attacks were avoided by Lin Mu. Okay, he was unwilling but had no brains. This time, Lin Mu chose to confront him head-on, and he was naturally happy to meet him. It will definitely beat you. As the roar from Luffy's mouth came out, his giant fist collided directly with Lin Mu's palm. Boom! With a loud noise, a shock wave spread directly around Lin Mu and Luffy. Wherever the shock wave passed, even the turf on the ground was lifted up, extending for more than 10 meters. The siege gradually ceased. Luffy's giant fist and Lin Mu's palm are incomparable in terms of size, but they are together at the moment. Looking at it for anyone else, I wouldn't think that Lin Mu can win this match. However, the real power is never determined by the size. Chapter 159. Boom! The huge impact force finally erupted after a delay of 1 second, and Luffy's body was also thrown flying under the impact of this impact force. Under the huge impact force, Luffy's body couldn't stop throwing the flying hook, but Lin Mu stood still. Obviously this level of impact force couldn't have any effect on him at all. After Zhang Hong retreated from Luffy, Lin Mu's figure didn't stop at all. He took a step forward and used teleportation to span a distance of hundreds of meters, and almost instantly hooked onto the path of Luffy's body tossed away. Looking at Luffy, who was thrown flying, Lin Mu's eyes did not contain any emotion, his heart moved, and the steel claws in his hand directly asked. Against rubber, blunt weapon attacks are basically useless, so although Lin Mu knocked Luffy back twice, Luffy didn't take any damage. But this time, not anymore. After the steel claw hook, Lin Mu raised his arm and adjusted an angle, then stood still and began to count silently in his heart. 3. 2. When Lin Mu counted to 1, Luffy's body finally arrived, and after 320, he slammed directly into Lin Mu's steel claws. Edmund asked Jin's steel claws to be extremely sharp, coupled with the impact of Luffy's body. With the addition of the two, the steel claws pierced directly from Luffy's back waist, pierced through Luffy's body and then hooked from his abdomen, and the steel claws that originally shone with a silver luster also directly turned into blood claws. Now, you can fall down with your crew in peace. Lin Mu whispered, sticking to Luffy's ear. Az. Luffy's mouth bit the hook with blood, trying to struggle, but then a sea stone was placed on his back. Sea stone not only made Luffy lose his devil fruit ability, but his body completely lost its power. At this moment, he is like a hanging barbecue, and there is no possibility of struggling. And with the loss of blood, Luffy's consciousness gradually dissipated, and soon his eyes turned white and he fainted. Until then, Lin Mu's steel claws finally retracted, and Luffy also fell to the ground, and the song, Bath, couldn't move on the ground. So far, all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates have fallen at the feet of Lin Mu. Except for Jewelry Bonnie, whom Lin Mu was familiar with, all the Supernovas were also wiped out, and they were all wiped out by Lin Mu alone in less than half an hour. After sending the signal to his subordinates, Lin Mu turned around and looked at a square ring on the right side, his eyes flickered slightly. How long do you want to hide there? Mr. Silver Rayleigh. 99. After Lin Mu finished speaking, he let out a long sigh, and then, an old man with white hair but still healthy body walked over from behind a huge mangrove tree. The old man wears round frame glasses, has a scar on his right eye, and his beard and hair are all white. He is obviously not young. He is the current One Piece Rogers deputy captain, Silver Rayleigh. I thought I was well hidden, but I didn't expect to be discovered long ago. After Rayleigh revealed his figure, he gave Lin Mu a strange look, as if wondering why Lin Mu could call him Ryuma after all. Not many people knew that he was hiding in the Sabayatti archipelago. After looking at it for a long time, Rayleigh couldn't see anything from Lin Mu's face, so he could only shake his head with a wry smile. The years are not forgiving, and I am still getting old. It's not that easy to find you. Looking at Rayleigh, Lin Mu said. It's not that Lin Mu deliberately flattered Rayleigh, but that Rayleigh was hiding very well. Even Lin Mu's spider sensor didn't sense Rayleigh's existence. It can be seen that Rayleigh's control of his own breath has reached a very high level. Although people who specialize in haki such as Rayleigh Garp may get older and their physical strength declines, their master of haki will become stronger and stronger, and eventually reach a very terrifying level. Really speaking of strength, it is not necessarily much weaker than in its heyday. And Lin Mu didn't discover Rayleigh very early. In fact, he also discovered Rayleigh just after notifying his subordinates to come and carry people. And the way to discover Rayleigh is the number on top of Rayleigh's head. Any creature that can provide experience points to Lin Mu, after reaching a certain distance from Lin Mu, a number representing its experience value will appear on the top of the head. Therefore, it can also be said that as long as Lin Mu does not relax his vigilance and always observe, no one in this world can sneak into his side, no matter how well concealed. When he looked up and saw a number in the size of several 100,000, Lin Mu was also stunned, thinking carefully that the entire Sabayatti archipelago could have this experience value, and it seemed that only Rayleigh was left, so he called out Rayleigh's name directly. Rayleigh waved his hand, obviously not intending to say more on this matter, and then pointed to the Straw Hat members who had fallen to the ground in all directions. What are you going to do with them? Facing Rayleigh's question, Lin Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, and did not directly answer Rayleigh's question, but looked at Rayleigh with a little doubt. Compared to this, I am more curious about why you hid and didn't shoot. When he found that Rayleigh was hiding aside, Lin Mu was really puzzled, because he knew how much Rayleigh valued Luffy and believed that Luffy was the man who inherited Roger's wool, so he had helped the Straw Hat to block Admiral Kizaru in the original book's attack. When Rayleigh didn't show up when he was fighting with the Straw Hat net before, Lin Mu thought that Rayleigh was not there, but now it seems that this is not the case at all. It is very likely that Rayleigh had already arrived, but he had not started, which made Lin Mu very curious. Facing Lin Mu's question, Rayleigh was silent for a moment, and then shook his head helplessly. Even if I try my hand at it, nothing will change, and I can feel that you have no intention of killing them. 99. I really have no plans to kill them, but only temporarily. Lin Mu said lightly. Hearing that Lin Mu did not intend to kill the Straw Hats, Rayleigh breathed a sigh of relief, but when he thought that what Lin Mu said was temporary, Rayleigh's brows couldn't help frowning again. Chapter 160. I don't plan to kill for the time being, and this answer obviously doesn't reassure Rayleigh. Brows furrowed tightly, Rayleigh's eyes released a sharp light, staring at Lin Mu. Facing Rayleigh's gaze, Lin Mu did not dodge at all, but chose to look at Rayleigh. Facing the right hand of the One Piece, Lin Mu did not flinch at all, not even the slightest bit of fear. He even killed the Golden Lion, who was as famous as Roger, so how could he be afraid of Rayleigh? Lin Mu's refusal made Rayleigh sigh and helplessly repeat Xiao's original question, what are you going to do with them? Lin Mu glanced back at the Straw Hat members, and the jar looked at Rayleigh again, with a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. I wiped out all the supernovas on the Sabayatti archipelago, you and Shuki really can't guess what I want to do? Rayleigh. Hearing Lin Mu mentioning Shuki's name, Rayleigh's already furrowed brow deepened even more, and his face became a little ugly. Although what Lin Mu said was very vague, how could he not hear the threat in Lin Mu's words? After standing in the same place for a long time, Rayleigh could only sigh. At this time, Rayleigh no longer felt that old and strong, but the rhyme was almost a scene. In the face of Lin Mu, a rising star, he has been completely passive. And most importantly, Rayleigh knew very well in his heart that even if he fought against Lin Mu, his chances of victory were poor. Continuing to stay here will not change any results at all. Thinking of this, Rayleigh could only shake his head helplessly, then turned and left. But before taking a few steps, Rayleigh's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he turned his head slightly. Can you tell me what your purpose is, Troisen? Facing Rayleigh's request, Lin Mu thought for a moment, then turned around and pointed to Luffy, who was already unconscious, and said, do you know why he doesn't want to know what One Piece is from your mouth? Because once he knows, it's boring. 33. My purpose, you should take a good look at Sabayatti archipelago. If you know in advance, it will be boring. Hearing Lin Mu finish saying these words, a look of surprise flashed in Rayleigh's eyes, and after taking a deep look at Lin Mu, he finally left. Not long after Rayleigh left, Lin Mu's men arrived here, and then escorted the Straw Hat Paste back under Lin Mu's command. But Lin Mu didn't stop and started his next plan. On the sea not far from Naval Headquarters Marineford, a small boat with a length of less than 2 meters is constantly flashing on the sea. Headquarters. Standing on the boat is a slender but slightly thin figure, it is Lin Mu. After destroying all the Supernova pirates, Lin Mu came directly to Naval Headquarters. Sabayatti Archipelago is not far from Naval Headquarters, it can even be said to be very close. At the speed of Lin Mu's teleportation, it didn't take long to rhyme to the outer cordon of Marine Fodor, and then it was rodden by the guarding marine. Down. Those guarding marines were surprised to see Lin Mu appear. After all, Marine can be said to be the most fearful group of Lin Mu in the world. Lord Troisen, as far as I know you haven't been summoned, so why did you come to Naval Headquarters? The highest leader who guards Marine is a Brigadier General of the Headquarters. This Brigadier General also looks pale when he sees Lin Mu, but when he thinks of Lin Mu's current identity as 7 warlords of the sea and his position, he speaks in his throat. His heart was also put back into his stomach, and he dared to speak to Lin Mu. Faced with Brigadier General Marine's question, Lin Mu stepped forward and disappeared directly from his boat, coming to Brigadier General Marine. The figure of Lin Mu suddenly hooked in front of him, which made the Marine Brigadier startled, and the surrounding Marine soldiers also stepped back a few steps, raised their weapons and looked at Lin Mu as if they were facing an enemy, each with cold sweat on his forehead. Apparently facing this demon so close, their hearts were filled with pressure. 0 for flowers. What kind of decency are you? Put down your weapons soon. Brigadier General Marine saw that the soldiers under his command actually raised their weapons at Lin Mu, and he was so frightened that he lost 2 souls. Afraid that the soldiers under him would anger the demon in front of him, he hurriedly scolds him. After being reprimanded by the Brigadier General, those Marine soldiers also reacted, putting down their weapons with dismayed faces, bowing their heads and trembling. They didn't dare to look at Lin Mu. Lin Mu didn't get into this. He didn't come to naval headquarters this time to find trouble with these miscellaneous soldiers. I promised Warring States before that I would give him a gift, and now this gift is ready for him to accept. 33 Lin Mu said to Brigadier General Marine. 0. Between Lin Mu and Warring States, only Warring States can take the initiative to contact Lin Mu, but Lin Mu's phone bug could not take the initiative to call Warring States, which can be said to be a one-line connection. So if you want to find the Warring States at this moment, you can come to naval headquarters in person. When Brigadier General Marine heard that the matter was related to Warring States Fleet Admiral, he did not dare to be sloppy, and immediately responded, "Please wait a moment, I will report to Warring States Fleet Admiral immediately." After finishing speaking, the Brigadier General left temporarily and went to the Warring States period to report the news here. Not long after, the Brigadier General went back and forth, returned to Lin Mu, and said to Lin Mu politely, "Lord Troizen, Sengoku Fleet Admiral invites you to interview about that gift." 99. Lead the way. Lin Mu nodded and said directly to the Brigadier General in front of him. 99. In fact, he also knew where Sengoku's office was, so he could teleport indirectly, but with his current relationship with naval headquarters, Lin Mu was not very good at making such a move. Under the leadership of this Brigadier General, Lin Mu quickly arrived at the destination, but this was not the Sengoku office, but another conference room. After entering the conference room, Lin Mu was stunned for a moment by the 3 people sitting inside, and then a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yi. Chapter 161. At this moment in the conference room, besides the Warring States period, there are actually people wearing Marine's controversial robes sitting in the pour. The 2 were quite old, 1 male and 1 female, and the epaulets on the robes of justice indicated the rank of Vice Admiral of their headquarters. Troizen, these 2 are. Seeing Lin Mu coming in, Warring States got up directly and introduced the 2 of them to Lin Mu. But as soon as the words of the Warring States began, Lin Mu stretched out and made a palm to signal that the Warring States should not go on. How could I not know these 2, Marine Vice Admiral and Chief of Staff, Crane, and... Having said this, Lin Mu's eyes turned to the burly but sleepy old man beside him, and the marine hero Garp who has driven One Piece into a corner several times. Since you already know 32, I don't need to introduce more. The Warring States paused for a while, and after taking a deep look at Lin Mu, the scene continued, "You said that you came to naval headquarters to have a gift for Marine. I told you before that I wanted to give Marine a gift, but now I'm just fulfilling my promise." Lin Mu said and found a place to sit down. "Then, now that you're here, can you tell me what your gift to Marine is?" Sengoku looked at Lin Mu and said, frowning slightly, obviously he didn't think Lin Mu could give it to Marine. What a good thing, in Sengoku's opinion, Lin Mu is enough not to cause trouble to Marine. On the other hand, the Crane Vice Admiral looked very calm, with his hands on the table supporting his chin. He looked at Lin Mu so quietly, his eyes were also very calm, and he couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. As for Garp, Gang Lian was still drowsy, but at the moment, he was about to fall asleep with his head up. Obviously he didn't care about the next topic. Lin Mu glanced at Garp with great interest, thinking to himself, when he said what the gift was, could Garp still be as calm as he is now? 11 rookie pirates with a bounty of over 100 million gathered on Sabayatti archipelago. They are also known as 11 Supernovas, the worst generation in history. Lin Mu said slowly. Warring States interrupted Lin Mu's introduction rudely, frowned and said, "We all know what you said, does your so-called gift have something to do with the supernovas?" Faced with Sengoku's question, Lin Mu nodded directly, "It does matter." Lin Mu said these words, not only the Warring States period, but also the eyes of Vice Admiral, who had been calm all the time, flashed a little bit in the eyes. Obviously, he didn't think that the gift Lin Mu said was actually related to the supernovas. At this moment, Lin Mu mentioned that Sengoku and Crane Vice Admiral could not help but glance at each other, and both saw the same guess from each other's eyes. In the end, it was Sengoku who spoke first and asked Lin Mu, "Is the gift you're talking about a supernova?" After hearing the question from the Warring States period, Lin Mu stretched out, waved a finger in front of him, and said indifferently, "Not one, but all." Speaking of this, Lin Mu seemed to suddenly remember something and added, "Of course, Jewelry Bonnie is not included, so strictly speaking, there are only 10 people in the ditch." Hearing Lin Mu's words, Warring States glared, stood up directly from the stool, and looked at Lin Mu in shock. And Vice Admiral Crane also had a solemn expression on his face. He obviously did not expect that Lin Mu would give Marine a gift like this. His surprise was no less than that of the Warring States period. On the other hand, Garp, who was drowsy, shook his fingers without a trace after hearing Lin Mu's words. Although he hid it well, his heart was obviously not as calm as his outward appearance. After all, his grandson Monkey D. Luffy is a member of 11 Supernova. Now all 11 Supernovas except Jewelry Bonnie have been cleaned up by Lin Mu, so naturally his grandson will also be among them. After taking a deep breath and suppressing the surprise in his heart, Sengoku-ji confirmed to Lin Mu, "Apart from Jewelry, everyone else is in your hands now." Faced with the question from the Warring States period, Lin Mu nodded, and then continued, "But 2 of them have already died. 0. As soon as Lin Mu said these words, Garp, who was beside him, shuddered violently. He couldn't pretend to fall asleep any longer. He jumped up from his chair and stared at Lin Mu with wide eyes, as if he was going to rush up and strip Lin Mu alive. Look! When Warring States saw Garp like this, how could he not know what Garp was worried about? His face sank in an instant, and scolded, "Garp, pay attention to your current identity." The Crane Vice Admiral on the side could only sigh and shake his head when he saw Garp's rudeness. The dignified Marine Vice Admiral, who gave birth to a son, is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and his 2 grandsons have become world-famous pirates, all of whom stand on completely opposite levels. If Garp wasn't a Marine hero, he would have been kicked out of Marine long ago, or even locked up in Impelton as a criminal. Although he didn't show hooks on weekdays, but Garp's anguish, how could Vice Admiral, his colleague and friend for many years, not know about it? However, no one can do anything about this kind of thing. There is no doubt about Garp's affection and loyalty to Marine, and even in the face of family affection, it is impossible to convict Marine. Therefore, unless Durag and Luffy change their positions, but the 2 are as stubborn as Garp, it is obviously impossible for them to change their positions. Therefore, Garp can only fall into this vicious circle and suffer. One day, his friends, colleagues, and disciples will fight with his son and grandson. As long as there is a war, there will be death, no matter which side of the death. To Garp it's a huge ordeal. The old man could only hope in his heart that this day would come later. But now, Lin Mu has wiped out all the supernova pirates, and 2 supernovas died directly at the hands of Lin Mu. As the saying goes, concern is chaos. How could Garp not be anxious when he first heard the news? Although he was reprimanded by Sengoku at this moment, Garp seemed to have not heard it, and still clenched his fists and glared at Lin Mu. Who are the 2 who died? Chapter 162. Garp, known as Iron Fist, stared at Lin Mu with clenched fists. No one doubted, if Lin Mu's answer was the one he didn't want to hear, he would definitely attack Lin Mu directly. If his grandson died in the hands of Marine, Garp's reason might be able to control his actions and not take revenge, but if his grandson died in the hands of a pirate, he would definitely not be able to bear it. Looking at Garp's appearance, Lin Mu's face deliberately showed a look of surprise, knowingly asked, "Garp Vice Admiral, what's the matter with you? When Lin Mu's words fell, warring states finally stepped forward to stop Garp and Lin Mu. After giving Garp a stern look, Lin Mu frowned and asked, "The one who died, who are the two?" "Uruki from the Broken Monk Pirate, and Kira from the Kid Pirate. These people were too weak, and I accidentally killed them. The others are still alive," Lin Mu said. After Lin Mu's words rhymed, the three people in front of them all breathed a sigh of relief. Garp knew that his grandson was not in danger at the moment, while Sengoku and Crane Vice Admiral didn't have to worry about Garp's sudden outbreak. The atmosphere in the entire conference room calmed down all of a sudden, and Garp returned to his seat at Sengoku's signal, but this time he didn't pretend to be asleep again. After setting up Garp, Sengoku looked at Lin Mu. 11 supernovas are called the worst generation for no reason. It is not only because their bounty is over 100 million, but more importantly because their potential is very amazing. After entering the Grand Line, without exception, they all showed in order to let Marine pay attention to the strength, as well as the potential to be famous in the world. If you let these people grow up for a few years, then the pattern of the new world may even be changed by these people, so not only the Marines, but also the 4 emperors and even the world government, attach great importance to these 11 supernovas. But now, among the 11 supernovas, except for Jewelry Bonnie, who was familiar with Lin Mu, 2 of the remaining 10 people died and 8 were captured. It can be said that they were all wiped out by Lin Mu alone. This is a very incredible thing in the view of the Warring States period, because the supernovas can stand out from a large number of pirates, and reach the Sabayatti archipelago under the siege of Marine. Almost every escape skill to judge the situation is first class. Therefore, it is not easy to catch these supernovae, otherwise they will not be able to come to Sabayatti archipelago in the containment of Marine. Of these 11 people, it is not easy to catch one of them, let alone all of them. Especially since these 11 people are all on the same island now, once one suffers, the others will immediately evacuate when they get the information, and they won't be able to catch up. Lin Mu can wipe out the supernova net. There is only one possibility, that is, the speed of Lin Mu solving supernova is faster than the speed of information spreading. Thinking that if Lin Mu hadn't said the hook, he would still be kept in the dark, and the Warring States period could not help but feel a chill. You must know that Marine also has a lot of spies on Sabayatti archipelago. Lin Mu has already come here in person before these spies have passed the news to the headquarters. It can be seen how fast Lin Mu's actions are. And what is certain is that those supernovas that Marine is very fond of, did not cause any trouble to Lin Mu at all, and may even be completely defeated when facing Lin Mu. Did everyone add up to the cost of Lin Mu? It's hard to say for an hour. It has to be said that the estimates of the Warring States period are very accurate, and they are inseparable from the real situation. And this estimated result also made the heart of Warring States 3 points. Sengoku knew very well that even if Admiral was sent to Sabayatti archipelago, it would not be possible to solve everyone so easily. These 10 supernovae are not so much a gift from Lin Mu to Marine, but rather Lin Mu's showing off to Marine. In fact, it was the Warring States period who misunderstood Lin Mu. Although Lin Mu also has a mind of showing off his power, but this is obviously not his main purpose. Lin Mu's main purpose is to throw those supernovas who he thinks have potential into the big prison in Pelton for training. It's a pity that no one in the whole world can guess Lin Mu's purpose. What are you going to do? I can hand over the remaining 8 people to Marine. Although Lin Mu thought that this time, Lin Mu was here to show off his power, the remaining 8 supernova Marines must not give up. After some strange glances at the Warring States period, Lin Mu said, "I have already said that the supernova is my gift to Marine. You don't want anything." Warring States looked at Lin Mu suspiciously, obviously not believing that Lin Mu would be so kind and give such a big gift to Marine for nothing. Seeing the appearance of the Warring States period, Lin Mu didn't take it seriously. He tapped his 2 fingers together on the table slightly, and said slowly in his mouth, "There is no need to exist in the impossible zone on the Sabayatti archipelago. You know what's going to happen, and at such a critical juncture, Marine won't scatter his strength to help you clean up the wrongdoing," Sengoku said with a frown. Hearing the sound, Lin Mu shook his head. "It doesn't matter, I can do it for me and completely clear the illegal land from the Sabayatti archipelago. Hearing this, Sengoku's eyes flashed and he said, the dark forces in the illegal zone on Sabayatti archipelago are intricate, many of them are related to the New World and even the major royal families, even Marine is not easy to attack them, aren't you afraid of retribution? Ah! Faced with the questioning from the Warring States period, Lin Mu shook his head and chuckled, as a person, the last thing I am afraid of is offending people. Since Marine wants to do this but can't do it, let me do it. Do it for you. 99. So, why are you helping Marine do this? Finally, Vice Admiral, who had been silent, asked. Hearing the question from Vice Admiral Crane, Lin Mu narrowed his eyes slightly as if he had heard a joke. Looks like, I still need to remind you, Sabayatti archipelago, it's my territory now. Chapter 163. After Lin Mu said these words, Sengoku and Tsuru Vice Admiral were silent for a while. Yes, they just ignored a very serious problem, that is, the Sabayatti archipelago is already Lin Mu's territory. Okay, that's all said and done, Marine can send someone to the Sabayatti archipelago to escort the arrested Supernova, but better take a doctor, someone is not seriously injured. After the voice fell, Lin Mu ignored the three people in front of him, turned around and left the conference room. After Lin Mu left naval headquarters, he arrived at Sabayatti archipelago. It didn't take long for the warship sent by Marine to escort the 8 Supernovas to arrive. As for the escort, it was a familiar face of Lin Mu, the naval headquarters elite vice admiral. The whispering rat did not say anything, but was very polite, and was unusually polite to Lin Mu. The whole handover went very smoothly. The climate whispering rat who finally left even thanked Lin Mu for his contribution to Marine and let Lin Mu listen to him. Are a little embarrassed. The next day, with the announcement of the news that the 11 supernovas except Jewelry Bonnie, the other 10 people, 2 dead and 8 people arrested, spread directly all over the world. When they first heard the news, almost everyone reacted in disbelief. Just kidding. Those are the 11 big pirates who are called the worst generation in history, how could they be caught all at the same time? Taking 10,000 steps back, even if they encountered a strong enemy, wouldn't they still be able to escape? No matter how bad it is, you won't miss a single hook, just hang it all on the Sabayatti archipelago. Because this thing is too incredible, almost everyone is doubting the authenticity of this news. After the authenticity of the news was confirmed, everyone's attention was naturally focused on who did it. Because the news only reported the news of the supernova being arrested and killed, but there was no more detailed explanation of what happened, so people were very curious as to who had such a powerful strength to be able to kill a supernova in one go. Directly kill the worst generation in the cradle? Of course, these curiosities are completely absent on the Sabayatti archipelago. Because when Lin Mu started, many people saw it in their eyes and naturally knew what happened, and the only thing that was not cleaned up among the supernovae was because he was familiar with Lin Mu and was sheltered by Lin Mu. There are no impervious walls in the world, although Marine didn't want to make Lin Mu his prestige because of this matter, but the result was out of his control. Soon, the news that the top 10 supernovae were solved by Lin Mu alone in less than half an hour spread from Sabayatti archipelago to the world at an extremely fast speed. After hearing the news, everyone's heart was full of shock and disbelief. Originally, many people were guessing who the strongest of the new generation would be, and many people believed that the best among supernovas had the ability and courage to fight against Lin Mu. But now it seems that these 10 so-called supernovas have no power to fight back in front of Lin Mu, just like a child who has just been lying down facing a blood-type butcher who has been killing for many years. In the Warring States office, listening to the report just now from his subordinates, Warring States frowned and his face was very ugly. There are no 11 supernovas at all, there is only one supernova, and that is Lord Troizen. Why would these bastards say such things? Sengoku couldn't help but scolded. After the news transmission that the supernova was all in Lin Mu's hands, this statement quickly emerged. 11 supernovas do not deserve to be called supernovas at all, because the gap between them and Lin Mu is too great. If we want to talk about supernovas, only Lin Mu is qualified to be called a supernova. Thinking that this incident made Lin Mu's reputation soar again, Warring States was very unhappy. Did those pirates forget how Troyan killed the pirates, and they still call him an adult? Pirates are a group that fights and plunders each other. It seems normal for pirates to kill pirates. They call Troyan an adult just because of their pure worship of the strong. There is nothing incomprehensible, Warring States. Seeing some gaffes in the Warring States period, Vice Admiral of Crane, who was sitting beside him, reminded that, at the same time, there was some helplessness on his face, and his two friends seemed to often gaffe when facing that Troyan. Garp lost his usual spontaneity, and Sengoku also lost his usual steadiness. Thinking of this, Vice Admiral couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Could that young man named Troyan really be the nemesis of Sengoku and Garp? You know, even when they faced Roger Golden Lion, Sengoku and Garp were not what they are now. Being reminded by Crane Vice Admiral, Warring States G realized his gaffe, and after calming his mind, he said, I know this, but I am just worried that as his reputation continues to soar, I am afraid that he will be closer to that of the four emperors. The level is not too far, even if it surpasses the four emperors, it is not impossible. If he goes to that position again, what a great impact it will have on the world. 93. Crane, Troyan, the pressure on me is too great. Okay. While the Warring States side was talking about Lin Mu himself was already sharpening his knives on the Sabayatti archipelago, ready to start clearing the illegal areas on the Sabayatti archipelago. After Lin Mu cleaned up the Supernovas at a thunderous speed, the pirates on the entire Sabayatti archipelago smeared their soles with oil and ran quickly, for fear that Lin Mu would find them next. In almost one afternoon, the number of pirates on the Sabayatti archipelago has decreased by 3/4, and by now, there are no pirates on the island. However, the pirates can run away, because this is their transit station, and it is completely arbitrary when to leave. But it is completely different for the various dark forces that have been stationed on the island for some unknown number of years. Chapter 164. Unlike the pirates, once these dark forces leave Sabayatti archipelago, the black industrial chain that they have worked hard to build for more than 10 years or even decades will be directly broken, which is completely unacceptable to them. Therefore, many dark forces chose to seek wealth and risk, staying on the island without any action, and praying in their hearts that Lin Mu would not take action against them. It's a pity that they never imagined that Lin Mu had already planned to clear the illegal areas, and cleaning them was originally one of Lin Mu's goals, so how could he ignore them? Just as Lin Mu's capture of all supernovae continued to ferment, Lin Mu started again, and this time, his target was the dark forces on the Sabayatti archipelago. Except, of course, those who have surrendered to him. On the Sabayatti archipelago, the 1st to 29th areas were originally illegal zones, but after Marine's withdrawal, most of the entire island became illegal areas, doing all kinds of illegal transactions. And Lin Mu's cleaning method is also very simple, that is, starting from the 1st area, sweeping to the 79th area one by one, and never letting any fish slip through the net. There are more than 10 dark forces in the entire Sabayatti archipelago, adding up to a total of 2 pockets of people. These 2 people can stand in a place like Sabayatti archipelago 323, naturally they have a certain strength, otherwise they would have been given by the pirates in the past. A pot finished. Strength means experience. According to Lin Mu's estimation, on average, everyone's experience is probably no less than 30. Although the number of individuals is not high, the number is more than enough. The 2 rough people add up to more than 60,000 experience. With the supplement of this 60,000 experience, Lin Mu can basically complete 1/10 of the 1 million experience needed for the next upgrade. In the 1st area of Sabayatti archipelago, there is mainly a dark force operating the industry of arms reselling here, and the dumping of arms around the world causes wars. In the war between countries, the number of casualties is in the thousands. Compared with these people, the murders committed by Lin Mu are nothing at all. When Lin Mu appeared in the gathering place of this dark force, these outlaws turned pale one by one, and then a look of despair appeared in their eyes. There is no reason for it, because they all understand that Lin Mu does not go to the 3 treasures palace for everything. Although they have some strengths compared to ordinary people, these strengths can't play the slightest role when facing Lin Mu. Even those 10 supernovae are in Lin Mu's hands, let alone them. Under such circumstances, most of the people looked desperate, but the leaders of this dark force looked at each other with a fierce light flashing in their eyes. They are selling arms and naturally have their own arsenal. Of course, these outlaws also knew in their hearts that those weapons against ordinary soldiers would hardly pose any threat to Lin Mu. But a cannonball won't do. How about a warehouse shell? Even if Lin Mu is not killed, they will blow up the Sabayatti archipelago to the bottom of the sky. This is their revenge. Even if they die, they will bite Lin Mu. After making the decision, the leaders immediately shouted, "Run, run separately, he can't catch us all alone." After the leaders shouted these words, the outlaws who had fallen into despair seemed to suddenly see hope, and they fled one by one without hesitation. There are hundreds of them here, and they will definitely be able to escape a few. When the leaders saw their subordinates fleeing, they were also mixed in the crowd, but instead of running around, they each ran towards their 3 arsenals in the number 1 area. They're going to detonate those munitions and have the entire Sabayatti archipelago buried with them. Once these 3 arsenals are detonated, all areas around the first area, Bath, will be affected, and it is conservatively estimated that a quarter of the entire Sabayatti archipelago area will be directly destroyed. However, they are obviously too naive. Facing Lin Mu, is it really useful to run away? Seeing the outlaws fleeing in all directions, a sneer appeared at the corner of Lin Mu's mouth, and then a surging flame wave spurted out directly from Lin Mu's body, spreading out at an extremely fast speed. Almost instantly, the rhythmic flame spewing from Lin Mu's body was within 10 meters of Lin Mu, forming a real hell of flames. The endless fire and scorching heat will make people palpitate even if they look at it. After creating such a flaming hell, Lin Mu took a step forward and teleported to the fleeing crowd. Along with Lin Mu, he was hooked into the crowd, as well as the flaming hell around him. But those outlaws who are contaminated by this raging flame will be instantly enveloped by the scorching flames, and even the screams will be turned into fly ashes. Kill ordinary criminals and gain 42 experience points. Kill ordinary criminals and gain 27 experience points. Kill ordinary criminals and gain 32 experience points. As soon as Lin Mu's figure appeared, 3 outlaws were directly shrouded in the hell of flames, and they were even refined into Lin Mu's experience. Immediately afterwards, the speed of fast silver in Lin Mu's body was directly stimulated, and the flames around him ran at a speed of more than twice the speed of sound, drawing thick flames on the ground. At this time, if you look at it from above, the fleeing outlaws are like pencil marks on white paper, while Lin Mu is a red eraser. Wherever you wipe, the pencil marks will disappear immediately, as if it never existed. This scene made the leaders who were planning to detonate the arsenal immediately despair. Wow! A flash of fire flashed, and this was the last scene that the leading lives saw. Ding! Kill the leader of the outlaws and gain 275 experience points. 10 seconds after starting to move, Lin Mu's figure stopped, and at this moment, there was no more outlaws in the number 1 area. After straightening the collar, Lin Mu's figure disappeared directly, leaving only a faint voice in the air. Area 1, the cleaning is complete. Chapter 165. Area 2. Area 3. After cleaning the criminals in Area 1, Lin Mu did not stop for a while, and went directly to Area 2 and Area 3 of Sabayatti Archipelago. At this moment, Lin Mu is like an eraser, but wherever he passes, any darkness will be erased by him, and then no longer exists. In this way, Lin Mu is cleaning the dark forces on the Sabayatti Archipelago at an extremely fast speed, and each area can let Lin Mu stay for no more than half a minute. With such a speed, those dark forces have no time to react at all. Until Lin Mu completely swept the areas 1 to 29 where the dark forces gathered the most, the lawbreakers in the latter areas got the news and knew that Lin Mu was working on the lawbreakers on the island. Although there have been speculations before, every lawbreaker is praying that Lin Mu will not take action against them. It can be said that every lawbreaker has a bit of luck in their hearts. Now, however, this little bit of luck has been completely shattered. They didn't run away before and chose to stay on the Sabayatti archipelago and wait and see, just because there was still a bit of luck in their hearts. But now this fluke has been wiped out, and the criminals have completely lost the courage to stay on the island. Soon, in the remaining 50 areas of Sabayatti archipelago, a large number of outlaws began to flee, leaving Sabayatti archipelago by boat at their fastest speed. Lin Mu had already anticipated this situation, and he would not be able to stop all these people if they ran away. After all, the coastline of Sabayatti archipelago is too long, and almost any place can be used as a port. It is not too easy to go fishing by boat. However, Lin Mu doesn't really care about this. It's enough to clean up areas 1 to 29 where the dark forces gather. As for those trash fish in other areas, it doesn't matter if they run away. So after finishing the cleaning of area 29, Lin Mu did not go to area 30 in order, but arrived at area 38, because he had already asked Robin to investigate the strength of the dark forces in each area. Degree. In the case that someone is bound to run away, Lin Mu chooses to give up the weaker ones, and pocket all those valuables in a limited time. Trwazan, we have no grievances, why did you kill us? A leader of the dark forces glared at Lin Mu with grief and anger, and roared. Lin Mu glanced at the leader as if he was mentally retarded. If I can't deal with you if there is no injustice and no hatred, then what kind of pirates should I be? What's more, you slave traders, when will you start to reason? Well? I really don't know whether to call you pathetic or ridiculous. After a cold snort, a red light flashed in Lin Mu's eyes, and a high-energy ray directly penetrated the heart of the leader in front of him. Kill the leader of the outlaws and gain 260 experience points. Clean up. Repression. Massacre. This day is the day when Sabayatti archipelago was bloodied, the day when the dark forces on the island completely perished, and the day when the vast majority of lawbreakers died. Of course, this day is also a day when the aborigines on the island applaud. For the aborigines on the Sabayatti archipelago, it is definitely not the pirates in the past, but the dark forces stationed on the island. After all, no matter how fierce the pirates are, they are only in the past. No pirate will stay in the Sabayatti archipelago for long, and because of the existence of naval headquarters, the pirates will be quite honest in the Sabayatti archipelago, for fear of attracting the attention of marine. But these dark forces that have been stationed on Sabayatti archipelago for a long time are completely different. Compared with pirates, these criminals are more like parasites, constantly sucking the blood of Sabayatti archipelago, making the residents of the island miserable. And most importantly, because these dark forces are supported by big figures, or Shichibukai, or the Four Emperors, or the Great Royal Family, and even some dark forces have the shadow of Tianlong people behind them. So even naval headquarters turned a blind eye to them. As long as these dark forces didn't do anything too big, marine would never deal with them. 0 Seeking flowers. This is also the fundamental reason why these dark forces have been able to occupy the Sabayatti archipelago so close to the naval headquarters for many years. And now, these vampires, these locusts, these dark forces that make the residents of the island miserable, have been uprooted by Lin Mu at an extremely fast speed, and they have all been killed off. Can you be excited? All of a sudden, Lin Mu's figure in their hearts became splendid. Thinking about it carefully, although Lin Mu killed a lot of pirate marines, and it can even be said that he often engages in bloody slaughter, he has never reported that Lin Mu killed civilians. As a result, the common people on the Sabayatti archipelago suddenly began to spread such a saying that Lin Mu is actually the messenger of the gods, specially to purify the evil in the world. Only in this way, Ji can explain why he is not afraid of sea water even though he possesses a variety of powerful powers comparable to devil fruits. Because he is the spokesperson of the sea god, how can the spokesperson of the gods have such a weakness? Compared to Lin Mu, other devil fruit power users are just thieves who steal power from the sea, so they will be cursed by the sea. As soon as this statement appeared, it quickly spread among the civilians of Sabayatti archipelago. Surprisingly, 9 out of 10 civilians actually believed and agreed with this statement. As time went on, this claim intensified, and within a few days even the Sabayatti archipelago had been heard, ringing further afield. And these commoners who believed this statement actually began to fanatically worship Lin Mu, the messenger of the god who has magical power but is not cursed by the sea. There is a vague omen that a religion will be formed. When he heard the news, Lin Mu was very surprised and laughed. He didn't expect that his actions of harvesting experience would actually gain such a great reputation. As for the warring states of naval headquarters, after learning this news, it smashed the table again. Righteousness. Chapter 166. The news that Lin Mu had uprooted the dark forces that had been bred on Sabayatti archipelago for many years spread at an extremely fast speed and soon spread all over the world again. And after getting this news, those pirates were completely numb, and could only sigh that treason was really clear enough. First, clean up the supernova, and then clean up the dark forces. This is really turning Sabayatti archipelago into a back garden. Rhythm. In the first half of the Grand Line, there were already quite a few pirates thinking about how to curry favor with Lin Mu, so that Lin Mu could let them pass through the Sabayatti archipelago. After all, Sabayatti archipelago is the last level in the first half of the Grand Line, and it is a must-pass. Because without coating the ships on the Sabayatti archipelago, there is no way for them to dive to the Murloc 323 island, nor to pass through the terracotta continent that traverses the Grand Line. As pirates, it is also impossible for them to apply for world government directly from Marie Joyce. That is to say, if Lin Mu doesn't let go, their journey on the Grand Line will end before the Sabayatti archipelago. Therefore, every pirate is very worried. Of course, none of the pirates thought of using strength. Did 10 supernovas persist in front of Lin Mu for less than half an hour before the entire army was wiped out? If you choose to use strong in front of treason, that head is definitely soaked in water. As for civilians all over the world are applauding this matter. Although they are not necessarily oppressed by those dark forces, there are similar lawbreakers everywhere. These lawbreakers are definitely civilians. Most hated group. At this moment, Sabayatti archipelago was liberated by Lin Mu, and the commoners were naturally happy. At the same time, they were secretly looking forward to the day when the messenger of the gods would come to liberate them and help them eliminate the lawless. Different from the applause of the common people, the supporters behind the dark forces after Sabayatti archipelago were very angry when they learned that the forces they had cultivated for many years were wiped out by Lin Mu. There have even been members of the royal family of several large kingdoms united to issue a huge reward in the underground world, and the hatred in their hearts has been solved by taking Lin's head. In Dressrosa's palace, Don Quixote looked out the window with a gloomy face, purple sunglasses covering his eyes, and he didn't know what to think. However, if one were to choose the most troublesome one among those affected by this incident, it would undoubtedly be the Warring States period. Not to mention the negative impact of Lin Mu's continued rise in popularity among the commoners on Marine, the constant pressure from the Tianlong people has already caused Sengoku a headache. The ownership of the Sabayatti archipelago was originally in the hands of the Draconians, and it was also a good place for many Draco people to play. Therefore, when he first set up the Sabayatti archipelago for Lin Mu, Marine had already suffered the dissatisfaction of many Draco people. Coupled with the subsequent death of the Draconians were already quite complaining about Marine. This time, Lin Mu's move to uproot the dark forces on the island made the Tianlong people no longer able to bear it. He directly put pressure on Marine through the world government to take back the ownership of Sabayatti archipelago and deprive Lin Mu of his Shichibukai title. After all, the dark forces on the Sabayatti archipelago are generally supported by the Tianlong people, and they create a lot of wealth for this group of so-called world nobles every year. At this moment, this line was snapped by Lin Mu. How could the Tianlong people endure it? These bastards are just a bunch of stupid pigs who don't care about the overall situation. Warring States slapped the table and scolded fiercely. Although he didn't mention his name, the people in front of him at the moment obviously knew what he was talking about. Who is the BD? At this juncture, we must not lose Troizen's powerful combat power, at least, we can't push him to Whitebeard's side, otherwise we will fight differently in the next war. Crane Vice Admiral said. Sengoku nodded and said, Troizen will have to be dealt with one day, but not now. In the next period of time, Marine will not be able to erect such an enemy. 0. Sengoku, what are you going to do then? Garp, who was leaning against the table, asked Sengoku while he hooked a donut from his bosom and threw it into his mouth. Although he seemed to be indifferent, but the twinkle in the eyes of the tigers showed that Garp was very concerned about this matter. Warring States frowned and pondered for a while, then he continued, I will apply to the world government for reinforcements. If I can apply for enough forces, then it would be best to solve Troyan in advance, but if I can't apply for reinforcements, I will just gotta go to Marijoy's in person and talk to the 5 elders. Seeing that Warring States had made a decision, Vice Admiral he and the rest of the participants nodded, expressing no opinion, then turned and left Warring States' office. Only Garp stood still. When there were only 2 people left in the office, Sengoku said, Garp, if you have something to say, just say it. Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp's movements were slightly startled, then he let out a long sigh, and tucked the donut that had been brought to his mouth back into his clothes. Warring States, what are you going to do with those little guys? Hearing Garp's question, Sengoku's expression darkened slightly, and looking at this old friend who had been fighting side by side for many years in front of him, Sengoku also felt a little uncomfortable for him. But, in addition to being an old friend of the 5.7 Garp, he's also Marine's Fleet Admiral. Garp, it is impossible for me to release your grandson. Sengoku said. Garp nodded after hearing this, and murmured, I know, even if you want to release him, I won't allow it, and if you make a mistake, you have to bear it, I understand. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku nodded and said, they will be held in Impelton, if you wish, you can visit him. 93. Thank you, Warring States. After leaving this sentence, Garp turned to leave. And Warring States can clearly see that the tall and straight body of his old friend suddenly became a little Japanese. Chapter 167. After Lin Mu swept away the dark forces on Sabayatti Archipelago, the whole Sabayatti Archipelago was calm and peaceful for a while. No pirates, no criminals. When the residents of Sabayatti Archipelago experienced such a happy life, they all immediately regarded Lin Mu as a great benefactor and were grateful. Before Lin Mu showed his face on Sabayatti Archipelago, most of the people would run away in panic, because before, more than half of the island was full of pirates and lawbreakers. But now Lin Mu Jaimen appeared on Sabayatti Archipelago, and the treatment he received was completely different from before. Just like now, every commoner who finds Lin Mu will stop and stand on the side of the road and look at Lin Mu with reverence. A middle-aged man with a simple and honest face bowed deeply to Lin Mu, Lord Troizen, thank you so much. We will never forget what you did for us, Lord Troizen. Another woman holding a child bowed slightly, and even the baby in her arms smiled at Lin Mu. An old man who was draped in 10 white cloths and clearly looked like a god stick stretched out his hands. Ah, you are definitely the messenger of God, who came to the filthy world to purify our world. Lord Troizen, we all thank you very much. I really hope you can stay in the Sabayatti Islands forever. A young and beautiful girl said to Lin Mu, her brows were full of admiration. Looking at this group of people who suddenly became extraordinarily enthusiastic, Lin Mu felt very uncomfortable, especially the hot and adoring eyes of these people made Lin Mu feel uncomfortable. At the beginning, Lin Mu never thought that he had adopted so much admiration by exterminating the dark forces on the island just for the sake of experience. Robin, who was walking beside Lin Mu, was just snickering at first, but after seeing the girl flirting with Lin Mu's eyebrows, he immediately changed his face and pulled Lin Mu to speed up his steps. In addition to Robin, Kikai naturally followed. He was lying on Bonnie's round hat with his legs crossed at the moment, with a small paw pointing forward, as if directing Bonnie's actions. It's a pity that Bonnie ignored it at all, but Kikai still enjoyed it. Lin Mu sighed inwardly when he saw this scene. He always felt that this guy's IQ began to plummet since he got together with Perona. As for Perona, he was floating beside him with a large umbrella in his ghost form. Nowadays, as long as there is Kikai, Perona will never find it on the body, because this little guy likes to hold Perona's pink long ponytail swinging boots very much, which makes Perona very unhappy. However, every time this guy Kikai rushed up with an expression of extreme admiration, Perona really couldn't refuse harshly, so she could only choose to avoid it. Even so, hey, Perona's ponytail will be thrown at him from time to time, and he will never get tired of it, even if he misses it every time. Lin Mu will show his face on Sabayatti archipelago this time, but also because he can't bear the pleading of this little guy with snot and tears, and recently, he can't think of anything to do, so he can only bring it with him. Hooked together to play with the difference. To be honest, since coming to Sabayatti archipelago, Lin Mu has not had a good time on this island, because once he is hooked, he may cause riots immediately. Although appearing now will make countless people stop and bow, but it is obviously much better than running away. The most interesting thing about Sabayatti archipelago is the bubble park, so Lin Mu and his party also went straight to the bubble park. Chi has been with Robin Perona many times, and he is already familiar with it. As soon as he came to bubble park, he jumped off Bonnie's hat, and then jumped inside as if he had taken off his belly. They all showed a helpless look. Just when Lin Mu was playing with everyone happily, the Warring States period was eating marks in Marie Joyce. Sengoku was forced to come to Marie Joyce to meet the five elders because of the pressure from the dragons to take back the Sabayatti archipelago, but the five elders' ambiguous attitude made Sengoku's goal completely impossible. In the end, the Warring States was so stubborn that he wanted to be a rogue, and left a sentence directly to the five elders, then about Troyzen and the Sabayatti archipelago, it is up to the world government to decide, the war is coming, and I will devote my whole heart to it. Into the next war. After leaving this sentence, Sengoku left Marie Joyce directly and returned to naval headquarters, throwing this hot potato to the five elders. As for how the five elders make decisions, that's none of his business. So far, the whole world has fallen into a peaceful place, as if the waves are calm, and even the daily news has been reduced a lot. Of course, everyone understands that the current peace can only be regarded as a brief calm before the storm at best. The real heavy rain, 327, is coming. At such a critical juncture, there is no one who does not have long eyes to do things, because once they do things at such a time, they are bound to enter the world's field of vision. If there is no corresponding strength, it is definitely too long to live in fire. And those who may cause trouble at this time, such as the Straw Hat Gang, have already been sent to Impelton by Lin Mu. Under Sea Stone's custody, there is no possibility of being obedient. If there is no one to lend a hand, Yoon will help. I'm afraid I'm going to live in it for the rest of my life. Time passed so slowly, and days passed in a blink of an eye. 10 days after Lin Mu swept away the dark forces of Sabayatti archipelago, Marine finally issued a mandatory summoning order from the 7 warlords of the sea. The other 6 Shichibukai, except Jinbei, must arrive at naval within 3 days. Headquarters, must not violate. Because Sabayatti archipelago is so close to naval headquarters, Lin Mu is not in a hurry. After another 3 days of wandering around the Sabayatti archipelago, Lin Mu then set off for the naval headquarters. At the same time that Lin Mu started, the other end of Sabayatti archipelago, Robin Perona and Chi also took Bonnie's pirate boat to the fishing port. Chapter 168. Naval Headquarters, Marine Fodor. In a huge conference room, 5 men were sitting on both sides of the conference table, and Lin Mu's figure was in it. In addition to Lin Mu, the 7 warlords of the sea who have arrived also include Hawkeye, Bear, Blackbeard. As for Doflamingo and the Empress have not yet arrived. As the war is about to begin, the Sengoku Marine Fleet Admiral has a lot to do, so the job of entertaining Shichibukai is also entrusted to a Marine Elite Vice Admiral. This Vice Admiral is about the same age as Kizaru, and he is obviously an old man among Marines. Even facing the 3 professional Marine killers Shichibukai and Lin Mu at the same time, he has no fear at all, and even has undisguised disgust and contempt. As for the 4 Shichibukai, including Lin Mu, there was no communication between them. After all, Lin Mu and Blackbeard can only be regarded as newcomers, and Xiong is the type that can't hold a fart with 3 poles, not to mention Hawkeye. Therefore, the entire conference room was extremely silent, and there was no sound other than the occasional hooked breathing. At this moment, the sound of high-heeled shoes hitting the ground from far to near gradually amplified in everyone's ears, and it became clearer and clearer in the already silent conference room. Finally, the sound of the high-heeled shoes stopped, and then the door of the conference room was opened. A female officer walked into the conference room first, and then, the woman behind her lay in front of everyone. This is a slender and hot young woman with a shawl and black hair, her skin is as white as snow, her dark blue eyes are moist and lustrous, and she is wearing a high-slit cheongsam with a fiery red pattern. Allure. Undoubtedly, it is the female Emperor Boya Hanku, known as the world's most beautiful woman. Hankuli's chin was slightly raised, his eyes were full of confidence and arrogance, and the eyes of the 5 men looking at Lu's conference room were also full of contempt and contempt as always. To have AI and a group of filthy men in the same room is really disrespectful. Hanku's tone was full of dissatisfaction, standing at the door of the conference room and didn't walk half a step. But several people in the conference room obviously knew Hankuli's habits very well, so no one said a word, only Blackbeard stared at Hanku all the time, with a signature smile on his face, but this smile looks at this moment, why? It seems that there is a 3-point color mixed with it. Hanku naturally discovered Blackbeard's move very quickly, his brows furrowed and his face instantly collapsed, with an undisguised disgust in his expression. But soon, the disgust on Hancock's face faded immediately, instead he lowered his head slightly and blushed, as if a shy girl had been restrained by her lover, with a Blackbeard in her big watery eyes, asking said, "Sorrow, beauty. Beautiful, beautiful." Blackbeard was completely attracted by Hankuli, and he responded with an obsessive smile on his face. However, just as he uttered the first word, his plump body actually began to slowly petrify, and soon, the entire right hand turned into a stone. Until then, Blackbeard realized that he had fallen into Hanku's charm, and quickly forcibly diverted his attention, avoiding the effect of Hanku's fruit ability. However, his petrified right hand could not be recovered, and it was still pale. "Stop making trouble, Hanku, do you want to start an infighting between Shichibukai here before the war starts?" At this moment, a dull voice suddenly sounded behind Hanku. It is the Sengoku Fleet Admiral who has not arrived for a long time. Being warned by Warring States Hokyane, Hanku's expression turned slightly, but he still said with a smile, "No matter what I do, my concubine will be forgiven, because my concubine is so beautiful, isn't it?" With that said, Hanku blinked at Blackbeard again, and then Blackbeard's petrified right hand returned to its original shape. Blackbeard finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this. After Hancock took his seat, the Warring States followed closely into the conference room and stood in the first place. At this moment, there is an undisguised tiredness between the eyebrows of the Warring States period. It is obvious that he has not had a good rest for a long time. After all, it is a war that has not been seen in decades and must be treated with caution. And his Marine Fleet Admiral needs to coordinate all directions and is naturally very busy. Glancing across the conference room, when he realized that Shichibukai hadn't arrived yet, Sengoku's brows were furrowed. "What happened to Don Quixote, why hasn't he arrived yet?" Saying that, Sengoku turned his head to the female officer who brought Hankuli over, "Contact that guy Don Quixote immediately." "Don't need to know, Warring States, I have already arrived." As soon as the Warring States voice fell, a slightly hoarse male voice sounded from the conference room, and then, Doflamingo in a pink feather coat hooked now door of the conference room. "Don Quixote, you are half an hour later than the scheduled time." As for Doflamingo, he waved his hand at the Warring States and said nonchalantly, "It's just a delay on the way for an hour. Anyway, it's already here. Warring States, if you have anything to explain, just go directly. Say, okay Zhao, stop." After the voice fell, Doflamingo stepped into the conference room, and the sound of the pointed-toed shoes under his feet was much smaller than that of the Empress. After entering the conference room, Doflamingo sat down directly opposite Lin Mu, leaned back on the chair with Erlang's legs crossed. The eyes under the sunglasses were obviously not good-natured, the corners of his mouth raised with a hint of sympathy. Cruel and bloodthirsty smile. And Lin Mu also did not give Doflamingo a good face, his eyes were extremely cold, as if he was looking at a dead person again. The relationship between the two cannot be seen by a fool. After all, the two have a deep feud. Lin Mu smashed the Doflamingo auction when he was catching Kid and Luo, and later put it in Sabayatti. The dark forces on Archipelago are uprooted. This beam has already been formed, and it would be strange to see that if they were friendly with each other at this moment. Chapter 169. In the conference room at this moment, although Lin Mu and Doflamingo did not speak, the tit-for-tat between the two could be seen. This scene made Warring States frown, but now he has no spare time to adjust the contradiction between the two, and he does not have the mood of sitting on the mountain to watch the tiger fight and watch the dog bite the dog between this wicked big pirate. Now that the enemy is in front of him, Marine must gather all the power he should have. Even these pirates, who are not pleasing to his eyes, must be used. Only in this way, he will be able to gain an advantage in the next war. So at this time, there is absolutely no problem lying inside. Troisin, Don Quixote. I don't care what kind of contradictions there are between you two, I want to tell you that after this next war is over, you can do whatever you want, I don't care. But here before, the two of you had better endure for a while, and if you cause this war to take a turn that is not good for Marine, then you know what will happen to you. Fierce eyes swept across Lin Mu and Doflamingo in turn. Sengoku's words were very strict, and there was no joke at all. Hum hum hum. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth rose, and there was a deep and a little crazy laughter from his mouth, which became louder and louder in the conference room. Warring States, you can rest assured, so much time, I still can't stand it. After Doflamingo's words were inquired, Sengoku's eyes flashed slightly, and he didn't say much, and there was even a hint of joy in his heart. Doflamingo's words have been very clear, then after the war is over, he will be Lin Mu Fisher. This is the result of the Warring States period, or that Marine is very happy to see. Lin Mu has become Marine's confidant, and the Warring States' heart of Lin Mu is not even weaker than the four emperors. Kill. He had already made a plan. After the battle against Whitebeard was over, Lin Mu would be the first person to clean up when Marine wins the fisherman. As for the location of 7 warlords of the sea, he could find any reason. Can be revoked, just like a pair against Jinbei. However, it will definitely hurt to clean up Lin Mu, and now that Doflamingo is going to take the lead, Warring States is naturally happy, which can completely minimize Marine's losses. And the best outcome would be the same as Doflamingo and Lin Mu both lose, then Marine can go up and reap the profit, and solve 2 big problems at once. Warring States was here with wishful thinking, but Lin Mu, who was the master, just sneered. Since Doflamingo likes to give himself experience so much, he is too sorry for not accepting Doflamingo. Cough cough. After clearing his throat, and after completely attracting everyone's attention to himself, Sengoku began to talk about the business. Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Captain Porgas D. Ace's public announcement: the execution is about to begin, and Whitebeard has already announced to the world that he will rob prisoners to prevent the execution and save his crew. If Whitebeard really succeeds, both Marine and the world government will lose face, so this will never be allowed to happen. 100,000 elite Marines have been dispatched from all over the world and assembled in Marine Fodor. Be ready to go to war with Whitebeard Pirate Paste and its fleet at any time. The war is about to break out, and you are under the protection of the government as the 7 warlords of the sea. Now is the time to show your worth as the 7 warlords of the sea. Speaking of this, Sengoku's eyes swept across the 6 people in front of him, and his cold and emotionless voice continued to rhyme. I can tell you very responsibly that Marine and the government will pass you through during this war. In order to assess your performance, and ultimately determine whether you are still qualified to continue to serve as 7 warlords of the sea, I advise you here, or try to use your true skills. The words of the Warring States period are hooked, and the expressions of Hanku and Doflamingo have changed slightly, because among these 6 people, only 2 of them need the title of 7 warlords of the sea the most. 0 for flowers. As for the other Shichibukai, including Lin Mu, they didn't respond to Sengoku's words. After warning a few Shichibukai for a while, Sengoku continued, the public executions will begin in a few hours, you can prepare to take a break, after all, there is a big war to start. I don't want the few people here who have just started the war. One of them will be the first to die. If you have any other needs, you can ask Black Sea Vice Admiral, he will try his best to meet your needs. Pointing to the previous Vice Admiral, Sengoku turned and left the conference room again. He still has many important things to do, and meeting Shichibukai is also a time to spare from a busy schedule. After the warring states left, Doflamingo looked at Lin Mu, his eyes flashed, and there was a hint of a fisherman. But I don't know if the threat from the warring states period just played a role, or if Doflamingo thought of other things, and finally just sneered at Lin Mu, but didn't do anything. However, at this moment, Lin Mu has also given Doflamingo a death sentence in his heart. When the big event is over, it will be Doflamingo's death day. Marine also knew that it was impossible for these recalcitrant pirates to live together peacefully for a long time, so he prepared a separate lounge for each Shichibukai. So after the meeting, Hanku and Hawkeye left first, Bear and Doflamingo followed, but Blackbeard came to Lin Mu's side before leaving, sticking to Lin Mu's ear side whispered, "Hey, Troisen, do you want to join forces with me, and we will destroy Doflamingo together?" 39. Lin Mu glanced at Blackbeard and said lightly, "Teach, do you despise Doflamingo too much or do you despise me too much? I don't need to join forces with anyone to deal with him." After speaking, Lin Mu turned around and left without even looking at Blackbeard. In Lin Mu's eyes, Blackbeard and those supernovas do not have any district police, they are just his experience of temporarily stocking up and waiting for appreciation. Yi. Chapter 170. Interworking with a temporary stocking experience. Lin Mu has no such interest. After leaving the conference room with the Blackbeard, Lin Mu's nose moved slightly, and he determined where the warring states are now, and the warring states was less than 300 meters away. After confirming the location of the warring states, Lin Mu took a step forward, and his figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the warring states. Lin Mu, who has been here several times, is very familiar with the internal structure of the naval headquarters building, so he can use teleportation directly in it. Lin Mu's sudden hook now startled the hurrying warring states, and almost thought that he was directly attacked by the sneak attack at this moment, when he found out that it was Lin Mu and then frowned. "Troisen, you suddenly appeared in my what are you doing in front of you?" The tone of 327 in the warring states period was full of dissatisfaction. Obviously, Lin Mu's way of hooking ghosts and ghosts made him feel very unhappy. In addition, there were too many things to deal with at the moment, and he was feeling irritable. Naturally, there is no good attitude towards Lin Mu. Lin Mu didn't care about it, after all, he probably won't have much time to live with the warring states in the future. Ishain in the warring states period wanted to stabilize Lin Mu first, and wait until the end of the war to take care of Lin Mu, which can be said to have hidden evil intentions. But Lin Mu didn't actually have any good ideas. He joined 7 warlords of the sea just to be able to better participate in this war and gain experience in looting. Both sides are just making use of each other, and when the war is over, they will naturally tear up their faces. This is something that both of them are well aware of. Therefore, facing Sengoku's bad face at this moment, Lin Mu didn't feel any discomfort, but directly stated his purpose: "I need to go to Impelton." 99. Hearing Lin Mu's request, warring states' eyes flashed slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. "What are you doing in the big prison?" "Well, I heard that it is surrounded by copper walls and iron walls. It is the most impossible place in the world to escape. It holds the most vicious criminals in history, so I am very curious and want to visit it." The corner of Lin Mu's mouth with a faint smile, he said to the warring states. Warring states' face was still cold. Obviously he didn't believe Lin Mu's visit, but he really couldn't imagine what Lin Mu could do now in Impelton. As far as he knows, it seems that there are no criminals related to Lin Mu in Impelton, so the purpose of Lin Mu going there is worth guessing. Seeing that Sengoku was staring at him without saying a word, Lin Mu showed a hint of impatience on his face, and urged, "Sengoku, I remember that 7 warlords of the sea have the right to go to Impelton, right?" After thinking for a long time, I couldn't guess Lin Mu's purpose for going to Impelton, and the 7 warlords of the sea did have this right, so Sengoku could only nod his head despite his helplessness. I will tell the prison guard that you have to go there, but remember, go and don't cause me trouble in Impelton. Sengoku sounded Lin Mu and gave his final warning, also, you only have 1 hour. An hour later, all 7 warlords of the sea must gather before the execution platform, and I must see you there when the time comes. No problem, I'll be back in half an hour. After leaving such a sentence, Lin Mu's figure disappeared in front of the warring states again, and he did not know where he went. Seeing this scene, warring states once again had a headache. Leaving the police aside for the time being, the teleportation that Lin Mu has shown now makes Sengoku a little desperate. He even had a hunch in his heart that even if the 3 admiral led an army of 100,000 troops to besiege Lin Mu, he would most likely be escaped by Lin Mu with his teleportation ability. Unless they can find the weakness of teleportation, they can't deal with Lin Mu at all. However, it is easier said than done to find the weakness of teleportation. As long as Lin Mu didn't say anything, they might not be able to find him for the rest of their lives. Thinking of this, the warring states period could only sigh. After getting permission from Sengoku, Lin Mu didn't stop at any time, and immediately started to go to the big prison Impelton by teleporting. If Lin Mu didn't have a rhyme in this world now, then the development of things should be when Kizaru led the pacifists to besiege Luffy, the Straw Hat was smashed by the bear with his ability, and then Luffy entered Impelton with the help of the Empress. It's turned upside down. 0. But because of Lin Mu's rhyme, Kizaru and pacifists have no rhyme at all. Now on Sabayatti Archipelago, Luffy told the police that he had robbed the prison. He was sent to the big prison by Lin Mu and became a prisoner. Haven't seen Hankurai's face. If Lin Mu doesn't provide some help, then neither Luffy nor the few Supernovas can run, and it is very likely that they will die directly in Impel Down. This is obviously a huge loss for Lin Mu, which is not in line with Lin Mu's purpose. Lin Mu just wants to give these Supernovas a hardship, so that these people can grow up as soon as possible, but doesn't want to keep these people in prison all the time. Doesn't that amount to contributing to Marine? So, Lin Mu is now going to create a chance for the Supernovas, a chance to escape. Use powerful strength to make Supernovas realize their insignificance, use jailbreak as their temper, and let them regain their fighting spirit and self-confidence. In order to make these Supernovas grow as quickly as possible, Lin Mu can be said to have taken great pains. Of course, Lin Mu's purpose of putting the Supernovas into Impel Down is not limited to this. In addition to letting the Supernovas hone their 5.7, Lin Mu also expects them to bring rhyme to the powerful pirates in the 6th floor. That's a lot of experience for Lin Mu. Huge battleship San Juan Evil Wolf, Red Earl Barlowry Redfield, the most ferocious female prisoner Karina Tippin, World Destroyer Burndy World. These names represent hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of experiences. How could Lin Mu just let them dissipate in places like Impel Down? These experiences, Lin Mu's eyes have been hot for a long time, and naturally it is impossible to let go. In order to maximize his benefits, Lin Mu has made a fairly complete plan. And now, he's going to reach out, hook his hand, and press the switch to start the plan. Chapter 171. Impel Down. Impelton, Naval Headquarters. Marine Fodor and Nice Lobby, are 3 government fortresses very close to each other, guarding each other with horns. The 3 are connected by a rather turbulent water current, and any boat can reach any of the 3 within 10 or 20 minutes as long as they board the current. Naturally, Lin Mu didn't need to take this number to transfer to the ocean current, because his teleportation speed was much faster than this. In less than 5 minutes after Lin Mu's figure disappeared in front of the Warring States period, his figure was enough before this world-famous big prison. Impel Down. Impelton is a large prison built under the sea, where some of the most vicious criminals are held, so the guards are extremely tight. In the waters outside Impel Down, there are dozens of large warships to protect. The number even far exceeds the scale of Buster Call. The part under the sea is surrounded by countless large-scale Poseidon species. 10. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is an iron wall. Under normal circumstances, absolutely no one can escape from here. Golden Lion may be the only exception, because its Devil Fruit ability gives him the ability to fly, and the difficulty of escape is much lower than others. In addition, Golden Lion's strength was really amazing, so it became the first in history. A criminal who escaped from Impelton. When Lin Mu stepped on a boat that was less than 2 meters long and came out of Impelton, the soldiers guarding at the entrance of Impel Down were not surprised, obviously they had been notified by the Warring States period. The person who came to receive Lin Mu was a tall female officer with long curly blonde hair, wearing a prison officer uniform, dark red sunglasses, and a slanted brim that covered the drooping golden curly hair. The eyes on one side look very elegant. I am Zhang Domino, the deputy guard of Impel Down, and I have just received a notice from Warring States Fleet Admiral that I will lead you to visit Impelton. The woman named Domino stood up straight. There is a very obvious military style, and his face is also very serious. Lin Mu took a step, came to Domino's side from his boat, and nodded at Domino, then I'll trouble you. Please come with me. Domino made a please gesture, then walked in front and led Lin Mu. And just a few steps after Domino led Lin Mu into Impelton, a group of people came towards him. Lin Mu looked closely, it was Ace and the 2 Marine Vice Admiral who were in charge of escorting, and they were all dressed in black. Magellan, the director of the large prison, is tall and unusual. The 2 Vice Admiral were stunned. The 2 Vice Admiral immediately put their hands on the weapons, thinking that Lin Mu was here to rob the prisoner, and even Magellan's brows were furrowed tightly. The purple venom rolled, with a posture of arresting Lin Mu according to law without a word. Domino on the side was surprised by this, and hurriedly went up to explain the reason to Magellan, for fear that an unnecessary battle would really occur. After learning that Lin Mu's arrival was approved by the Warring States period, the venom that was churning on Magellan disappeared instantly, and said to Lin Mu, I still have important things to do now, so I can't entertain you, but you'll be entertained by Hannibal, the deputy director of the prison. Hearing Magellan's words, Lin Mu's eyes flashed slightly, and he was overjoyed, sighing that he had come at the right time. It's a lot more troublesome if Magellan is staring all the way, but it's a lot easier if it's just a deputy director Hannibal. As for Ace, he looked very embarrassed at the moment, and his face was no longer full of vigor, but turned pale. When he saw Lin Mu, Ace's eyes were full of resentment and anger, and he gnashed his teeth and wished to kill Lin Mu. Seeing this, Lin Mu shrugged helplessly and said, I persuaded you not to go to Blackbeard as early as in Alabasta, but you didn't listen. 5. Why did you send my brother here too? Ace stared at Lin Mu, gritted his teeth almost word by word, and said with undisguised hatred in his tone. Lin Mu smiled and said, I'm not afraid that you will be lonely here alone, so I sent that kid Luffy in to accompany you. 97. BD. Ace's anger was finally unstoppable, and Lin Mu lunged towards him. But before Ace could reach the hook for half a meter, the 2 Vice Admirals standing behind him snorted coldly, and then pulled into the chains in their hands. Ace, whose ability was suppressed by the sea stone handcuffs, was unable to break free. Looking at Ace's appearance, Lin Mu said, You don't have to get excited, your brother will be with you soon. Hearing Lin Mu's words, Ace's struggle became even more violent. The 2 Marine Vice Admiral had no choice but to slash Ace's neck with a knife to make Ace dizzy, and then supported Ace to leave. As for Magellan, he stared at Lin Mu with a serious face, I have to warn you, 330 things, inmates in my prison, you have no right to hurt or kill anyone. After speaking, Magellan followed the 2 Vice Admiral and left, while Lin Mu stood there and laughed dumbly, as if everyone had misunderstood what he meant. What he means is that Luffy will go to naval headquarters to accompany Ace soon, but it seems that everyone understands that Lin Mu is going to kill Luffy, which makes the brothers go to hell for company. Whoever enters Impelton must undergo a physical examination and wear sea stone handcuffs. Please follow me here for the examination. After Ace and the others left, Domino saw Lin Mu standing there, unable to bear it. Live urged. Lin Mu nodded at the sound, then followed Domino and entered a closed room together. After seeing Domino lock the door directly, Lin Mu realized that something was wrong. You do a body search for me? Yes, is there any doubt? Domino looked into Lin Mu's eyes, as if wondering why Lin Mu would ask such a stupid question. There are only the 2 of them left in this room at the moment, isn't it obvious that she will do the body search? Chapter 172. Then now, please take off your clothes and accept my examination. Domino said to Lin Mu, his face serious and businesslike. Seeing this, Lin Mu thought that if a woman is not shy, then she is shy, and now she is also acting like a handsome hooligan, and directly took off her shirt, revealing her naked upper body. Although Lin Mu's body seems to be relatively thin, but after integrating the genes of Wolverine and Hulk, it is also full of strip-shaped muscles. Although it is not like a piece of bodybuilding, it has a police-like beauty, making Domino's face a little red, showing a hint of shyness. After seriously examining Lin Mu's upper body, Domino took a deep breath, tried to calm down his fluctuating mood, and then said to Lin Mu, "Please take off your pants next." Hearing this, Lin Mu raised his eyebrows and gave Domino a strange look, thinking to himself that this woman was not deliberately teasing him, right? "I'm not very convenient now, are you sure you really want to see it? Anyone who enters Impelton must undergo a full body examination. As the deputy warden, I must implement this rule," Domino said firmly, with a tone that was completely non-negotiable. Lin Mu pouted after hearing this, thinking that you are not afraid of me, what are you afraid of? Then he took off his pants directly. The moment Lin Mu took off his pants, Domino's whole body suddenly froze, and after a second, Domino's face flushed red, and then a scream came out of his mouth. "What?" The scream from Domino's mouth was harsh and loud, as if it could penetrate the thick earth and stone, and even the jailer guarding the door was startled. "Sir Domino, are you okay?" The jailer guarding the door immediately wanted to break in when he heard the cry, but the doors of the walls of this house are specially made, and they couldn't break it at all, so they could only enter the house. Shouting outside the door. The concerned cry of the jailer outside the door made Domino realize his gaffe, so he hurriedly shut up and stopped the cry, and then turned his back to Lin Mu the next second, his eyes full of shame and anger. Are you wearing a pair of pants underneath? I'm a more casual person by nature, and I don't like to be restrained," Lin Mu said to Domino while raising his pants to block the key parts, "and I reminded you before that you have to watch it." Domino thought about it carefully. Lin Mu seemed to have reminded that it was not convenient, and she forced Lin Mu to take off his pants. "So now I'm embarrassed to say anything about Lin Mu, and the jailer outside the door is also very urgent because of the screaming just now. In order to avoid causing more unnecessary trouble, Domino can only urge Lin Mu, quickly. Get your clothes on." After Lin Mu got dressed, Domino walked around the door. The guards outside the door were relieved to see that Domino was not hurt, but they looked at Lin Mu with unkind eyes, obviously not having a good impression of Lin Mu. Unlike the marine outside, the guards in this prison have no fear of Lin Mu. First, the prison guards in Impel Down have seen a lot more, and secondly, these guards really don't know much about Lin Mu's name. The ignorant are fearless. Lin Mu was too lazy to get to know this little jailer, and was about to leave with Domino when he saw a man with thin limbs but a big belly approaching. The man was holding a trident in his hand, sea stone handcuffs in the other hand, and an Egyptian pharaoh-style hat on his head, and was slowly walking towards Lin Mu. When he was in front of Lin Mu, the man continued, "I am the director of this prison, Han." "No, the deputy director Hannibal, under the order of the director of Magellan, is in charge of all matters during your time in the big prison." Having said that, Hannibal waved the handcuffs at Lin Mu, "But before you enter the prison, you must wear this first. You should know that I'm not a capable person, right?" Lin Mu asked Hannibal's sea stone handcuffs with a strange look on his face. Hannibal's cracked mouth revealed a half-smile expression. Sea stone is not only the ability to suppress devil fruit power, but it is also one of the hardest materials in the world, and it is no different than diamond. Not bad, so it also has a great effect on dealing with the incompetent. After finishing speaking, Hannibal approached Lin Mu, and Lin Mu also reached out and shot, letting Hannibal beat himself up. After completing the handover, Domino with a flushed face left, and Hannibal led Lin Mu. "So, where do you want to go?" Hannibal asked Lin Mu. Lin Mu replied, "I want to see how the few supernovae that I have caught up with are doing now." "Hey, those 8 criminals, which one do you want to see first?" "I don't have much time, so let's take a look at the ones imprisoned on the 5th floor. Lin Mu said. He didn't want to rescue all 8 supernovae, he just came to leave one for these supernovae. It was just a hope of escape. As for whether or not to escape in the end, Lin Mu didn't care. It is naturally best to be able to run diligently. After such a time, several good, new stars will definitely grow up very quickly, which is what Lin Mu wants to see most. But if this group of people fails to escape from prison, it can only prove that they are not qualified to let Lin Mu wait at all. Lin Mu will come to Impelton to solve them in person after the big event is over. Well, the ones who are imprisoned on the 5th floor, then come with me. Hannibal walked in front of himself and showed Lin Mu the way. The 5th floor of Impel Down is called the Extreme Cold Hell, which is dedicated to detaining criminals with a bounty of over 100 million. The criminals detained here suffer from the pain of cold all the time. But it is worth mentioning that it is precisely because the environment is too cold that there are no phone bugs in the entire 5th floor. And the few supernovas sent in by Lin Mu, because of the bounty of over 100 million, are all imprisoned here, tortured by endless cold. Chapter 173. Under the leadership of Hannibal, Lin Mu took the elevator directly to the 5th floor of the Extreme Cold Hell in Impel Down. The moment the elevator door opened, an extremely cold aura entered the elevator. Hannibal, who was already topless, was blown by the cold wind, and his whole body curled up and shivered. Ah, rhymed along with a sneeze, and Hannibal's 2 big nostrils directly used 2 long snots. If it weren't for Lin Mu's quick response, he would definitely not be able to avoid it. I'm sorry. Hannibal took out a post from somewhere and wiped it under his nose, then walked out of the elevator with his arms folded and stepped into the snow and ice. Although the cold did not have much effect on Lin Mu, in order to make himself more comfortable, there was still a little heat wave under Lin Mu's skin, which offset the severe cold. After Hannibal discovered this, he immediately moved closer to Lin Mu, almost sticking to Lin Mu's body, making it clear that Lin Mu was regarded as a stove. Under the leadership of Hannibal, I finally saw the supernovas who were arrested by myself. These 333 supernovas were almost injured during the battle with Lin Mu, and were later thrown directly into the extreme cold hell, suffering from the severe cold temperature. At this moment, everyone is as lifeless as a dead dog. Especially Capone Bege, whose body is not strong at all, and suffered from such an environment, is now even faster lying on the ground with half of his legs in the coffin, and may die at any time. Seeing this scene, Lin Mu doubted whether the group of people would be able to escape, and secretly thought that they had to create more opportunities for them to deter. When Hannibal brought Lin Mu to Luo's cell, Lin Mu said to Hannibal, "I have a few words to say to him, can you avoid it?" "Ah!" Hannibal kissed on the mouth, obviously reluctant to stay away from Lin Mu, but from his expression, it was not because he was worried about what Lin Mu was doing, he just didn't want to stay away from the furnace of Lin Mu. However, under Lin Mu's insistence, Hannibal could only choose to turn his head and step back. After all, this is completely allowed in the regulations. Except for the important criminals held on the 6th floor, the 7 warlords of the sea are eligible to hold private interviews with any criminal in the Impel Down, of course, not for too long. But Lin Mu didn't take too long at all. At the moment Hannibal turned around, Lin Mu's figure flickered for a moment. As long as he hadn't been staring at Lin Mu all the time, he would never have noticed. But in the flash of this moment, Lin Mu had already done what he had to do. The short-distance teleportation has almost no cooling time and preparation time for Lin Mu. In the 10th of a second just now, Lin Mu showed the teleportation cell to the front of Zhongluo and stretched out directly. A steel claw cut off the sea stone handcuffs that bound Luo, and then teleported back to where he was before. And Hannibal didn't notice it. Even Luo, after suddenly seeing the sea stone handcuffs on his hands shattered, reacted and turned to stare at Lin Mu with a look of astonishment. The purpose of Mu doing this? However, Luo sat down quickly, facing the cell door with his side, hiding his hands behind his knees. When Hannibal turned back after walking more than 10 meters away, he couldn't imagine what happened in those few seconds. Seeing Luo's actions, Lin Mu nodded secretly, thinking that he really didn't choose the wrong person. Leaving aside the battle strength for the time being, when it comes to the degree of thoughtfulness and thoroughness, Luo is definitely the number one existence among the supernovas. Seeing that Hannibal was far away, Luo Napeng stared at Lin Mu, lowered his voice, and asked, "Why? Why do you think I want to capture all the supernovas and hand them over to Marine? Don't you really think I've become Marine's son of ABCH?" Lin Mu didn't answer Luo's question, but instead asked. Luo frowned. He had collected a lot of information about Lin Mu. Naturally, he didn't think that Lin Mu would be recruited by the government, so he kept thinking about why Lin Mu did this, but he didn't have any clues. "You should know what will happen if you continue to be locked up in Impel Down and wait for you. When the war on the top ends, Don Quixote will definitely come here." Lin Mu also whispered. Hearing the words Don Quixote, Luo's body couldn't help trembling, and complex light mixed with fear and hatred flashed in his eyes. "What do you want to say? I will give you a chance to leave Impel Down alive, and I will also give you a chance to kill Don Quixote with your own hands to take revenge, provided you submit to me and do things for me." Lin Mu stated his purpose very directly. Today, Lin Mu's strength is extremely strong, not weaker than Marine Admiral at all. When he reaches such a level, he can't always do it himself and needs to train some capable subordinates. And Luo, who has top ability and meticulous thinking, has become Lin Mu's first target. After hearing Lin Mu's words, Luo frowned and closed his eyes, obviously hesitating whether he should agree to Lin Mu. However, thinking of Rosinante's hatred, and thinking that if he can't escape Impel Down, he will fall into Don Quixote's hands sooner or later, and Luo's heart is very clear that he actually has a choice now. "As long as you can help me kill Don Quixote, I can be your subordinate." Luo took a deep breath and said to Lin Mu with a serious face. The corners of Lin Mu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile of achievement. "I have created a chance for you. As long as you can get out of Impel Down alive, I will let you end Don Quixote with your own hands." At this moment, Hannibal in the distance finally couldn't take it anymore. His whole body shrank into a ball, and he couldn't help shouting to Lin Mu, "Are you all well?" Hearing Hannibal's urging, Lin Mu took a deep look at Luo before turning around and leaving. Cough, by the way, just a reminder, those people on the 6th floor may provide you with a lot of help. Chapter 174. Who's going to meet next? Hannibal leaned close to Lin Mu's side, absorbing the temperature emanating from Lin Mu's body. Lin Mu shook his head. "It's almost time to count, I should leave too." Hearing Lin Mu's words, Hannibal was so excited that he almost jumped up. He didn't want to stay with Akatsuki in this extremely cold hell for a second. So, the two took the elevator back to the original way again. When the elevator went up to the top floor, Lin Mu left Impel Down and started to use teleport speed to go to Naval Headquarters. What he was going to do in Impel Down has been done, and now the marine enemy is currently unable to support Impel Down no matter what happens, and even the warships around Impel Down have been mobilized, most of them. It can be said that the Impel Down at this time is the weakest moment of defense in decades, and with the criminals held in the 6th floor, the escape operation is somewhat difficult, but it should, and will not fail. And the reason why Lin Mu took so much trouble to release the prisoners on the 6th floor before killing them was because these people were already very weak after being detained for decades. Not much experience, completely inconsistent with Ko Lin Mu's pursuit of maximizing value. Therefore, let this group of people go first, and after they all return to their peak state, Lin Mu will harvest them one by one. Not long after returning to Naval Headquarters, Lin Mu received the ruling to go to the execution platform, and the time for public execution was getting closer and closer. In this battle, there were as many as 100,000 Marines who participated in the battle. These were elites drawn from all over the world, each of whom was a Colonel Marine wearing a robe of justice. It also has such strength, and is qualified to participate in such battles, facing the Whitebeard pirates and those pirates from New World. When Lin Mu arrived, Marine and Shichibukai had almost all assembled and stood in formation. Lin Mu took a step forward, and his figure was lying directly on the high platform where Shichibukai was set up, standing beside Hanku. Hanku glanced at Lin Mu who was standing beside him, but unexpectedly did not show a disgusted expression. And Lin Mu's attention at this moment is completely no longer on Han Kuli's body, his eyes have been tightly grasped by the dense numbers below, and he can't move. Among the 100,000 Marines assembled below, the lowest ranks are ensign-level police officers, worth 50 experience points. If all these Marines were harvested, then Lin Mu could instantly get a tank of more than 10,000 experience points, enough to level up several times in a row, which made Lin Mu very jealous. This is only the strength of Marine's side. If you add the pirates brought by Whitebeard from New World, this number must be multiplied by at least 2. Taking a deep breath and suppressing his heart that hadn't been so excited for a long time, Lin Mu sighed in his heart that the war really didn't let him down. This time, the execution of Ace is open to the world, and everything on the scene will be transmitted to all parts of the world through video telephony. At this moment, Sengoku is standing on the high platform and impassionedly stating the sins of Ace and the white-bearded pirate Paste. And at the most critical moment, Ace's true identity will be interrogated in front of the whole world. Ace has sinful blood on his body. He is the posthumous son of One Piece Gold Roger, and his life is not Porgas D Ace, but Gold Ace. As Sengoku revealed Ace's true identity, everyone present, including those who watched the execution live broadcast remotely, were shocked. Almost everyone's eyes were instantly focused on Ace, scrutinizing this man with sinful blood. Therefore, this execution will no longer be aimed at the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, but at the last bloodline of the Pirate King left in the world. Just when all the Marines were infected by this atmosphere and were in high spirits, and when they were about to announce the execution, there was a sudden violent vibration in the surrounding waters. Immediately afterwards, like a tsunami bursting out suddenly, huge waves hundreds of meters high suddenly rose from the surroundings of Naval Headquarters Marine Fodor, and roared with overwhelming might, with a powerful momentum that overwhelmed Marine Fodor. Zero seeking flowers. The 100,000 Marines below looked pale when they saw this devastating scene, and those who possessed the ability of the devil fruit were even more afraid, because the sea water could be said to be their absolute nemesis. But Lin Mu is not worried about this. First of all, he is not capable, and secondly, he knows that this huge wave cannot cause any loss to Marine because of the existence of King Z. Sure enough, the huge wave was frozen by King Z before it reached Marine Fodor, and it solidified on both sides, turning Marine Fodor into a canyon in an instant, and the frozen sea also multiplied the battlefield. Boom boom! Immediately afterwards, a burst of ice cracking sound came from under the ice surface, and it became louder and louder as time went on. A few seconds later, the ice cubes on the sea in front of Malin Fodor suddenly burst, and then huge pirate ships floated up from the water, revealing their original appearance. In the blink of an eye, dozens of pirate ships appeared on the sea before Marine Fodor. These pirate ships were large and small, and the largest of them was even bigger than Marine's large warships. The New World pirate fleet, led by the Whitebeard pirates, assembled in a very fast time, and they were separated from Marine by a distance of several brown rice. Edward Nugent, the Whitebeard of mighty men. And when Lin Mu saw the number on the top of Whitebeard's head, there was a burst of light in his eyes. 1 million experience points. This has reached all that Lin Mu needs to upgrade, that is to say, as long as he kills Whitebeard, Lin Mu can upgrade directly, which makes Lin Mu not excited. Go to war! With a loud shout, the war that had been brewing for a long time finally started. Countless Marines and pirates rushed to each other, vowing to sacrifice their own flag with each other's blood. As for Mu, there is only one goal in his eyes at the moment, and that is to stand on the deck of the Moby DK, with a Whitebeard with an indomitable power. Righteous. Chapter 175. Come on, let Marine see the power of our New World pirates. Hook Ace. Guard Marin Fodor and exterminate the pirates. Wow! Tens of thousands of Marines rushed out together with the pirates, and finally met in the middle of the ice surface. No one stepped back half a step. The pirates and the Marines immediately began to fight with each other, fighting with blood. One by one, the pirates fell under Marines' guns, and the pirates' swords were too weak to show their weakness, and they also responded with color. Almost instantly, a crimson bloody flower bloomed on the white ice surface, exuding a strange and heart-pounding aura. With the passage of time, the lives of pirates and marine are dissipating rapidly, and the junction of the entire war is like a meat grinder, leaving a place of blood and minced meat. Every second, dozens of lives disappeared completely, and countless screams echoed each other, as if the undead sang a hellish lament before this naval headquarters marine fodor. Whether it was the marine generals headed by the Warring States period or the New World captains headed by Whitebeard, it was extremely heartbreaking to see the lives of their subordinates being consumed like this. But to say that the most heart-wrenching among the people present is neither the Warring States period nor the Whitebeard, but Lin Mu. Because before the war, Warring States and Whitebeard were very aware of the cruelty of this war, so they had already made psychological preparations. It is heartbreaking to see their subordinates lose their lives at this moment, but it is not too much. But Lin Mu is different. He has a very strong desire for the experience contained in 100,000 marines and 50,000 pirates. Now, how can he not feel heartache when he sees these experiences being wasted in vain? Nowadays, dozens of people die every second on the battlefield, which means that the experience on the battlefield is being consumed at a rate of a little bit of difficulty every second, which makes Lin Mu feel pain in his heart. Lin Mu even wanted to jump straight to shout, "Stop all, and line up to come to me and let me take you to the west." The impact of the underlying power was just a test of pirate and marine for each other. After less than a minute of the battle, neither pirate nor marine obviously could no longer endure such a battle. As a result, Marines general-level officers and the New World captains under the Whitebeard pirate fleet rushed out at the same time and entered the battlefield. These high-level police forces poured in, the pattern on the battlefield changed immediately, and the loss of lower-level combat forces was greatly slowed down, but the intensity of the battle was even more intense. Seeing this scene, Lin Mu was slightly relieved, and his heartache was relieved a lot. At this moment, the fierce eyes of the Warring States suddenly looked here, and the meaning was very obvious, that is, you 7 warlords of the sea can't just stand and watch, you should start. After being urged by the Warring States period, Hawkeye directly raised his black knife and looked at the Whitebeard in the distance. Although his eyes were very sharp, Hawkeye's attack was quite complex. He slashed the hook with a knife a few brown meters away, and then stood there still, and said angrily, "I want to measure the gap between myself and that man." Eagle-eyed Zanyun's tremendous strength broke through the ice all the way, attracting the attention of countless people, and finally, before reaching the Moby DK, he was completely blocked by the kind-hearted, diamond-like Joes who had no pressure at first glance. The Empress, Xiong, Doflamingo and others also jumped off the high platform and rushed into the battlefield. After Lin Mu glanced at it, he didn't take a closer look. Every second of delay lost a lot of experience. With a flash of stature, Lin Mu directly inquired in front of a New World captain. The captain was tall and sturdy, with a height of more than 4 meters. The axe was swung like a meat grinder, and any marine that came into contact with it would be directly chopped off and smashed to death. After the captain entered the battlefield, he had already killed nearly 100 marines in a short period of time, which was equivalent to taking away a lot of experience from Lin Mu. Of course Lin Mu wanted to take it from him. "Trwazan, I heard your name in the New World." The ex-captain was not afraid when he saw Lin Mu appear, but his eyes were full of profit. "A chick who has never entered the New World, also worthy of standing in front of me? I will let you know that the New World and the Grand Line you are traversing are completely different worlds." After a loud roar, the captain turned the blood-red giant axe in his hand and smashed it with Lin Mu. Although this captain is huge and wields a giant axe larger than his own size, he is not slow at all, and his movements are very fast. If you only talk about strength, I am afraid that none of the 11 Supernovas can defeat him alone, and they definitely have the strength to be proud. It is a pity that what he is facing now is not a supernova, but a completely evolved black hole, Lin Mu. Seeing the oncoming giant axe, Lin Mu didn't even bother to dodge, the steel claws in his hand rhythm, and the speed of the fast silver under his feet exploded, and he came to the captain of the giant axe almost instantly. Immediately afterwards, the steel claw in Lin Mu's hand mercilessly slashed towards the throat of the giant axe captain. Pfft! 99. With a light sound of flesh and blood splitting, a large piece of scarlet blood gushed from the captain's throat like a fountain, and the divine light in both eyes gradually dimmed as the blood passed, and finally disappeared. Before he died, he didn't understand why Lin Mu's speed was so fast that he warned him to dodge, and he couldn't even react to 5.7. Killing the pirate Captain Romanov and getting 27,000 experience points is difficult. Hearing the melodious sound, Lin Mu felt very happy, but he didn't have any intention of stopping, and started looking for the next target. Unlike other Shichibukai rhymes who don't work hard, Lin Mu is very serious about this war. After all, he can get huge benefits from this war. At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded in Lin Mu's ear, and the roar instantly spread throughout the battlefield, making everyone's ears tremble. Attracted by the roar on his back, Lin Mu turned around and saw a figure that was several times bigger than a giant. Chapter 176. Then, what is that? It's terrible. Giant? Why is it several times bigger than several giants? Vice Admiral. Looking at the huge and terrifying figure in the distance, Marine's complexion changed greatly, but a gleam of light flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. Little Oz. Lin Mu murmured while looking at the unbelievably huge voice in the distance. Little Oz is the descendant of Oz of the Lucky Country, and is now a captain in the pirate fleet under Whitebeard. He has a body that is several times larger than that of the giants, and his strength is also several times that of the giants. Very scary. At first, Zombie Oz filled a lot of trouble for Lin Mu, and finally Lin Mu took advantage of the embellishment that zombies are afraid of fire and triumphed. But Zombie Oz can be so powerful because of the shadow of Lin Mu, so the little Oz in front of him is naturally not so scary. However, the number floating above his head still makes Lin Mu quite eager. 47 difficulty experience points, this one cannot be robbed by the police. Thinking of this, Lin Mu directly leaned over, stretched out, and put a palm on the giant axe that killed the captain before, and then the whole figure disappeared with the giant axe in place, and in a blink of an eye, he appeared out of nowhere. Now not far in front of Little Oz. Little Oz's hook can be said to have caused a lot of shocks on the battlefield. After all, its huge body like a demon has a great impact. Usually, when I see it for the first time, I will be startled. Many Marines are shocked. They were all stunned, and then were directly killed by the pirates beside them. For a while, because of the rhythm of Little Oz, the battle that Marine had a slight advantage because of Shichibukai's participation immediately reversed, and the pirates took the advantage again. Moreover, the size advantage of Little Oz is too great, and general attacks are useless to him. On the contrary, Oz's attack is not something Marine can withstand. Oz just needs to slap casually into the occupation, and dozens of Marine flies will be easily shoved into flesh. This caused Marines panic even more. Seeing as this continued, Marine's front line was about to collapse because of the rhythm of Little Oz alone. Sengoku, who was standing on the high platform, frowned when he saw this scene, and knew that Little Oz couldn't go on like this. He must immediately send someone to stop Little Oz and help the Marine soldiers regain their morale. But just when the Warring States was about to send Admiral to deal with Little Oz, he suddenly saw a familiar figure appear in front of Oz, blocking Oz's way. The figure was Lin Mu. This made Sengoku a little puzzled, and I wondered if Troizen had a grudge against Little Oz, or why is this guy so active? After Lin Mu took the giant axe hook and appeared in front of Little Oz, a pale green light flickered on his body. Obviously the power of the Hulk had been stimulated to the limit. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mu wrapped his arms around the handle of the giant axe, turned the fortune 360 degrees on the spot, and then let go of the hook and threw it at Little Oz. When this giant axe was released, it spun at a very fast speed in the air, with the power to tear and smash everything, and even set off an air sign around it to advance with it. This giant axe is already huge, and the diameter of the sign has exceeded the thickness of Little Oz's arm, so it was naturally noticed by Little Oz at the first time. Humph, no one ever tried to stop me. Little Oz let out an angry roar, ignoring the giant axe thrown by Lin Mu at all, and slapped it from the bottom to the top. Big axe shot. If it comes into direct contact with the blade of the axe, it will definitely suffer great damage, and it is even possible that the fingers will be directly chopped off, but if it is just slapped from the side to change the direction of the giant axe, it is very simple. The giant axe was slapped by Little Oz, and its flight trajectory was immediately changed, and it was thrown away from the sky above Little Oz. Humph! Little Oz snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. An attack of this level can't stop me at all. With a loud roar, Little Oz continued to move forward and walked towards the execution platform. The distance of these few brown rice may be a long distance for ordinary people, but for Little Oz, it is only a few dozen steps away. These dozens of steps seem to be within reach for Little Oz at the moment, but unfortunately, he is destined to be unable to take these dozens of steps, because in front of him, at the moment, is blocking a person that he can't in his entire life. Transcendent Man. The giant axe that turned the number 1 was shot flying by Oz, and Lin Mu's expression did not change in the slightest. If Little Oz was really killed by a throwing axe, then he wouldn't be worth so much experience points. After taking a deep look at Little Oz, Lin Mu's figure flashed again, teleporting directly into the air with a hook, catching the giant axe that was blown away by Oz, and then flashing again to change the direction. Coming to the blind spot behind Oz, the giant axe in his hand was thrown at Oz again. Although the defense and strength of giants are much higher than that of ordinary humans, the biggest problem of giants is that they are slow and agile. Lin Mu's giant axe this time is not only in the blind spot of Little Oz's vision, in fact, even if Little Oz sees it, it is too late to avoid it, and it is even more impossible to shoot the giant axe again like before. Little Oz, little, good Zhao, behind the heart. When a group of pirates saw the throwing axe attacking Little Oz from behind, they hurriedly warned him with anxious expressions, but it was too late. Little Oz heard everyone's reminder before he had time to turn around, when he felt a sudden shock behind him, and then a severe pain of tearing flesh came from behind, causing him to scream in pain. At this moment, the giant axe that had been yangyun by Lin Mu had already slashed at the back of Little Oz, completely sinking into the flesh, leaving only the handle of the axe. Despite Oz's size, it was a traumatic event for him. And, this is not the end, just the beginning. I saw Lin Mu's figure flashing again, and he appeared directly behind Little Oz, holding the handle of the giant axe with both hands, and then suddenly pulled the hook out. Chapter 177. The giant axe had been stabbed at the back of Little Oz fiercely, but now it was pulled by Lin Mu, and it was splashed with blood, water, and flesh. The huge crack instantly became a fatal injury to Little Oz. If the wound is not treated quickly, Little Oz will definitely die from the blood loss. BD, do you dare to fight with me in an upright manner? You only know what kind of man is a sneak attack from behind. Little Oz's face was wrinkled with pain, but he still roared at Lin Mu, expressing to the anger in his heart. He is confident that if he fights head-to-head, he will never lose to Lin Mu. With that level of flying axe, he can fly with just one slap. After Lin Mu pulled out the giant axe, he was going to repeat the old trick and give Little Oz another shot. But after hearing Oz's words, Lin Mu raised his eyebrows, threw away the axe in his hand, and came directly in front of Little Oz with a flash, and asked with great interest, "How is it? I will ask you to fight with you in an upright manner." Humph! Little Oz clenched his teeth and clenched his fists at Lin Mu. Lin Mu's eyes were full of disdain. If he fought head-to-head, he was confident that he could easily crush him to death. This tiny human being. Seeing Little Oz like this, Lin Mu nodded, "It's just the strength, right? Come, let me see how powerful the living Oz really is." After speaking, Lin Mu also clenched his fists, and the light green light on his skin became more and more intense. Obviously the genes belonging to the Hulk in his body have been pushed to the limit. Lin Mu also wanted to use Little Oz to test what level his current power was at. Little Oz sneered when he saw this, and looked at Lin Mu like a dead man. A human being dared to persuade him Little Oz to clench his fist. What is it that is not courting death? Humph, go to hell! Little Oz roared angrily, and then his fist like a hill smashed directly at Lin Mu with terrifying power. The huge fist instantly formed a dark shadow on top of Lin Mu's head, saying yes, it is not an exaggeration to cover the sky. However, Lin Mu, who was enveloped by this huge fist, did not change his expression, clenched his fist directly to meet him, and collided with Little Oz's huge fist. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, a mighty shock wave spread out around Lin Mu and Little Oz's fists, sending all the surrounding pirates marine flying, and instantly formed around the two of them. An uninhabited vacuum. The aftermath of the spread is still like this. It can be seen that the impact of this time is so powerful that people who are watching this battle from a distance are throbbing in their hearts. And what happened next made everyone almost stare out of their eyes. Because Little Oz's arm suddenly broke from it, as if it was a bamboo pole that couldn't bear the pressure, it was squeezed and burst open, and the flesh and blood were sprinkled with blood, and one arm was directly scrapped. Shock! Everyone who saw this scene stayed where they were, including the Sengoku standing on the execution stand, including the three Admiral Shichibukai, including Whitebeard and his captains and captains. Everyone's face is full of unbelievable words. For those Marines, Lin Mu's defeat of Oz was not surprising. After all, they had a clear idea of how powerful Lin Mu was. What really shocked them was the way Lin Mu beat Little Oz. You must know that Lin Mu is known as a red-eyed demon among Marine, that is to say, in Marine's view, the high-energy ray slit in Lin Mu's eyes is Lin Mu's most powerful and terrifying means of attack. If Lin Mu defeated Little Oz with high-energy rays, then these Marines would not be surprised, but now Lin Mu has used a force-breaking method to fight Oz directly, and the key is still in the fight. Having achieved an absolute overwhelming advantage, he directly interrupted Little Oz's arm, but he was uninjured. This is nothing short of miraculous in Marine's eyes. You know, giants are good at strength, but Lin Mu defeated the giant among the giants with strength at this moment, so how terrible is Lin Mu? Thinking of this, all the Marines shuddered, while the Sengoku and other Marine executives frowned. The stronger Lin Mu showed, the more fearful they became. After breaking Oz's arm with a punch, Lin Mu did not give Oz any time to react. He teleported across hundreds of meters to the top of Oz's head, and then slammed down again with a punch. But this time the target is no longer Little Oz's fist, but his head. Marines and pirates died all the time on the battlefield, and even general-level officers and captain-level police officers began to die. Lin Mu's heart was bleeding for every second delay, so he didn't bother to play with Little Oz. Go down. Boom! With a muffled sound, Little Oz's head was torn apart as if a watermelon had been smashed open, and scarlet blood spurted out from the top of his head, rising like a fountain for tens of meters and then sprinkled down, forming a real bloody rain. The wind turned a large area directly into blood red. However, all the pirates who were drenched by this blood were frightened and wilted, but the Marines seemed to be recruiting blood, and their will to fight was even stronger, and they immediately stopped wave after wave of counterattacks. The skull was shattered by Lin Mu's punch, and Little Oz's eyes instantly lost the light and died. Ding! Kill the pirate captain Little Oz, and gain experience 47 difficult points. With the sound of the traditional sound, Little Oz's huge body gradually fell down, making a loud noise. Even the ice surface made by King Z couldn't bear the weight of Little Oz's body, resulting in cracks. Oz's death was a huge blow to the pirates, and his morale suddenly dropped to the lowest point. In response, Marine's morale was soaring. Under this situation, the pirate forces are losing ground, and the front line is constantly advancing in the direction of the pirates. Every step forward, the pirates will leave a large number of corpses. And Lin Mu didn't have any rest. The figure flickered and disappeared in place, lay down again. Chapter 178. Because time is limited, every time Lin Mu chooses to be the pirate captain of the new world, missing a pirate Lin Mu with 510 experience points can be tolerated, but missing a pirate captain with over 10,000 experience points is Lin Mu can't stand it anymore. Soon, you can see Lin Mu constantly walking through the battlefield, and one by one, the pirate captains all fall at the feet of Lin Mu. Of course, in order to prevent the experience from being wasted, Lin Mu's targets are often pirates who are fighting against the strong and are at a disadvantage. Hawkeye, be merciful. Hey, Hancock, you need to petrify a few less. Fire-burning mountains, ghost spiders, keep people under the knife. Bear, stand there and watch, let me come. Lin Mu can't wait to stop all the Vice Admiral from 7 warlords of the sea and marine, and hand over all the pirate captains in front of him to him. Just when Lin Mu had just grabbed the experience of a pirate captain from Xiong's men, his eyes swept across the battlefield but just saw Blackbeard pinching the neck of a pirate captain. This made Lin Mu jump in anger, joking, "Tens of thousands of experience points are gone, how could Lin Mu endure it?" and directly pointed at Blackbeard and scolded, "Teach you BD, you are not going to impel down to rob prisoners. Pull the crew and mess around here." Hearing Lin Mu's words, Blackbeard broke out into a cold sweat. His plan was that the few people in his pirate paste knew what would spread to Lin Mu's ears. Is there a traitor among the thieves? But at this moment, Blackbeard is not in a hurry to think about the traitor. He hopes that Lin Mu's words just now won't attract the attention of the warring states period, otherwise if Marine takes precautions, the chance of his plan's success will be very small. So Blackbeard quickly retorted, "Trewazan, you framed me, how could I have such a plan?" After defending one sentence, Blackbeard hurriedly looked at warring states Garp and others, and found that the expressions of these people were nothing unusual. After that, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then immediately moved away from Lin Mu to kill the enemy in the other direction. Naturally, Lin Mu didn't have time to chase after Blackbeard. After all, although Blackbeard wasted tens of thousands of experience points, if Lin Mu went to entangle with Blackbeard, he would not lose tens of thousands of experience points. Possibly hundreds of thousands of experience points. So after Lin Mu gave Blackbeard a glance, he once again entered the crowd, looking for the next pirate captain. On the high execution platform, warring states looked down on the entire battlefield. Everything that happened on the battlefield could not escape his eyes. He could observe every change on the battlefield, so that he could dispatch troops and make overall plans. Global. What the warring states were most concerned about was naturally not the battle of the soldiers at the bottom. After all, in terms of numbers alone, the Marines had an absolute advantage at the bottom. The number of Marines was twice that of the pirates. Thief dragged to death. What really makes the warring states care about is the competition between the top combat powers of the two sides, which is the key factor that really affects the war situation. It was because he was always concerned about this, so Lin Mu's actions quickly attracted the attention of the warring states, and after taking a moment to observe Lin Mu, the whole of warring states was stunned on the execution platform. He has always been known for being resourceful, but at this moment, his head suddenly couldn't turn around. In fact, Marine summoned Shichibukai to come, and he didn't expect Shichibukai to have any strength at all, more just to support the scene, as long as Shichibukai can contain some of the opponent's combat power. In fact, several other Shichibukai did the same, and none of them showed their true skills. But Lin Mu is completely different. He is very active on the battlefield. He is even more active than Marine in killing pirates. There are already more than 3 captains, and there are countless ordinary pirates. Watching Lin Mu frantically looking for the enemy pirate captain on the battlefield, Sengoku couldn't help but wonder if Lin Mu really wanted to surrender to Marine. But soon, warring states put this unrealistic conjecture out of his mind, and then another conjecture appeared in his mind: this Troizen must have a revenge for killing his father with Whitebeard, right? 0 for flowers. The war continued. Because of the existence of Lin Mu, Marine had the advantage in this battle. The number of pirate captains who died in the hands of Lin Mu had exceeded 10, and Little Oz was also attacked by Lin Mu. Killing, this caused a ton of mental blows to the pirates, and the morale of the pirates plummeted. And Marine is fighting more and more bravely, and the pirates who kill are not spared. At this moment, Whitebeard, who had been standing on the deck of the Moby DK, facing the warring states from afar, finally couldn't stand. I saw Whitebeard lifted the big knife in his hand and slashed directly at the void in front of him. Then, the space in front of him was shattered directly to the naked eye, like a shattered glass mirror. Spread fast. 0. Soon, the front line far away from the brown rice suddenly burst, and dozens of Marines seemed to be hit by the vibration of a heavy hammer, and their internal organs smashed and vomited blood and died. Moreover, the shock wave that is far away from the brown rice is still in constant action, killing the Marines who are chasing. Lin Mu couldn't help but feel that he was indeed the strongest man in the world, and the power of this shocking fruit was too powerful. But at this moment, Whitebeard, who was urging the power of the fruit, groaned, and then blood oozes out of his mouth, because a long knife had stabbed into his body, and the one holding the knife, it's the big spider squad. Lin Mu screamed badly when he saw this scene. He had killed everything before, and completely forgot about it. Squard was once defeated by Roger, so he held a grudge against Roger, and Ace, as Roger's posthumous son, was naturally hated by him, and now Whitebeard sacrificed a lot of pirates' lives to save Ace, which naturally made him dissatisfied. He was successfully instigated by Akainu. Looking at the constantly falling experience points on the top of Whitebeard's head, Lin Mu's eyes could even spurt out the anger. Squard, UBD cost me at least hundreds of thousands of experience points. Righteous. Chapter 179. Basescuda assassination. Whitebeard moved to all those present were shocked. No one thought would actually appear traitor in the camp. Whitebeard, even a minority marine are forced into a state of ignorant, only several executives looking the same, apparently already aware of this matter. Basescu Jade, UBD doing? Daddy. Basescuda assassination. Whitebeard move, so Whitebeard around their captain immediately angry. Horse hugged Basescu Adria de collar of the whole person raised up, staring eyes shouted, spittle Adrian Basescu stars sprayed his face. And Marco is immediately to the injury looked Whitebeard around his face concern. The Whitebeard is waved down horse Adrian Basescu, horse of 343 written all over his face though reluctant, but still comply with the Whitebeard of command, loosen the collar Basescuda. Whitebeard watching Adrian Basescu. The eyes do not have much hatred, only strong doubts and perplexity. Scudder, why are you so 13? Hashtag. Boom. Inquiries to Whitebeard. Basescu de mouth Zhang Kaigong utter a word, the whole people directly fly up. And Lin Mu do not know when, but it has been standing in the position before Adrian Basescu appears. You son of a BCH, lousy have to put you into pieces not 99. After the kick flew Basescuda. Lin Mu's stature flashing directly caught up with being kicked Adrian Basescu, then eyes flash red, a red spewing out high energy rays directly hit wearing a heart Basescu de Wilde directly Basescu beheaded. Bite, pirates kill Captain Adrian Basescu and experience gained 8 hard 100 points. With the ringing tone of complex systems, also represents Adrian Basescu has died out, but they did not let Lin Mu Basescu de meaning. After I saw the hands of Lin Mu Gang Zhao Yun direct bomb, hacking or 2 cross directly Basescu de whittled the stick people. After Adrian Basescu's body landed, Lin Mu is a direct foot up, anxious to Adrian Basescu's body directly step into a mess. An enemy can provide Lin Mu much experience, not only with the strength of the enemy, but also on the people and the state of war and the beginning of the Lin Mu about those criminals, and this is Lin Mu to impel down the 6th floor of prisoners put to the hook. Reason, only those who return to top form, continue to give Lin Mu offer more experience. And Whitebeard to Lin Mu could provide 1 million experience points, but that Basescu de grandson just that knife, straight sweep 300,000 points. Whitebearded head of digital at the moment has fallen to 70 million, and also continued to drop. Appeared to be below 700,000 Dawn. Adrian Basescu to Lin Mu caused so much loss, so how can we not hate the hearts of Lin Mu? But in the eyes of unsuspecting people, and yet another one looks like. The very least, to see this scene of the marine who felt a cold wind hit, the bones are beginning to get cold air, for fear of Lin Mu's heart is even more layer. A marine gasped, special. Actually there are actually Ethan Troy corpse abuse hobby. My god, he will not. Really the devil, right? A marine asked, his face pale. Another marine's voice among even bring a tearful voice, I think probably. Police Huang, and now he and we are a camp, for fear it should be afraid of those pirates. First Basescuda assassination suddenly Whitebeard, then suddenly erupt again Lin Mu Basescuda corpse abuse. This turn of events one after another, so many people stay in the place, even the warring army's center originally went quiet. In the end, the first to react was the warring states period, found at the moment regardless of marine and pirates are caught in a sluggish state. This is a good opportunity to have an ah. So now the warring states also refused to think about why so late. Lin Mu, quickly pick up the phone. Worm issued a directive, program open, right now. After the Warring States command is given, Malin Fu more than 4 weeks suddenly raised a huge wall. The entire fleet of White Husa High Thief which are surrounded by a vessel cannot be spared out. Then, the number appears in numerous pacifist walls, forming a pocket, the White Huzai fleet around which the thief 0.01. This is the first appearance pacifist, whether pirates, Shichibukai, even the vast majority of marine is the first time I saw a very shocked. Why would suddenly pop out so many Bartholomew Kuma? The lingering question in the minds of many people, but no one will give them to explain, even for those pirates, they have time to carefully think not. After consultation pacifist now, mouth open, bright yellow laser light directly with the pirates gathering jet away, causing a piece of explosion. Pirates almost instantly suffered a great loss. But this has also made pirates door regain consciousness, force against pacifists among begins. But the tenacity of the pacifist group of pirates' body is completely beyond imagination, with their attack power cannot destroy. Seeing directly behind the Whitebeard directed at the captain who said, "You have to address those things." "Daddy, but your body." Marco looked at the white-bearded abdominal wound, the surface a little worried. Whitebeard is 5.7 large waved his hand, "I have not had time to protect the people's needs, do not forget our purpose." Words have now, captain of the few not say any more, they have hit the ring pacifist. Captain who started working for the war had a huge impact on the original retreat of pirates finally stabilize the situation. But Lin Mu did not mind at the moment but these two tubes captain, anyway, short-lived fad will not die, at the moment all the attention Lin Mu who are in the white beard. In order to avoid the more experience a little later with a white beard down lower, Lin Mu police no choice but this is not appropriate when the white-bearded shot at now, at least first experience to get stuck. Thought of this, Lin Mu direct step-by-step exercise, came across a few hundred meters in front of Whitebeard. Chapter 180. The experience value a person can provide for Lin Mu is not static, but fluctuates according to his current state. If you get injured or get tired after a long battle, your experience points will drop. Only after it starts fighting Lin Mu, the experience points will remain fixed and will not drop again in any case. Skeward's previous knife swept away 300,000 experience points from Whitebeard. In order to prevent Whitebeard's experience points from falling again, Lin Mu must now fight against Whitebeard. Only in this way can Whitebeard gain experience. The value is constant. Thinking of this, Lin Mu was directly impulsive, and the figure flashed directly to the front of Whitebeard, and then clenched his fists and directly attacked Whitebeard. In the face of Whitebeard, Lin Mu would not hold back, but directly stimulated the power of the Hulk to the limit. The fist wind burst with great power that made people feel frightening, and the target was Whitebeard's head. When Whitebeard saw Lin Mu attacking, he snorted coldly, clenched the long knife in his hand and shook slightly, and the surrounding space shattered directly, like a broken mirror. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mu's spider sense sensed that 10 terrifying shock waves were about to come to him, and this shock wave gave Lin Mu a sense of danger. Now on the battlefield, Lin Mu must not allow himself to be injured, because it will seriously slow down his pace. Therefore, Lin Mu did not choose to exchange injuries with Whitebeard, but prepared to use teleportation to avoid Whitebeard's shock attack. But then Lin Mu's expression changed, because he realized that he couldn't teleport anymore. Now is the critical moment. Lin Mu didn't have time to think about the reason why he couldn't teleport, and immediately stimulated the speed of fast silver in his body, and the speed exploded to one side in an instant. However, the speed of Quicksilver was suddenly very fast, but the transmission speed of Whitebeard's shock wave was not slow, and because Lin Mu was activating the speed of Quicksilver for the second time, Lin Mu could not completely avoid it. The arm was still hit by the shock wave transmitted through the space. At the moment of being hit, Lin Mu only felt numbness in his left arm, and then a bursting sensation exploded in Lin Mu's left arm from the inside out. Now Lin Mu's body defense is amazing, but it can't completely block the shock wave's attack. Fortunately, Lin Mu's bones have already been replaced by Edmund and Kim, so the injury is not serious. However, Lin Mu's gaze at Whitebeard was extremely solemn at the moment. This was not because of how strong Whitebeard's attack made Lin Mu jealous, but because his teleportation failed for the first time in this world. In the face of Whitebeard, the teleport that was inexorable before was completely unusable. If it weren't for the delay, Lin Mu would not have been hit by Whitebeard. Is it because the space was shattered by Whitebeard? Lin Mu murmured. His teleportation is essentially a direct crossing of space, but when part of the space to be crossed is broken, he cannot cross. It's like the middle part of the bridge was forcibly blown up, making it impossible for people to pass. After trying to understand the reason, Lin Mu shook his head and sighed in his heart that it seemed that teleportation could not be used during the battle with Whitebeard. At this moment, the top management of Marine and the rest of the 7 warlords of the sea were already in a state of confusion. No one would have thought that Lin Mu would actually find Whitebeard and make a move. At this moment in the Warring States period, he was certain that Lin Mu and Whitebeard definitely had a grudge, otherwise it would be impossible to explain why Lin Mu was so active. He not only killed more than a dozen pirate captains under Whitebeard, but now he directly bit Whitebeard. It's almost more like Marine than Marine, in stark contrast to other Shichibukai. Thinking of this, Sengoku couldn't help but glance at the other Shichibukai, thinking how good it would be if these guys could do their best. Wouldn't this war end easily? Boy, I heard your news, there shouldn't be any hatred between us, right? Whitebeard asked with a frown after defeating Lin Mu with a single blow. Lin Mu nodded, acknowledging Sengoku's statement. Then why are you so diligent in this war? Not only did you kill my son, but you also persuaded me to do it. Whitebeard said here, his face sank directly, belonging to the coercion of the strongest man in the world exposed. However, Lin Mu didn't seem to feel any pressure, and smiled lightly. Golden Lion asked me this question before he died, and the answer I gave him was that the old era has come to an end. Now, I send this answer to you as well. 22. After Lin Mu finished speaking, Whitebeard stared at Lin Mu silently, as if thinking about what Lin Mu just said. After a long time, Whitebeard murmured in his mouth, "Has the old era come to an end?" "Maybe it is. So do you want to be the one who promotes the era?" "There is no doubt, after all, I am a representative of the new era, Edward." Lin Mu did not show weakness in the face of Whitebeard. 343. Hearing Lin Mu's words, Whitebeard took a deep look at Lin Mu and then started again. Lifting the big sword as tall as his body, Whitebeard let out a sullen snort and struck Lin Mu directly in the air. With the shock of the big knife in Whitebeard's hand, the space around Whitebeard's body instantly shattered, and then a shocking wave of shocking power rushed towards Lin Mu directly through the space. At this moment, he was not caught off guard. Lin Mu was well prepared. As soon as Whitebeard started, Lin Mu had already inspired the speed of Quicksilver. With the rapid increase in speed, the sound flickered on one side, and he easily avoided Whitebeard's distance shock. But then Lin Mu's complexion changed slightly, because Whitebeard's shock was obviously not that simple. After Lin Mu's speed burst to avoid the oncoming shock wave, the shock wave did not dissipate, but under the control of Whitebeard, it attacked from Lin Mu's back again. This made Lin Mu frown, and after trying to dodge a few times, he found that the shock wave was like a shadow, as if it wouldn't disappear if it didn't hit the target. After discovering this, Lin Mu's eyes flashed, and then he rushed directly into the group of pirates. Since there is no way to avoid it, let these pirates serve as shields. Chapter 181. The shock of Whitebeard's hair hook has been chasing after Lin Mu. No matter how many times Lin Mu avoids, he can turn around and catch up with Lin Mu again, and the power is hardly weakened. The most powerful vibration is originally a continuous wave after wave. Whitebeard is known as the most powerful man in the world. The degree of development of the vibration fruit has reached a very high level, and it can be done completely. Let the shock wave never stop, unless someone bears the explosive energy contained in this wave. Being chased like this all the time is no way, so Lin Mu simply rushed directly into the battlefield where the pirates gathered and used these pirates as a shield. After Lin Mu rushed into the pirate battlefield, he felt that the shock wave that had been chasing after him finally stopped chasing. Lin Mu looked back. The Whitebeard standing on the Moby Dk's deck had completely darkened, and the two upward beards at the corners of his mouth were even taller, showing that the owner was extremely bad at the moment. Mood. At this time, Lin Mu suddenly felt something, because the shock wave that affected the space did not chase 343 up, so Lin Mu's teleportation was not affected at this time, only Lin Mu's figure flashed, and he went straight back. Move 3 meters away. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mu saw a dazzling fist strike from where he was standing just now, smashing hard on the ice, and the hook made a rumbling sound, breaking a hole directly on the ice. The big hole, many pirate marines around it fell directly into the sea. And the initiator of all this did not stop after a single blow, and his sturdy body was once again bombarded, like a high-speed cannonball attacking directly at Lin Mu. This cannonball shone with beautiful light, like a huge human-shaped diamond, with a police-like beauty. It was the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Diamond Joe's. Jaws shot towards Lin Mu like a cannonball, clenching fists with both hands and attacking Lin Mu directly. Diamonds are the hardest objects in nature, and as a diamond man, Jaws not only has a very strong defense, but also a powerful and terrifying attack. Haki, who is equipped with an armed color, allows him to have the ability to fight in the world. New World's wanton capital. But no matter how powerful Jaws is, after all, he is only a captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and he is not strong enough that Lin Mu can only avoid fighting. Lin Mu is not even afraid of Whitebeard himself, so how could he be afraid of a captain under Whitebeard? Therefore, for the second attack on Jaws, Lin Mu had no intention of dodging at all, and even took a step forward to break an attack, and the uninjured arm directly clenched a fist and bent Jaws to blast it. Compared with strength, Lin Mu is not even afraid of little Oz, let alone Jaws. As for the degree of hardness, Lin Mu may not be as good as Jaws, but his defense and resilience can perfectly make up for this. Lin Mu is not afraid of physical hard fights. Boom! With a sound, Lin Mu and Jaws' fists collided directly, but the expressions of the two did not change, and they did not take a step back. Obviously, neither of them were hurt by this punch. But neither Lin Mu nor Jaws obviously didn't want to give up like this, so soon. The second and third punches of the two came out one after another. I saw the fists of the two rapidly attacking each other, or being stopped by the other party, or directly landing on the other party's body, making a bang 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 sound. The two fists are like the wind, and they can hit multiple punches in an instant. Bystanders can't even see the two waving arms, because the speed has exceeded the limit of vision. The pirates were shocked when they saw that Lin Mu could fight against each other like Jaws. They were in a large fleet. They knew very well about Jaws' attack and defense, and they knew how terrible it was. And at this moment, Lin Mu's simple attack and defense can be on par with Jaws, who has a diamond fruit, which is too terrifying. Teleportation, speed, high energy rays, terrifying strength and defense, and the ability to regenerate broken limbs. These abilities might be very powerful if they were hooked alone, but they were not so powerful that they suffocated people. But when these abilities are all brought together in one person, the feeling is shocking and hard to breathe. Before coming here, this group of pirates in New World actually knew very little about Lin Mu. Although they had heard about Lin Mu, they didn't pay much attention to it. Because Lin Mu has never entered the New World, they all look down on this newcomer, thinking that all the reports are just exaggerations by Marine and the government. After all, Marine and the government have done a lot of things like this. Until now, these pirates know that they are very wrong. Lin Mu's power has completely exceeded their expectations and imagination. He killed more than a dozen New World captains with his own power, smashed Oz's head with one punch, and now he is on a par with the third captain Diamond Joe's. This level of strength is really too terrifying, and it can even be regarded as the peak combat power of Marine's side. Until this time, many pirates realized that this Shichibukai, who they didn't care about before, had become a person they couldn't ignore in this war. Power is secondary, after all. Hawkeye and Shichibukai is also extremely powerful, and even Hancock, Doflamingo, and the traitor Blackbeard have decent strength. But the difference between Lin Mu and these Shichibukai is that those Shichibukai are simply punching cards and messing around. The Jiren are not diligent. Although they seem to be fighting all the time, they have not achieved any combat results. But Lin Mu is doing his best, making a ruthless attack, and he is in a never-ending stance. Many pirates are now beginning to wonder if Lin Mu has a deep hatred with Whitebeard, or if Lin Mu is Marine's person at all. He just took up the identity of a pirate to solve the things that Marine is not good at solving. Up to now, even if Lin Mu immediately hooked a justice cloak and put it on his body, no pirate would feel even a little strange. Chapter 182. Not to mention the shock of the surrounding pirates to Lin Mu's rhythmic strength, even Jaws, who was fighting against Lin Mu, became more and more shocked. At first, when Lin Mu was on par with him, he was still a little surprised. After all, after seeing the scene where Lin Mu killed Little Oz, Jaws had already attached great importance to Lin Mu, and he was also impressed by the strength of Lin Mu. Made an estimate. But as the battle continued, Jaws' heart was not only a little surprised, but more and more shocked. The shock came to the end, and even made Jaws a little terrified. Because he found that even though Lin Mu's strength has been re-evaluated, he still greatly underestimated Lin Mu's combat power. Anyone, with the continuous decrease in physical strength of the battle, the strength will become smaller and smaller, and the speed will become slower and slower. In short, it will get weaker and weaker. The difference is that some people have good physical strength and some people have poor physical strength. People with good physical strength will last longer than those with poor physical strength. However, this law will not change, and no one can violate this most basic law. Jaws has always thought this way, but after meeting Lin Mu today, Jaws was shocked to find that Lin Mu didn't seem to be bound by this law at all. Because with such a high-intensity attack, his physical strength has been greatly consumed, and both attack power and attack speed have begun to decline. But Lin Mu didn't mean to reduce his strength or speed in the slightest, and he even became more and more courageous. It seems that Lin Mu's physical strength is not less and less, but more and more. Especially before fighting him, Lin Mu has killed more than a dozen New World pirate captains, even the amazing Little Oz. Even so, Lin Mu's strength could not be seen to decrease in the slightest, which made Jaws' heart feel a sense of despair in addition to being terrified. In the face of such a tireless opponent and immune to death, who can defeat it? Even if it is consumed, it will be consumed to death. Jaws now feels that if he continues to fight like this, sooner or later he will be consumed by Lin Mu here. But at this moment he couldn't escape Lin Mu. This is the battlefield, this is a battle between the Whitebeard pirate fleet and Marine, and now the escape route has been blocked by Marine. In this war, either win or die, there is no third option. So even though he knew that he had lost to Lin Mu, Jaws could only grit his teeth and persist, and at the same time he hoped that someone would win to support him. It's a pity that no one can help Jaws on the battlefield now. Even Whitebeard was entangled by Admiral Akainu the first time Lin Mu and Jaws fought. Originally, because the captains of the Whitebeard pirates entered the battle, the pirates still had some advantages, but as the three Admiral Marines started the battle situation was reversed immediately, and the development was going in a direction that was extremely unfavorable to the pirates. Three admirals, almost all of them have the ability to destroy the world and change the natural environment, and everyone is the enemy of 10,000. These three people were originally just sitting on the high platform and watching the situation, but now with the Whitebeard pirates entering the occupation, the three admiral couldn't bear it, and they all shot. Akainu, who was in the center, went directly to Whitebeard and used the uninterrupted violent lava attack to entangle Whitebeard, leaving Whitebeard no time to support others. As for Kizaru, it was directly photonized and flew into the air, and then used a large-scale destructive skill Bakikayangu, and instantly countless Daoming yellow lasers were like raindrops to the rear of the pirate fleet. Directly started attacking the rear of the pirate fleet, obviously with the idea of directly cutting off the pirates' back path. As for King Z, he fell directly from the high platform, pressed his palm lightly on the ice surface, and then saw that the ice surface suddenly surged under the feet of countless pirates, and then engulfed the pirates at a very fast speed. Turn into an ice sculpture in an instant. If there is no master's extremely powerful armed color haki, there is absolutely no possibility of losing his feet on his own, and he will be chopped into pieces by the nearby marine in minutes. Zero seeking flowers. Three admirals' entry made the pirates a big setback. Almost every pirate was dragged by their opponents and entered a situation where they could not protect themselves, and no one could support Jaws. Those Shichibukai can get out at any time, but it is impossible for them to come to the pirates of Whitebeard pirates to provide assistance. As the battle with Lin Mu continued, Jaws' physical strength was increasing. First, his strength and speed were greatly reduced. In the end, the diamonds incarnated by Jaws seemed to have lost their luster. Obviously, it is not an easy thing for Jaws to urge such a fruit ability all the time, and with physical exhaustion, this form cannot always be maintained. Finally, a piece of Jaws' shoulder suddenly lost its luster, no longer looking like a diamond, but turned into ordinary flesh. Lin Mu's senses were very sharp, and he quickly realized this, and then the fist that had already been hooked immediately turned around, bent Jaws' shoulder and blasted it, and at the same time, the steel claw in his hand was also directly hooked. Pfft! With the sound of flesh being torn apart, Lin Mu's steel claws sank deeply into Jaws' shoulders. Without the barrier of diamonds, how could ordinary flesh and blood stop Lin Mu's steel claws? After stabbing into Jaws' left shoulder, Lin Mu's arm bent down and pressed hard, and the sharp steel claws cast by Edmund Gold sank deeper and deeper into Jaws' shoulder, and even cut off Jaws' entire arm. A large piece of scarlet blood is also sprayed directly. This severe pain made Jaws cry out, and the massive blood loss made Jaws, whose physical strength was almost exhausted, even weaker. Almost only a moment later, Jaws was completely unable to maintain the diamond form and turned into the appearance of an ordinary person. After changing into a normal form, Jaws couldn't stop Lin Mu's steel claws, his entire arm was easily chopped off by Lin Mu, and he fell on the ice with a soft sound. Immediately afterwards, the scarlet blood rain sprayed out from Jaws' broken arm, and fell on the face of a pirate several meters away. Righteous. Chapter 183. The pain of his right arm being cut off by Lin Mu shoulder to shoulder quickly passed into Jaws' mind. But unfortunately, Jaws' mouth opened wide, but he could no longer make any sound. His eyes stared at Lin Mu, his eyes were full of disbelief and unwillingness, but he couldn't do anything, because the steel claw on Lin Mu's other hand had already pierced into his heart, making him the sturdy heart stopped beating in an instant. After just a few seconds, Jaws' eyes lost the light, and Diamond Jaws, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, died in battle. Ding! Kill Diamond Jaws, captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and gain 80,000 experience, difficult. 343 Jaws. 99. Team Leader. After Jaws' body fell to the ground, the pirates one by one suddenly cried out when they saw this scene, and soon, everyone on the battlefield found out that Jaws died at the hands of Lin Mu. Standing on a high place, the warring states have been paying attention to Lin Mu's actions, and naturally he discovered it at the first time. After confirming Jaws' death, Jean Xianchanin couldn't help applauding. The captains of the Whitebeard pirate paste can be said to be the top combat power of the pirates in this war. And now, one of the top combat powers was directly beheaded by Lin Mu. It can be said that the strength of the pirates is definitely greatly damaged because of this. From the start of the war to now, Lin Mu has killed more than a dozen New World pirate captains, Little Oz, Jaws. If you want to compare the results, Lin Mu alone has caused more damage to the pirates than the entire marine. Be big. If Lin Mu's identity is marine, this military merit alone is enough to make him directly promoted from ordinary private to marine admiral. As for strength, there is no need to worry at all. Those who can learn this kind of military merit will definitely already have admiral combat power. Until now, Sengoku couldn't help but look forward to who Lin Mu will find next. If you can kill a few more captains of the Whitebeard pirates, that would be great. Compared with the excitement and happiness of the Warring States period, the pirates were all shocked, and the crew members of the Whitebearded pirates were even more grief-stricken when they saw this. There will definitely be 4 people in the war, but no one thought that death would come so quickly, and the first one was the captain of the 3rd Division, Jaws. The captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, was killed by Blackbeard, and the captain of the 2nd Division, Ace, was tied to the high execution platform. Jaws was already the only one of the entire Whitebeard pirate except for Whitebeard himself and the captain of the 1st Division, Marco. The strongest out there. However, this white-bearded pirate's current third combat power has just fallen in front of Lin Mu. UBD. Marco saw this scene, his eyes were split, and he roared at the same time directly using his opponent, incarnated into a firebird Lu, and Lin Mu rushed forward. At the same time, Whitebeard, who was fighting with Akainu, was also full of grief and anger. He no longer cared about Akainu, who was waiting for an opportunity, and slashed his sword directly, shattering the space. The shock wave of times hits directly in the direction of Lin Mu. If Lin Mu was hit by Whitebeard's attack, this shocking shock wave would definitely cause his body to explode directly, causing him to be seriously injured and unable to move. Facing both Whitebeard and Team 1 Captain Marco at the same time, almost no one in this world has ever enjoyed such a treatment. Lin Mu is the first. And this also made Lin Mu have to be careful. Once he was hit by Whitebeard's shock, although his life would not be in danger, he would definitely be seriously injured. And although the broken bones can be repaired, he cannot move for a period of time during the repair. Lin Mu is very aware of his current situation. The pirates can't wait to swarm him to death. Although Marine seems to be on the side of him at the moment, Lin Mu can be sure that if he loses the ability to move, Sengoku will definitely don't hesitate to order fire to deal with him. Therefore, on this battlefield, Lin Mu must not be seriously injured no matter what, at least he must not lose the ability to move, otherwise he will definitely be attacked by the enemy. At this moment, facing the simultaneous attack of Marco and Whitebeard's shock, Lin Mu must be very careful and cautious, and must not be careless. Because if he makes a mistake, he will fall into a very dangerous situation. Looking at the incoming Marco, Lin Mu stood motionless, and seemed to be calculating something between his eyes, but to outsiders, Lin Mu at the moment was completely frightened and dumbfounded. In place. The warring states saw that Lin Mu was in danger at the moment, and his expressions were full of contradictions. He hoped that Lin Mu could break through the siege and save the danger and kill more pirates to contribute to Marine. He also hoped that Whitebeard and Marco would join hands to severely damage and even make a difference. Killing Lin Mu will save Marine a lasting trouble. When Marco was less than 20 meters away from Lin Mu's figure finally moved, but Lin Mu was neither fleeing nor attacking, just taking a step forward and using teleportation to move forward 10 meters. Facing Lin Mu's seemingly meaningless move, Marco frowned and was obviously puzzled, but his momentum did not weaken in the slightest. One kick directly to Lin Mu's head. Lin Mu's eyes lit up when he saw this. 5.7 is now. I saw Lin Mu raised both hands, one hand grabbed Marco's left foot kicked over in front of his head, and the other hand grabbed Marco's arm directly in front of him. The strength of Marco lies in the rare phantom beast fruit and the powerful haki on his body. The pure physical strength is not so strong, he is not as good as Jaws, and he can't compare with Lin Mu. Lin Mu grabbed Marco's arm and calf with both hands and then turned his body directly, forcing Marco to turn around 180 degrees. At this moment, the shock wave of Whitebeard's hook finally hit, directly hitting Marco, who was blocked by Lin Mu. Then I saw that Marco's face changed, and then he just heard a boom, and Marco's whole person exploded. Chapter 184. Facing the double attack of Whitebeard, Marco and Lin Mu did not panic, but directly pulled up the attacking Marco as a shield to block the shock waves coming from behind. Lin Mu's movements are too fast, coupled with the precise grasp of the timing of the shot using spider sense. Not only did Marco have no time to break free, but also gave Whitebeard no time to stop. As a result, the shocking wave of terrifying power rushed directly into Marco's body. Marco didn't hold on for a second, and the whole body exploded directly. The rest wave spread to Lin Mu, making Lin Mu unable to help himself. Taking a few steps back, the intensity of Whitebeard's attack can be seen as Madara. After Marco's body exploded, it instantly turned into a column of blue flames rising and beating in the air. The blue flame had no heat or lethality, as if it was just an illusory shadow. In this way, with the burning of the blue flame, Marco's body was gradually reborn in it, and the process of rebirth from the ashes was completely completed in a short time. After Marco's rebirth, his body was the same as before, and he didn't have any scars. It seemed that he had completely recovered. However, its slightly pale complexion also shows that it is not really unscathed, and the phoenix is not really immortal, and once it exceeds the limit, it will die. From this point of view, Marco's ability is very similar to Hawkins' ability. The only difference may be that Marco's tolerance limit is much stronger than Hawkins's. But this is also the result of Marco's more than 20 years on the Whitebeard ship. If Hawkins is given 20 years, it is really difficult to say which is stronger or weaker between the two. Just when Marco, who was reborn in the Blue Flame, faced off against Lin Mu, the battle situation on the other end changed dramatically. Akainu has been fighting with Whitebeard all the time, although he has always been at a disadvantage, but as admiral, he has also successfully restrained Whitebeard, so that Whitebeard cannot separate his energy to deal with other people. But Jaw's death made Whitebeard lose his mind a little under the extreme anger, and he put down Akainu and ignored Lin Mu fisherman. This definitely created a great opportunity for Akainu. As a marine admiral, Akainu has been fighting in the New World for many years. How rich is his combat experience? How could he miss such an opportunity? When he found that Whitebeard turned to attack Lin Mu, Akainu, who had been keeping Whitebeard at a distance, immediately shot away with Whitebeard. In mid-air, Akainu's right arm melted into lava and turned into a similar in the shape of a wolf's head. It rushed with a Whitebeard bent at an extremely fast speed. Although Akainu is not known for his speed among the three admirals, it is also compared to Kizaru, who is so fast that he is perverted. Compared with other people, Akainu's speed is not slow at all. Almost instantly rushed to the side of Whitebeard. Red Lotus. With Akainu's loud shout, the scorching lava dog head directly attacked Whitebeard. After Whitebeard reacted, he immediately dodged, but he could only avoid his vital parts. Akainu's lava dog head finally slammed on his left shoulder. The hot lava has a high temperature of several difficulties, enough to burn everything it touches, and Akainu's punch is not weaker than today's Lin Mu. When the two want to superimpose, Whitebeard's left shoulder is immediately pierced. The smashing of the bang, the flesh and bones dissipated directly, as if engulfed by the lava. After Akainu punched, the left half of Whitebeard's shoulder disappeared directly, and the flesh and skin of the fracture was also scorched black by the high temperature of the lava. But this may still be a good thing for Whitebeard, at least the scorched wound will not bleed a lot, otherwise he will probably pass out of a coma because of excessive blood loss. And once he falls, in this war, the pirate side will completely collapse and evolve into the result of being slaughtered by Marine. Sakazuki. Whitebeard clenched his teeth tightly, watching Akainu strike again after a successful blow. His still intact right arm punched directly, the space in front of him instantly collapsed and shattered, and an extremely overbearing shock wave directly hit Akainu. The reason why Akainu had to keep a long distance when he restrained Whitebeard before was because when the distance was far enough, he had enough time to deal with Whitebeard's shock wave. But at this moment, he is less than 3 meters away from Whitebeard, so it is impossible for him to avoid such a close shock wave. Almost at the instant of Whitebeard's hook, Akainu's body exploded, turning into a pool of dark red lava and falling to the ground. But soon, that column of magma recondensed into Akainu's body, but at this moment Akainu looked very embarrassed. The robe of justice behind him was broken, and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. Although the elementalization of the natural multiplier can make many attacks ineffective, but in the face of the Whitebeard with the armed color haki, the elementalization is obviously not so useful. Although Akainu only looks a little embarrassed now, in fact, he has been seriously injured, and his internal organs have been greatly damaged by the shock just now. This made Lin Mu feel another colic in his heart. His grandma's, Whitebeard's punch cost Akainu another 200,000 experience points. The only good news for Lin Mu now is that he has entered a battle with Whitebeard before, so Whitebeard's experience value has been locked, okay Zhao, and will not drop again. If Lin Mu's movements were slower just now, I'm afraid Akainu's punch could knock Whitebeard's experience from 700,000 to 200,000. Just when Lin Mu was hesitating whether to enter a battle state with Akainu and locked Akainu's experience points, a roar suddenly came from outside the battlefield, resounding throughout the sky. If Ace, I'm here to save you. Chapter 185. Ace, I'm coming to you. With the soon-to-drink sounded high, above the high wall of ice surrounded by naval headquarters, the warship direct leap into the upper deck of this ship stands at the moment is the large number of prisoners, and the most striking, natural way is inviting voice shouted fly. Yes, Straw Hat Kid Luffy, he was not thrown into a large prison yet, how is it here? Look, the man next to him, is it missing years Simon King Ivankov? There are original 7 warlords of Seaman Jinbei one of the sea. That is a hat with a green Rorino Zoro among the Supernova. Warships are all dressed in prison uniform who say they do jailbreak yet from Impel Down. How is this possible? The history of successfully escaped from Impel Down can only Golden Lion a man ah. Things have changed, now Impel Down defenses are weakest when history can be escaped is not impossible. After Luffy and all the men around him appeared, immediately attracted everyone's attention, after all, had already determined victory or defeat of the battlefield situation almost 350 so sudden influx of a force, equipped ask such a high-profile way of rhyme field, does not want to be noticed is immune. At a first-time warship appears, Lin Mu eyes to sweep standing on the ship deck all. Straw Hat of a number 2 thugs, the revolutionary armed forces of Ivankov and Lightning, Jinbei, Buggy, and a large number of criminals from the former 4-story Yinpa Dun. That's all the power of these people. As to the 6th floor of the Supernova and criminals detained, it is not a rhyme now, even with Trafalgar Law nor in which, it should already have been far after a Yinpa Dun far fled. But Lin Mu do not care, because this has always been his plan, both the Supernova or 6th floor imprisoned criminals, Lin Mu sooner or later one by one to her door. Among the most ignorant to say that while the full force of the battlefield are undoubtedly among the fish in troubled waters Blackbeard. See now, Blackbeard direct blindsided so many prisoners, he wants to wait for the battle is heating up and no one went after Yinpa Dun note to that among the legends, Bath, 6th layer of their own choosing strong crew yet. But I never imagined that so many people actually have successfully escaped from Yinpa Dun, and this is directly break the Yinpa Dun what area. Prisoners 6th floor probably have dynamic finish, his plans say that it is abortion, which makes Blackbeard repentant, he should go early in the underground passage. As the warring states and Garp, Luffy hook now seeing the moment are not help brow wrinkled up, Garp is clenched fists, hit the wall directly exposed body side, grinding his teeth, UBD, go hear what to do. The execution stage ace is even more incredible as an expression, very urgent directed at Luffy shouted, Luffy, I do not control the gap, get out of here. Ace, you are talking nonsense. Wait for me, I will take you away from here. Luffy high drink soon, apparently did not intend to follow the recommendations of Ace. At that time, Luffy's eyes swept the battlefield below, but it is suddenly saw Lin Mu. UBD actually are, Zoro and Sanji know how badly you because of the injury. Luffy time to see Lin Mu direct red eyes. Apparently this will be sent to all of them Yinpa Dun people full of hatred. After yelled something, Luffy's body directly opened the second gear, and then his fists at breakneck speed with Lin Mu ejection from. Hit the road looking at the fly, Lin Mu is moving, Lang Hung heard. Courage, but I do not know advance and retreat. Just Luffy close to Lin Mu's side, fist about to hit in the face when Lin Mu finally moved. I saw Lin Mu right leg at breakneck speed up, and then suddenly kicked out, directly on the road dodge flying chest. Luffy kicked by this moment about to be kicked, but before that, Lin Mu's right leg is severely under pressure to go, with an overwhelming power and influence directly the way to fly underfoot. Lin Mu right foot similar to a mountain face pressure in general Luffy's chest, to give way to fly simply cannot move on the ice. Then, Lin Mu's squat stature bent over in front of Luffy's body, the hands of the steel talons bomb hook directly up against the top of Luffy's throat, ready to be tattooed. And as long as Lin Mu hands of the steel talons barbed hook, Luffy would die. Death blink of an eye. At this point, Ivankov on the ship deck crazy big eyes blinking, then heard bang, the place where Lin Mu directly blown off, ice shavings and dust flying, temporary diffuse 4 weeks obscured the crowd's view. And after the ice debris and smoke dispersed pressure, in situ blast left a crater, as Lin Mu and Luffy is disappeared, no one even capture the traces they left. But soon, everyone is once again on the battlefield found in Lin Mu figure, sitting cross-legged at the moment I saw Lin Mu periphery of the battlefield, the ice has been broken open pit next to a radius of 1 meter. And Lin Mu was holding 1 foot ankle at the moment, as the rest of this master's ankle has been completely immersed into the waters. Although only half a leg out of water, but that is highly recognizable or show off your shoes at the moment these people are sinking into the sea of Lin Mu identity, it has just been easily deceive uniforms Lin Mu Chi D Luffy. As a devil fruit ability who, once they are immersed into the sea will be so weak, simply cannot afford the slightest struggle, and before long it will be directly drowned. At the moment, we are able to extend a helping hand. Simon Wang Yun and Whitebeard are far apart, not simply to save Luffy, after all, just Lin Mu teleport but across the full distance of 2 brown rice. Costello Ethan, UBD. Garp one pair of angry stare Lin Mu, eyes with undisguised anger. Then, only Garp foot of the high profile collapse directly, while in the under enormous recoil force, Garp burly body directly toward the direction where the hit Lin Mu, speed, and even far beyond Akainu. Chapter 186. Although Lin Mu's position at the moment is not too close to the execution platform, it doesn't matter when Garp's inquiries are so fast. In almost 2 blinks of an eye, Garp has come to Lin Mu's side, and then a pair of hidden the iron fist with absolute power slammed hard at Lin Mu. Seeing Garp attacking, Lin Mu's expression did not change, he directly stretched out his fist with the other hand and slammed Garp away, obviously with a stance of biting Garp head on. With a loud bang, Lin Mu's fist and Garp's iron fist collided directly, and a visible aftermath centered on the 2 of them, and spread out around them. Marine collapsed to the ground, and the ice surface frozen by King Z also shattered directly, showing the great power. As the parties, Garp and Lin Mu can experience the horror that erupted after the collision of this force. Lin Mu only felt his arm go numb, and his body could not help but retreat a few meters away, while Garp's result was the same as Lin Mu, and he was forced to retreat a few meters and then released the impact. Humph, is this the legendary marine hero? Garp. Lin Mu looked at Garp's narrowed eyes, and said lightly with a hint of danger, as the 7 warlords of the sea, I will kill the enemy for marine, and you are so obstructing me from killing the pirate, not to mention that this pirate is a prisoner who has just escaped from Impelton. Garp, is this really worthy of his title? In the face of Lin Mu's questioning, Garp's expression flashed a touch of struggle, but he soon became firm again, looking at Lin Mu and saying word by word, even if you want to kill, it will not be your turn. After the voice fell, Garp charged at Lin Mu again, and the power of the attack was even stronger than before, with a posture of desperately fighting against Lin Mu. Seeing this, Lin Mu's eyes flashed, and immediately took a step to teleport to under the execution platform, pointed at Garp and shouted loudly, Warring States. Is this your subordinate, Vice Admiral? Garp's hard work obviously made the Warring States very uncomfortable. For the final Warring States who looked at Marine's justice, even if Garp was his comrade in arms and friend for decades, this is something that can never be forgiven. Garp can go and attack Lin Mu, because that's not against Marine's justice. But Garp must not be in front of so many people, because to rescue a pirate to attack Lin Mu, because that is completely trampling on Marine's justice and dignity. The dignified Marine hero, who has driven One Piece into a corner several times, the headquarters Vice Admiral Garp, who is admired by countless Marines, is on the battlefield to save the 7 warlords of the sea fishermen from the same camp of pirates. How badly negative would that be for Marine who was there? Sengoku didn't even dare to think about it, but Garp made it. Garp, have you had enough trouble? Don't forget your own identity. Unable to bear it, Sengoku roared directly at Garp who was attacking not far away. But Garp turned a deaf ear to Sengoku's roar, his eyes just stared at Lin Mu and Luffy in Lin Mu's hands. Seeing Garp like this, the anger in Sengoku's heart naturally needless to say, and even flames can erupt from his eyes. However, years of friendship made it difficult for Sengoku to stop Garp. Fleet Admiral, who dedicated his life to marine justice, actually hesitated at this moment. Seeing that Sengoku didn't do anything except shouting angrily, Lin Mu didn't have much surprise in his eyes, and then threw Luffy in his hand to Garp who was oncoming, as if he had lost a scent. I don't care about garbage. After Garp took over Luffy and ensured that Luffy had no fear of his life, he also stopped the offensive, holding Luffy in his arms and standing under the execution platform with his head bowed, as if he had no face to see his colleagues again. After throwing away Luffy, Lin Mu took a step and came directly to the execution platform, stood beside Garp, and looked down at the battlefield below. The view here is really good, it is enough to see the entire battlefield from a high altitude. Income in the eyes, the warring states period. I urge you to apologize about Garp. Sengoku frowned and looked at Lin Mu. Zero seeking flowers. Lin Mu shook his head. Apologize? No need. You and I both know very well in our hearts, there is no real relationship between us. It's just using each other. What? Hearing Lin Mu's words, warring states secretly screamed badly, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Lin Mu, on the other hand, looked around at the numerous pirates and marines on the battlefield below, and said to himself, anyway, what should come has already come, so I don't have to wait, let alone be treated as marine. 22. The hunch in his heart was affirmed, and Sengoku's face suddenly became solemn. Churwazan, what are you trying to do? 0. Don't you think I really have a grudge against the Whitebeard pirates? Lin Mu asked with a half-smiling glance at the warring states period. In the face of Lin Mu's question, Sengoku must admit that Lin Mu's actions since the beginning of the war seemed to have a grudge against Whitebeard, but now that Lin Mu has asked this, it means that the speculation is totally wrong. Then why are you so aggressive about killing pirates? Sengoku, actually, I'm not just so active when I kill pirates, I'm also so active when I kill marine. After speaking, Lin Mu ignored the sudden change in his face. The warring states period took one step directly to the top of the battlefield. Looking down at the densely packed pirates and marines on the battlefield below, there are already quite a few impelled down fugitives. Lin Mu knew that it was time now. Whitebeard and Akainu are seriously injured, Garp has no fighting spirit, Jaws is dead, the other captains are exhausted, Vice Admiral Rear Admirals are also dead and wounded. Lin Mu has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and now, with the entry of the impelled down fugitives, the best time for Lin Mu has come. Feel the despair, this is my real gift to you. Lin Mu murmured, and then a large amount of hot flames spewed from all over the body, dyeing the entire sky of Marin Fodor red. Righteousness. Chapter 187. The majestic flames like ocean waves spewed out from Lin Mu's body, instantly dyeing the entire Marin Fodor's sky a dull red color, and the clouds seemed to be blood clouds. The entire Marine Fodor's opinion almost turned into a crimson hell in an instant, conveying a full sense of oppression to the depths of everyone present, causing people to involuntarily feel palpitations, fear. The full flame erupted from Lin Mu's body. It was not the ordinary flame of Ace's 1 or 2 difficulty levels, nor the explosive magma of Akainu's 3 or 4 difficulty levels, but a dark red flame that reached a high temperature of 10,000 degrees and could easily melt gold and iron. This dark red flame spewed from Lin Mu's body and spread continuously above the sky of Marin Fodor. Even at a distance of several hundred meters, it still made everyone below feel unbearable heat. And the ice surface that carries countless pirate marines, as the battlefield, also began to melt and dissolve at an extremely fast speed, which shocked the pirates and the capable people among the marines. Once they lose the ice surface they carry, they will face the Wangyang sea water, which is tantamount to falling directly into hell for them. Seeing this, King Z couldn't take care of anything else, and quickly leaned over and pressed his hands on the ice surface, using his fruit ability to reinforce the ice surface, trying his best to prevent the ice surface from melting. After all, there are still many marine-capable people on the battlefield. Although the ice surface was reinforced by King Z and there was no danger of it melting completely, everyone on the battlefield was not at ease at this moment. Because the temperature they are feeling now is hundreds of meters away, and what kind of terrible temperature is the dark red flame rising from the sky? This idea, wrapped in everyone's mind, also caused infinite fear in everyone's heart. Finally, after everyone's terrified eyes, Lin Mu, who was floating in the air, clicked with both hands, and the endless flames rising beside him poured down. Like a dam that releases water, with Lin Mu pressing down the palm of his hand, endless flames poured directly into the battlefield on the ice. In the eyes of the pirates and marine below, a large swathe of flames fell from the sky at this moment, just like the end of the world, and despair instantly grew in the hearts of the pirates and marine. However, this despair will not last long, because for the vast majority of people, they will not be able to live long in the face of this scorching fire from the sky. A distance of several hundred meters was nothing to the surging flames, and after only a few seconds, the first dark red flames surrounded the body of a Colonel Marine. When the small flame touched Colonel Marine, it immediately expanded and expanded. Almost instantly, Colonel Marine's body was completely engulfed by the dark red flames. No struggle, no screaming, no feeling. This Colonel Marine's nervous system has not had time to feed back any information to his brain. This major was directly burned to ashes and bone slag under the 10,000-degree high-temperature flame, and died instantly. A scene like this happened in various places on the battlefield. Captain Marine led the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate fleet, and the consequences of the flames were the same as those of Colonel Marine, and they turned to ashes before they could react. Of course, in a sense this is also a good thing, at least they don't need to endure any torture. And for those of Brigadier General, Rear Admiral, and even the average Vice Admiral, the flames are the last dream demon before they die. Because their bodies are more powerful, they will not die immediately when they are burned by the flame. The nerves will still transmit the feeling of being burned by the high temperature and flames of 10,000 degrees into their minds, so that they can fully feel such pain. It's only for a few seconds, but it's enough to break anyone's mind while physically dying. Endless flames erupted from Lin Mu's body and rushed downwards. Countless pirates marine keep running, but there is nowhere to escape. Marine's use of a high wall to seal the Whitebeard pirates' escape seemed more like a cocoon at the moment. Now, when facing the flames falling from the top of their heads, both pirates and marines ask the same screams and roars, and get the same result, that is, they turn into ashes and completely disappear from the world. If the previous battlefield was a slaughterhouse, pirates and marines slaughtered each other. 0. Then the current battlefield is undoubtedly a bloody hell, and the devil Lin Mu is destroying all living beings in hell. Ding, kill Commodore Marine and gain 4,300 experience points. Ding, kill the pirate Cotter and get 2,600 experience points. 33. Ha, kill Major Marine and gain 400 experience points. Ding, kill Marine Rear Admiral, get 8,600 experience points. 99. Ding, kill. Ah. One after another, the prompt tones for gaining experience sounded frantically in Lin Mu's ears. The frequency of hundreds of sounds per second made Lin Mu unable to hear anything, but the experience value that was increasing at an extremely fast rate was very profound. Showing the achievements of Lin Mu. 200,000. 300,000. 400,000. Lin Mu's experience value has increased by nearly 100,000. 800,000. 900,000. 1 million. Finally, Lin Mu's experience value reached the 1 million mark, but the traditional sounds that prompted the upgrade were completely covered by the 5.700 sounds per second. At this moment, Lin Mu only felt a few attacks coming from the battlefield below. Whitebeard's shockwave, Akainu's canine-toothed red lotus, Kizaru's laser, Hawkeye's blow, Doflamingo's bullet string. Almost all the strong men alive at this moment are all at the same time as Lin Mu in the sky attack. Looks like it's become the public enemy of pirates and marine. Lin Mu murmured as he felt the approaching attack below, then his figure flashed, lying directly hundreds of meters away, dodging him. Open all attacks. Looking down at the rising flames below, a sneer flashed across Lin Mu's mouth. However, even if it's a public enemy, you can't stop me. Chapter 188. Although the dark red flames blocked Lin Mu and the battlefield below, blocking everyone's sight, but for those peak powerhouses with observation haki, they could still easily find Lin Mu through the flames. The various attacks like showers and rain kept shooting at Lin Mu, but when Lin Mu was dodging these attacks, the movements of his hands did not stop. Dark red flames erupted from his body and sank from the sky to the battlefield below. Although Lin Mu couldn't control it precisely because of too many flames released, this 10,000-degree flame could kill most people without Lin Mu's control at all. At this moment, the original battlefield of Marine and the Whitebeard pirate fleet has turned into a hell of fire. Soon, the eyes of those with powerful combat power below began to flicker, knowing that there was no way to stop Lin Mu from continuing to erupt flames, and the extremely high-temperature flames made their hearts palpitate. Once touched, they would definitely be killed. Burned to death. And even if you don't touch them directly, as long as the distance is close to a certain level, the high temperature emitted by the flames is enough to roast them alive. When it was determined that Lin Mu could not be stopped, the top forces of both the pirate camp and marine camp began to change their strategies, trying to survive the catastrophe brought by Lin Mu. The first is the pirate camp. Whitebeard snorted when he saw the flames in the sky, stepped on it, and the endless shock waves were transmitted directly to the sea. Then, the nearby ice surface burst directly, and a large number of the sea water caused huge waves because of the vibration, wrapping Whitebeard and the entire Moby Dick in it. This huge wave set off by Whitebeard's ability to shake the fruit is naturally not worth mentioning in front of Lin Mu's flames with a temperature of up to 10,000 degrees, and they vaporized and lifted off before they met. However, this place is connected to the sea. Although the seawater that is stirred up evaporates rapidly, the seawater is almost inexhaustible. Around the Moby Dick, there will always be a large amount of seawater blocking Lin Mu's flames. Unless Lin Mu's flames can boil and evaporate the entire sea, there is no possibility of a breakthrough in a short period of time. However, Whitebeard's method can only protect the Moby Dick. If he wants to protect a larger area, he may have hope in his heyday, but now he is seriously injured. Protecting a ship is his limit. The non-capable ones among the remaining pirates jumped into the sea with the opportunity of the ice surface being shattered, while the capable ones were either burned to ashes or buried in the sea in desperation. Similar to Pirates' side, on Marine's side, King Z alone provoked the lead. Unlike Whitebeard's help from the waves, King Z uses ice to block the flames. Although his ice is not worth mentioning in the face of the 10,000-degree high-temperature flames, but because of the endless sea water, he can create a piece of ice. Large safe area. The capable ones among Marine and Shichibukai all hid in the area created by King Z, while the non-capable ones jumped into the sea with the pirates to avoid the flames falling from the sky in order not to occupy a place. However, at this moment, the temperature of the sea water is also extremely high under the scorching of the flame. Many pirates marine have been boiled to death before diving into the depths. Only those powerful seams can dive into the deep sea and hold their breath long enough. Temporarily save lives. As for the escaped prisoners who had just come here, the Jinbei Murloc's racial superiority allowed them to jump directly into the water and escape, without any danger at all. The rest of the people were not so lucky. Whether it was the SE King or Lightning, they all lacked the ability to save their lives from the raging flames. It seemed that only death was waiting for them. But at the critical moment, Bartholomew Kuma, the 7 warlords of the sea, suddenly made a move, and his figure flashed directly in front of Ivankov and Lightning. The monstrous dark red flames came surging, but they were far away from the bear's body and could not be approached at all. Although the high temperature from a long distance was still scorching the bear's body, it was obviously unable to cause too much damage to the bear. Harm. Immediately afterwards, the palms of the bear slapped on Ivankov, Lightning, and Zoro, who came together, and the 3 figures disappeared on the battlefield in an instant, not knowing where they were photographed. After that, No came to Garp and pointed at Luffy, who had fallen into a coma after being immersed in the water for too long. "Leave him to me." Garp glanced at Luffy in his arms, and after a flash of hesitation in his eyes, he directly slapped Luffy's bear, and the bear slapped Luffy directly into the air. In this way, both the pirates and the marines began to rescue themselves, and tried their best to save the people of their own camp. As time went on, Lin Mu's ears sounded fewer and fewer complicated beeps, from a few hundred per second at first, to a few dozen tones, and then there was always one in the next few seconds. This also means that most of the pirates and marines in the battlefield below have died in the flames that fell from the sky, and the rest have either jumped to escape, or survived in the 2 supported by Whitebeard and King Z. in a small shelter. After confirming this, Lin Mu's body no longer erupted with high-temperature flames. After all, the use of strength at this level would have a lot of consumption for him, good lees, if not for the Hulk, King Kong and the wolf. With the genes in, he certainly couldn't make such a move. It is not a wise choice to continue to spend with the young Whitebeard, at least to continue to use a large-scale flame attack, it is not a wise choice. After Lin Mu stopped erupting flames, the flames on the battlefield and in the air gradually dissipated, and the sky and clouds finally showed their original colors. However, although the flames dissipated quickly, the high temperature lingering in the air was still scorching everyone present, so that everyone could not forget what kind of fear and despair they had just experienced. 100,000 Marines, 50,000 pirates. Excluding the consumption of the previous war and those who successfully jumped into the sea to escape, those who died in this fiery hell have added up to more than 70,000, reaching half of the total number of participants in the war. Chapter 189. The 70,000 pirate marines all turned to ashes in less than a minute and became Lin Mu's experience points, which not only allowed Lin Mu to meet the upgrade requirements, but even exceeded a large part. He had been releasing flames from his body before, so Lin Mu didn't have time to recover Fan Tong. Now that he freed up his hand, he said to Fan Tong silently in his heart, "Upgrade directly." After Lin Mu's words fell, he felt a strange force coming from nowhere, but completely poured into his body, and blended perfectly with his body. After this strange force entered the body, Lin Mu only felt that the genes of his master had been strengthened to varying degrees, with stronger defense, greater strength, and faster speed. The intensity of high-energy rays and flames were also stronger than before. Be stronger. The upgrade has been completed, the experience required for the next level is 10,000 points, and 4.2 million points have been accumulated so far. Congratulations on leveling up, you will get a treasure chest as a reward, please choose a genetic treasure box or an item treasure box. 99. The sound of these two traditional beeps caused a smile to appear on Lin Mu 353's face. The fire just now increased his experience points by 5 million points, which can be said to be the biggest harvest since he came to this world. However, Lin Mu did not rush to choose the treasure chest, because once the genetic box was opened, it would be completely incapacitated for a few minutes, so unless the surrounding environment was safe, Lin Mu would never open it easily. And at the moment above naval headquarters, it is obviously not an absolutely safe place. As Lin Mu stopped releasing the flames in the battlefield also began to gradually dissipate. When the flames dissipated, King Z and Baybeard also stopped at almost the same time. King Z is a little better, after all, he is strong and has not experienced any violent battles before. But it was different for the seriously injured Whitebeard. At the moment, he was pulling his long knife and gasping for breath, and the constant vibration and huge waves to protect the Moby DK was obviously not light. The death toll exceeds 70,000. If it is placed on a normal battlefield, it must be an extremely shocking scene. 70,000 corpses were scattered, broken limbs and broken arms were everywhere, and the air was full of pungent blood. It was like a scene like an Azura field, and just imagining it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. But on the battlefield at the moment, there is no bloody Azura field at all. More than 70,000 people died, but not even a single corpse was left behind. All of them were turned into bone slag and fly ash and fell into the sea in the flames of the fire. Not a single trace of existence could be found. And there is no bloody smell in the air, only the salty and scorching heat after a large amount of seawater is evaporated. However, this kind of battlefield without any bloody smell and no broken limbs is not only uneasy, but even more frightening. Those pirates and marines who were lucky enough to hide in the shelter, now looking at Lin Mu's figure in the sky, are already full of fear. Those eyes are no longer the eyes of humans, but the eyes of demons. With just a fire, marine and the pirates suffered heavy losses at the same time, and there was no possibility of war. Is this terrible ability really something that humans can have? Trwazan, UBD, how dare you do such a thing? Zhang Guo's face was full of anger. This time Marine's death and injury have exceeded his ability, even beyond the world government's ability to bear ability. Of the 100,000 elite marines who survived, no more than 10,000 survived, almost completely wiped out. This was undoubtedly the biggest blow to Sengoku, so that the eyes of Sengoku looking at Lin Mu at the moment were full of anger and hatred. If possible, at this moment Sengoku even wanted to bite Lin Mu alive. Facing the roar of the warring states, Lin Mu's mouth twitched slightly and snorted coldly, "Warring states, you should pray that you are at sea at the moment, otherwise, I am afraid that Marine can't even support the shelter." BD. Warring states roared when he heard Lin Mu's words, and the anger in his heart could no longer be tolerated. After the roar, dazzling golden light burst out from all around his body. Immediately afterwards, the body of the warring states suddenly increased, turning directly into a huge golden Buddha, and then he slapped the side where Lin Mu was. As the huge golden palm of the warring states period shook, a shock wave of terrifying power hit Lin Mu directly. The speed of the fisherman in the warring states period was so fast that even Lin Mu reacted a beat slower. However, facing the attack of the warring states period, Lin Mu has no plans to dodge. He has just upgraded and he is trying to test the extent of the current defense capability through the warring states period. Therefore, at this moment, he is also unavoidable, allowing his body to fall freely from the air. Boom! With a bang, the shock wave from the palm of the warring states hit Lin Mu's body directly, blasting Lin Mu's body out. This attack from the warring states period is extremely powerful, and it is a blow that can seriously damage the entire Blackbeard pirate. But this blow, which fell on the defenseless Lin Mu at the moment, only made Lin Mu's body go numb and caused no injuries. Level. After completing the test of his own body strength, Lin Mu's body that was blown away by the slap of the warring states suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already lying in the air again. Ignore the pirates for now, the whole county is the first to kill treason. Seeing this, the warring states shouted at the marine elites who were still alive, and then charged at Lin Mu again with a slap of energy. With the rhyme of the warring states period, Admiral King Z and Kizaru followed closely behind, attacking with Lin Mu, while Akainu, who was severely injured with Whitebeard, was staring at the pirates. Beware! The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates take the opportunity to sneak attack or escape. Of course, in addition to the two admiral, the remaining Marines' elite vice admiral also attacked Lin Mu, and the most active of them is definitely Garp. Chapter 190. When it comes to hating Lin Mu, Garp is definitely the most intense in the entire Marine. This is not only because of the existence of Lin Mu that Luffy is in desperate situation many times, but also because Garp has a deep affection for Marine. Among those Marine captains who were burned to death by Lin Mu without even leaving a trace, there are many people who are soldiers he has trained and who have deep feelings for him. The death of these people left Garp with grief, and all this grief and pain now turned into hatred and anger towards Lin Mu. Seeing so many people rushing towards him at the same time, and looking at the increasingly weak Whitebeard on the deck of the Moby Dick, Lin Mu immediately made a decision in his heart. With a single wave of his hand towards the warring states and the others, a large piece of dark red flames spewed out from Lin Mu's palm, blocking the route of the warring states and others, while he took one step and spread out in the air. The ability to teleport came to Haihozi. Blackbeard, Doflamingo, and the Empress had just escaped in the ice shelter made by King Z. At this moment, seeing Lin Mu hook in front of him, Blackbeard's brows could not help but wrinkle. His face was full of vigilance. "Trewazen, what do you want to do?" Lin Mu stared at Blackbeard and said, "Teach, if you still want the fruit in Whitebeard's body, then help me stop these people for a while, otherwise, I guarantee that you will not only not be able to get what you want, the fruit you want, and you will die here." 99. Hearing Lin Mu's words, Blackbeard, who had been shrinking to the side waiting for Shiki's fishermen to benefit, couldn't help but turn pale with surprise. He never imagined that Lin Mu would actually shout out his ultimate plan. After the war, he was hooked by Lin Mu before he went to Impelton to select a crew for himself. Blackbeard also suspected that there were traitors in his pirate ship. But now Lin Mu is actually talking about hooking the fruit of Whitebeard. That is not something that can be explained by the traitor with the pirate rhyme, because this matter is about Blackbeard's biggest secret, so he didn't mention it to anyone at all, the whole world knows it, he was the only one who planned this. At this moment, Blackbeard looked at Lin Mu with a little fear in his eyes, as if Lin Mu's eyes could see through people's hearts, and no secret could be hidden in front of his eyes. At this time, Blackbeard's heart couldn't help but shake a little. Could the man in front of him really be a demon who climbed up from hell? Teach, you don't have much time to think about it. Seeing warring states and the others attacking again, Lin Mu teleported away and shouted at Teach. Whitebeard was seriously injured and not far from death. Lin Mu wanted to take away Whitebeard's experience, but if he did it directly at this moment, he would face the siege of Marine and the top pirates. After all, the fire just now only burned a large number of middle and low-level forces to death. As for the top combat power of both sides, there is no life worry, at most it is only injured. If at this moment surrounded by Sengoku Garp III Admiral and the remaining captains of the Whitebeard pirates, although Lin Mu is very confident in his defense ability, it will become very troublesome to break through so many strong men and kill Whitebeard. Therefore, Lin Mu also needs to find a helper for himself to temporarily restrain the warring states and others. As long as he is given a little time, he can accept the experience of Whitebeard. Hearing Lin Mu's urging, looking at the increasingly weak Whitebeard in the distance, Blackbeard's eyes flickered, and a ruthless look appeared on his face. Although I don't know why you know my plan, but, are you sure you will give me the fruit of Whitebeard? My words always count. Lin Mu said. Okay, then I'll block you for a while. Blackbeard replied, but, what are you going to do? Go kill Ziobebeard, you can prepare your plan by the way, and in return, I will help you stop them. After he finished speaking, Lin Mu's figure immediately disappeared, and the Moby Dick, where the Whitebeard was bent, rushed away. Hearing this, Blackbeard was stunned, but he still quickly made a decision and lost his fighting ability. As for Doflamingo and Hankuli, they stood still, as if preparing to watch the play. Zero seeking flowers. Facing the warring states Garp III Admiral alone is a bit stressful for Lin Mu, and naturally it is not something that Blackbeard can do. With Blackbeard's current strength, it is difficult to face an admiral alone. However, Blackbeard doesn't want to fight against these people, all he needs to do is to use the fruit ability to contain the warring states and others. And Blackbeard's method of containment is to open the knife to those marines who survived, forcing the Sengoku and others to divide their forces to deal with him. Moreover, with Blackbeard's current ability, although he couldn't directly use the dark fruit to suck people of the level of 3 Admiral over and make them incapacitated, it was still possible to interfere. Lin Mu also knew that the Blackbeard would not last long, so he had to get rid of the Whitebeard as soon as possible. When Lin Mu came to the Moby Dick by teleportation, Marco was the first to bend Lin Mu to rush. Among his friends and companions, the number of people who died in the hands of Lin Mu alone was several times more than in the entire marine. It can be imagined that he hated Lin Mu, not to mention that at this moment Lin Mu took the initiative to attack Marco. It is even more impossible to stand on the sidelines. Looking at Marco, who was approaching at an extremely fast speed, a trace of disdain flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. Before the upgrade, Marco was not Lin Mu's opponent, not to mention that Lin Mu has completed the upgrade now, and his abilities have improved compared to before, so how could a Marco be able to stop it? The speed of Quicksilver has been stimulated, and Lin Mu's speed has reached an extremely exaggerated level. When Marco rushed in front of him, Lin Mu turned his back and kicked directly on Marco. And Marco felt an almost irresistible force coming from Lin Mu's feet, and then his whole body flew out involuntarily. Fortunately, he has the ability to fly, and then makes Marco avoid the fate of falling into the water and dying. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out of the water around the Moby Dick and shot at Lin Mu like a cannonball. Following Miwa Zhengquan. Yi. Chapter 191. Follow Miwa Zhengquan. With this loud shout, a figure spurted out from the sea next to the Moby Dick and came straight towards Lin Mu. When Lin Mu heard the sound, his first reaction was that Jinbei was coming, but he quickly rejected this guess because the sound and breath were far from Jinbei's. Turning around and looking around, Lin Mu found that the person who came was also a shark fishman, with sharp teeth clenched. It was Namur, the captain of the 8th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. That Muir clenched his fists tightly, the shark fins on his back stood up high, his eyes were full of anger at Lin Mu, and he looked like he was going to kill Lin Mu directly. When Lin Mu saw that Muir attacked, he didn't even bother to dodge, and let Muir's attack fall on him. Boom! With a muffled sound, Muir's fist finally landed on Lin Mu's chest. Although the strength of Murlocs is 20 times that of human beings, and Murloc karate also takes advantage of this to the extreme, unfortunately, there is an insurmountable gap in strength between the Mutant and Lin Mu, so this rough tile fell on Lin Mu's body, not only failed to injure Lin Mu, but also couldn't even shake Lin Mu in the slightest. Moreover, just when Muir's fist landed on Lin Mu's body suddenly changed color, and instantly transformed into a burning man wrapped in hot flames. The temperature of the flame wrapped around Lin Mu is much higher than the flame that Lin Mu just released. On the one hand, the natural quality will decrease because of a large number of releases. On the other hand, because Lin Mu has just been upgraded, his abilities have been strengthened accordingly. The flames that were even hotter than before were instantly spread to Muir's whole body through Muir's fist, and the shark fish was swallowed by the flames almost instantly. There was a scream from Muir's mouth, and he hurriedly wanted to jump into the deep sea to use the ocean to extinguish the flames on his body, but unfortunately, the temperature of the flames he was infected with was much higher than before. Before the change, he might be able to hold on for a few seconds with the help of the armed haki, but now, he can't hold on for a second. This little time is only enough for him to turn in one direction, and then face the sea, turning into a piece of ashes and bone scum. Ding! Kill Namor, captain of the 8th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and gain 42,000 experience points. The traditional reminder sounded, also announcing the death of Muir. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates was instantly killed by Lin Mu. This result made the rest of the captains on the boat who wanted to rush over couldn't help but stop, their faces were full of hesitation and fear. As the sons of Whitebeard, they naturally have an absolute heart for Whitebeard. As pirates, as early as when they killed the police, they were all prepared to be killed one day. In the face of the enemy, they will never back down. However, when facing Lin Mu, they stopped, because everyone knew very well in their hearts that with their strength, they couldn't stop Lin Mu's footsteps even for a moment. Then Muir will be killed by Lin Mu, and the result of their going up will not change, and they will be killed in seconds. Among the existing members of the Whitebeard pirate gang, I am afraid that only Marco can persist under Lin Mu's men for a little longer, and the others will not have any bad results. All of you, back away. Whitebeard said to his crew as he supported his severely injured body with the long knife in his hand. But, Dad, your body. Originally, I won't be able to live for long, and being able to die on the battlefield is not the best destination for a pirate. Whitebeard looked at Lin Mu and sighed, and, the next thing is you are not qualified to intervene in the battle between the king and the king. After all, the long knife in Whitebeard's hand shook, and the space around him was directly shattered, and the shattered traces even blocked part of his sight. Immediately afterwards, a shock wave with amazing power hit Lin Mu. Sensing the intensity of the shock wave, Lin Mu's eyes flashed, and the speed of fast silver was directly excited. After bypassing the oncoming shock wave, he waved his hands, and the hot flames gathered directly in the palm of his hand. But then, the flame in Lin Mu's hand dissipated directly, because Lin Mu suddenly thought that if a fire really burned the Whitebeard to ashes, then the Blackbeard would not get the shocking fruit. With the intention of maximizing his experience, Lin Mu had to let Blackbeard get the shock fruit. Blackbeard without the shock fruit would be extremely powerful. After giving up the use of flames, Lin Mu's eyes were full of red light, and then a crimson high-energy ray shot out towards the white-bearded fang. And the target, of course, is Whitebeard's still beating heart. Facing the high-energy ray in Lin Mu's eyes, the long knife in Whitebeard's hand slashed out again, and the shock wave accompanying the space fragmentation directly acted on the high-energy ray 353. Naturally, there is no way for this shock wave to stop the high-energy ray, but it can slightly change the direction of the high-energy ray, so that the penetrating high-energy ray just passes through Whitebeard's side without hitting it. Seeing this scene, Lin Mu shook his head helplessly. If he could use the flame, he could easily kill the Whitebeard, who was seriously injured and even had only one arm left. Unfortunately, the flame could not be used. It seems that I still have to fight Rayleigh. I don't know if I can stop it now. After muttering to himself, Lin Mu activated the speed of Quicksilver. The speed exceeded the limit of vision, and his figure disappeared in place in an instant, rushing with his Whitebeard bent. Seeing this, Whitebeard slammed and hooked again, and the space around his body showed black cracks. However, the shock wave with extremely high damage spread in all directions. No matter which side Lin Mu attacked from, it was inevitable. Will be hit by this shock wave. But Lin Mu didn't dodge when he saw this. The steel claw in his hand shot Ryuma straight to Whitebeard. Swapping injuries is Lin Mu's best style of play. He didn't have time to drag Whitebeard. After all, it won't take long to be involved there. Chapter 192. Blackbeard also tried his best to involve warring states and others with the help of his fruit ability. After all, it was impossible to do it with his current strength, so the time he could buy for Lin Mu was very limited. Lin Mu has no time to waste on fighting against Whitebeard now. What he needs to do is to solve Whitebeard as quickly as possible. So at this moment, facing the shock wave of inquiry from all directions of Whitebeard's body, Lin Mu did not have any intention of waiting or dodging, but rushed straight away with Whitebeard. Lin Mu was certain in his heart that at the same time as his defense was greatly increased, Whitebeard's current state was not as good as before, and this shock can definitely be blocked at this moment. When Lin Mu's body was within 3 meters of Whitebeard, his body finally met Whitebeard's shock wave. Lin Mu only felt that the shock wave directly entered his body, and then he felt that every cell in the internal organs and even the whole body began to tremble violently under the action of this powerful force. Fortunately, this violent shaking did not cause much damage to the bones in Lin Mu's body, but the muscles, internal organs, and blood vessels that tore Lin Mu had a tendency to tear under this violent vibration. Just when the flesh and blood all over Lin Mu's body were about to be torn apart, his body suddenly began to change strangely. First of all, Lin Mu's flesh and blood body immediately turned black and transformed into something as hard as steel. But this form didn't last long on Lin Mu's body, and soon Lin Mu's body turned into dead wood, rock, and even sparkling diamonds. These changes are a long story, but they all happened in less than a second. Obviously, the Darwinian genes in Lin Mu are at work, trying to find a form of existence that can minimize the damage of the shock wave. Finally, after going through nearly 10 changes of existence forms, the flesh and blood on Lin Mu's body turned directly into pieces, like countless sheets of paper stacked up. These papers vibrate at an extremely fast frequency, constantly consuming the energy of Whitebeard's shock wave. After becoming like this, Lin Mu's form of existence will no longer change. Obviously, this form of existence can make Lin Mu no longer hurt under the shock wave of Whitebeard. Although the flesh and blood has changed into a form similar to a stack of paper, but because the flesh and blood has completely blocked the energy of the shock wave, Lin Mu's bones composed of Edmund Gold have not suffered too much loss, and still have the ability to move freely. A distance of 3 meters is equivalent to no distance for Lin Mu. After overcoming the influence of the shock wave, Lin Mu stimulated the speed of Quicksilver, and directly got close to Whitebeard, and then punched him in front of Whitebeard's chest. At the same time, Lin Mu's sharp steel claws also stabbed into Whitebeard's chest. After the steel claws pierced into the heart of Whitebeard, the shock wave that spread from Whitebeard's body to the surroundings immediately stopped and dissipated. At the end of his life, Ziwiba seemed to want to say something, but he couldn't speak. Whitebeard's eyes were very calm, and he was obviously not afraid of death, and he was not surprised. After being smashed by Akainu's shoulders and arms, he knew that it was difficult to get out of this war or leave. The body, which was already weakened by the disease, suffered such a serious injury. Even if a doctor treated it in time, it would be ineffective, not to mention the doctor on the battlefield. For Whitebeard, death is inevitable, and the only district policeman died in whose hands. And now, Whitebeard got his answer, he finally died at the hands of Lin Mu. Ding, kill 4 Emperors Whitebeard and gain 700,000 experience points. The sound of the traditional reminder sound also announced the death of the legendary pirate who has been traversing the seas since the Roger era. Sengoku and Garp, who were pressing Teach, saw this scene, and their bodies were in the same place. As the few remaining old rivals, the death of Whitebeard obviously made these two old people have mixed feelings. And the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were all glaring at Lin Mu with grief and anger at the moment, and Marco's often half-closed eyes opened for the first time, and then he shook his wings and died. Charged towards Lin Mu. However, Lin Mu didn't have much time to deal with these captains at the moment. After kicking Marco away again, Lin Mu directly teleported to Teach with Whitebeard and threw it on the land of Marin Fodor. Teach, it's time to change people. After shouting at Blackbeard, Lin Mu went straight to face him, took Blackbeard and started to face Sengoku Garp 3 Admiral. Teach couldn't hide the excitement in his heart when he saw this, and a very impudent smile appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha, Troyzen, I like to ask a partner like you. Hearing Teach's words, Lin Mu sneered, and the disdain in his eyes flashed. Blackbeard is not Lin Mu's partner, he still can't reach such specifications. If I have to give an example, Blackbeard is at best a pig raised by Lin Mu. However, Lin Mu didn't say these words at this moment, and Blackbeard came to Whitebeard's side excitedly, and then pulled up a piece of black cloth with both hands to completely cover him and Whitebeard's corpses. On the face of it, the operation to seize the fruit began. Goodly how, Lin Mu was also very curious about why Blackbeard was able to grab the fruit, but at the moment he was blocked by the black cloth, so I'm afraid it would be difficult to find the answer, unless he caught Blackbeard and asked. With the character of this guy who is afraid of death, when it comes to the moment of life crisis, I am afraid that no matter what information, it will all rhyme like pouring beans in a bamboo tube. But at this moment, Lin Mu obviously doesn't have such a chance, because a total of 5 Marines, representing the 2 most powerful generations of the entire naval headquarters, are all staring at him. If these 5 people go up one by one, Lin Mu has the confidence to kill them all here. But if the 5 join forces, it will be a little troublesome. However, Lin Mu is also confident that with his current strength, even if he cannot win against these 5 people at the same time, he will definitely not be defeated. Chapter 193. At this moment, because of the absence of the shock wave, the flesh and blood on Lin Mu's body began to gradually melt back to its normal form. Once he returned to his normal form, his strength could reach the peak before. So facing Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 Admiral, Lin Mu did not rush to take action. At the moment, the attention of the warring states and the others was not entirely on Lin Mu, because Blackbeard's actions at the moment also puzzled them, wondering what Blackbeard would do with Whitebeard's corpse. But looking at Blackbeard's excitement when he got Whitebeard's corpse, he also estimated that hooking this was definitely not a good thing for Marine. In addition, Blackbeard had already fought against them before, which was equivalent to giving up Shichibukai's identity and breaking with Marine. At this moment, Sengoku had no estimate. Sakazuki, stop what Teach is doing, no matter what he's doing. Sengoku ordered Akainu directly. Akainu nodded after hearing this, and then went straight to the side where Blackbeard was. Lin Mu was trying to stop Akainu, but Sengoku seemed to have expected it long ago, and immediately shouted, "Kill Troyan on the spot." As soon as the voice fell, the Warring States period transformed into the form of a giant Buddha palm 357 shot and directly hooked Lin Mu's body to the ground. As the Warring States started, the other 2 Admiral and Garp also did not stop and began to besiege Lin Mu. Immediately after the Warring States attack was naturally the radiation of Kizaru, countless bright yellow laser beams shot towards Lin Mu uninterruptedly, and each laser beam had an extremely powerful explosive force. Although this explosive force is no longer a big threat to the current Lin Mu still chooses to teleport to avoid it. After all, although his defensive ability is constantly improving, his pain perception has not declined in the slightest, and he is not a masochist, so the pain that can be avoided is naturally avoided at the first time. While avoiding Kyobu's attack, Lin Mu also approached Akainu. He couldn't let Akainu affect his experienced baby. At this moment, Akainu's right arm has turned into a dog's head made of hot magma, and ruthlessly rubbed the Blackbeard covered by the black cloth, Just when Lin Mu was about to teleport directly over to block the blow for Blackbeard, Bath saw that the black cloth holding Blackbeard was suddenly lifted, and then the figure of Blackbeard came out of it. Facing Akainu's lava fist that had come to him, Blackbeard's face was full of arrogant excitement and arrogance, and then he clenched his head and knocked directly in front of him. With Blackbeard's strike, the space in front of him shattered instantly, and along with several jet-black cracks, a familiar shock wave directly hit Akainu's giant lava fist. The huge lava fist absorbed all this shock wave, and then exploded directly in the next second, turning into pieces of debris scattered all over the place. Seeing this scene, whether it is Akainu who is fighting with Blackbeard, or Marine Shichibukai, who is watching all this, has an unbelievable look on his face without exception. How is this possible? Teach just used the hook to get it, it's the ability of the fruit of the shock. A surviving Marine Vice Admiral murmured with a demented expression. A Vice Admiral next to him also looked sluggish. Why can Teach take away Whitebeard's ability, and he is already an ability person himself, doesn't he have two abilities at the same time? The police are joking, a person can only have one devil fruit ability, this is the theorem, no one can be an exception. Not only Marine, but also the surviving pirates could not accept this scene. The traitor of Blackbeard, why can he get Daddy's ability? This BD. It's too bad to be in trouble with Troyzen. All of a sudden, emotions of shock, doubt, and resentment were aroused among Marine and the surviving pirates, and among the pirates, there were definitely a lot of abuse against Lin Mu and Teach. However, Lin Mu didn't have time to shut up this group of people at the moment, because the warring states and the others in front of them quickly reacted after experiencing the initial shock, and then attacked Lin with a more rapid attack. Mu attacked. While attacking Lin Mu, the Sengoku commanded to Akainu and the surviving vice admirals below, Sakazuki, take them to arrest Marshal D. Teach, and make sure not to let him escape. Akainu and others attacked Blackbeard immediately after receiving the order, while Lin Mu looked worried. If Blackbeard was killed, his loss would be great. After observing for a while, Lin Mu found that although Blackbeard had just obtained the shock fruit, he was still unskilled in using the fruit's ability, but he could still resist the severely injured Akainu and several vice admirals. After confirming this, he stopped worrying about Blackbeard and began to concentrate on fighting against the Sengoku and others in front of him. Under the constant radiation cover of Kizaru, Sengoku quickly rushed in front of Lin Mu. Facing Sengoku's palm, Lin Mu tried to release the flames and burn Sengoku like killing Namor. But Sengoku obviously knew this, so he didn't touch Lin Mu's body at all, he just used the shock wave that sprayed rhythm from his palm to deal with Lin Mu. In the face of Lin Mu's powerful defense, although this shock wave can't cause any damage to Lin Mu, it can lift Lin Mu's body up and cause forced displacement. Unlike Sengoku and Kizaru's proactive attack, King Z was always on the sidelines waiting for an opportunity. And the forced displacement of Lin Mu this time is the chance King Z has been waiting for. With his feet stomping on the ground dozens of times, King Z instantly used the restraint to get close to the flung Lin Mu at a very fast speed, and then stretched out the hooks with both hands, and a large amount of cold air instantly spurted out and directly froze Lin Mu in it. Lin Mu only felt a penetrating chill enter his body, and the water in each of his cells was about to be frozen and swelled and then smashed into pieces. The gene belonging to Darwin is telling the operation at this moment, looking for a form of existence that can adapt to the extreme cold. However, Lin Mu was too lazy to wait for the Darwin gene in his body to take effect. Because, ice and fire, are the two things he is least afraid of. Chapter 194. After being frozen by King Z's freezing moment, the extreme cold will even burst every cell in Lin Mu's body with ice. If this goal is achieved, then Lin Mu will definitely be seriously injured. Therefore, the Darwinian genes of Lin Mu's physical strength immediately came into play, trying to find a form of existence that could adapt to the extremely cold environment. But Lin Mu doesn't give Darwinian genes in his body a chance, he has many ways to deal with this freezing. I saw Lin Mu's ice-covered body suddenly changed color, from the original normal form to red all over, as if there were endless flames burning on the body. As someone who can control tens of thousands of degrees of high-temperature flames, how could Lin Mu be afraid of King Z's freezing? Before the high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees in Lin Mu, King Zi's ice block was not worth mentioning at all, and it soon began to melt and decompose. Although King Zi's hands had been erupting a lot of cold air, it was of no use. Just slow down the speed of Lin Mu's ice breaking and rime. But at this moment, Garp, who had never done it before, finally started to act. Garp is known as the Iron Fist, and the destructive power of his boxing is very amazing, but with Muir's lesson, Garp would not dare to hit Lin Mu directly, no matter how powerful his fist is. But now Lin Mu is frozen, but it was created for him. Opportunity. With the help of the six forms system, Garp crossed dozens of meters and came to Lin Mu almost instantly, then clenched his fists, his eyes were full of anger and hatred, and he slammed into Lin Mu's chest. Smash it hard! Boom! With a muffled sound, Garp's iron fist finally landed on Lin Mu's chest. The ice cubes on Lin Mu's chest that had not been dissolved were directly smashed into slag by Garp's punch, and an extremely powerful force, the impact force, passed through the ice slag and entered Lin Mu's body. This is the most terrifying impact Lin Mu has ever felt since he came to Pirate World. Almost instantly, Lin Mu felt that his internal organs were about to be shattered by this impact. If there is no Darwin gene in Lin Mu's body, then Garp's punch is enough to seriously injure Lin Mu, but it is a pity that Lin Mu now has Darwin's ability, coupled with the gold of Hulk and Wolverine. Silver, the three complement each other, it is very difficult to hurt Lin Mu. After feeling that his body couldn't bear the huge impact of Garp's punch, the Darwinian genes in Lin Mu immediately came into play, and Lin Mu's existence changed again and again. Just half a second later, Lin Mu, who has undergone 5 state changes, finally stabilized, and the entire human existence has become an almost fluid existence. With a knife, the water will flow, and in the face of life in the form of fluid, any physical attack is meaningless, and the same is true of Garp's attack. Garp and the others who were fighting against Lin Mu, along with the marine pirates Shichibukai who had been watching the battle from a distance, were surprised to see such a change in Lin Mu's body. Warring States frowned, his eyes fixed on Lin Mu in fluid form. What kind of ability is this? So he is a natural fan. King Z, whose half of his body was covered with frost, said solemnly. Garp shook his head. No, my attack is armed with haki, even a natural multiplier can't avoid it with elementalization, but Troyzan obviously didn't take any damage. Teleportation, lasers, flames, and now he has become like this again. He can't be a human at all. What the heck is he? 9. His body had completely turned into a fluid, which didn't make Lin Mu panic, he could return to his normal form anyway. Feeling his strange body now, Lin Mu is also amazed in his heart. Existing in the form of fluid is a very strange feeling, can't explain it. After successfully surviving Garp's boxing, Lin Mu's body began to slowly return to its original form of existence, and the fluid slowly transformed into flesh and blood, and then he fought with Sengoku and others again. 0 for flowers. But this time, Lin Mu won't give these people the same chance just now, so that Warring States and others can't tick off an attack. In this way, the fighting continued. After Lin Mu began to be cautious, Warring States and others had nothing to do with Lin Mu. The police said they were arrested, and they couldn't even get injured. And Lin Mu has no hope of injuring Sengoku and others. If there is no King Z, or the place where the battle is at the moment is no longer above the sea, Lin Mu can make Sengoku Garp retreat with a single fire. When King Z and the sea exist at the same time, it becomes meaningless for Lin Mu to set fire. Of course, Lin Mu can go whenever he wants, and his moment is removed except for Kizaru and Bartholomew Kuma below, no one can catch up. However, Lin Mu was a little unwilling to leave now. After all, he had to wait for a top battle. Although he had already received 5 million experience, Lin Mu always felt that more experience would beckon him. Just as Lin Mu was fighting against the 4 of the Warring States period, Akainu was besieging and chasing after Blackbeard with a digital vice-admiral, but a figure was hidden dozens of meters under the sea, looking at the guard of a vice-admiral. Aces. When Lin Mu set the fire, the execution platform had already been burned down, and Ace was taken into the shelter made by Xiao Kingzi without dying. The man hidden in the sea is a fat man, a shark who is much bigger than that of Namur. At this moment, Jinbei stared at the top to observe the situation, looking for an opportunity to rescue Ace, who was being detained by Vice Admiral. But at this moment on the battlefield, no one found Jinbei hidden under the water. Finally, after confirming that Sengoku and the others have no time to care about this side, Jinbei finally moved. The Murloc traveled much faster in the water than on the shore. Jinbei slammed the water with both feet and shot upward. After a while, he shot the surface of the water like a cannonball, and went straight to the location of Ace. Righteousness. Chapter 195. Jinbei broke out of the water very fast, and since it was not far from where Ace was, it was even more within reach after the sudden rhyme. The Marine Elite Vice Admiral, who was ordered to guard Ace, didn't even react at all, and was kicked out by Jinbei. Ace, I'm here to save you. Jinbei said to Ace, then pulled Ace up, ready to take Ace away. Ace is wearing sea stone handcuffs now, but Jinbei doesn't know where the key is, so he can only jump into the water to float on the surface, and then put Ace guy on his back, ready to escape with Ace in this way. At this time, Kizaru had already discovered this, and he stretched out his hand and pointed in front of Jinbei, and beams of laser light hit Jinbei, directly blocking Jinbei's path. 357 class for these rapidly coming laser rays. If usual, Jinbei can plunge into the deep sea, but now Ace is on his back, he can't make such a choice. He wants to avoid the laser beams from Kizaru had to retreat to the shore. Jinbei, sink, I can hold on for a while. Ace shouted at Jinbei. But Jinbei shook his head, if King Z makes another move, we will sink and you will surely die. 19. After speaking, Jinbei could only jump back to the shore with Ace on his back. Although he was helpless, he was helpless. He never thought that Kizaru, who had been fighting with Lin Mu, was still paying attention to Ace. If he could give him more than 10 seconds, he could take Ace out of the attacking range of Kizaru and King Z with his speed. Surround, save the rhyme from Ace. But at this moment, he didn't even have a second, and he was forced to go ashore by Kizaru's laser as soon as he entered the water. I said long ago that pirates are evil people, and Murlocs are also aliens, and when pirates and Murlocs are together, they are evil aliens, and they must not be trusted. Jinbei, you once again let me affirm this idea. Just after Jinbei was forced ashore, the ghost spider who had been sneak attacked by Jinbei climbed up again, looked at Jinbei and said with a fierce face, Jinbei, refusing to help Marine and helping the Whitebeard pirates are of two natures, the former will only cost you the title of 7 warlords of the sea, but the latter is enough to put you in a position of doom. At the public execution stand at Naval Headquarters, save the world's most evil bloodline heir, you are fighting against the whole world. At that time, not only you, but the anger of the whole world will also burn on the Fishman Island. You have to think clearly, Jinbei. Put down Ace, kneel down and surrender, I think this has never happened. The ghost spider approached Jinbei step by step, and finally came 10 meters in front of Jinbei, waiting for Jinbei's answer. Jinbei and Ace were silent for a while after hearing the ghost spider's words, and after a while, Ace had a wry smile on his face. Jinbei, I've already paid too much to save me, I don't want you and the whole fish to die. Humans are all involved, you put me down and leave quickly, they can't stop you if you want to go. 22. Even if I let you go and leave, the guilt on the old man will not be relieved in the slightest. Now that we have reached this point, we can continue to walk. Jinbei said. But, Jinbei. Ace, needless to say, the old man has made up his mind, I must save you Yun today. Jinbei interrupted Ace's dissuasion, then put Ace aside, and made a fighting stance towards the ghost spider. Seeing this scene, the ghost spider snorted coldly, Jinbei, it seems that you made such a choice, since that's the case, let's bear the wrath of the whole world together with the Fishman Island. After the voice fell, the ghost spider's expression condensed, and the return of life unfolded. The hair behind it instantly seemed to have life, condensed into a look similar to spider claws, and every spider claws condensed from hair were held. Got a long knife. 8 knife flow. This jar is the complete form of the ghost spider. Jinbei is also the strength of the 7 warlords of the sea-level police. Although he can only exert 60% of his strength on the shore, it is also worthy of the ghost spider's all-out efforts. Jiaowa is punching. Jinbei shouted angrily, turned 3 steps into 2 steps to smash the ghost spider, and then punched the ghost spider with 1 punch. Seeing Jinbei attacking, the ghost spider had a fearless face. After all, he was also an elite vice admiral of naval headquarters, and naturally he didn't take a step back. 0. Between the swinging of the 8 long knives, it seemed as if an unbreakable curtain of knives was formed around the body. Seeing the rhythm of this sword scene, Jinbei's expression condensed, and there was a hint of hesitation on his face. After all, any marine elite vice admiral is very master of haki, and Ghost Spider is the master of armed haki. The lethality of the long sword in his hand is amazing. But thinking of the situation he is in now, there is absolutely no time to spend with the Ghost Spider. The hesitation in Jinbei's eyes disappeared immediately, and he rushed towards the Ghost Spider unabated. Puff! Almost instantly, the Ghost Spider's long knife slashed Jinbei's body, and directly cut 2 long bloodstains on Jinbei's body. However, Jinbei is still castrated, and his fist hits the chest of the Ghost Spider directly. When the Ghost Spider saw this scene, the armed color haki immediately covered his chest to increase his defense, and even directly used the iron block in the 6 hooks. After all, the human body is not as tough as a murloc. Pin! A sound of gold and iron intersected. Jinbei punched the Ghost Spider in the chest, but it was like hitting metal, and the Ghost Spider just took a step back, not hurt at all. Immediately afterwards, the 8 long knives of the Ghost Spider slashed towards Jinbei like a lifeless attack, and Jinbei gave up his defense completely, and directly attacked the Ghost Spider with his 5 rough tile fists. Stance! Bang bang bang! Sell out! The two fought fiercely. After a while, Jinbei's body was covered with stab wounds, and the rhythmic blood even dyed the blue skin red, and the Ghost Spider's nose was bruised and swollen. The two can be said to be evenly matched. But at this moment, the Ghost Spider's complexion suddenly changed, because he felt an extremely strong aura approaching rapidly. Chapter 196. Observation Haki, can sense the upcoming attack in advance. The Ghost Spider's mastery of observation haki may be a bit inferior to that of armed haki, but he still senses that a powerful aura is approaching rapidly. But the problem is that even if he detected it in advance, his body speed couldn't keep up and he couldn't avoid it. After kicking the flying Ghost Spider, Marco quickly said to Jinbei, "Jinbei, if you jump into the sea and escape, leave the ace to me." After speaking, Marco directly transformed into the form of a phoenix, with blue flames rising all over his body, but the flames had no lethality at all. After grabbing Ace with both claws, Marco immediately spread his wings and flew towards the Moby DK with Ace. Akainu, who was chasing Blackbeard with a few vice admiral on the side, saw this scene, his eyes narrowed, and without saying a word, he ignored Blackbeard and bent to chase after Marco. 10. Apparently in Akainu's view, anyone can go, but Ace, who caused this war, can't go. Blackbeard was originally overwhelmed by Akainu with several vice admirals, and it was not far from defeat, but Akainu's sudden departure made him take a deep breath, and the remaining vice admiral he doesn't care at all. However, Blackbeard also knew that this place should not stay for a long time. After Akainu cleaned up the Ace side, he would definitely come back, so he had already planned how to escape. As for Akainu, although he caught up with Marco as soon as he found out that he was fleeing with Ace, but compared to the speed, even with Ace, Marco was almost the same as him, so he couldn't catch up at all. After discovering this, Akainu's eyes were full of anger. He looked directly at the location of the bear, and roared, "Bartholomew, stop him!" After hearing Akainu's almost command-like scolding, the bear's complexion did not change at all, the flesh ball fruit ability was activated, and under the flickering figure, a nearly teleporting rhyme appeared in front of the phoenix incarnated by Marco, and stopped him. "Way to go! Pressure cannon!" The bear stretched out, hooked one hand to Marco, and then a terrifying shock wave rushed straight towards Marco. The energy of the shock wave gathered, and the speed was so fast that Marco was directly hit before he had time to dodge, and a completely pierced bear's paw appeared on the bird. Woolen cloth! Marco let out a light snort, obviously the pain of being pierced directly through his body was unbearable for him. However, the pierced place soon burst into a blue flame, and between the flames, the perforation on Marco's body became smaller and smaller. After returning to his human form, Marco held Ace in one hand and kicked his feet, which were wrapped in armed haki, and dashed directly towards him. In the face of Marco's attack, Xiong's expression remained unchanged, and while backing his palms, he patted Ryuma, and a large number of pressure cannons directly attacked Marco. The speed of the pressure cannon was too fast for Marco to dodge. Although he couldn't do much damage to it, his eyes slowed Marco's pace, and Akainu finally caught up. After Akainu caught up, he turned into a lava giant directly in midair, raised his fist to point to Marco Ace and then a large number of lava blocks flew out from Akainu's fist, slamming Ace and Marco. The order Xiong received before was to stop Marco, so his attack always pointed at Marco, not Ace, which made Marco a little more relaxed. After all, the pressure cannon would not cause him any damage. But Akainu is completely different. Akainu's attacks are all directed towards Ace, as if he is about to execute Ace on the spot. This caused a lot of trouble for Marco, because he had to take Ace to avoid the oncoming large amount of lava blocks, which was undoubtedly very difficult. In the midst of this dodging, Marco's progress was delayed again, and soon, not only Akainu, but also many of Marine's elite vice admiral rushed to the front. The Ghost Spider, Huashaishan, Doberman, Akainu, and Xiong directly surrounded Marco Ace and the two of them, seeing that the two were already fierce. Lin Mu, who was far away from the brown rice, saw this scene, and his brows furrowed immediately. Marco Ace and Kuo had a lot of experience, and they couldn't be ruined in the hands of these marines. Therefore, Lin Mu directly teleported away the Sengoku and others who had been at war. The distance of a few brown rice was just a teleport for Lin Mu. In an instant, Lin Mu's figure was hooked to Akainu and several vice inside the circle formed by Admiral Chawazan. What are you trying to do? Akainu roared at Lin Mu with a cold face. And Marco was also startled when he saw Lin Mu suddenly hooked, for fear that Lin Mu would attack him, and his face was very ugly. After observing the surrounding situation and the four Sengoku Garp King Z Kizaru who were rushing towards this side at high speed, Lin Mu immediately made a decision in his heart. I saw Lin Mu's figure flashed again and came directly to Marco, and then grabbed Ace from Marco's hands. Marco couldn't react at all in front of Lin Mu's teleportation. After winning Ace, Lin Mu squeezed the sea stone handcuffs with his hands and squeezed hard. The sea stone handcuffs were directly crushed by Lin Mu, and the thing that suppressed Ace's ability completely disappeared. Immediately after, Lin Mu directly called Ace out, "Run by yourself." Without the suppression of sea stone, while Ace has a certain self-protection ability, he can also escape without the help of others, and the probability of escape is very high. But what Lin Mu didn't expect was that after he lifted Ace's sea stone, Ace did not choose to leave, but turned around and slammed Lin Mu with a fiery fist, his face full of words for Lin Mu hatred and anger. Lin Mu was not polite when he saw his eyebrows raised, and directly inspired Quicksilver to get close to Ace, and then punched him. His sea stone finger tiger has not been taken off since the war with Sengoku Garp and others, so this punch also hit Ace with a real punch, directly smashing Ace into the air. Chapter 197. Lin Mu's original intention was that he didn't want Ace to die in Akainu's hands, so he came to untie Ace, hoping to let Ace run away and harvest it when he was fat. But he didn't expect that after Ace's restraint was released, he didn't want to flee for the first time, but rushed directly towards Lin Mu, with a face of fierce hatred that seemed to swallow Lin Mu alive. Lin Mu's patience was not good, so he immediately threw a punch and smashed Ace out. If Ace dared to pounce, Lin Mu didn't mind losing some experience and killed Ace here. But soon Lin Mu's complexion changed, because the direction Ace was smashed by him was exactly the direction Akainu was in at the moment. Seeing Ace's body being thrown towards him, Akainu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he swung the giant lava fist directly at Ace. "Ace, watch out for your back!" Marco yelled at Ace when he saw this. Hearing the sound, Ace pushed back with both hands, and the huge fireballs of the two nets flew directly from his hands, heading towards Akainu, blocking Akainu's attack a little. After throwing 2 bad fireballs, Ace stopped his body. "Marco, you take the big one and go first, don't worry about me." The voice fell. Ace did not wait for Marco to recover, and attacked Lin Mu again. After approaching within a few dozen meters of Lin Mu, Ace stopped his footsteps, and then pushed his hands away suddenly, and a large flame scattered from under his arms. Inflammation. Ace drank, and the flames from under his arms spread around at an extremely fast speed, enclosing him and Lin Mu, and the flaming flames prevented others from interfering in this scene. Fighting. Seeing Ace's stance that he was going to fight with himself, Lin Mu frowned. "You don't really think that you will be my opponent? It doesn't matter if I'm your opponent or not, what matters is that the hatred between me and you makes me unable to turn around and leave. My friends, crew, subordinates, and dad, their deaths are unbearable for me. I ran away in front of you. Besides, they have paid too much to save me, and I can't let them continue to sacrifice for the impossible. Rather than drag their hind legs and die together." Having said this, Ace raised his head to look at Lin Mu, his eyes full of resentment. "It's better to bite you before and make you pay some price." Hearing Ace's words, Lin Mu couldn't help frowning. From Ace's words, Lin Mu has heard that Ace doesn't have much desire to survive. On the one hand, more than 80% of the 50,000 pirates in the Whitebeard pirate fleet died because of him, and there were countless injuries. Many captains died, and even Whitebeard himself was no exception. The deaths of these lives made Ace feel very guilty, and there was no idea of stealing his life at all. And now their situation is also very bad. Trying to escape from the hands of 3 admiral and a dozen vice admiral is nothing short of a fantasy. If he doesn't die, the Whitebeard pirates can't get away. The combination of the two made Ace give up running away at this moment, but chose to fight against Lin Mu. After all, in Ace's view, Lin Mu was the chief culprit in the almost annihilation of the Whitebeard pirate fleet, and even Blackbeard could only be ranked second. And Blackbeard is far away at the moment. Lin Mu is the only enemy he can target. Firefly Fire Dharma. After a roar, Ace stretched out his hands, and then countless green light spots scattered from his palms, like fireflies flying all over the sky. These fireflies gathered towards Lin Mu at a very fast speed, falling towards Lin Mu's body from all directions. In the face of these fireflies, Lin Mu has no intention of dodging. Just as he said before, ice and fire are the 2 things he is least afraid of. Soon, these green fireflies all fell on Lin Mu's body, and a scorching flame erupted and wrapped Lin Mu in it. However, this scorching flame, compared to ordinary people, is almost no temperature to Lin Mu. Ace's flame temperature does not exceed difficulty, while Lin Mu's flame temperature has already exceeded 10,000 degrees, and the two are not on the same level at all. The attack didn't work. Ace didn't have any pause, immediately launched the next attack. The whole person jumped into the air, and then threw the spear composed of 2 flames at Lin Mu. Godfire Shiranui. Facing the oncoming flame spear, Lin Mu didn't even bother to look at it. With a flick of his index finger, 2 golf ball-sized fireballs flew out, directly colliding with the flame spear thrown by Ace. Together. Buzz. With a muffled sound, Ace's flame spear met Lin Mu's fireball. The relatively small size of the fireball directly destroyed Ace's flame spear and turned it into a piece of activity on the ground. And after the 2 fireballs finished doing this, they continued to charge with Ace. Seeing this change, Ace shouted loudly, "Mirror fire!" I saw Ace swiping at Lin Mu with one arm, and then the arm immediately swelled, and flames spewed out of the arm, rushing towards the 2 walnut-sized fireballs like a huge pillar of fire. Judging from the momentum alone, Lin Mu's fireball was completely destroyed by the flames of Ace's mirror. Good kings, if anyone who didn't know this scene would definitely think that Lin Mu had no chance of winning. However, in the battle of flames, the decisive factor is often not the momentum, but the quality of the flame. How can a flame of hundreds of degrees compete with a flame of more than 10,000 degrees? At the moment of meeting, you will be swallowed. After the mighty mirror flame came into contact with the small ball controlled by Lin Mu, the originally condensed fire column collapsed instantly. Lin Mu's fireball was swallowing Ace's flame at an extremely fast speed like 2 black holes, but the size was always the same walnut size, without any change. Apparently, Ace's flame is not such an excellent tonic for them. Almost instantly, the two fireballs broke through the mirror flames displayed by Ace, and then directly entered Ace's body. Chapter 198. After the two fireballs popped up by Lin Mu collided with Ace's mirror flame, in an instant, the mighty mirror flame immediately collapsed into powder. After destroying the mirror flame, the fireball poured directly into Ace's body. Under the burning of this scorching fireball, Ace's body immediately elementalized, transformed into an illusory flame, and no longer existed. But the flame incarnated by Ace was the same as the previous fire column and fire spear, and was swallowed by Lin Mu's two fireballs with tens of thousands of degrees of high temperature. What? Ace's mouth let out a scream, obviously suffering great pain, not only the injury of being burned by the high temperature, but also the pain of being swallowed by the body. After just a few seconds, the screams in Ace's mouth stopped abruptly, and correspondingly, the flame of Ace's incarnation completely lost its shape and was finally completely swallowed up, leaving no trace of its existence. Leave. Ding, kill Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Captain Fire Fist Ace, get 60,000 experience points. The sound of the traditional reminder sound also means that Ace has died. The reason why Ace's experience is only 60,000 is because 360 has been locked up in the big prison for too long, and has been in a state of being suppressed by Seastone for a long time, and his body is very weak. If he returned to his peak state, even if he was inferior to Marco, he would at least have more than 100,000 experience. Lin Mu's previous plan was to let Ace go first, and it was expected that because of hatred, he could speed up his growth. In this case, with Ace's talent, he might be able to reach hundreds of thousands of experience. But through Ace's previous words, Lin Mu found that he had almost wiped out the Whitebeard pirates' fleet, and the blow to Ace seemed too great. Ace has died of guilt because of this, and he has almost no desire to survive, so even if he is let go, in all likelihood, he will be slumped and it will be difficult to grow up, so in desperation Lin Mu can only choose to kill Ace on the spot. But if Lin Mu was asked to choose again, he would still do it. After all, that fire brought him more than 5 million experience points, which was nothing compared to Ace. After Ace died, the surrounding fire wall dissipated immediately. And Marco stared at Lin Mu, his eyes filled with grief and anger. At the moment Ace died, his observation Haki had already noticed the disappearance of Ace's life breath. At this moment, Marco really wanted to rush to Lin Mu to avenge Ace and the others, but he knew very well in his heart that with Lin Mu's strength, he would not only have no effect, but would also destroy the Whitebeard pirate. The rest of the team made the 50,000 pirates really die in this sea area in front of Marineford. This is unbearable for Marco. After the death of Whitebeard, he has become the only commander and hope of the pirates. If he also dies, then the pirates who survived the war and the fire will be there is really no hope. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, Marco turned into a blue firebird and flew away, bending over to the pirates' side. He can only hope now that Marine will fight against Lin Mu, and then he can take the pirates and escape in the chaos. In fact, Marine's actions were exactly as Marco hoped, and he didn't pay any attention to him and other pirates at all. Whether it was Akainu or the Sengoku Garp who had come up last, Lin Mu was the first siege target. After all, in Marine's eyes, Lin Mu's importance is far greater than those of the remaining pirates. Whitebeard Ace died, and the fleet was killed and wounded 9 times out of 10. Only Marco was left alone. Even if they really, escape the New World, the territory that originally belonged to them will soon be robbed and separated. If he had time to spare, Marine would have liked to chase after the white-bearded remnants and kill them all. But at this moment, they obviously have a more important goal, and that is Lin Mu. The moment Marco escaped, the 5 existing marine forces headed by Sengoku, together with several marine elites, Vice Admiral, surrounded Lin Mu from all directions. Glancing at the master in front of him, Lin Mu secretly thought that if he wanted to kill these people, it would undoubtedly take a lot of effort and energy. And it would be much easier to kill the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Instead of letting the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates escape, it would be better to clean up the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates first, and then turn back to deal with marine. This way, the experience can be maximized. After making such a decision, Lin Mu's eyes swept across the waters around the Moby Dick. At this moment, many pirates who had just dived into the water had re-emerged and climbed up with the sound of the Moby Dick. After all, in the fire just now, only the Moby Dick, which was protected by Whitebeard, was still intact, and the other pirate ships had already been burnt to ashes. Troisen, die! Warring States pointed at Lin Mu and snorted coldly, then slapped it with a palm. Lin Mu, on the other hand, flicked his body slightly to the right, teleported a just right distance, and avoided the shockwave released by the Warring States. Lin Mu's ears could even hear the sound of the wind. Warring States, I don't have time to spend with you now, I'll fight you later. 93. Lin Mu's corner flashed a bloodthirsty smile, and then his figure flashed and disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already on the deck of the Moby Dick, a few brown rice away. A large number of pirates gathered on the deck of the Moby Dick at this moment, not only the Whitebeard pirates, but also the captains and crew members of other pirates under the Whitebeard pirate fleet. The board is full. After all, there are still nearly 10,000 of the original 50,000 pirates. Except for the Murlocs and those with good water quality, almost all of these pirates are now gathered on the Moby Dick. Lin Mu's figure suddenly appeared on the deck, causing many pirates on the deck to be shocked. After all, with Lin Mu's strength, no one could stop them. There are quite a few people, even already on the side of the boat, ready to jump into the sea again at any time. Chapter 199. Troisen, do you have to kill them like this? Marco has already dealt with his anger at this moment. If it wasn't for the crew of this ship, he would have rushed to fight Lin Mu. Faced with Marco's questioning, Lin Mu said indifferently, since you finally got together, it's better to solve them together here, so as to save yourself the trouble of looking back one by one. Hearing Lin Mu's words, many pirates on the Moby Dick felt their vests cool, and could not help but feel a sense of despair in their hearts. The meaning contained in Lin Mu's words couldn't be more obvious, that is, even if they ran away, they would be hunted down by Lin Mu one by one to death. Hearing Lin Mu's words, Marco's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He suddenly understood why Ace rushed to Lin Mu just now, and so was because Ace had already seen it, Lin Mu's plan. What kind of enmity does the Whitebeard pirate have with you, and it is worth your jealousy? A trace of pain flashed on Marco's face. As long as he recalled the tragic death of Whitebeard and other crew members, his heart twitched secretly. The colic was endless. And all this is caused by this seemingly thin man in front of him. Marco's heart was full of deep confusion and doubts. He didn't understand why Lin Mu had to use such a ruthless hand, and he didn't understand why Lin Mu had to kill the entire Whitebeard pirate even under such circumstances. Kill it all. So, he asked Lin Mu the question in his heart. In the face of Marco's doubts, Lin Mu's eyes were full of coldness, and there was no trace of emotion in his voice. I have answered this question many times. Hearing Lin Mu's words, Marco's heart sank. What Lin Mu's words meant was that this was not the first time he had done such a thing. Now that you have doubts in your heart, then I'll answer you again. Lin Mu ignored everything in front of him. When do pirates do things? When do they need hatred as a driving force? When do pirates need hatred as a driving force? Lin Mu's answer not only reached Marco's ears, but also resounded in the ears of all the pirates on the Moby Dick. Yes, they are all pirates. A pirate who pursues freedom, is unscrupulous, and commits no evil. Pirates do things. Where do they need hatred? Seeing that you are unhappy, you happen to meet, and you are in a bad mood. These can all be the reasons for the pirates to do it. Hawkeye chased the Caspian pirate fleet from the Grand Line back to East Blue and finally destroyed it, and the reason was just idle boredom. Pirates, there are no rules. Lin Mu wants to destroy the Whitebeard pirates. It has nothing to do with hatred, it's just that he wants to do it. Is that so? Marco's corner showed a wry smile. He has been in New World for more than 20 years, and he naturally understands that pirates do whatever they want without reasons. However, when he was at an absolute disadvantage and became a fish on the anvil map, he was obsessed with forgetting this point. If that's the case, then let's do it. As soon as Marco's voice fell, a blue flame burned on his body and rushed towards Lin Mu. But Lin Mu didn't bother to entangle with Marco, and as soon as he stretched out his palm, a large flame spewed out, burning directly at the pirates on the Mobidai. What kind of power is the flame of Ryuma released by Lin Mu? Everyone who is still alive now knows very well, because they all narrowly escaped after the catastrophe, and the degree of fear has been in their hearts forever. Left a deep shadow. Some people even saw the firelight in Yumu's hand, and jumped into the sea with a thud, took a deep breath and sank, not even daring to come out. Just as Lin Mu released the flames, Akainu Kizaru also caught up, Bakakayangu and Pop Volcano hooked at the same time. Almost instantly, countless laser rays and crimson lava giant fists hit Moby DK. Boom! They didn't chase Marco because they couldn't care less, and now that Lin Mu was already on the Moby DK. Naturally, Kizaru and Akainu would not keep their hands anymore, and they started their own big moves to blast the Moby DK, vowing to let the Moby DK and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirate fleet sink into the sea together. Zero seeking flowers. At this moment, the pirate ship is full of disabled people, and there are no people who can stop Kizaru and Akainu. When the attack of these two people falls, the Moby DK will definitely sink. However, at this moment, no one on Mobidai cared about the attack of the two admiral, because the flames in Lin Mu's palm had scared them out of their minds. Looking at the flames spewing out of Lin Mu's hands, Marco's eyes instantly turned red, and then he rushed towards the flames. He is very aware of the lethality of this flame. Once infected, there will be few in the world that can survive. At least he is not one of them. 0. Even with an extremely powerful recovery ability, Marco knew very well in his heart that once he was infected with this flame, his recovery speed would not be as fast as the speed of his body turning to ashes. I'm afraid I'll be burned alive in a few seconds. But at this moment, Marco still rushed towards the flames spewing out of Lin Mu's hands. Anyway, it is a death sooner or later, it is better to delay 1 second before dying, and every second delay, more people can jump into the sea. And just when Marco was about to pounce on the flames, a huge force suddenly came from his abdomen and kicked him away. At the same time, a sword light flashed, and the rhythmic flame in Lin Mu's hand was directly broken from it. The sword light seemed to carry a hurricane, blowing the flame back to Lin Mu's side, without causing any damage to the flame. Anyone on the Mobidai? And with a few gunshots, the giant lava fist that fell from the sky burst directly, turning into a piece of slag that was no longer lethal and fell from the sky into the sea. Kizaru's laser was completely blocked, and even Kizaru himself was kicked away. After all the attacks on the Moby DK were neutralized, a deep voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone present, please give me a face, this war will end here. Yi. Chapter 200. Redhead Shanks. Lin Mu looked at the well-proportioned man with the iconic short red hair in front of him with interest. And after seeing the experience points on the top of the red-haired head, Lin Mu's pupils shrank slightly involuntarily. 1.5 million experience points, half the age of Whitebeard. You know, even Whitebeard only has 1 million experience points. Of course, this is also because Whitebeard is seriously ill and old, and his experience will definitely fall. It is conceivable that Whitebeard's experience in the heyday is definitely more than that of Redhead. After all, Whitebeard also has the title of the strongest man in the world. I am afraid that now only Kaido, who has been called the strongest creature in the world, can be compared with Whitebeard when he was young. 360. However, the experience of 1.5 million can at least prove one thing, that is, the red hair today is definitely stronger than the Whitebeard just now. There is no doubt about this. Even killing Whitebeard took a lot of Lin Mu's strength. Now, if it's a one-on-one match against the redhead, Lin Mu is not afraid. He is sure that even if he can't win, he will definitely not lose. But at this moment, if he fights with the red hair, Lin Mu can be sure that Marine's 5 major forces will definitely join in, and the cotters of the red hair pirate network should not be underestimated. If this group of people who almost represent the world's peak combat power join hands, then Lin Mu really dreams of killing anyone else and can teleport away directly. Therefore, Lin Mu is also in deep contemplation at the moment, should he sell the face to the redhead? While Lin Mu was thinking, Marine fell into a moment of silence. Kizaru was kicked away by Lucky Lu, who was holding a goose leg, King Z was forced to his head by Ben Berman, and the sniper rifle in Usopp's hand was also aimed at Akainu at any time, and the three admirals were guarded by, dare not act rashly. As for the Warring States period, looking at all this, his eyes flickered as he weighed the pros and cons. The red-haired Ryuma was obviously beyond his expectations. After thinking for a moment, Warring States' eyes narrowed. Obviously he had made a decision, pointed to the Moby DK and said with red hair, I'll give you this face, the people of the Whitebeard pirate fleet can leave. I promise Marine will never block anything, but you need to leave immediately and don't get involved in the battle between Marine and Troizen. For Marine, Lin Mu is the most important target at this moment. As for Marco and the other remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, Marine doesn't care at all. What's more, the red hair has already appeared to protect these people at this moment, and the Warring States period waved his hand to let go. For him, for the sake of a group of remnants of defeated soldiers, it is not worth fighting with the red-haired sea in full bloom. Thieves go to war. And more importantly, Marine no longer has the capital and ability to fight the red-haired pirates. And Whitebeard's corpse? Ben Berman said slowly. Sengoku frowned, but he still asked Kizaru to quickly bring it over and throw it to Xiaobaman. After getting the body of Whitebeard, Lucky Lu, Ben Beeman, and Usopp all stopped and came to the redhead's side. Lin Mu's gaze swept over the heads of the three people in turn, and he knew the experience points of the three people by heart. Uruki Lu had 420,000 experience points, Usopp had 400,000 experience points, and the one who surprised Lin Mu the most was undoubtedly the red-haired pirate's vice-captain, Ben Beeman, whose experience points actually reached a terrifying 900,000 points. It is very close to Whitebeard, completely admiral combat power. What's more, these people in front of them are all in top condition. If Lin Mu doesn't let go of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, then the red-haired pirates will inevitably swarm, and then the 5 major marine forces will fight against each other again. At the same time, facing so many strong men, Lin Mu can't do anything at all. Then the only option is to leave. This is obviously not in line with Lin Mu's plan. So after thinking for a while, Lin Mu also gave his answer, leave with the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, the next war is between me and Marine, you have no reason or need to intervene. After hearing Lin Mu's words, Shanks and the rest of the red-haired pirate were a little surprised. Marine wanted to keep Lin Mu, they could understand, but Lin Mu also wanted to stay, which made it difficult for them to understand. Point 0. After all, in their opinion, no matter how strong Lin Mu is, it is impossible for him to defeat Marine's 5 major forces. However, although he was puzzled, the redhead didn't say much. After taking a deep look at Lin Mu, he made a gesture of please at Lin Mu, signaling Lin Mu to get off the boat. After that, Shanks turned to look at Marco, who was paralyzed to the side, like a missing soul, and said with a sigh, leave, bury Whitebeard's body first, and then make plans. After the red hair finished speaking, he began to command the people on the ship to salvage the drowning. After the preparations were completed, the Moby DK and the red-haired pirate ship left the place in front of naval headquarters in tandem. And at the time when the red hair came, Blackbeard also took advantage of the chaos to escape. As for Shichibukai, he was also scattered, and only the bear was left here. Since then, only Marine, Bear, and Lin Mu have been left before Marine Fodor. At this moment, whether it is Garp or Sengoku, whether it is San Admiral or Lin Mu, they are all looking at each other without any fluctuations in their eyes. Everyone knows in their hearts that perhaps for the Whitebeard Pirate 5.7 and the red-haired pirate, the war is over. But for them, the real big battle is about to officially begin at this moment. I thought it was a war between Marine and the Whitebeard pirate fleet, but I never imagined that in the end it would turn into a war between Marine and you, Troizen. 99 Sengoku's hoarse voice sounded, slightly with a little loss and a sigh. There are too many Marines dying at your hands, and if you let you go, both Marines and the government will lose face. You must die here. Sengoku's icy gaze swept across Lin Mu, with even more Buddha light on his body, then he waved his hand to Lin Mu, and directly issued an attack order. Chapter 201. When the Warring States attack order was issued, the three Admiral and Garp attacked Lin Mu together, and the five dudes formed horns with each other, and they hardly noticed any omissions for Lin Mu to seize the opportunity. And the attack of the Warring States and others fell on Lin Mu, and could not cause any damage to Lin Mu. Although the center of the battle looks magnificent, the two sides are always stuck in a stalemate, and no one can occupy the advantage. But Lin Mu was not in a hurry about this situation, because it was something he had expected. Although Akainu was seriously injured among the five, the other four were in good condition and could completely stand in a stalemate with Lin Mu, and no one could do anything about it. The reason why Lin Mu did not leave, but chose to stay here to fight the Warring States and others, naturally had a plan in his heart. For the average person, Lin Mu has two huge advantages when fighting. The first is not to be afraid of injury. As long as the injury cannot affect his movement, it doesn't matter how serious it is. Second, the physical strength is amazing, close to infinity. You must know that a fierce battle like today's is undoubtedly a huge consumption of physical strength. The three admirals were a little better. Garp in the Warring States period was already old, and they couldn't last long with this level of physical exhaustion. When these two people are exhausted, the five people who are besieging Lin Mu at this moment will become three, and when Akainu's injury deteriorates, the three will become two. At that time, Lin Mu can find a chance to hook hands. Sengoku Garp's five people, including three admiral, can provide Lin Mu with a lot of experience. As long as he kills one, Lin Mu's stay will not be a loss. And if you can kill two or more, then you will make a lot of money. With such a plan in mind, Lin Mu also fought frantically with Warring States and others, and even the attacks were basically greeted by two veterans, Wang Warring States and Garp. Don't quit the siege. In fact, the initial thoughts of the Warring States and others were the same as Lin Mu, with the idea of exhausting Lin Mu's physical strength, and then they could slaughter Lin Mu at will. After all, from the perspective of the Warring States, there are five people on their side, and there is no reason to use five to fight one. Not to mention that Lin Mu has been fighting for power since the beginning of the war. I am afraid that the remaining physical strength will not be too much. It is precisely because of this conjecture that when facing the Red Hair, the Warring States chose to keep Lin Mu, because he felt that Lin Mu's physical strength at that time had been exhausted to the limit, and it was just the end of the shot. However, with the constant fight with Lin Mu, the Warring States period is more and more frightened. Because he found that Lin Mu is not only not the last of the shot, but the more he fights, the more courageous he is, and there is no sign of physical exhaustion at all. On the contrary, both he and Garp were panting in the midst of the fierce battle, and were about to reach the limit of their bodies. This made the face of the Warring States turn ugly in an instant. As for Lin Mu, he once again miscalculated. And this mistake is likely to cost Marine Peichin unaffordable. Trwazan. What kind of monster are you? Looking at the figure of Lin Mu frantically forcing Garp not far away, Sengoku's heart gradually sank, and he was thinking about how to deal with Lin, who became more and more brave in battle. Mu. When the Red Hair came, he had such a chance to end the war completely, but he thought that Lin Mu was physically exhausted and thought it was a rare opportunity, so he forcibly left Lin Mu. It is a pity that things did not develop according to his expectations. Lin Mu's physical strength was amazingly abundant, and it was still inexhaustible under the siege of five people, which made Marine fall into a great passive. Sengoku knew very well that once he and Garp were exhausted, there would be no way for them to take Lin Mu, and there would be no possibility of killing or arresting Lin Mu. This made the Warring States very unwilling. This time if Lin Mu ran away like this, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to Marine and the world government. Time went on like this, and Garp and Sengoku's physical strength soon came to an end, and they no longer had the strength to fight against Lin Mu, and had to retreat from the front. Without Sengoku and Garp, Lin Mu felt much less pressure and could focus more on finding the flaws in the three admiral. Once Lin Mu finds out any one of these three people, Lin Mu is confident that he can seriously injure him directly. And if two of the three admiral were seriously injured, only one left would be completely unable to stop Lin Mu's offensive. Finally, the Emperor paid off, and Lin Mu, who had been carefully observing the three admirals, had a gleam in his eyes, and he had already seen Kizaru's flaws. The existence of admiral's level, even if the flaws are revealed, it is a momentary thing. If ordinary people will definitely not be able to catch it, even if they catch it, it will be too late to use it. But Lin Mu is completely different. He has the ability to teleport. As long as he finds a flaw, he can already use it. It's too late and it's too fast. Lin Mu's figure flashed and teleported directly to Kizaru's side, and then smashed Kizaru's body with a punch. Lin Mu is very clear that whether it is the high-energy rays in his eyes or the ultra-high-temperature flames on his body, they can cause damage to Kizaru, but they are very limited. Therefore, Lin Mu can only choose the easiest way to deal with the ability, that is to smash it with a sea stone finger and tiger. Although Kizaru's speed was fast, it was still slightly slower than Lin Mu's teleportation. What's more, he didn't expect Lin Mu to attack suddenly. With intentional calculations and no intentions, Kizaru didn't have time to dodge the punch against Lin Mu, and the only thing he could do was to twist his body slightly and avoid the vital part. 66 beep. With a muffled sound, Lin Mu's fist landed directly on Kizaru's abdomen. Under the suppression of the sea stone finger tiger, Kizaru could not perform elementalization, and only felt a huge impact from the abdomen, and then spewed a mouthful of scarlet blood and flew upside down, leaving a long trail in the air. Bloodstains. Chapter 202. Boom. Kizaru's body, which was smashed by Lin Mu's punch, was thrown straight out, and smashed hard on the ground of Marin Fodor and then stopped, causing a loud bang. Although Lin Mu's blow didn't hit the key part of Kizaru, the punch that contained the power of the Hulk was enough to make Kizaru's injury even more serious than Akainu. Among the three admirals, Akainu was seriously injured during the battle with Whitebeard, but he did not receive treatment and rest in time. Instead, he continued to fight without stopping for a moment, and he could not last long. The retreat of Sengoku and Garp accelerated the pace. The change from a 5-man siege to a 3-man siege undoubtedly put more pressure on Akainu, and this greater pressure made Akainu's injuries continue to worsen. Now that Kizaru has been hit hard by Lin Mu again, seeing that there is no strength to fight again, the three besieged Lin Mu and turned into two people. And this became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Obviously, the seriously injured Akainu and King Z joined forces and could not continue fighting like that. Although King Z himself will not have any problems and has a certain self-protection ability, if he wants to protect 363 others in front of Lin Mu, it is no different from an idiot's dream. After Garp in the Warring States period was exhausted, Kizaru Akainu was severely damaged, and only King Z was left in Marine's 5 fighting forces. Lin Mu finally showed a sneer in his horn, and murmured in a low voice, "Since this way, no one can stop me again, and I, too, will usher in my great harvest." 99. After speaking, Lin Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold light flashed in the depths of his pupils, and then a large amount of flames erupted from his body. Driven by these erupting flames, Lin Mu's body was directly suspended high in the air. Seeing this familiar scene, the Marines below frowned, wondering if Lin Mu was going to repeat the same trick to release the terrifying flame of the hook. After discovering this possibility, the remaining Marines gathered immediately, and the two of Sengoku Garp were supported by a vice-admiral. As for Kizaru, although he was seriously injured, he still had the ability to escape in elemental form. Directly unfolding the 8-foot mirror, it turned into a yellow light and flew into the Marine gathering place in an instant. Bath. After Marine's gathering place, King Z also approached the gathering place, ready to create ice blocks to protect everyone from the flames. The last time Lin Mu let go, was that he and Whitebeard used their respective abilities to create a shelter for their own faction. And now, Whitebeard has died, and the pirate camp has also withdrawn from here. He was the only one who stayed here to endure Lin Mu's second flame, which made King Z feel a little sigh. King Z originally wanted to attack and disturb Lin Mu to release the flame, but Lin Mu's body flew higher and higher, and when it reached the height of several hundred meters, it turned into a black spot and the kin stopped. With such a long distance, King Z's attack would be greatly reduced even if it were thrown, and King Z had to prepare an ice shelter at any time, so it was not wasted effort. Instead, together with the other marines, they stared at Lin Mu, who had turned into a black spot hundreds of meters above the sky, waiting for Lin Mu's next move, and they were now ready to face Lin Mu's flames. With King Zi and Haihei, they believed that the flames could not cause them much harm, and King Zi also understood the burden on him. It can be said that the life or death of so many marines depends on him being able to completely block Lin Mu's flames. But soon, Qing Ji and the marines who were waiting on the ground felt that something was wrong, because Lin Mu had been flying into the sky for so long, but the expected flame did not fall, and even a little spark was not seen. Arrive! What is he doing? Sengoku, who was already very weak, gasped, staring at Lin Mu, who was sweating profusely above. Does it mean that some new tricks are brewing? After the words of the Warring States period were rhymed, the expressions of many marines were condensed, and more worry appeared in the eyes of Lin Mu, not knowing what the fate awaited them. But soon, amid the worried and doubtful eyes of many marines, Lin Mu's body began to emit a little light. This light was very faint when it first appeared, like the dim starlight all day long, but as time passed by, the light became more and more intense. From the dim starlight all the way, it has become radiant and even dazzling in an extreme time, and Lin Mu has almost become a small sun hanging hundreds of meters above Marine's head at this moment. The dazzling light made every marine unable to look directly at Lin Mu, and all lowered their heads. And if someone can observe Lin Mu closely at this moment, they will find that Lin Mu's body seems to contain a lot of flames, and those flames emit light that penetrates Lin Mu's skin into a transparent color. What Lin Mu is doing now is what he did when he faced Oars Moria and the devil on the thriller bark. The strength of the body he relies on is different from that of ordinary people, and he accumulates endless flames in his body, and uses pressure to continuously increase the temperature of the flames, which can make the flames reach a limit temperature and have even more amazing destructive power. At the beginning of the thriller bark, Lin Mu accumulated a high temperature and high pressure flame of 10,000 degrees, and the flame that was coming from hell directly burned the entire thriller bark to ashes and fell silent at the bottom. Of course, even though it was a high temperature of 10,000 degrees, the flames were different from the flames that Lin Mu had released to burn tens of thousands of pirates marine. Once released, the pressurized flame accumulated in Lin Mu's body will continue to burn as long as the target is not burnt out, while Lin Mu's rhythm's 10,000 degree flame will quickly disappear without his ability to support it. One is rootless fire, the other is rooted fire, this is the difference. The kind of rootless fire that is released at will, at this moment, it can't have much effect. With the existence of the sea, King Zi can easily block it. Therefore, Lin Mu now chooses to release the rooted fire, which is constantly compressing a large amount of fire in the body. Finally, in Lin Mu's abdomen, a purple flame rose up. Chapter 203. When the purple flame appeared in Lin Mu's body, the dazzling rays of light that radiated around Lin Mu's body instantly disappeared, and all of them gathered into Lin Mu's body. The raging flames in Lin Mu's body were also devoured by the purple flames, and in an instant, they were completely merged with the purple flames. And after completely devouring the other flames in Lin Mu's body, the purple flames only grew a little bit. Unlike other flames, this purple flame looks very peaceful, just like the light on a candle, and it doesn't even feel its temperature, and it doesn't look lethal. Lin Mu was also the first time to ask such a flame. Although it seemed ordinary, Lin Mu knew very well that the purple flame was definitely more terrifying than the one above the thriller bark. After all, he has so many levels, and he is not a white rise. Whether it is physical strength or flame strength, it is much stronger than before. The purple flame produced by the superposition of the two, Lin Mu firmly believes that he will not be disappointed. After controlling the purple flame to transfer himself from the assistant to the finger, Lin Mu's figure flashed, and he pressed down. The marines in the underground were originally forced to open their eyes by the light released by Lin Mu, but the light suddenly disappeared. When they were still in doubt, they saw Lin Mu, who had been floating in the air, suddenly move downward. Come. Disperse. Although the Warring States period was exhausted and could no longer fight, the commander could still do it. Immediately afterwards, Marine, who had gathered in the middle, scattered immediately, for fear that Lin Mu would burst into the crowd and set fire to it, and then a large area would be burned to death. At this moment, the Marines still staying here are at least Vice Admiral rank. As for the lower-level survivors, as early as when the Red Hare salvaged the remnants of the white-bearded pirates, they were ordered to evacuate by the Warring States period. After all, Sengoku knew very well that even if those people stayed here, they would just slaughter Lin Mu in vain. Not only did they not help in the war, but they would make Marines suffer. Therefore, in the end, only the Marines above Vice Admiral with certain life-saving and combat capabilities were left. After the Warring States period shouted disperse, the more than 20 Marines who had gathered together scattered at an extremely fast speed. Almost all of Marine Vice Admiral are Grandmaster 6 style, and the speed of the 6 style control is extremely fast when traveling a short distance, only to see the shadows below constantly flashing, and then disperse in an instant. Lin Mu's brows couldn't help wrinkling when he saw this scene. He really had the idea of catching these Marines in one go, but the fact that these people fled now completely disrupted his plan. However, this doesn't affect anything. For Lin Mu, it was nothing more than killing one by one, one by one. The figure flickered, and Lin Mu's figure appeared directly beside the nearest Vice Admiral. When Vice Admiral saw that Lin Mu was the first to ring him, a trace of panic flashed on his face. But Vice Admiral also knew very well that with Lin Mu's ghostly speed, he couldn't dodge even if he mastered it, so he didn't dodge. At the same time a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. The long knife in Vice Admiral's hand slashed directly at Lin Mu like a conditioned reflex. On the way of the fisherman, the long knife in Vice Admiral's hand was also directly strengthened by the armed color haki, turning it into a dark color, and the attack power increased a lot. Facing this oncoming slash, Lin Mu's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't even bother to dodge, so he stretched out and grabbed the black long knife that Vice Admiral slashed with one hand. The long knife, which originally had amazing power, stopped abruptly after touching Lin Mu's palm. The original power instantly disappeared without a trace. As for Lin Mu's palm, it was just squatting and breaking some skin. Even for ordinary people, it wasn't considered an injury, but for Lin Mu, it became more and more serious in an instant. Seeing that his strongest blow was stopped by Lin Mu with his bare hands, Vice Admiral's heart couldn't help but tremble, his face even more fearful. He wanted to pull his long sword out of Lin Mu's hand, but his long knife seemed to be integrated with Lin Mu's palm, and it didn't move at all under his pulling. 0 for flowers. This Vice Admiral is also battle-hardened and has rich combat experience. Seeing this, he is no longer entangled with the long knife in his hand, and just abandons the knife and runs away. He is not a swordsman, and the knife has no special police significance to him, it is just a weapon. Seeing this Vice Admiral abandoning his sword and fleeing, a trace of disdain flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. If a Vice Admiral can escape from his hands, then he is too incompetent. As soon as his mind moved, the purple flame on Lin Mu's fingertips immediately stained the long knife in his hand, and then Lin Mu directly threw the long knife in his hand and stabbed the fleeing Vice Admiral. Although Lin Mu has never contacted throwing, he has the genes of Spider-Man, and his accuracy is definitely not bad. Coupled with his amazing strength, the speed of the long knife's flying hook is extremely fast. He crossed a distance of dozens of meters almost instantly, and then only heard a pop, and the long knife stained with a trace of purple flames pierced directly through the vest, penetrating the body of Vice Admiral. And that Vice Admiral's body was also thrown away by the long knife, but before the flying hook was a few meters away, this Vice Admiral's body was suddenly engulfed by a purple flame. This purple flame is like a cold fire, it can't feel any temperature, but the Vice Admiral seems to be enduring the most deadly high temperature burning in the world, and the shrill screams from his mouth make everyone who hears it can't help but be afraid. What kind of pain would it take to make a Vice Admiral roar like that? Of course, the roar lasted for only 1 second. After 1 second, the Vice Admiral disappeared into the purple flames with the long knife that penetrated his body. Not a single bit of ashes remained. Burn everything, and the circle will disappear. This is the rooted fire. Righteousness. Chapter 204. After easily killing a Vice Admiral, Lin Mu didn't stop, and teleported directly to the next target. Ghost Spider. The Naval Headquarters Elite Vice Admiral is much stronger than the ordinary Vice Admiral, the Grand Master 6 style, and the Master of the Return of Life can be said to be the first Marine, much more skilled than Kumadori in CP9. Using the Return of Life, the Ghost Spider can make its own hair have consciousness, control it according to its own mind, and control 8 long knives at the same time as flexible as a real arm. Once the 8 swords flow is deployed, the formed sword curtain can be said to be an absolute defense. Anyone who wants to attack the Ghost Spider will definitely be slashed by a long knife. When paired with the Ghost Spider's powerful armed color haki, the power is amazing. This is also the reason why the Ghost Spider can become the 367 Elite Vice Admiral. However, in front of Lin Mu, it was completely insignificant. The tragic death of Vice Admiral before was seen by every Marine, and the Ghost Spider was no exception, but when he saw Lin Mu coming towards him, the Ghost Spider knew that he couldn't run away, so he shouted, "Life!" The return unfolded and the consciousness was incorporated into the hair, but instead it was waving 8 knives and rushing towards Lin Mu. Among the Marines, the Ghost Spiders and Akainu are absolute hawks, and they will do anything to achieve their goals, and even their subordinates can kill the thistles without changing their faces. But it is often this kind of person who has a firmer mind. At this moment, facing Lin Mu, although he knows that he is not invincible, he still has the temperament of being a Marine. Looking at the Ghost Spider that was using the 8 swords to spread the sword and rush towards him, Lin Mu's expression did not change in the slightest. When he flicked the oncoming Ghost Spider with his index finger slightly, a very fine line of purple flames pierced into the air, flying towards the Ghost Spider at a very fast speed. Almost instantly, the purple flame silk fell on the long knife wielded by the Ghost Spider. Once it encounters the entity, the purple flame silk immediately expands and spreads, engulfing the long knife in the Ghost Spider's hand in an instant, and it also spreads to the Ghost Spider's hand. That purple flame doesn't seem to have any temperature, but that's because its terrifying temperature is completely wrapped inside without a trace of dissipation. At this moment, stained with the purple flame, the Ghost Spider understands what kind of fear it is. No one can survive in his middle temperature flames. Resisting the urge to cry, although he experienced unimaginable pain, the Ghost Spider's head is very clear at the moment. When the purple flame spread over his arm, the Ghost Spider made a decisive decision without any hesitation, and cut off his arm with a single swipe, stopping the purple flame from continuing to spread. And the arm that was cut off by the Ghost Spider disappeared into the purple flames together with the long knife before it could land on the ground, leaving no trace behind. Lin Mu stood not far away and watched this scene with a flash of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect that the Ghost Spider would still be able to maintain a clear mind even under that level of pain, and he didn't expect the Ghost Spider to cut off his own body so decisively. Arm. Elite Vice Admiral is worthy of being an Elite Vice Admiral, it is indeed much stronger than the previous one. Lin Mu sighed while looking at the Ghost Spider, but then his horns rose again, revealing a sinister smile, however, also that's it. Before he finished speaking, Lin Mu's figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the Ghost Spider. More importantly, Lin Mu's index finger was right on the Ghost Spider's abdomen. The Ghost Spider's pupils only had time to shrink, and before even showing a surprised expression on his face, his entire body was completely engulfed by purple flames. What? A roar rhymed from the mouth of the Ghost Spider, and the purple flame spread the pain all over his body. Even if he was determined, he couldn't bear it. At this time, the Ghost Spider even hopes that he can become an ordinary person, so that he can instantly die under this purple fire without suffering the terrible pain. The purple flame burned on the Ghost Spider's body for a full 5 seconds and dissipated, and after the purple flame dissipated, the Ghost Spider's figure had completely disappeared, just like the last Vice Admiral, not even the ashes were left. Ding! Kill the Marine Elite Vice Admiral Ghost Spider and gain experience 80,000 difficulties. In less than 10 seconds, the 2 Vice Admirals had already died in Lin Mu's hands. The purple flames seemed to have no temperature, but once they got infected, they would be useless like a pox attached to the bones. In a short period of time, it will be burnt and not even ashes will be left. What kind of flame is this? Looking at all that happened in front of him, the warring states even showed a little sluggishness in Ji's eyes. This time the war has brought him a great blow. Marines' 100,000 elites were killed and injured countless times and were almost wiped out. No matter what happened after this match, Marine would not be able to recover to the level he had reached in a short period of time, and might even fall down all the time, eventually completely lost on the Grand Line. The right to speak. For such a result, no matter the reason, he, the Supreme Commander, is to blame. In addition to hating Lin Mu, Garp's eyes were full of heartache. Although he didn't like the Ghost Spider's style very much, he couldn't help feeling a little sad when he saw that he was burned alive. Just when the two veterans of warring states and Garp were doing nothing, King Z, the only one who was still in the state of the 5 battle forces, finally stood up and took over the command. All Vice Admiral immediately dived into the sea to avoid NTRO 5.7 Ethan head-to-head. Dog Erman, Stoloberg, you two take Sengoku Fleet Admiral and Garp Vice Admiral. The rest are free to escape. Immediately afterwards, King Z's eyes turned to Bartholomew Kuma, who had been watching the battle, and then said helplessly, "It seems that you must be asked to do it." After King Z's order was issued, the Vice Admirals immediately jumped into the water and fled. Those with Devil Fruit abilities had already retreated together with Marine under Sengoku's order, just to prevent the current situation. At this moment, the only ones who haven't entered the water are King Z, Kizaru, Akainu, and Bartholomew Kuma, who has been expressionless. And Lin Mu's eyes also fell directly on Akainu. Chapter 205. At this moment, the Vice Admirals all jumped into the water. Stoloberg floated on the water holding the warring states, beware of Lin Mu attacking them, ready to sink at any time. Although the purple fire is powerful, it is obviously not a good idea to attack objects in the sea. At least this flame has no ability to boil the sea water, so Lin Mu does not consider these people. As for the injured Kizaru, it was directly transformed into a yellow light and escaped far away, not giving Lin Mu a chance at all. Besides, how much damage the flames can cause to Kizaru really has no idea in Lin Mu's heart. Among the 3 admirals, Kizaru is the hardest to kill for Lin Mu without using sea stone. Because whether it is Akainu's lava or King Z's ice, in the final analysis, it is not only related to Lin Mu's ability, but also the most important thing is that there is an entity, and if there is an entity, it can be burned. However, the light of the yellow monkey has no entity at all, and there is no obvious relationship between it and Lin Mu's ability, which makes the damage that Zuo can cause to it is very limited. The use of fire on Kizaru is a complete waste. And King Z was not injured at the moment, and his ability has a certain resistance to flames, so it is not the best target. Therefore, among the 3 admiral, Lin Mu's first target directly selected Akainu. With his eyes fixed on Akainu, Lin Mu's figure flashed, and he teleported directly to Akainu's side, and then pressed his palm against Akainu who was close at hand. Among the 3 admiral, Akainu was not very good at speed, and now he was seriously injured, so he couldn't avoid Lin Mu's surprise attack. Qingji wanted to rush over to rescue, but it was too late. In an instant, Lin Mu's palm pressed against Akainu's back, and then the purple flame that continued in his hand directly split in half and transferred to Akainu's body. After the purple flame touched Akainu, Akainu's body immediately became elementalized and transformed into a huge lava giant. But the purple fire spread rapidly on Akainu's body, and it completely wrapped Akainu in an instant. The lava that originally released the red light was completely wrapped in purple flames at the moment, which looked rotten and strange, but everyone present knew what kind of nightmare this strange flame would bring. The scene of the ghost spider's tragic death under the purple fire was still vivid in his mind, and every marine's heart was tight at the moment, and at the same time, he thought of a possibility that he was unwilling to accept. Could it be that the record for no marine admiral death in decades is about to be broken today? The purple flame burns the lava giant incarnated by Kishin, and with the burning of the flame, the size of the lava giant is getting smaller and smaller. Along with it, Akainu gritted his teeth and endured a painful groan. King Z frowned when he saw this scene, and his eyes were full of worry. Although his relationship with Akainu was not very good, he was still a colleague who had been with him for decades. And, even for Marine's sake, Akainu must not be allowed to die like this. At the moment, King Z immediately felt Akainu's side, and the cold air in his hands spurted out madly, hoping to extinguish the purple flames on Akainu's body. King Z's cold air hindered the burning progress of the purple flame to a certain extent, but it was only a hindrance, not a complete stop. In this way, the result still cannot be changed, it just makes Akainu's pain last longer. Even though he knew this, King Z couldn't make up his mind to let Akainu die at this moment, and he kept pouring cold air on Akainu's body. After a fire ignited Akainu, Lin Mu knew that even with King Z's help, it wouldn't help, and Akainu's limit was even. Because this purple fire is not like an ordinary flame, no matter how hot the ordinary flame is, once it loses the supply of Lin Mu's ability, it will disappear very quickly. Because after all, this is not a natural fire, but a rootless fire generated by special abilities. But this purple fire is different, it's fine if it's not contaminated, but if it's contaminated, it won't burn and the flame won't go out. This is true for any living fire object with a substance. After confirming that Akainu's death was only a matter of time, Lin Mu ignored Akainu and went straight to the Warring States period. In addition to Akainu, Sengoku can be said to be the second target of Lin Mu. Unlike other vice-admiral who are submerged in water, Sengoku itself is a capable person. In fact, there is no possibility of hiding in the water. Now it is relying on Stoloberry to support, otherwise it would have sunk to the bottom of the sea. However, even with Stoloberry's help, the fact that the Warring States period is a landlubber cannot be changed. Even if he hides in the water, he won't last long, and he will soon drown to death. Seeing Lin Mu approaching, Stoloberg, startled, plunged into the sea with the Warring States, using the sea as a cover. But Lin Mu locked the position of Stolobelly and Sengoku under the sea through the ability of spider sensing, and has been floating in the sea waiting for this. Humph, Warring States, I see how long you can last underwater. Lin Mu snorted coldly and muttered. After the words fell, Lin Mu's eyes were bright red, and then red high-energy rays spewed out of his eyes, piercing directly into the sea water, good King Zhao, and directed towards Stolob. The Warring States period with the resistance on the shoulders shoots away. However, the flexibility of Stolob wrapped in sea water was far beyond Lin Mu's expectations, far beyond the limits of human beings, and even close to the flexibility of murlocs in sea water. Until then, Lin Mu understood why King Z chose Stoloberry to bring Sengoku with him among the dozen vice-admirals, and also understood why King Z saw himself coming to trouble Sengoku. Not in a hurry at all. But a sneer appeared in Lin Mu's corner. Did I use flames to kill people all the time? Do you naively think that I can only kill people with flames? Although the power of flames is greatly reduced in sea water, it can deal with a person who has lost consciousness. But the power of a punch. After finishing speaking, Lin Mu's eyes were directly locked on the Warring States under the whale's water. Chapter 206. Lin Mu prolonged use fire attacks apparently let marine present are all forgotten one thing, that is, Lin Mu means of attack can be more than one kind of flame. But, this terrible flame so that the presence of not consciously disregard the other means of Lin Mu, and naive to think that as long as you can hide in the waters to save their lives in front of Lin Mu. Obviously, this is impossible. Lin Mu flame attack simply because more convenient, but just wide range of large area. Compared really want to attack, his fist is not weak, before smashing blow to the wounded Kizaru is a living example of, but did not cause Marine's attention. Today, in the minds of these people, for animal husbandry, the impression has been full of fire. After all, is this thing so that they fell into despair overwhelming? But Lin Mu will soon let them know that terror is not only the flame. After hiding in locked eyes underwater and Warring States period, Lin Mu ready to teleport directly to the side of the Warring States period and the Warring States period kill. After all, not much experience Warring States less than Admiral, let Lin Mu very envious. At this time, Lin Mu suddenly felt a surge of winds came after the 367 back, but the power is not weak. This time there is actually dared to take the initiative to attack their own? This makes Lin Mu slightly robust presence of the marine not already fled yet? With curiosity, Lin Mu the right flash, to avoid the impact of these shares from behind came after, immediately turned and looked behind him, which was found around behind stood not far from a tall figure dressed in black. Bears! Called out the name of the bearer of the mouth. Lin Mu yang eyebrows slightly. You want to stop me? Inquiries to Lin Mu. The opening cannot answer, but that had been standing there watching Lin Mu expressionless, as if deaf people in general. See the bear like this. Lin Mu also shook his head. You cannot stop me. After much talking, Lin Mu flashing stature teleport directly into the sea, and that he cannot believe the ability to bear as a person, but also to catch up with the water coming up. After entering the sea, Lin Mu does not go to bears, but the distance they have less than 5 meters in the warring states to kill, bomb the hands of the steel talons hook mercilessly hacking ring warring states. To see this scene, only single-handedly pulled the warring states to prevent its sinking, the other in one hand and a sword to resist Lin Mu. In the Marine Vice Admiral also extremely tyrannical presence, spiders and ghosts comparable. Lin Mu Ghost Spider is purple fire following the contamination, so there is no anti ability to direct spike, but the premise Lin Mu does not use purple fire, such strength can still hold a few seconds of time in the hands of Lin Mu. Pin. As soon Quixiang Jin intersecting acoustic transfer hook, Lin Mu and the fixing shaft cover armed black color hacky knife severely hit together. Along with this a hit, make a huge difference in strength between the hands of the long knives directly on lying now a huge gap. Obviously, even if there are armed hacky color enhancement, it is still vulnerable in the face of steel claw Lin Mu, which is caused by the impact strength of the gap. And along with Lin Mu this time hacking, suffered damage cannot just hook now a long knife gap. While this time of the collision, a huge impact on the long knives to pass from the body into the, let the voice, sweet, almost a blood to spray out. Although forced back to blurting out rhyme blood, but the body is not suppress inverted hook under the effect of the impact of this to go, even with the warring states cast fly together. Lin Mu no residence after a hit, immediately ready, bath, teleport catch up to the start of the second strike. May at this time, Lin Mu came suddenly felt a repulsive force, even with the water and his body is far spread out. I saw the bear at the moment suspended in mid-air, according to Lu Pom Sea and on a calm sea had once appeared a huge deep depression, just like a general example of the bear's paw, all scheduled to open to the sea. The and the warring states period body is found in sea water outside. Bear figure instantly hooked now side and then hand in his possession King Iape, and the warring states figure to disappear at the same time. I do not know where to go up. Lin Mu see this scene in the sea did not have time to stop, because the action bear is too fast, the speed of the fruit meatball than his teleport also did not slow. Flashing stature, Lin Mu Yun from the sea, staring at his face very ugly not far from bear, Bartholomew Kuma, did not think you would actually save lives under the warring states in such a way, I'd compact you. In fact, when Lin Mu for the first time before the fire, bear it in such a way off the Ivankov, Lightning, Luffy and Zoro. And Lin Mu is to forget this point, under lightly let the bear find an opportunity to beat the warring states and fly again. Carefully doing, you've got to let me have a big loss bear. Lin Mu looked very unhappy bear said. Bear him to the forest to have lost count how more than 1 million, while bear their own experience and only 720,000, even kill the bear is the loss. But the loss of 1,300,000 is better than a loss, able to get some compensation is also good. Now no longer is no better target a sudden, Lin Mu is directly aimed at the energy. Then, it is between Lin Mu flexor of a bomb, a trace of purple flames to exit the bear body. Although the bear's huge body, but in the ability to help the fruit meat ball, the speed of the bear is very swift pace, and very quick, very easy to avoid this hint of purple flame playing Lin Mu Chin. And when the Lin Mu prepared to continue to attack, and that side of the Akainu is out of the question. Although the wool is strong, but under the purple flame burning, adhere to a dozen seconds later, Akainu finally cannot hold, then only the spirit of collapse. Akainu mouth after a nervous breakdown uttered a sound of screaming as if insane fleeing directly into more than one crashed into Malinfu. Chapter 207. Although King Z has been using his abilities to try to prevent the purple fire from burning Akainu, it is useless. At least, today's King Z can't stop it. Under the burning of the purple fire, the terrifying pain from all over the body continued to invade Akainu's nerves. Although Akainu persisted for more than 10 seconds, he couldn't hold on and collapsed. After Akainu's mental breakdown, she screamed and ran around like crazy, and no one could stop it. After all, if you touch Akainu, you will be in contact with that terrifying purple flame. And just like that, Akainu crashed into Marine Hanbu Marine Fodor. The most terrible thing is that the lava on Akainu's body finally began to fall off at this time, and it fell to the ground piece by piece and then melted, flowing like magma. It would be fine if it was just that, but above the flowing magma, purple flames continued to rise, along with the magma spreading inside Marine Fodor. House. Room. Building. School field. The purple flames began to spread at a very fast speed on the Marine Fodor, and the gradually melting Akainu was like a leading the flames to the Marine Fodor. And when the purple fire began to rise on the island, the effect of Akainu completely disappeared, and the intensity of the purple fire also accelerated Akainu's death. In just a few seconds, Akainu's whole body completely melted into a pool of unconscious magma, and his life breath completely dissipated. Kill Marine Admiral Akainu Sarkozy and gain 830,000 experience points. Accompanied by the traditional reminder sound ringing in Lin Mu's ear, it also announced the death of Akainu. Of course, Akainu's experience is not only 830,000 points. After all, Akainu's experience is the highest among the 5 marine powers. It's just because when Lin Mu and Akainu fought, Akainu was seriously injured because of the fight with Whitebeard. The experience has dropped to 830,000. After Akainu's death, the magma left by the dissolution of his body was mixed with the earth and stone melted by the purple fire on Marine Fodor, forming a large piece of magma, which could not be divided at all. The earth and stone buildings above. After all, the magma itself is the king stone that was dissolved by high temperature. At this moment, under the scorching of the purple fire, a quarter of the Marine Fodor has been covered with magma, all the buildings have collapsed and dissolved, and the shadow that belongs to naval headquarters is no longer enough. Moreover, this purple fire continues to spread over a wider area on Marine Fodor. It is conceivable that the entire Marine Fodor will be covered in a short time. Let the entire island be covered with purple flames and burn, let all the buildings and everything be dissolved. What is even more terrifying is that the dissolution of earth, stone, and sand into magma flow is not their end. Even if it becomes magma, everything is still being burned by purple fire. A fire with roots, once contaminated, will not burn out, the flame will not go out. If you let this purple fire continue to burn, it won't take long for the entire Marine Fodor to disappear directly into this world, completely no longer exist. This is the power of purple fire, the power to make an island disappear directly. Once upon a time, Lin Mu yearned for the ability of the 3 admiral to change nature. In the original book, the decisive battle between Akainu and King Z caused Punk Hazard to turn into a hell of flames, and generally into a world of ice and snow. Of course, this cannot happen now, because Akainu is dead. However, Lin Mu no longer yearns for that ability, because he already has this power, and it is even stronger and more terrifying. Akainu and King Z just changed the climate of an island, but today's Lin Mu can easily destroy an island and completely erase the traces of its existence. This ability is like a miracle. The purple flames spread over Marine Fodor, and the burning became more and more intense, and soon it had reached the point where it was impossible to stop it, and the complete disappearance of naval headquarters was inevitable. 0 flowers. For Marine, the only thing that is fortunate at this moment is that most of the Marines have been evacuated in advance. If not, then this result is unimaginable, and Marine is really completely perished. Lin Mu looked at the bear in front of Lu again after Marine Fodor glanced at him one last time. After all, even if an island burns down, it can't provide any benefit to Lin Mu, but it can be different. That's more than 700,000 experience points. This time, Lin Mu didn't try to shoot the purple fire again. After all, it was too flexible, and the purple flame of the catapult couldn't touch the bear's body at all. Therefore, Lin Mu can only choose to fight with Neng. As long as his palm can touch the bear's body, then the purple flame can be directly transmitted to the bear's body. Once stained with purple fire, the battle is over for Lin Mu. In between, Lin Mu's figure flashed, the speed of quicksilver and teleportation were activated at the same time, and he rushed towards the bear. When the bear's palm shook, a stream of highly compressed air completely wrapped its body, producing an effect almost like space transfer. If Lin Mu can fully inherit the teleportation ability of Nightcrawler, then it is no worse than the bear, but unfortunately his teleportation ability has not been fully developed, so the space transfer is still slightly compared to the bear. No, it's hard to keep up with the speed of the bear. Unable to fit, Lin Mu can only choose another way. With a flash of eyes, Lin Mu charged at the bear again, but this time his purpose was not to put his palm on the bear's body, because that was really unlikely. Lin Mu's purpose this time is to shoot the purple fire bullet at the bear's body after getting close to the bear's body infinitely. Finally, after dozens of teleport chases, Lin Mu was less than half a meter away from the bear's position for the first time. At this moment, a purple flame that had been ready to go out long ago shot a hook from Lin Mu's finger, and went straight to the huge body of the bear, with a speed like a flash of lightning. Yi. Chapter 208. When Lin Mu was less than half a meter away from Xiang's huge body, the purple fire at his fingertips shot out at an extremely fast speed. This was the best chance Lin Mu could find, and it seemed that it was too late to hide. But at this moment, the bear's palm was waving and slapped directly at the purple flame. Snapped. With a soft sound like a soap bubble bursting. The purple flame instantly disappeared from Lin Mu and Xiang's bodies, and they were photographed somewhere. Then I saw the bear's figure flashing and retreating dozens of meters, once again pulling away from Lin Mu. Seeing this scene in front of him, Lin Mu's child opened his eyes slightly, and his eyes were dull, and then he couldn't help but scolded, "FK." At this moment, in the heart of Lin Mu's 370s, it seems like thousands of grass and mud horses are galloping past, trampling the flat prairie in Lin Mu's heart. And when Lin Mu looked at the koala again, it was more like looking at a freak. He never thought that his purple fire would be blown away by the bear. Once the purple fire is contaminated, it is indeed immortal, but if it is shot before it is contaminated, it will have no effect or effect at all. After staring at the bear for a long time, Lin Mu had to accept the reality in front of him, and muttered helplessly, "The meatball fruit, as expected of the devil fruit with the superhuman factor, is really annoying. This attack power is not for the time being. Mention, life-saving kung fu is definitely number 1 in the world. The speed is fast and the teleportation is average, and it can bounce most attacks away, and even the fatigue and injuries in the body can be hooked. This seems to be one of the most powerful devil fruits." Looking at the expressionless bear not far away, Lin Mu's brows couldn't help frowning. He had long guessed that the bear was difficult to deal with, but he did not expect that the bear would be so difficult to deal with. At least for now, it seems that he has absolutely no ability to kill a bear. Unless he can obtain more powerful abilities in the future, it is basically impossible to kill a bear. After understanding this, Lin Mu stopped looking at him even once, but set his sights on King Z. After several releases and consumptions, there was only a little bit of purple flame left in Lin Mu's body at the moment, which was only enough for one release. It would be too wasteful to use it on those vice admirals, so he chose it directly. Youthful. In a flash, Lin Mu left Xiang and ignored him, and came directly to Xiao King Z. After Akainu's death, King Z's attention has been on Lin Mu. After all, Lin Mu is the only enemy left here. Who else can you stare at without staring at Lin Mu? Therefore, King Z also discovered Lin Mu's target at the first time, and immediately made a defensive action when he was shocked. I saw King Z lift up his hand-painted hands, and a large number of thick ice walls blocked him, protecting the body perfectly inside. After watching it for so long, King Z also discovered the way to deal with Lin Mu's purple fire, that is, don't let Lin Mu get close, and don't give Lin Mu a chance to project the purple fire from a distance. And the rhythm of this ice wall satisfies these two conditions at the same time. Seeing the rhythm of the ice wall, Lin Mu frowned, and then the red light in his eyes became bright, and a crimson high-energy ray shot out directly from his eyes, hitting the ice wall in front of King Z. The high-energy ray itself has extremely high penetrating power, and contains extremely high energy. It is easy to deal with its juvenile ice wall. In an instant, the ice wall between King Z and Lin Mu collapsed, and Lin Mu took advantage of the opportunity to teleport to approach King Z. Although an ice wall was lying on the ground again, the distance between Lin Mu and King Z was already quite close. High-energy rays appeared again, the ice wall shattered, Lin Mu teleported. In this way, the distance between Lin Mu and King Z is getting closer and closer, and it won't take long before they can get close to King Z. By that time, King Z will definitely die. Just as water is the nemesis of sand, so fire is the nemesis of ice. King Z's elementalization has no way to resist the fire's attack. So as long as Lin Mu gets close, King Z will no longer have any resistance. 0. King Z himself had obviously discovered this, and after seeing Lin Mu getting closer and closer, he frowned and sighed, and could only shout at Xiang, "Bear, look at you." After the voice fell, Qing Ji jumped up, a huge ice cube appeared under his feet, and then smashed into the sea along with the ice cube, creating a crack in the sea. But just as the sea was about to engulf it, King Z spit out 4 words, "Ice Age." Immediately afterwards, the sea area around King Z was directly frozen, and her body was frozen in it, and she evaded Lin Mu's attack in turn. But this time, King Z's freezing range was only about 200 meters, and he obviously didn't want to freeze the vice admirals who were soaked in the water. However, 200 meters was enough. After all, in the sea, unless Lin Mu could dry the sea, the ice around King Z would not be less than an inch. And the 200-meter range was only for Lin Mu to be unable to determine the exact location of his body. King Z's actions made Lin Mu completely lose hope of killing King Z, and Kizura didn't know where to go for a long time. At this moment on the battlefield, the only ones with more experience points were the ones with more experience. One can be left. However, to Lin Mu, Xiangju 5.7 is the most difficult person to kill in the world. By this time, Lin Mu could only sigh deeply. It is not without reason that these people can stand at the top of the world. Compared to their attack power and destructive power, King Z, Kizuru, and Xiang may not be the opponents of Whitebeard or Akainu together, but compared to their life-saving ability, these 3 are much stronger. It seems that devil fruits are also very balanced. Fruits with top attack ability will not be top in life-saving ability, and vice versa. After bowing his head and muttering, Lin Mu's eyes locked on those vice admirals. Since King Z and Xiang can't handle it, they can only use these vice admiral to operate. After all, the combined experience of a dozen or so is worth an admiral. Chapter 209. Lin Mu's idea is very simple, that is, the experience gained from admiral will be supplemented by vice admiral, and besides, isn't there a garp? It is obviously not Lin Mu's style to leave without collecting all the experience that can be collected. After the bear who was far away saw Lin Mu's gaze, he suddenly let out a sigh from his silent mouth, as if he had made a decision, and then stretched out his palm to take a look. Immediately afterwards, the bear's body moved directly in front of Lin Mu through space, blocking Lin Mu's sight. The sudden hook of the bear made Lin Mu frown, but he was not too jealous. Just like he had no way to take the bear, in fact, there was no way to take him. Before the Warring States period and Stoloberg were rescued by the bear, it was only because Lin Mu forgot about this, and then let the bear seize the opportunity. And now if Lin Mu is more cautious, Xiang has no chance to save people from him, at best he can only shoot the others when he kills one of them 10. However, the most important thing is that those vice admiral are hiding in the water at the moment. Even if the bear wants to shoot it, it will take a lot of work, so even then Lin Mu can at least take half of the vice admiral, which is acceptable. Therefore, Lin Mu didn't talk to Xiang anymore, and was ready to go directly over and kill those vice admiral. But at this moment, a scene that surprised Lin Mu appeared, because the bear actually moved to his side in a space. In the previous battle, it was Lin Mu who could attack and retreat. Lin Mu was always the one who took the initiative to attack, while the bear was constantly dodging. Because no matter from which aspect, Lin Mu is in the absolute dominant position in the battle. But now, Xiang actually took the initiative to hit him, which surprised Lin Mu very much. However, despite the accident, the movements of Lin Mu's subordinates did not stop at all. Since Neng Yuan has already rushed up, then Lin Mu doesn't mind playing with the bear again. When the next finger is stretched towards the bear's body, as long as his finger touches the bear's body, then the purple fire will inevitably be stained on the bear's body. Facing the finger pointed by Lin Mu, Xiang did not dodge this time, but directly waved his hand to pat Lin Mu, as if he wanted to slap Lin Mu away. Lin Mu's eyes flashed when he saw this, his fingers were slightly inclined, and he aimed directly at the palm that the bear slapped. If the bear wants to blow him away, he must touch Lin Mu, and once he touches Lin Mu, the purple fire in Lin Mu's hand can burn the bear's body. At this moment, both Lin Mu and Neng have their own plans in their hearts, so neither of them has any evasion. Snapped. When the bear's palm and Lin Mu's fingers met, there was only a light sound, and Lin Mu's figure disappeared completely, and I don't know where it flew. At the same time, purple flames suddenly rose from the palm of the bear, and spread towards the bear's body at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Xiang hardly hesitated, and opened his mouth. A bright yellow laser beam hit his shoulder directly. In a boom explosion, the bear's arm was broken shoulder to shoulder and was blasted far away. The strong man broke his wrist to save himself. In order to prevent the purple fire from burning himself, Xiang used the same method as the ghost spider, separating his entire arm from his body and saving his life at the cost of losing one arm. What was different from ordinary people was that after the bear's shoulder was blasted, there was not much blood flowing inside. From the cross-section, it would be found that the internal structure of the bear's body was completely different from that of ordinary people. It is neither the flesh and blood of ordinary people, nor is it completely constructed from instruments, but a strange organization formed by mixing the two. After confirming that Lin Mu's figure had completely disappeared, King Zi, who had frozen himself, began to rhyme again, and those vice-admiral also crawled out of the sea with lingering fears. They knew very well in their hearts that if the bear had not stopped Lin Mu just now, few of them would have survived. Therefore, after going ashore at this moment, the eyes of several people looking at Neng are full of gratitude. This time, thank you very much, Xiang. King Zi sighed and muttered as he looked at Malin Fodor, who had shrunk in a circle under the burning purple fire in the distance. Facing King Zi's gratitude, Xiang's face still showed no expression, and he didn't say a word. The rescue of the Straw Hats and Revolutionary Army cotters on the battlefield will definitely have a lot of influence on him, and now doing so is just to regain the trust of Marine and the government. In this war, the losses suffered by Marine have been completely beyond the acceptable range. Not only did the 100,000 elites go to 78 out of 10, but even the top combat powers experienced relatively large casualties. Naval headquarters was also completely destroyed. Marine was completely defeated in this war, the Impel Down was also broken from the inside, and a large number of legendary police pirates escaped from the Impel Down prison. Under this situation, Marine will be in a very difficult situation. I will go to Marie Joyce immediately, report the war to the government, and ask Dr. Bergapon to reinstall an arm for you. You go with me, Bear. Not to mention how Marine's remnants of the former naval headquarters will deal with the subsequent situation. Lin Mu felt his body was devastated by an inexplicable strange force after he had contact with the bear's palm, and only had time to release a trace of purple fire. Surrounded. This strange force does not have any lethality or destructive power, but it is enough to imprison Lin Mu and make him unable to move, as if it came from the original rules of the world plane. However, this kind of confinement only lasted for a short period of time and then completely dissipated, and when this strange force dissipated, Lin Mu found that he had been photographed by a bear. This is a luxuriant virgin jungle, almost every tree is over 100 meters high, even if a giant comes to this forest, it is difficult to show up. When Lin Mu saw this, he teleported hundreds of meters above the sky, and then stood at a high altitude and looked around, but as far as he could see, there were all green mountains and forests that stretched as far as the eye could see. Chapter 210. The expanse of this dense jungle has completely exceeded Lin Mu's expectations, and it can't be seen at a glance. You must know that Lin Mu's eyesight is much stronger than that of ordinary people today, and he can clearly see the legs of flies that fly dozens of meters away. But even so, he still can't see the edge of this forest, which Lin Mu has rarely encountered since he came to the world of pirates. The only time I've encountered it other than now is at Alabasta, where the desert is truly endless. Could it be that I was shot by a bear and flew to an island the size of Alabasta? Lin Mu shook his head and murmured, I don't know where it is, and it doesn't look like there is anything in this primitive jungle. It looks like it's inhabited, but it looks like I have to leave this forest first to figure this out. Before going to participate in the war on the top, Lin Mu had asked Robin Bonnie to leave Sabayatti archipelago with Squeak, and waited for him in the previously negotiated location. After all, after doing that kind of thing on the top of the war, if Robin Bonnie shows up again, I am afraid it will be the first target of the government's blow. And now that the war is over, Lin Mu is eager to go to that hiding place, first of all, to keep Robin Bonnie and Kikai from worrying, and secondly, to be afraid of long nights. After all, no place in this world is truly safe. If Robin and the others, it would be bad if it was discovered early. There is no phone bug on Lin Mu now, so he can't contact Robin and the others, so he can only go as soon as possible. After looking up at the sun hanging high in the sky, Lin Mu randomly chose a direction and started teleporting forward. After the upgrade of the war on the top, Lin Mu's teleportation distance also increased greatly, reaching the distance of 5 brown rice each time. If he really wants to move forward, the speed is also extremely fast. But after walking for a while, Lin Mu's figure suddenly stopped, and his complexion changed slightly, because it was just between the distance of 5 brown rice that he just passed, and his spider sense had already discovered the genus pole. For the powerful breath of life. This made Lin Mu very curious, what exactly is hidden in this dense forest? After muttering a word, Lin Mu's figure disappeared immediately, plunged into the dense forest below, and left with a strong sense of life breath. Because the field of vision is blocked by the dense forest, Lin Mu cannot use teleport to make a long-distance dash in the dense forest, but when the speed of Quicksilver is activated, the speed is not much slower than that of teleport. In an instant, Lin Mu came to his destination, in front of a monster exuding a powerful breath of life. Lin Mu was also slightly in a daze when he looked at the huge reptile with a height of more than 10 meters in front of him. He could feel that the huge reptile in front of him was full of vigor and blood, and should have good combat power, but the reason why Lin Mu was in a daze was not because of this, but because the number above the head of this seemingly powerful life was unexpectedly high. Is 0. This is a neutral creature. Lin Mu was a little hard to accept. Since he came to the world of pirates, except for the inexperienced civilians who are helpless, other creatures, even a dog, are more or less ignorant. Have some experience. And the more powerful the creature, the more experience it has almost become common sense. But at this moment, this common sense is broken, because this seemingly strong creature has no experience at all. Out of curiosity, Lin Mu's figure flashed directly in front of the giant reptile, and then punched the giant creature's head. How powerful is Lin Mu's punch now? That can directly hit Marine Admiral, and directly hit Little Oz, who is bigger than a giant. Boom! With a loud bang, Lin Mu's fist smashed directly on the head of this huge reptile, and the aftermath of the impact even spread dozens of meters away, causing the soil and rocks to scatter and sway the branches and leaves, causing a great movement. However, the scene that left Lin Mu stunned immediately happened, because the huge reptile didn't appear to be injured under the bombardment of Lin Mu's punch, it just shook its head. And more importantly, after shaking its head, this huge reptile continued to do what it was doing before, without even looking at Lin Mu, as if it had never been attacked at all. This made Lin Mu feel a chill in his heart. His biggest advantage in the pirate world is not his various abilities, but his foresight of people and things in the whole pirate world. Aspect is an important reason for light. But at this moment, he was accidentally photographed by a bear in a magical and unheard of place. The endless jungle, the giant creatures with strong defenses and no response to attacks and outsiders. This is an indescribable strangeness. What made Lin Mu's heart palpitate even more was that the aura that was like this strange creature in front of him was only within his current sensing range, and there were still 3 things. In other words, this kind of creature exists widely in this dense forest. If we refer to the vastness of this dense forest, the number of such creatures in front of us can really be said to be numerous. This place is a little weird everywhere. Although these powerful, creatures don't seem to have any aggressiveness, but this is not the time to investigate them. I'd better find Robin and Perona first, and then come back to investigate whether there is anything in this place. What a weird thing. 99. After that, Lin Mu ignored the powerful life aura he sensed. Instead, he teleported to the sky above the dense forest, and then the flames spewed from his body, turning into a meteor and flying into the distance. After nearly an hour, Lin Mu finally flew out of the range of the dense forest and saw the villages and towns gradually appearing in front of him. Lin Mu also saw the size of the island out of curiosity, because even now it has already flown out. In the dense forest, he still did not see where the edge of the island was. After reaching the sky above a town, the fire on Lin Mu's body disappeared instantly, and then his body flashed, and he teleported directly into the town. Chapter 211. After Lin Mu sneaked into the town, in order to avoid being recognized and causing riots, he first stole a suit of clothes and changed his face. A big cloak covered his entire face. If not very familiar, it's impossible for people to recognize it. In a town, the easiest place to inquire about news is naturally a tavern, so Lin Mu also came directly to the tavern, and sat at the bar and started chatting with the tavern owner, inquiring about the information he wanted to know by the way. And after figuring out where he is now, Lin Mu's eyes hidden under the cloak couldn't help but stare at the boss. You mean, this is the Terracotta Continent? Yes. The tavern owner nodded, looked curiously at the customer in front of him who couldn't see his face at all, and then said with pride, "Haha, you should be from other come here, the land where you are now belongs to the Great Grand Duchy of Clayson." The Grand Duchy of Larson. Lin Mu murmured. It was the first time he heard the name 373, and naturally he couldn't understand the origin of the pride in the tavern owner's tone in front of him. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Mu asked again, "Do you have a map here, or do you know where there is a map?" "The bigger the better." The owner of the tavern said cheerfully, "Take the third intersection in front of Jimen and turn left. After more than 100 meters ahead, you can see a shop that sells maps. Old Chasen even has maps of the world. You can go check it out." After leaving the tavern, Lin Mu walked towards the map shop step by step, observing the surrounding customs. Since he came to Pirate World, he has been swimming in the sea, and he has never been on the Terracotta Continent. At this moment, he was shot by a bear and came here by accident. Lin Mu is actually very curious about this continent. In fact, in terms of area, the Kitu continent is much larger than the Grand Line. Among the more than 170 countries that join the world government, most of them are located on the Kitu continent. Because there are actually very few of you on the Grand Line, because most of the islands do not have the possibility of forming a country because of their size. Compared with the number of countries and population, the Terracotta Continent is completely out of the world and the Grand Line. If it wasn't because he was in a hurry to see Robin and the others, Lin Mu wanted to have a good time on the Terracotta Continent. He was very curious about this continent. The population is so much ahead of the Four Seas and the Grand Line. From a probability point of view, the number of strong people should also be more. Soon, Lin Mu came to the map shop mentioned by the tavern owner. The shop was dilapidated and in disrepair. He knew that there would not be many customers on weekdays. After all, land is different from sea. Although there are many people, most of them are settled somewhere, and the mobility is not large, so the demand for things like maps is naturally much less. In the shop, there was only an old man with white hair and teeth that were about to fall out. "It should be the old Chasen," that the bar owner said. Old Chasen was obviously very happy to see the arrival of the customers, and excitedly introduced various maps in his shop to Lin Mu. And Lin Mu was not polite, and directly stated his request to old Chasen, asking for the most detailed map here. But just when he was about to pay, Lin Mu remembered that he had no money, so he could only give up the plan to buy it, but picked up the map and watched it carefully, recorded the approximate direction in his heart, and then he turned around and walked out of the map shop. Lin Mu doesn't need such a detailed map, all he needs to know is where he is now and the direction he should travel to get to his destination. Knowing these 2 points is enough for him. Old Chasen saw that a guest finally came, but he was still a master who only watched but not bought. He suddenly felt that he was completely happy before, and even looked at Lin Mu with a little dissatisfaction in his eyes. And morning. But suddenly, old Chasen took a deep breath and stayed in his shop. Because he saw that Lin Mu's body was engulfed by the flames with a whoosh sound, and then he directly lifted off into the sky and flew at a high speed. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a red dot and disappeared above the open air. In the first half of the Grand Line, there is a small uninhabited island more than 100 kilometers away from Sabayatti archipelago. The location of the island is very secret, and none of the 7 magnetic lines of force extending from Upside Down Mountain will pass through the island, so there are very few visitors here, and even the seagulls delivering newspapers will not fly over here. But at this moment, on the coast of this uninhabited island, a pirate ship is docked, and on the deck of the pirate ship, Robin, Perona, and Bonnie are all standing here, and the faces of the 3 women are all a little worried. Since they left Sabayatti archipelago and came here, they have cut off contact with the outside world. Obviously, they still don't know the outcome of the war, and they are worried about Lin Mu's comfort. On the contrary, Chi-Chi, who was jumping around on Bonnie and Perona's heads, looked heartless and had a lot of fun. That BD can't have an affair, right? After all, there is a war between Marine and Whitebeard. I'm afraid that if you're not careful, you'll lose your life. Perona asked quietly, propping her head on her arms. Bonnie murmured slightly after hearing the sound, it should be fine, Lin is very powerful. Yes, Lin's strength is not weaker than that of Admiral. Although that kind of war is very tragic, it is difficult for Admiral-level combat power to die, and Lin's role as 7 warlords of the sea is not this time. The main force of the war is just to help Marine support the scene. 33. With a smile on Robin's face, he said to Perona and Bonnie in front of him. When Perona and Bonnie heard Robin's words, they were relieved a lot when they thought about Lin Mu's great strength before. While heaving a sigh of relief, Perona, who was a little nervous, even played with Kikai, and Bonnie also lifted a roasted pork hind leg from the side, held it in his hand and sprayed it directly. Chapter 212. Looking at the relaxed Perona and Bonnie, Robin sighed in his heart, walked to the side of the boat and looked at the distant sky, his eyes were full of worry. If Lin Mu really just went to help Robin, he wouldn't worry, but Robin was very clear about Lin Mu's purpose. Lin Mu going to the top of the war is not just to help out, but to do a big thing that will shock the world. At that time, on the battlefield, almost everyone will be Lin Mu's enemies. At the same time, in the face of so many powerful beings, can Lin Mu really survive? Robin's heart is very uncertain, so she can only keep praying, comforting herself when she comforts Perona and Bonnie who don't know it. By the way, the war has already ended, but why haven't you returned? Robin murmured in a low voice, a long time has passed since the war started on the top, and the war should be over. And here is not too far from naval headquarters, Lin Mu should have returned long ago, but Lin Mu's figure has not appeared for a long time, which is also the reason for her anxiety. Robin has already made a decision in her heart, if Lin Mu still doesn't come back after half an hour, she will leave here to inquire about the result of the war on the top. The long wait is really a frantic torture. But at this moment, a small red dot in the distant sky suddenly lay in Robin's field of vision. The sight of the little red dot made Robin stunned for a moment, then as if he had remembered something, his eyes immediately flashed with excited joy. The red dot zoomed in at a very fast speed in Robin's field of vision. When it was the size of a soybean, the red dot was instantly, and then a figure lay in front of Robin's eyes. Seeing Lin Mu, who had been caring for him, appeared in front of him intact, Robin breathed a sigh of relief, but jumped into Lin Mu's arms with excitement, and hugged Lin Mu tightly, as if he was afraid of one. Let go of Lin Mu and disappear. Lin Mu was slightly taken aback after being hugged by Robin, but after a little thought, he understood the reason, so he reached out and stroked Robin's back a few times. Don't worry, I can escape even if it is in danger, not to mention, there are almost no people in this world who can put me at risk. Robin's head pressed against Lin Mu's chest and nodded, but he didn't mean to let go of Lin Mu's hands, leaving Lin Mu's face with a helpless smile. As for Perona and Bonnie on the side, they also discovered Lin Mu's return at the first time, and they both breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Lin Mu was not injured. But after seeing that Robin was not imported in Lin Mu's arms, Perona was a little better, and Bonnie's eyes were full of sorrow. In a hurry, Bonnie threw out the pig's hind legs that he was willing to half of, and cursed in his heart that the pig's hind legs were distracting her attention, otherwise the first one who jumped into Lin Mu's arms would have been she is right. It's a pity that Robin has taken the lead in Lin Mu's arms, so she can only watch it with envy and jealousy. This pig's hind legs are the culprit. As for Kikai, I don't care so much. Seeing Lin Mu appear, he jumped up from the top of Perona's head and rushed towards Lin Mu, and then his four claws hugged Lin Mu's head tightly, and he was very close to him. Lin Mu expressed his happiness with a kiss on the forehead. A few days later, on an uninhabited island, Lin Mu, Robin, and Perona stood side by side, seeing off the pirate ship that was drifting away in the distance. After a few days apart, Bonnie still started her journey as a pirate, and Lin Mu has no plans to enter the New World for the time being, so the two groups can only be separated. Today's naval headquarters has been destroyed, and 9 out of 10 marine elites have died, which can be said to be severely damaged. The control of the world government in the Grand Line has been reduced to a very low level for a while, and the big escape incident of Impel Down has caused a large number of pirates to escape. Coupled with the disintegration of the Whitebeard pirate and the rise of Blackbeard, this level of confusion has deepened. Zero seeking flowers. For Lin Mu, the experience that ordinary pirates or marines can provide is no longer attractive to him, and only those top combat powers can continue to attract Lin Mu anglers. Unless those ordinary pirate marines can gather together like when they were on top of the war, and let Lin Mu burn tens of thousands to death, it would be more or less the same. But such an opportunity is clearly elusive, at least not until Marine recovers. What Lin Mu has to do now is to let this chaotic sea develop by itself. What he did when he was on top of the war would inevitably make the whole world feel enormous pressure. And this kind of pressure will also make Marine and pirates grow faster. More importantly, Lin Mu has opened the door of Impel Down and planted seeds on this sea. The chaotic and high-pressure environment is more conducive to the growth of those seeds. When the growth is complete, he will harvest them. When Marine recovers and the pirates are killing each other and growing, Lin Mu is a rare leisure time to relax and accompany Robin to play around. After all, he now has the ability to fight without fear of anyone, and the desire to become stronger is not as strong as it used to be in Lin Mu's heart. After fighting and killing for so long, it is time to enjoy the comfortable life brought by power. However, before taking Kikai, Robin and the others to enjoy life, Lin Mu still has one very important thing to do, and that is to open his own treasure box. In the war on the top, he burned more than 5 million experience and directly upgraded, and now the treasure chests obtained by upgrading have not had time to open. After letting Robin and the others wait for a while, Lin Mu teleported to a place where no one would disturb him, and after lying down in a comfortable position, he continued, "I choose the genetic treasure chest." After Lin Mu finished speaking, an exquisite treasure chest phantom suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the shadow of the treasure chest slowly opened in front of Lin Mu. Yi. Chapter 213. 2.13 million Magneto. Please customize. After Lin Mu made a decision, a treasure chest phantom appeared in the void in front of him. After the phantom hook appeared, it slowly opened within a few seconds, and then a white light flew from it. Hook. After the white light paused in the air for a while, it rushed directly into Lin Mu's body. Lin Mu has experienced this situation several times, so there is no tension at this moment. After the white light entered the body, the expected pain immediately began to come from every cell in Lin Mu's body, making Lin Mu feel the most painful torture in the world. Every single cell seemed to swell and burst, and that kind of pain was simply beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, and it was almost the same as the pain of being burned by purple fire. If it weren't for the genes and several experiences that Sanchi-san Lin Mu has, he could have survived this kind of pain. This also shows how firm Lin Mu's mental willpower is at the moment. 30 seconds passed by in an instant. Although these 30 seconds were infinitely magnified under the intense pain, Lin Mu still survived without any pressure. After the 30 seconds of pain ended, the new gene was completely integrated with the old gene in Lin Mu's body, and the information about the new gene entered Lin Mu's mind immediately. And after getting this information, Lin Mu's eyes could not help flashing a light and information. What he is most afraid of is trying his best to get a useless gene, but now this worry can be put down completely, because he has obtained a very tyrannical gene, that is the gene of Magneto. The simplest application of Magneto's ability is to manipulate the magnetic force and control the metal. The maximum ability he can manipulate at one time has no upper limit according to the current knowledge. In the original work, he has moved large planets many times and let 30,000 people without pressure. Ton nuclear submarine floats. The most terrifying thing is that Magneto's control of magnetic force can be extended to the atomic level police. Within this range, atoms are bound together by electromagnetic force. That is to say, Magneto's abilities allow him to manipulate chemical structures and even transform matter. In addition, Magneto can also use his ability to generate powerful electromagnetic pulses, creating a force field that isolates matter and energy. This force field is strong enough to withstand the blow of several thermonuclear weapons. Field surrounds are mostly immune to damage and can therefore survive the cosmic vacuum. Others, such as achieving invisibility by bending the visible light around him, strengthening his own body with magnetism to increase strength and endurance even beyond the limits of human beings. These are enough to prove the terrible ability of Magneto, and this is not all. If Lin Mu can develop the electromagnetic force more deeply, maybe he can also develop other more terrible abilities. Just like flame and power, there will be no upper limit to the control of electromagnetic force. Of course, the current Lin Mu has just obtained this ability, and the application degree is naturally not as good as the Magneto who has been immersed in the original book for many years, such as transforming matter by affecting the electromagnetic force between atoms, which requires extremely in-depth research. After it can be done, it is even said that the visible light of the curved cat achieves the purpose of invisibility. Lin Mu will definitely be out of action in a short time. After a few minutes when the body was unable to move after acquiring the new gene, when Lin Mu regained control over his body, Lin Mu's mind moved, and his body was suspended directly. Without the help of constant teleportation, without the help of flame jets, Lin Mu was suspended in the air for the first time, as if there was some strange force supporting his body. Lin Mu knows very well that this force is the magnetic field. At this moment, Lin Mu is suspended in the air, and he is trying to continuously manipulate the magnetic field and electromagnetic force, but he can only perform macroscopic manipulation on a large scale at this moment, that is, he stays in the primary application of electromagnetic force and magnetic field. More sophisticated and subtle operations are completely impossible now. 0. This is not because his level is not enough, it is just because he is not skilled enough and has not found a way. As long as he keeps practicing and exploring, more subtle and deep applications will be mastered by Lin Mu sooner or later. It's just that it will definitely take a lot of time to concentrate on practicing. Fortunately, Lin Mu is planning to rest for a while, and he can use this time to study Magneto's abilities. Lin Mu's body was suspended in mid-air, looking at his palm and feeling the electromagnetic force around him. His eyes fluctuated several times and then he muttered, "I originally wanted to open the treasure chest and took Robin and the others directly to find it. A place to hide and take a good rest for a while, but I didn't expect to get such a powerful ability, so that long-planned thing can also be done directly." As early as when he was stationed in Sabayatti archipelago before, Lin Mu went deep into the Fishman Island under the sea, and in the process of going deep into the Fishman Island, Lin Mu once saw large animals living here under the deep sea. Poseidon class. Almost every one of these large Poseidon classes has about 100,000 experiences, so it can be said that Lin Mu is very familiar, and almost every one of them is equivalent to a vice admiral. However, these Poseidons are thick and fleshy, and they are located in the deep sea bed, and Lin Mu's 5.7 ability is limited under the sea, so there is no way to take these giant Poseidons. But now the situation is completely different, because Lin Mu's newly acquired ability belonging to Magneto will not be weakened in the slightest under the sea, so he can deal with these deep-sea monsters very easily. After hesitating for a while, Lin Mu made a decision in his heart. Before disappearing, he would go under the deep sea to gain experience. He now has more than 6 million experience, and he still needs less than 4 million to upgrade. If he is lucky enough to find enough giant Poseidons, it is not impossible to upgrade to another level. It seems that Robin and the others have to wait for me here for a while longer. Looking at the sea in the distance, Lin Mu murmured. Chapter 214. Sabayatti Archipelago. There are a large number of pirates gathered here at this moment, and many of them have just escaped from Impelton. At this time, the top war has ended, and what Lin Mu did in the top war has spread all over the world, and everyone who heard it was shocked and speechless. Killed Whitebeard, killed Joes, killed Ace, killed Little Oz, killed dozens of New World captains, burned tens of thousands of pirates with one fire. Marine made the war unsustainable, even in the Whitebeard pirates after the remnants of the defeated generals were rescued by Krisi in the Four Emperors, they fought against Marine alone. Although there is no hook on what happened next, the whole world knows the news that Marine Admiral Akainu was killed in battle and Naval Headquarters Marine Fodor disappeared completely, and who else can do such a thing? So although Marine and the government did not admit it now, everyone could guess the outcome of the final battle between Marine and Lin Mu, that is, Marine was defeated, and even 10 old nests were burned down by Lin Mu. Since then, whether it's pirates or Marines, or the royal families of the kingdoms on the Terracotta continent, the members and nobles of the world government, everyone's body trembled when they mentioned Lin Mu's name. Not to mention the police officer for the time being, the terrifying flames alone made people's heart palpitate, and everyone was afraid that Lin Mu would go to their den and set fire to it. There was absolutely no way to resist. Therefore, Lin Mu's reputation skyrocketed several times at an extremely fast rate in just one day. Originally, those who feared Lin Mu's reputation were the pirates and marines living at sea, but now even the kingdom forces living on the Terracotta continent began to fear Lin Mu. Because in a sense, Lin Mu can hit them far more than the pirates. The pirates were worried by Lin Mu that they drove a boat and hid in the boundless sea to avoid the limelight, but they, the kingdom forces living on land, could not escape the monks but not the temples. At this moment, on the Sabayatti archipelago, a large number of pirates gathered again, all heading towards entering the New World through the Fishmen Island on the bottom of the sea as soon as possible. After all, most of them belong to that sea area. In addition, Marine suffered heavy losses in the war on the top, and there is no time to care about them at this moment, so these pirates are now very arrogant and domineering, burning and looting on the Sabayatti archipelago, turning the originally peaceful island into chaos. The entire Sabayatti archipelago has almost become a lawless zone under the hands of these pirates. The residents of the island could only huddle in the corner, looking at this group of pirates who were doing all kinds of evil in front of them with hateful curses in their eyes. At the same time, there were still many people who were looking forward to a person's rhyme. "Mom, does that adult really know how to hook?" A little boy who was shivering in his mother's arms, looked at the pirates who were robbing everything in the distance, and asked with fear. Hearing this, the young mother hugged her child tighter, squeezed a smile and comforted, "It will definitely be. That adult once helped us drive away the pirates on the island and eliminated the dark forces in the lawless zone. Make the whole Sabayatti archipelago a peaceful place, haven't you forgotten?" After hearing his mother's words, the little boy seemed to have taken a cardiotonic, his body no longer trembled, and he nodded his head heavily. "Hey, I said, what are you two hiding? Let me out." At this moment, the two pirates suddenly found the mother and son hidden in the corner, and immediately waved the long knife in their hands and shouted, "I don't want to. If you die, just hand over all your valuables." The long knife in the pirate's hand flickered with cold light, which made the mother and son tremble in their hearts. Because she was worried about her child being injured, the mother could only remove all the gold and silver jewelry on her body, hoping that the pirate could put it away. Over their lives. But this mother obviously underestimated the evil degree of the two pirates in front of her. After receiving the gold and silver money, the two pirates did not leave, but looked at the young mother with strange expressions. "I said, where is your man?" a pirate asked fiercely, pressing a long knife against the young mother's neck. Facing the pirate's pressing question, the young mother did not dare not to answer, and there was a bit of grief in her voice. "Guhai encountered big storms and waves a few years ago, and never came back. It turned out to be a widow." The two pirates looked at each other, their expressions full of obscenity and filth. "It's a coincidence, our brothers just happened to lack a woman on the boat, and you happen to lack a man." 93. After speaking, the pirate directly stretched out his hand and grabbed the young mother, as if he wanted to grab a woman on the street. At this moment, the little boy stood up and stood in front of him. "You villains, that adult won't let you go. Boy, you're courting death, get out of here." The two pirates were very upset when they saw a little boy dared to stop them. They didn't care what the little boy said. They had just escaped from Impel Down. "Come out, I don't know a lot of things, so I don't know the previous connection between Lin Mu and Sabayatti Archipelago." Seeing that the little boy was still blocking the front, a trace of anger flashed in the eyes of these two pirates. They were not good-hearted, and at this moment, they raised the knife in their hands without hesitation and bent the little boy in front of them. "Chop off!" "Ah!" The young mother screamed when she saw this scene, and quickly protected her child with her body. However, after a few seconds, the knife in the pirate's hand has not yet fallen. The young mother raised her head in doubt, and the jar found that the long knife in the pirate's hand was gone, and the two pirates looked up at the sky with a bewildered expression. Out of curiosity, the mother and son also raised their heads, and found a scene that they will never forget for the rest of their lives. The long knives in the hands of the two pirates in front of them are flying higher and higher, and at the same time, countless knives are rising over the street. All the weapons in the hands of the pirates also seemed to have life, and they flew towards the sky independently, as if there was a strange force calling them. Chapter 215. As far as the eye can see, it is not only the street where the mother and son are located, and even more than this area. Above the entire Sabayatti archipelago, all the weapons of the pirates are released at the same time and fly over the sky. These weapons finally hovered in the mid-air 100 meters high, facing the area located in the center of Sabayatti archipelago, as if there was a mysterious force there that made them unable to worship. And at this moment, in the sky above the center of Sabayatti archipelago, Lin Mu's body is hovering again. After settling Robin, Perona, and Kikai, Lin Mu came to Sabayatti archipelago. He now has the ability of Magneto, but if he wants to enter the deep sea to kill those giant Poseidons, the ability alone is not enough. He also needs a weapon large enough to be able to deal damage to the giant Poseidon. And the purpose of Lin Mu coming to Sabayatti archipelago is to collect enough metal to make weapons big enough. But after coming to Sabayatti archipelago, Lin Mu saw a large number of pirates destroying everything on Sabayatti archipelago recklessly, which made Lin Mu very unhappy. Lin Mu never took the initiative to kill civilians, and he disliked those who took the initiative to kill civilians. And right now, these pirates are doing what Lin Mu doesn't like the most, and they are still on Lin Mu's territory. Although this Sabayatti archipelago is just what Lin Mu asked for from the world government in order to disrupt the situation, after the dark forces on the island were clarified, the islanders' respect and admiration for Lin Mu are still vivid in our minds. Now seeing the people who once bowed to him from a distance died under the pirate's butcher's knife, Lin Mu's face instantly turned cold. He was originally just here to capture metal-made weapons, but now, his purpose has changed. With a slight area of his fingers, a phone bug flew from Lin Mu's previous residence, and soon came to Lin Mu's hands. This small phone bug was connected to the Sabayatti archipelago. A few megaphone bugs. Bringing the phone bug to his lips, Lin Mu's voice was filled with a chilling murderous aura. It seems that many people have forgotten whose territory is here. After several megaphone bugs, Lin Mu's voice rang all over the Sabayatti archipelago in an instant. As soon as Lin Mu's voice appeared, the pirates on the Sabayatti archipelago who were in a state of love because their weapons flew into the sky came back to their senses. Most of the pirates looked suspicious. They had just run hooked from Impel down Impelton. Due to the lack of information, they didn't know that Sabayatti Archipelago was Lin Mu's territory not long ago, so they don't know who is talking at this moment. Who is it? Only a small number of pirates came to this island through the normal route. After hearing the sound, all of them were pale and trembling, and some of them were less timid and even knelt down with a pop. The ground trembled. When the residents of the island heard this sound, they seemed to have finally waited for a savior, and all of them had happy smiles on their faces. The adults are here, we are saved. As I said, Lord Troizen will not let his territory be invaded by these bastards. Mom, did you hear it? It's the voice of the grown-up, we met him in Bubble Park. The joy of the people made those uninformed pirates feel a little wrong, and many people responded, they seem to have engaged in a hornet's nest. However, they have no chance to regret at this moment. Because, in Lin Mu's heart, there is already a murderous intention. Lin Mu's mind moved, and his hands bent down and pressed down, and then the sword soldiers floating in the air began to fall at an extreme speed, and flew away with the sound of their original masters. However, these swordsmen and weapons did not return to their master's hands, but wanted to chop off their master's head and pierce their master's heart. Ah! 99. Damn it! This is the power of the devil. My weapon, why is it attacking me? Soon, the pirates above the Sabayatti archipelago heard a shrill scream. Everyone tried to avoid the attack of the weapons that fell from the sky, but they could not escape the first day of the new year, but not the 15th day. Even if you are lucky enough to avoid it once, you will be caught up and beheaded very quickly. 2. No one can escape. Even the prisoners from Impelton's 5th floor with a bounty of over 100 million could not survive this sword. Even if someone occasionally relies on the special fruit ability to invalidate the sword's attack, Lin Mu's body floating above the sky will flicker slightly, and teleport directly behind him to light a fire. Icho, kill the pirates and gain 230 experience points. Ding, kill pirates, get 150 experience points. Ding, kill the pirate captain and gain 5600 experience points. Ding, kill the pirate captain, get 8700 experience points. 29. Light. With the sound of a traditional reminder sound in Lin Mu's ear, fewer and fewer pirates could still stand on the Sabayatti archipelago, and all died under the sword controlled by Lin Mu. Only blood can make the world remember what to do and what not to do. It is impossible for Lin Mu to stay in the Sabayatti archipelago to guard here, so he must leave a deterrent here, so that no one dares to be presumptuous on this good Zhao island. In just 10 minutes, all the pirates who plundered on the island died at the hands of Lin Mu, while the few pirates who kept themselves safe were not attacked by Lin Mu. This is also Lin Mu's message to the whole world, that pirates can board the Sabayatti archipelago to coat the ship and go to the New World, but when you are on the Sabayatti archipelago, it is better to be a good citizen and be honest. After killing several unscrupulous pirates, Lin Mu's mind moved, and hundreds of knife handles were fused together, and the shape changed into a long metal chain. Then, under the control of Lin Mu, this metal chain strung the heads of pirates with more than 4,000 experience, and finally hung high on the red branches of the port of Sabayatti archipelago, fluttering in the wind. This is Lin Mu's deterrent to latecomers. Chapter 216. No amount of pain and blood will be forgotten by the sea sooner or later, and no amount of fear will fade away as time goes by. Only deterrence will last forever. This head strung with iron chains by Lin Mu is Lin Mu's deterrent to the latecomers. The owners of these heads are basically existences with a bounty of more than 5 hardships. Nearly 100 heads hang high at the entrance of the Sabayatti archipelago, and with Lin Mu's fierce name, they can completely cause damage to the pirates in the future. Enough deterrent. When I'm away, if there are pirates or other people doing bad things on the island, then remember their names and settle accounts together when I return. Lin Mu's voice spread throughout the island through the phone bug, making every inhabitant on the island very happy. They knew that they would not be attacked by any pirates for a long time to come. And all of this is because of the existence of Lin Mu, so at this moment every resident's heart is full of gratitude to Lin Mu. People will always remember in their hearts, often those who came to the rescue at the most critical moment. As for the pirates on the island who were specially spared by Lin Mu, they naturally heard Lin Mu's words 377, and while they were trembling in their hearts, they would naturally spread what happened today. And this is actually one of Lin Mu's purposes for letting them go, that is to spread fear and deterrence. After doing all this, Lin Mu gathered all the swordsmen he had captured, and then these swordsmen began to melt and change shape under Lin Mu's control. Soon, these swordsmen were completely fused together, and under the control of Lin Mu, they turned into a thick, 15-meter-long giant sword that was completely pitch black. After making this great sword, Lin Mu stood up straight as soon as he took a step. Immediately after that, the metal giant sword was under the control of Lin Mu, and the hook flew at a high speed, and Lin Mu stood on his jacket and fluttered like a cyclist flying with his sword. Under the deep sea, Lin Mu and the jet-black giant sword were suspended in the water at the same time, carefully searching for the movement of the surrounding giant Poseidon. After leaving Sabayatti archipelago, Lin Mu went directly under the deep sea. At this moment, his body also grew legs and fins because of Darwin's ability. Except for his skin color, he looked very similar to a murloc, but he was thin and handsome. Finding giant Poseidons in the deep sea is far more difficult than Lin Mu thought, because the distribution of these giant Poseidons is not dense, and can even be said to be very loose. Lin Mu has spent more than 10 minutes now, but still can't find a giant Poseidon. Occasionally encounters a Poseidon or a small pocket variety. The experience is not even 10,000, so Lin Mu can't even raise the desire to kill. Looks like I was lucky enough to meet a giant Poseidon last time. Lin Mu murmured while standing on top of the giant sword, but he didn't give up, and kept walking around looking for it. With your own goals. Finally, the hard work paid off. After a few minutes, Lin Mu suddenly sensed a powerful aura of life outside a few brown rice on the right, exactly the same as the giant Poseidon he had seen before. After a flash of joy flashed on his face, Lin Mu's figure flashed with the giant sword under his feet at the same time, and disappeared in place in an instant, appearing in front of the giant Poseidon across a distance of several brown rice. This Poseidon is fat, more than 100 meters long, with brown round Madara dots on its bright yellow skin, huge mouth full of sharp teeth, and its huge bite force can easily crush steel. After coming to this Poseidon class, Lin Mu didn't have any pause. The black giant sword under his feet moved directly at this huge Poseidon class. And the target, Bafh, is the best of this Poseidon class. The Poseidon class saw the 15-meter-long giant sword attacking itself, and a trace of disdain flashed in its huge eyes, because this giant sword is so huge for humans, it is similar to a chopstick. The huge giant opened slightly, and when the black sword flew to the edge, the giant Poseidon directly bit down, and the pitch-black giant sword was directly bitten into a pulp. Even metal is vulnerable in the mouth of this giant Poseidon. The black sword was bitten to pieces, but Lin Mu's expression did not change in the slightest, because this was completely in his plan. Lin Mu's palm pushed forward a little, and the metal that was about to be broken by the Poseidon species poured into the mouth of the Poseidon species again. Under the control of Lin Mu, all the metal entered in an instant. In the body of the Poseidon class. Seeing this scene, Lin Mu finally showed a smile in his corner. The toughness of these giant Poseidon-like exoskeletons was known to Lin Mu last time, and if he wanted to break through its defenses from the outside, the metal giant sword alone could not do it. However, in any creature, no matter how strong the body is, the internal organs are always the most vulnerable parts. Since the defense of this giant Poseidon cannot be breached from the outside, Lin Mu can only start from the inside. Although the metal giant sword has been shattered by the bite of the Poseidon, Lin Mu can completely control the metal giant sword to be reborn in the belly of the Poseidon. Lin Mu stretched his palm forward, hooked, and then slammed it. If anyone can see the inside of this giant Poseidon-like body at this moment, they will find that the shattered metal giant sword that was bitten by the Poseidon-like body has been reorganized into a sharper appearance along with Lin Mu's master. Lin Mu raised the palm of his hand, and the sharp long sword directly pierced the stomach of this giant Poseidon, and then stirred in its body under the control of Lin Mu. Roar! The big ZY of the Poseidon class opened and let out a shrill roar. The roar spread around through the vibration of water waves, and spread throughout the sea area with a range of tens of thousands of meters. But soon, the screams in the mouth of this Poseidon stopped because its heart had been smashed by Lin Mu's giant sword. Killing a giant Poseidon from the outside is a hassle, especially since Lin Mu doesn't have the right weapons these days, but it's much easier to do it from the inside. Kill the giant Poseidon class for 10,200 experience points. Chapter 217. After beheading the giant Poseidon class, Lin Mu controlled the black giant sword to come from the mouth of the Poseidon class, and then teleported away with the giant sword, because the blood of the Poseidon class had been scattered from all over the body. Hook, the surrounding sea water has become polluted. After teleporting, Lin Mu didn't go far. He also wanted to see if the Poseidon blood could attract other stronger predators. After all, the smell of blood in the sea water could travel far away. The result of the matter did not disappoint Lin Mu, but after 10 minutes, Lin Mu sensed a powerful life breath, and the giant Poseidon-like corpse was approaching quickly. After sensing the breath of life, Lin Mu didn't hesitate at all. He teleported twice in succession as soon as his mind moved, and lay directly in front of the breath of life in Xin Yungxian, blocking his way. This is a huge snake-shaped Poseidon, with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a body length that can't be seen at a glance. It is even bigger than the Sea King class that Lin Mu just killed. Of course, correspondingly, the experience of this snake-shaped Poseidon class is also much higher, reaching 123,000 difficulties. Because the size of human beings is too small compared to it, Lin Mu's hook now did not attract the attention of this giant Poseidon. For it, a little guy like Lin Mu can't even plug his teeth enough, and has no value at all. On the contrary, the giant Poseidon corpse several brown rice in front of it is a very rich meal for it, and if it is later, it may be snatched by other Poseidon species living in this sea area. Therefore, the snake-shaped Poseidon didn't even look at Lin Mu at all, but directly ignored the existence of Lin Mu, and charged with the corpse of the giant Poseidon, its long body twisting with an extremely fast speed. Travel speed. Seeing this, Lin Mu raised his eyebrows, and his figure flashed again and appeared directly on the path of the snake-shaped Poseidon. Then, he made a fist with one hand and slammed it forward, smashing the head of the snake-shaped Poseidon. Superior. Boom. How strong is Lin Mu? This punch directly and abruptly stopped the head of the snake-shaped Poseidon from moving forward, and its long body was still rushing forward because of inertia, and finally the huge snake body curled up together. Of course, the force is always mutual. Lin Mu has no point of focus in the sea water, so the body can't help being thrown backwards under the same huge recoil force. However, after only flying more than 10 meters, Lin Mu's body flickered, directly using teleportation to dissolve the momentum of his body, and stabilized his body again. Although Lin Mu's blow did not kill the snake-shaped Poseidon directly, it still managed to make him shake his head and look like he was beaten stupidly. And Lin Mu wouldn't give the snake-shaped Poseidon time to recover. I saw Lin Mu stretched his hands forward, and then pulled hard towards the periphery, and the huge sword hanging under his feet was directly split from it. Open and disperse into hundreds of slightly smaller long swords. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mu pushed forward with both hands, and the hundreds of smaller long swords seemed to form a rain of swords, shooting the snake-shaped Poseidon who were still in a daze. These hundreds of slightly smaller long swords are like hundreds of iron needles to the snake-shaped Poseidon. If it is normal, he only needs to swipe his tail lightly to resist these oncoming iron needles. However, at this moment, it was dazed and turned by Lin Mu's punch, and it didn't react at all, and actually let the hundreds of long swords come to it. The hundreds of long swords under the control of Lin Mu did not attack the snake-shaped Poseidon, but directly pierced through the ears, nostrils, eyes, and other vulnerable parts of the snake-shaped Poseidon, and then penetrate into its brain at a very fast speed. If you want to ask what part of the body is more fragile than the heart, the answer is undoubtedly the brain. And now, the brain of this serpentine Poseidon has turned into a pile of mud under the frenzied churning of hundreds of long swords. This snake-shaped Poseidon didn't even have time to let out a scream, and it died of anger. It was much worse than that one before it died. 0 for flowers. Ding, kill the giant Poseidon class to gain experience, 123,000 difficulties. After killing this snake-shaped Poseidon, Lin Mu did the same and made a lot of wounds on its body, letting its blood scattered along the ocean current, and continued to wait for the next prey to come to the door. In this way, Lin Mu killed 4 Poseidons in a row, and gained nearly 500,000 experience points. This also made Lin Mu feel that he was really quick to gain experience by killing giant Poseidons. The experience gained is close to half an admiral. Therefore, Lin Mu is also happy to stay here and wait for the rabbits, waiting for the Poseidon class to continue to come to send experience. However, when the 5th giant Poseidon rhyme appeared in front of Lin Mu was slightly taken aback. This is also a snake-shaped Poseidon. It is almost exactly the same as the one that Lin Mu killed before, and its size is even larger. Lin Mu can sense that this one is more powerful than the previous one. However, the number above the head of the more powerful Poseidon class was only 10,000 points, which made Lin Mu's brows wrinkle, and hurriedly asked at the complex system in his body, "What's going on here? Why? What is the same biological experience with so much less? All non-human and humanoid races, only the first kill can get the full experience, the second is 1/10 of the full amount, the third is 1%, and so on." The traditional answer is concise and clear, but Lin Mu can only raise his middle finger in his heart after hearing it. It seems that the dream of borrowing Poseidon's big brush is completely broken. However, although they are all called the Poseidon class, there are still a lot of ethnic groups in the Poseidon class. Lin Mu estimates that there should be no problem in raising himself to another level. However, finding different types of Poseidon is a more troublesome thing, and when Lin Mu was worried about this, his heart suddenly moved, and an idea came to his mind instantly. How could I forget the Poseidon that can summon the Poseidon class? Yi. Chapter 218. For today's Lin Mu, killing the giant Poseidon class is an easy task, which can be done in less than half a minute. Compared with killing the Poseidon class, it takes a lot more time to find the Poseidon class, especially now that the second kill of the same kind of experience will drop to 1/10 of the situation, which makes the problem becomes more troublesome. It is very likely that after wandering around for 10 or 20 minutes, it is difficult to find one, and it turns out that it has already been killed twice or more, so these dozens of minutes are not equal to wasted. And it is conceivable that this situation will increase as the number of kills by Lin Mu increases, so, in order to increase efficiency, Lin Mu must think of a way to greatly reduce the time spent searching for the Poseidon class. 377. And the most convenient choice Lin Mu can think of is undoubtedly the mermaid princess with the ability to summon Poseidon, which is now Shirahoshi in the Deep Sea Dragon Palace. As long as you bring Shirahoshi with you, you don't need to find the Poseidon class yourself, the Poseidon class will come to you. Thinking of this, Lin Mu didn't have any hesitation, killed the snake-shaped Poseidon class in front of him at the fastest speed and got 10,000 experience, and then went to the Deep Sea Dragon. Lin Mu entered the water from Sabayatti Archipelago, which is not far from the Deep Sea Dragon Palace, so at this moment, with full speed, the Fishman Island will be in sight after a while. However, the Mermaid Island at the moment is no longer as peaceful as it used to be, but chaos, which is not much worse than the previous Sabayatti Archipelago. A large number of pirates and slave traders are raging on Mermaid Island, and the Poseidon army of Ryuma is also suppressing the pirates under the leadership of the two princes. However, whether it is in terms of quantity or quality, the Poseidon army is obviously not the opponent of pirates and slave traders. Lin Mu's figure flickered and asked directly on the Mermaid Island. He was a little surprised when he saw the chaos on the island, but after thinking for a while, Lin Mu also understood the reason. The Fishman Island and Sabayatti Archipelago are very similar in a sense. They are both the only way for non-government forces to go to the New World. The number of pirates in the past will definitely not be small. Unlike Sabayatti Archipelago, the Fishman Island has a more eye-catching resource, that is, the beautiful mermaid ladies. These mermaid girls can be sold at high prices in time and everywhere, so they are slave traders. Preferred target. In the past, Mermaid Island was guarded by Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, and Jinbei, one of the Shichibukai, guarding it. Naturally, there would not be any big problems. Too much. However, when Whitebeard himself was killed in battle, the fleet was almost destroyed, and Jinbei was deprived of Shichibukai's name and became a sinner. The Fishman Island lost all shelter in an instant. After losing its shelter, even Sabayatti archipelago, who had no special resources to plunder, became like that, and even said that there was a mermaid island with Miss Mermaid. At this moment, the Fishman Island is like a big girl who has been stripped naked. She is missed by countless satyrs but has no corresponding resistance. It is almost inevitable to fall into chaos. However, Lin Mu had no intention of helping out at the moment, and he was not a compassionate virgin. The reason he helped the residents on the Sabayatti archipelago before was just because he had lived on the island for a long time and was acquainted with those residents. After glancing at the chaos below, the flickering of Lin Mu's figure disappeared directly, and when he appeared, he was already in the Dragon Palace at the top of the Fishman Island. Perhaps because they were all sent out to fight pirates and slave traders, the Dragon Palace was sparsely populated, and the defense force was very weak. However, the only thing that can attract Lin Mu in this dragon sky is the mermaid princess who is locked in the hard shell tower. The figure flashed again. Lin Mu soon appeared in front of the door of the hard shell tower. A large number of metal weapons were inserted into the wall in front of the door. Some weapons were so huge that they could be used by giants. 0. Glancing at these weapons, Lin Mu was not polite, and with a slight movement of his fingers, all the weapons inserted into the stone wall were hooked, and then fused together in mid-air, becoming a huge giant hammer. Immediately afterwards, the giant hammer smashed directly onto the stone wall at an extremely fast speed under the control of Lin Mu. Just listening to the sound of boom, the stone wall that blocked the countless attacks of Vander Deacon 9 was directly breached, and a large hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters collapsed. What? At the moment when the stone wall collapsed, there was a soft exclamation from the hard shell tower. Lin Mu's figure flashed from the hole into the hard shell tower, and only then did he see a mermaid princess with a huge body, similar to the giant's. But at this moment, the gigantic mermaid princess huddled together like a frightened rabbit, looking at the intruding Lin Mu with a look of panic. You? Who are you? Facing Shirahashi's question, Lin Mu didn't answer, but said directly, "Want to see the scenery outside? I'll take you to lie down." Really, really? After hearing Lin Mu's words, Shirahashi's face suddenly filled with excitement and longing. Since being locked in the hard shell tower, being able to go out and see the outside world is the biggest thing she has ever been. Dream again. 5.7 At this moment, when I heard Lin Mu say rhyme, I was so excited that I forgot all about Lin Mu's intrusion. But soon, Shirahashi's big eyes showed an indescribable loss and fear. But I can't go out. Without the protection of the hard shell tower, those huge weapons will kill me. Saying that, Shirahoshi wiped his tears with his hands and sobbed. You don't have to worry about this, since I want to take you out, I naturally have a comprehensive way to protect you. 39 Lin Mu said lightly, and then his mind moved, and the giant hammer that broke through the stone wall of the hard shell tower changed its form again. Into a huge disc. Sit down and I'll show you the hook. Chapter 219. Looking at the huge disc floating in front of him, and looking outside through the collapsed stone wall, Shirahashi's eyes were full of anticipation and hesitation. Finally, after a few seconds, the anticipation and the emotions clearly overcame the hesitation, and Shirahoshi also climbed directly onto the disc of Lin Mu's manufacturing pin. Then, please, I'm Shirahoshi, who are you? Shirahoshi bowed slightly towards Lin Mu and asked politely after the disc. After Lin Mu's eyes swept over Shirahoshi, he spit out 4 words, Trawazan. After the voice fell, Lin Mu's eyes were bright red, and the high energy in his eyes shot towards the spurt, and the hook looked around, directly cutting the hard shell tower out of it, and directly destroying it. From today onwards, you don't have to hide in it, it's just the labor fee I paid you. After speaking, under the control of Lin Mu, his body and the disc carrying Shirahoshi were directly connected to each other. Flying away from the hard shell tower, flying towards the outside of the Fishman Island. Before taking Shirahoshi 10, Lin Mu has one thing to do, and that is to get rid of Vanderdecken 9. Vanderdecken 9, as a target fruit-capable person, will continue to deliver weapons to Shirahoshi as a threat. If Lin Mu wants Shirahoshi to summon Poseidon for himself, he must first ensure the safety of Shirahoshi, then Vanderdecken the 9th generation is the first target that must be solved. And it is not difficult for Lin Mu to find the trace of Vanderdecken 9. First of all, this product must be hidden not far around the Fishman Island, and now that the Fishman Island is disrupted, Vanderdecken 9 may choose to take advantage of the emptiness to get closer to the Fishman Island. Then as long as Vanderdecken 9 dares to throw a weapon at Shirahoshi, Lin Mu can determine the position of Vanderdecken 9 by the direction of the weapon flying, and as long as it is within a certain range, Vanderdecken 9 couldn't escape Lin Mu's palm. And the fact is not as expected by Lin Mu. He had just left the hard shell tower with Shirahoshi. Insert the Shirahoshi on the disc. The moment she discovered the long sword, Shirahoshi could not help but let out an exclamation, her hands closed, her eyes involuntarily, and her face was full of fear. Now that she has nothing to protect her, she will definitely die directly by the long sword. Down. But after a few seconds Shirahoshi didn't feel any pain, as if the expected long sword didn't stab her body at all. Shirahoshi opened his eyes in doubt, and then saw the long sword that was flying towards him at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, he hovered motionless in front of him, as if he was bound by a powerful force that was hard to break free. Live in general. I said that I will protect you, so you don't have to worry about your comfort. There is no one in this world who can kill you in front of me. After Lin Mu said something lightly, he galloped away with the flying side of Shirahoshi's long sword. The reason why teleportation is not used is because Shirahoshi is too big, and the cooldown time of teleportation is correspondingly long, and it is really not as fast as flying. Facing the scene of the rapid retreat on both sides of his body, Shirahoshi's face first showed panic, and after his hands grasped the disc under him even tighter, he felt a little relieved. After heaving a sigh of relief, Shirahoshi began to look around curiously. She hadn't left the hard shell tower for a long time, so everything outside made her very curious. She wondered why the disc under her body flew so fast, wondered why the long sword behind her had been following her but did not pierce in, and wondered why Lin Mu in front of her was standing like that, so she could move forward so fast. At the same time, she also opened her eyes wide and looked at everything she could see around her, for fear of missing even the slightest detail. The peculiarly shaped corals, the delicately textured shells, and the colorful fishes could catch Shirahoshi no matter what. Look. If possible, I really don't want to go back to that place again. Shirahoshi turned around, looked at the hard shell tower Fang who had been left far behind, and muttered in his heart. Following the flying Fang Yu of the long sword, Lin Mu took Shirahoshi all the way out of the deep sea dragon palace. Just as Shirahoshi looked around excitedly, a spear flew again. Shirahoshi was originally very scared when he saw the spear flying, but after thinking about what Lin Mu said before, the fear in his heart disappeared for some reason. Sure enough, after the spear reached 10 meters in front of Shirahoshi, it couldn't penetrate even an inch, and it couldn't hurt Shirahoshi at all. After seeing this scene, Shirahoshi looked at Lin Mu with gratitude. "Thank you for your help, Lord Troizen." In the face of Shirahoshi's gratitude, Lin Mu was non-committal. In the final analysis, what he was going to do would cause some spiritual damage to Shirahoshi, and now helping to solve Vanderdecken 9 is just a prepayment. To put it bluntly, the two are just a simple exchange of 377 interests, and there is nothing to be thankful for. Ignoring Shirahoshi, Lin Mu changed his direction a little, and flew at the spot where the spear came. Soon, a ruined pirate ship was hooked into Lin Mu's field of vision. The moment he saw the ruined pirate ship, Lin Mu's figure disappeared instantly and teleported directly to the pirate ship. Then I saw this goal. Vanderdecken 9 was playing with a giant axe in his hand at the moment, obviously ready to throw it at any time, but Lin Mu's sudden appearance obviously startled him, and the giant axe was also out of hand. The giant axe fell from Vanderdecken 9's hand, but suddenly accelerated and flew towards Shirahoshi outside the brown rice. Lin Mu saw that his fingers were slightly bent, and the giant axe immediately stopped the castration and stopped. Seeing this scene, King Vanderdaken 9 almost glared his eyes out, and looked at Lin Mu in front of him with horror. You? Who are you? Humph! With Lin Mu's light humming, the giant axe turned back at an extremely fast speed, directly smashing the head of Daken 9. Ding! Kill Vanderdaken 9, get 15,000 experience points. Chapter 220. Vanderdaken 9, for the royal family of the Deep Sea Dragon Palace, is a formidable enemy that makes them powerless. Why should he keep the name of the princess in his hands and only choose to keep his public office in a hard shell tower? But it is this powerful enemy that makes the entire East Blue Dragon Palace powerless, but to Lin Mu, he is a small role that he doesn't care about, and can be pinched to death. After easily killing Vanderdaken 9, Lin Mu's figure flashed, and he teleported back to Shirahoshi's side again. The sudden disappearance of Lin Mu made Shirahoshi very flustered, and the fear and loneliness of being left here instantly swept Shirahoshi, only to hear wow. Shirahoshi's tears were scattered like beads with a broken thread. When Lin Mu came back, he saw Shirahoshi crying very sad, his brows could not help wrinkling, and he said with a little helplessness in his tone, "Didn't you say that you don't have to worry about your safety with me by your side?" Hearing Lin Mu's voice, Shirahoshi slowly opened his eyes to stop sobbing, and then defended with a look of grievance, but Lord Troizen was not by my side just now." Hearing Shirahoshi's words, a hint of helplessness flashed in Lin Mu's eyes, and he didn't know what to say to this crybaby. He is neither a person who can coax children, nor a person who likes to coax children. Vanderdaken 9, you know, the one who has been persuading you to throw weapons, he is already dead. After thinking about it, Lin Mu can only say this to Shirahoshi, starting today, I won't be threatened by him anymore, and after I've done things for me, you can go wherever you want. Vanderdaken, he, dead. Shirahoshi blinked and stared at Lin Mu blankly, as if he could not accept the fact for a while, but soon, Shirahoshi's eyes flashed again. Tears, very excited, bowed to Lin Mu. "Thank you so much. You don't have to thank me, as I said before, you have to help me do one thing and then get real freedom and help you kill Vanderdaken 9, it's just my reward in exchange for you. 9. After interrupting Shirahoshi's thanks, Lin Mu said indifferently. When Shirahoshi heard it, he nodded heavily, "I will definitely help you complete that. I really hope you can be so willing after a while." Looking at Shirahoshi, Lin Mu said indifferently, then ignored Shirahoshi, who was confused, and took Shirahoshi to the Fishman Island below. At this moment, the Fishman Island is as chaotic as before, with the sounds of pirates and fishmen fighting, of course, accompanied by screams and screams, as well as endless calls for help. As the distance approached, Shirahoshi gradually saw the scene below. When he saw the pirates and slave traders confronting the Poseidon army led by the eldest brother and the second brother, Shirahoshi's complexion couldn't help changing greatly. Obviously, she didn't know anything about the chaos on the Fishman Island before. Seeing this scene at this moment seemed to evoke painful memories in her memory, and her face turned pale instantly. Lord Troizen, what's going on?" Panicked and worried, Shirahoshi could only ask Lin Mu beside him. And Lin Mu pointed to the pirates and slave traders below and said, "They didn't dare to do this before because there were stronger humans protecting the Fishman Island, but now, the person who protected the Fishman Island is dead, so they have no scruples, they can't stop them with the power of the Fishman Island, and they can't stop the people behind them." "But isn't the one who protected the Fishman Island a powerful human being? Why did he die?" Shirahoshi asked urgently. "Because he was killed." 9. Killed by whom? Lin Mu looked down and his tone was very flat, but Shirahoshi's eyes widened when he heard it, and looked at Lin Mu in disbelief. "But, why did Lord Troizen kill a good man who protects the Fishman Island?" "Good man?" Lin Mu turned his head and took a deep look at Shirahoshi, and then continued, "Because this world is not dominated by good and evil, but by interests. I kill Vanderdaken 9, for you it is good, but it is the greatest evil for Vanderdaken 9, do you think I am a good person or a bad person when I do this? It is a child's naive idea to distinguish the world by good people or bad people. There is no eternal good or bad, only eternal interests. After he finished speaking, Lin Mu didn't say more, but accelerated down with Shirahoshi. At this moment, the Poseidon army, led by the eldest prince and the second prince of the Deep-Sea Dragon Palace, is facing off against a large number of pirates and slave traders in the Geelongcord Plaza on the Fishman Island. However, almost everyone on the side of the Poseidon army was injured, and it was obviously not the opponent of those pirates and slave traders at all, and defeat was only a matter of time. But at this moment, everyone suddenly felt a cloud over their heads, as if a cloud was falling. This strange scene made everyone in the square raise their heads involuntarily. The Poseidon army side naturally saw Shirahoshi lying on the disc for the first time, and the faces of the first prince and the second prince immediately showed anxious expressions. "Sister, why did you come here? It is very dangerous here. Go back to the hard shell tower and wear it, and when my brother solves the group of bastards in front of him, I will accompany you. Good money." And those pirates and slave traders who faced off against the Poseidon army, their eyes lit up when they saw Shirahoshi, especially the group of slave traders. They immediately calculated in their hearts how much a mermaid could buy. But at this moment, a pirate's complexion suddenly changed greatly. His body was like a sifter, his face pale, and muttered, "Trwazan, how could he rhyme here now?" Although this pirate's voice is not loud, it is enough to be heard by the people around him, making the expressions of the people around him change greatly. What does he have to do with the Fishman Island? With Lin Mu's current fame, there is obviously more than one person who can recognize him. Soon, the words Troizen sounded almost everywhere in the entire Geelongcord Plaza, and every voice that was mentioned was full of strong fear.